Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1385 to Chapter 1471. Let me tell you, I don't know how many couples I've met, but I'm still alive because I'm open-minded. Do you think I'll be jealous of you? Mina, Ningxu pursed his lips, let's see if you can act cute for the rest of your life. Mina, so annoying, this person is so annoying. That's right, why would anyone like someone like you? Mina was exasperated. It doesn't matter, there are plenty of people who hate me. Who do you think you are? Ningxu was calm and composed. She couldn't please everyone, so why did she have to torment herself and make things difficult for herself? You're really thick-skinned, really shameless. Mina felt that Ningxu was the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders indifferently, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. You're even going to elope with a vampire. Was being a little more considerate of herself considered being thick-skinned? She could be even thicker. Even if she was thick-skinned, she didn't hurt anyone. And Mina, this thick-skinned person, did all sorts of despicable things. She even thought that she was the most innocent person in the world. Mina was so angry at Ningxu that she was about to cry, and she said angrily, I just like Fei Rue, so what? Is it wrong for me to like someone? Whether it's wrong or not is not something I can judge. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders, ignoring Mina. Mina sat on the bed, fuming. Her face was bright red, and she looked very cute. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mina was still angry and didn't get up to open the door. Ningxu got up from the bed and went to open the door. The person who opened the door was a man in a suit, followed by 5 fully armed people with guns in their hands. I'm a vampire hunter supervisor. Is Mina inside? The man in the lead asked. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. The vampire hunter supervisor was responsible for punishing vampire hunters who made mistakes. So, was he going to punish Mina now? Ningxu leaned to the side, she's inside. The 5 people entered the room, and 4 of them pointed their guns at Mina. With a gun pointed at her, Mina was a little confused. Then, she thought of something and her face turned pale. Bloodhunter Mina, please come with us to assist in the investigation. The supervisor said coldly. Having grown up in the organization, Mina naturally knew what this meant. Usually, they would only arrest someone when there was conclusive evidence. Did the organization know about her relationship with Fei Rue? Fei Rue had really killed her. With so many guns pointed at her, Mina's heart was thumping wildly. Besides, with her ability, even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be able to. Mina was escorted away, and Mina turned to look at Ningxu, her eyes full of accusation. Jasmine, was it you? Did you betray me? Why are you treating me like this? I hate you. Mina was heartbroken. Ningxu ignored Mina's accusatory gaze and took out the offer he had given Mina before. Mina admitted that she was very close to the vampire prince vampire hunter. This is the evidence. The inspector took Ningxu's phone. I'll return it to you after the investigation is done. Ningxu nodded. Mina was stunned and looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with despair. Jasmine, I hate you. Ningxu was like a villain. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to see you in pain. Mina opened her mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. Do you hate me that much? What unforgivable thing did I do to you that you have to treat me like this? I just can't stand seeing you acting so innocent. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's obvious that you're close to the vampire prince, but you're still acting so innocent. You said that I betrayed you, so I exposed you. What's wrong with that? Ningxu raised his chin and looked down at her. Mina was speechless. Mina was taken away by the armed men. Ningxu closed the door and hurriedly turned on his computer. He reported that Mina had been captured and that the vampire prince vampire hunter might come to rescue her. They should be prepared. Also, Fei Rue could mobilize the elite forces of the blood breeds. Ningxu submitted the report and began to cultivate. Now that Mina was locked up, he wasn't far from saving the damsel in distress. He wasn't far from the death of the client. The client, Jasmine, had been torn in half by Fei Rue. Her organs and intestines were scattered on the ground, emitting white smoke. In order to avoid being torn apart by his own hands, he had to speed up his cultivation and become stronger. Also, he had to teach Fei Rui a lesson this time. Ningxu had nothing to do, so he wandered around the manor and moved some stones around to set up a young gathering formation. Even if Fei Rui came, he could weaken him a little. Even if he couldn't weaken him, he could weaken the vampires he brought with him. Not every vampire was as powerful as he was. However, the side effect of setting up the young gathering formation was that the manor was too hot. It was as if all the sunlight was gathered here. It could easily cause endocrine disorders. Ningxu was speechless. However, under the effect of the yang gathering formation, Ningxu's talisman had more yang energy. Usually, when Ningxu left his room, he would see that the manor was more heavily guarded. It seemed that the higher-ups had seen his report. It might not be useful, but it could definitely reduce the losses. This was just on the surface. There might be other preparations in private. Ningxu sat in the room. She lacked spirit qi. Spirit qi. There was too little spirit qi. Ningxu faced the electric fan. It was too damn hot. If he had known, he wouldn't have set up the yang gathering formation so early. It was just that he wasn't strong enough now. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to fight them. He would have killed them directly. Ningxu wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was already summer, and with the help of the yang gathering formation, Ningxu felt like he was in a steamer. Damn it. How good would it be if the heat was spirit qi? Ningxu's mind suddenly exploded. Heat was also energy. Why couldn't she absorb it? She remembered that when she was in the galaxy, she also absorbed other types of energy. Ningxu was excited. If she could really succeed, her ultimate martial arts wouldn't be restricted by spirit qi anymore. Ningxu sat cross-legged and began to absorb the surrounding heat. The heat drilled into Ningxu's body. After a while, Ningxu's skin turned red as if it was scalded. Ningxu opened his mouth and white smoke came out. Damn it, sure enough, not everything could be absorbed. However, Ningxu felt a hot energy gathering in her dantian, making her body very hot. The muscles all over her body felt like they were being roasted in a raging fire. The energy of fire was indeed not as docile as spirit qi. However, the advantage was that the energy was inexhaustible. Ningxu continued to cultivate with her red skin. A red energy appeared in her dantian. It was the size of a hair and looked like a red line. Probably because her body was used to such heat, the red color slowly faded from her skin. It returned to white. However, Ningxu was very excited because she found an energy that could replace spirit qi. In this world, there was wind energy and heat energy. Moreover, heat energy was inexhaustible. No spirit qi could absorb heat energy. After absorbing some yang energy, Ningxu felt a burning sensation in her dantian. Spirit energy and heat were mixed together, making Ningxu feel as if she was about to be incinerated. His dantian was fiery red, like a pool of magma. Ningxu clenched her fists. She felt as if there was a small universe in her body that was about to explode. She had indeed absorbed fire energy. Ningxu felt as if she was about to go berserk. Fire was not as gentle as spirit energy. There was a limit to spirit energy, but this kind of energy was inexhaustible. From now on, she would no longer be restricted by spirit energy. No matter how little spirit energy there was, she could absorb the energy of the sun and gather the yang energy around her. She could still be powerful. However, this kind of energy was more restless. Even her emotions were very restless. Ningxu really wanted to find someone to fight now. Ningxu was very excited. She started to absorb the energy around her like crazy. Anyway, she had set up a yang gathering array. Ningxu did not go out for a few days. She had been cultivating. A pool of lava appeared in her dantian. Furthermore, there was a fiery red dragon swimming in the lava. Ningxu really wanted to roar. Indeed, as long as there was enough energy, there was no bottleneck to ultimate martial arts. In the past, this effect could only be achieved in the cultivation world with a lot of spirit energy. However, she had reached this level in such a short time. If she faced Fei Rui again, she would definitely be able to fight him head-on. She released the fire dragon to burn Fei Rui to death. Ningxu left the room and prepared to eat. Along the way, many people stared at Ningxu strangely. Ningxu was a little confused. Were they bowing down to her powerful abilities? Ha ha ha, Ningxu walked all the way to the dining room. There were always people looking at her strangely. Jasmine, what happened to your hair? And your face? Kathy looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Did you have a perm? Ningxu put down her plate and touched her head. She felt an afro and it was very fluffy. Ningxu quickly took out her phone and turned on the camera. She realized that her hair was all up and her face was black. She looked like she had just returned from a fire. Ningxu was speechless. She should have looked in the mirror when she went out. However, Ningxu was thick-skinned and sat down to eat without batting an eyelid. Kathy sat across from Ningxu and asked, "Do you know the results of Mina's trial?" Ningxu bit into his hamburger and said, "Anyway, the outcome won't be good. Such a serious incident has never happened to a vampire hunter, so the punishment won't be light. The main thing is to make an example out of them. It's meant to warn us blood hunters." Kathy nodded. "I think so too. I think the prince treats Mina differently. Have you ever thought about it? What if that prince asks the vampire hunter for Mina?" Casey asked. Ningxu couldn't help but laugh. "If I were a high-ranking vampire hunter and the vampires asked for someone, I would definitely kill that person. If someone betrays the vampire hunters in the future, the vampire hunters will have no dignity and stand, and will even kill the person who betrays the vampire hunters." Kathy stared at Ningxu. "Do you hate Mina that much?" "No, everything I do is based on the vampire hunters." Ningxu said, "When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact." It seemed that the vampire hunters relied on the blood hunters to support them, but the vampire hunters gave them a foothold. 1 year as a blood hunter, 1 lifetime as a blood hunter, and the identity of a blood hunter would follow them for life. "Do you want to do a mission?" Kathy asked. "Tulu and I plan to take a mission and go out for a walk. It's a very simple mission." Ningxu thought that if he went out to do a mission at this time, he could avoid Fei Rui and save the damsel in distress. However, Ningxu didn't want to avoid it. He wanted to test his strength. Moreover, if he avoided it for now, he would eventually encounter it in the future. He could only face it head-on. Ningxu shook his legs. "I still want to rest, so I won't go for now." "You're still scared?" "I'm not scared." "Was the one who woke up last time a third-generation vampire?" Ningxu asked Kathy. Kathy patted his chest. "Trust me, that was definitely a third-generation vampire." "Didn't you notice that there was a crown on the coffin? It should be a vampire from the Lucen clan. This clan's vampires are elegant and aggressive." Ningxu vaguely remembered. "But it only means that it's a vampire from the Lucen clan. It doesn't mean that it's a third-generation vampire. Have the results of the investigation been released?" "Even if they did, they wouldn't spread the news and cause panic." Ningxu spread her hands. Anyway, she wasn't very afraid now. With strength came confidence, and with food came confidence. Even if it really was a third-generation vampire, Ningxu felt that he could go up and scratch it. If he couldn't beat it, he would immediately run away. After eating 4 super hamburgers, Ningxu returned to his room and began to cultivate. The stronger he was, the better. The atmosphere in the manor was getting more and more tense. Although they didn't know what was going on, everyone felt that the atmosphere was very strange. Kathy and Tulu were originally going to accept a mission, but they were told that all the blood hunters couldn't leave the manor for a while. Soon, a punishment ceremony would be held to punish the blood hunters who made mistakes. As the time was getting closer and closer, Ningxu began to prepare. Last time, Fei Rui scratched her face. This time, she wanted to do the same. She must take revenge. Soon, the people above informed all the blood hunters to come to the square. Ningxu arrived at the square and saw Mina tied to a cross in the middle of the square. Her face was full of panic and fear. The woman in the red dress stood on the high platform. The breeze blew at the corners of her dress. She looked quite beautiful and ethereal. It seemed that she was going to personally preside over the ceremony. Ningxu secretly cast a spell, and a red light invaded Mina's body. This spell didn't do any harm to Mina, but it would make her unable to speak for 4 hours. In a state of speechlessness, the woman in the red dress stood on the high platform and said simply, "The punishment is death, cut in half at the waist." The onlooking blood hunters cried out in alarm when they heard that they would be cut in half. Cutting in half at the waist was a punishment from the Middle Ages. Although it was called cutting in half at the waist, it was actually sawing from the bottom up. The prisoner's mind was clear and wouldn't die for a while. Even if the stomach was cut, the prisoner would clearly feel the extreme pain. And it was with a saw, pulling and tearing. It was simply too much. Just thinking about it made people shudder. When Mina heard that he would be cut in half, the blood drained from her face. She wanted to say something, but no words came out of her mouth. Mina's mouth was agape, but she couldn't say a single word. Mina was so anxious that her face turned red. She opened her mouth and wanted to shout. The veins on her neck bulged, but she couldn't say a word. Ningxu's expression was cold. Ningxu asked Kathy, "What's wrong with her?" "She's probably scared out of her wits." Casey shook his head and said, "The vampire hunters haven't been sentenced to such a heavy sentence in many years. If a third-generation vampire is really resurrected, the vampire hunters will have to use force." "It's Mina's fault for coming at such a sensitive time," Ningxu analyzed. Perhaps Fei Rui had destroyed the vampire hunters in the name of saving Mina. This could be a signal from the awakened vampire. Ningxu clenched his fists. He really wanted Fei Rui to stay in the manor. It would be best if he could destroy Fei Rui. "Begin the execution," the vampire hunter supervisor said. Then, there were 2 people holding large saws. The saws were incomparably shiny and the teeth were sharp. Under the illumination of the sun, they flashed a little bit of light. It made one's heart turn cold. Mina looked at the saws that were getting closer and closer to her. She was extremely scared and kept shaking her head. Her face was distorted from fear. She wanted to speak, she wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't make a sound. Mina suspected that she was dreaming. Otherwise, why would something like this happen? The large saws were placed between Mina's legs. They were just waiting for the order to start sawing from the bottom up. Mina was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She looked around, trying to find someone to save her. Her gaze stopped on Ningxu. She looked at Ningxu with a pleading and helpless expression. It was a cry for help. Ningxu's heart was as hard as iron. He even smiled at Mina. Mina saw Ningxu's smile and was stunned for a moment. She shivered all over. Mina felt extremely wronged. Why did Mina treat her like this? Ningxu wasn't worried at all about the bloody scene that would follow. As the female lead, how could her crotch be cut open? Soon, Fei Rui would bring a large group of vampires and ride on a rainbow cloud to save the damsel in distress. Ningxu closed his eyes and began to adjust his state of mind. There was definitely going to be a big battle later. There was a fiery red magma-like energy surging in his dantian. There were also fire dragons surging in the magma. Such a powerful fire energy would definitely cause harm to those vampires. Carry out the punishment. The woman in the red dress standing on the high platform said with a solemn expression. Just as the 2 men with the saw were about to begin, a voice boomed, "Stop right there." Sure enough, at the critical moment, if he had been just a little bit late, Mina's flower would have been destroyed. When Ningxu heard the address of this king, he nearly thought that he had transmigrated again. How could a vampire address himself as this king? The woman in the red dress stood on the high platform and frowned as she watched the group of people fly in. Ningxu estimated that Fei Rui had brought more than 100 vampires with him this time. Every one of them was dressed in black and wore a black cloak. Fei Rui, who was in the lead, was dressed in a luxurious suit. He looked at Mina, who was tied to a rack. Mina was trembling like a flower that had been ravaged by a storm. Her face was filled with fear, and even her pupils were dilating. In short, he was scared silly. When Mina saw Fei Rui, she immediately started crying. Her tears fell as she stared straight at Fei Rui. She looked pitiful. When Fei Rui saw this, his eyes turned even redder. It was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. When a vampire was angry, their eyes would turn red. Fei Rui was very angry now. He looked at the woman in the red dress on the high platform and said loudly, "Don't you think you're going overboard?" The woman in the red dress said indifferently, "Overboard? What does it have to do with you how I deal with my vampire hunters people? What right do you have to criticize me?" Fei Rui's expression was tense as he said domineeringly, "What if I have to take her away today? Mina belongs to me. Since when is it your turn to deal with her? Mina grew up among the vampire hunters. She belongs to them regardless of life or death. Since you didn't embrace Mina, what right do you have to say that Mina belongs to you?" The woman in the red dress raised her eyebrows and swept her gaze over Fei Rui and Mina. The woman in the red dress was like a rose with thorns. She looked at Mina coldly. "Is this how you repay the vampire hunters who raised you?" The vampire hunters are an organization. Anyone who makes a mistake must be punished. Mina lowered her head, not daring to meet the woman's gaze. "Dai Lin, if there's anything, just talk to me directly. Why do you have to make things difficult for a 17 or 18-year-old girl?" Fei Rui said coldly. Because of his anger, his eyes were bloodshot. Coupled with his exquisite face, he looked exceptionally evil. His sharp teeth were bared, as if he was about to bite someone. "At any time. What if I have to take her away today? If you insist on not doing so, then the vampire hunters and vampires will definitely go to war," Fei Rui threatened. The woman in the red dress, Dai Lin, stared at Fei Rui coldly. "What if I don't let her go today?" "Then there's no other way," Fei Rui said helplessly. Ningxu suddenly stood up and coughed. He said to the leader, "Dai Lin, actually, we can let Mina go." Dai Lin looked at Ningxu coldly. "Whoever interferes will be cut in half at the waist." Ningxu said, "You've really wronged Mina. Mina would never betray the vampire hunters." "Oh, what do you mean?" Dai Lin seemed to be very curious. If Mina didn't betray the vampire hunters, then it would be a little embarrassing for Fei Rui to save her. Fei Rui looked down at them condescendingly. His sharp teeth moved, and his expression was arrogant. Mina was speechless. Even Mina herself thought that she had betrayed the vampire hunters. After all, she really did have feelings for Fei Rui. But now, Jasmine actually said that she didn't betray the vampire hunters. What was going on? She had betrayed her before, and when she asked for help just now, she turned a blind eye to it. Now, she jumped out and said that she was wronged. What was Jasmine trying to do? Was she trying to act nice in front of Fei Rui? Could it be that Jasmine also liked Fei Rui, so she was acting like this in front of him? The more Mina thought about it, the angrier she got. This woman was too hypocritical. She had previously said that she wouldn't betray the vampire hunters and had a firm stand in principles. But now, she was acting pretentious in front of the person she liked. Mina opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She could only look at Fei Rui anxiously. Please don't listen to this woman's words. She betrayed me." Mina had thousands of words to say, but she couldn't say them. Seeing the smile on Ningxu's face, Mina had a bad feeling in her heart. Ningxu stood on the stage and said to Dai Lin, "The woman in the red dress, Mina actually walked like this on purpose. This way, Fei Rui would bring the vampires to save her. Once the vampires are trapped, the stronger vampires will be eliminated. This will weaken the vampire's strength. Mina and I didn't do well, so we came up with this idea." Ningxu spouted nonsense. He described Mina as a righteous person who sacrificed herself for the sake of the organization's great image. When Ningxu said this, he was flustered. Not only was Ningxu flustered, but even Mina had an incredulous expression on her face. When did she plan something like this with Jasmine? What kind of nonsense was Jasmine talking about? Mina raised her head and saw Fei Rui floating in the air. Fei Rui's expression was ugly, and he looked hesitant. Mina instantly understood why Ningxu said this. She was trying to drive a wedge between her and Fei Rui. In all honesty, she really didn't want to use a honey trap to trick Fei Rui into coming to the manor. Mina opened and closed her mouth at Fei Rui, but she couldn't say anything. She was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. When Fei Rui saw Mina crying, he turned around and looked at the group of vampires behind him. He suspected that Mina was doing this on purpose. Fei Rui was in an awkward position now. He had brought a large group of people here, and now he realized that he might have fallen into a honey trap. It was the vampire hunter's doing. But the Mina he knew was definitely not someone like that. Maybe Mina didn't know and was being used by the vampire hunters. The woman in the red dress narrowed her eyes, then smiled like a beautiful rose. So that's what happened. Since it's a misunderstanding, then you don't have to be cut in half. Someone immediately untied Mina. Mina's feelings were extremely complicated. She would rather be tied up. She couldn't say anything, and she had no way to explain. Xianxia walked over and held Mina's arm. He smiled sweetly. Mina, it's been hard on you. You've done a lot to attract so many vampires. From now on, I only want a quarter of the rewards. The rest is yours, Xianxia said with a smile. Mina pushed Xianxia away, but Xianxia only took a step back and stopped steadily. He wasn't angry at all, and he still looked at Mina with a smile. Mina couldn't speak, so she could only wave at Fei Rui. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. There was no way to explain. Mina was disheartened and looked at Xianxia with eyes full of hatred. Xianxia was still smiling as he reached out his hand to pull Mina away. Let's go. The next battle isn't something we can participate in. You've already made a great contribution. To prevent Fei Rui from venting his anger on you, let's leave first, Xianxia said with concern. With every word Xianxia said, Mina and Fei Rui's faces darkened. Mina wanted to shake off Xianxia's hand, but with Xianxia's tight grip, she couldn't break free at all. Dailin smiled and said, the next battle is indeed not something the two of you can worry about. Since you have made such a great contribution, you will be rewarded in the future. Xianxia looked at Dailin. Although Dailin was smiling, there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. This showed that she was very unhappy. However, after protecting the reputation of the vampire hunters and making the vampires unhappy, Dailin took advantage of the situation. The evidence of Mina's betrayal of the vampire hunters was conclusive. After dealing with these vampires, they would deal with them. Mina was panicking. She couldn't leave. She had to explain everything to Fei Rui. She didn't plan anything. She didn't know anything. Molly had set her up on purpose. Xianxia used a little strength and pulled Mina away. Mina's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Xianxia. Xianxia pulled Mina back into the room. Mina's lips moved as if she was talking to Xianxia, but no sound came out. Mina was so angry that she reached out to hit Xianxia. This woman was too vicious, too vicious. Xianxia grabbed Mina's wrist and used his other hand to chop Mina unconscious. Xianxia dragged Mina to the bed and tied her hands and feet with rope. Then he tied her to the bed. After doing this, Xianxia locked the door and went to the square. The two sides had already started fighting because the vampires that Fei Rui brought were all elites. Many of them were nobles. Therefore, the vampire hunters were at a disadvantage. Many of them had their chests pierced by the vampire's claws. The smell of blood was so strong that it made it hard for people to breathe. This was a one-sided massacre. Xianxia saw the battle between Fei Rui and Dailin on the high platform. Dailin was holding a white staff in her hand. The staff released a white halo. Xianxia, what did she see? Could it be that Dailin was really a magician? He felt like he was going to be drunk. Xianxia's fingers moved quickly. With the support of the Yang gathering formation, he formed a huge talisman. This talisman burned with a raging fire. As soon as the talisman appeared, the surrounding air became extremely hot. The huge talisman turned into countless rays of light and flew towards the vampires. When the talisman touched the vampires' bodies, it immediately ignited into a raging fire. The vampires jumped and tried to slap the flames on their bodies. However, the flames couldn't be extinguished. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. The vampires held in pain and finally turned into ashes. Xianxia, holy shit, he didn't expect this at all. This talisman was the most yang energy between heaven and earth. Vampires were nocturnal creatures that were afraid of sunlight. With the support of such energy, the talisman was simply the bane of vampires. The other blood hunters were horrified. Many of them stared blankly at Xianxia. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Fei Rui, who was fighting on the high platform, noticed the situation below. He was stunned for a moment. Dai Lin seized the opportunity and the white light hit Fei Ruei. Fei Ruei flew down the high platform and tried to stop Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and formed a hand seal. He dodged Fei's attack and a talisman flew towards Fei Ruei. Fei Ruei saw with his own eyes that the vampires he brought with him were turned into ashes. He wouldn't let the talisman get close to him. Fei Ruei teleported to avoid the talisman. He suddenly appeared behind Ningxu and extended his sharp claws. He wanted to use his nails to pierce through Ningxu's body. Ningxu dodged. "You're not the only one who's fast." Ningxu sent out a fire dragon. When the flames touched Fei Ruei's clothes, Fei Ruei immediately took off his cloak. The flames on the cloak crackled. Fei Ruei gave up on his cloak. Fei Ruei's originally pale and bloodless face turned ashen. His eyes were incomparably red, striking fear into those who looked at him. "Where's Mina? Tell Mina to come out." Fei Ruei's teeth were even sharper. Ningxu shrugged. "Mina has already left. She doesn't need to see you." "I don't believe you." Fei Ruei stared at Ningxu with his bloodshot eyes. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, Mina won't see you again. This was our plan from the beginning. You've seen my strength. I'm really tired of you vampires. You use this method to wipe out your elites. Of course, if you think that Mina loves you, then Mina and I don't mind." Ningxu spouted nonsense with her white teeth. Anyway, it was good to make these two misunderstand. It would be best if they had a love-hate relationship. "Let me explain. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." This was a good situation. Fei Ruei's face turned even paler. It was almost the color of a corpse. Fei Ruei roared. His teeth became big and sharp. "Die for me." Ningxu was not afraid of Fei Ruei at all. She quickly formed a seal with her fingers. Her speed was so fast that her fingers left after images. Ningxu's face turned a little pale, as she formed an extremely complicated talisman. This talisman slowly appeared between Ningxu's fingers. The talisman was golden in color. It was very solid and clashed with Fei Ruei. Fei Ruei was furious, especially when he found out that Mina had betrayed him. He ignored all opposition and led a group of people to face this situation. Even though he knew that this Eastern spell was very powerful, he still chose to face it head-on. The two of them clashed, creating a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings. Many people were affected and were thrown to the ground. Fei Ruei was hit by the talisman. His body was covered in flames. However, Fei Ruei was very strong. He was not burned to ashes like the other vampires. Under the burning flames, Fei Ruei was in a lot of pain. Ningxu made up her mind. It was best to get rid of Fei Ruei now. Ningxu stretched out her hand and attacked Fei Ruei's heart. She wanted to crush Fei Ruei's heart. Although a vampire's heart did not beat, it was the source of power. Without the support of the heart, Fei Ruei would be burned to ashes like the other vampires. Fei Ruei was very strong. Even with the talisman, how could he let Ningxu take out his heart? He stretched out his fist and fought with Ningxu. Ningxu and Fei Ruei's punches landed on each other. Ningxu felt that Fei Ruei's body was like a steel plate. Every time she hit him, the rebound force hurt his organs. On the other hand, Fei Ruei felt that Ningxu's strength was immense. He felt as though his body was about to be torn apart. Could it be that a vampire's physique was inferior to a human's? Fei Ruei knew that he was in a bad situation. The flames were making him feel extremely uncomfortable, and his strength was slowly weakening. If he didn't think of a way, he would really be left here. The elites of the vampires would be buried here. Thinking of this, Fei Ruei became even angrier. He hated Mina even more. This was the first time he had been so nice to a human, yet he had been tricked. He was a man who had lived for God knows how long, yet he had been deceived by a 17-year-old human girl. Was he blind, or was it because Mina's acting skills were so good that he was fooled? He looked around and did not see Mina. Was that woman not going to come out and explain herself? Ever since she saw him, Mina hadn't said a single word. Did that mean she had silently agreed? The energy in Fei Rui's body continued to decrease. Not only did he have to resist the power of the talisman, but he also had to deal with Ningxu. Fei Ruwei casually grabbed a blood hunter and bit the neck of the blood hunter. Very quickly, he sucked the blood hunter's blood dry and tossed the corpse aside. Ningshu's expression was cold. His hands quickly formed a seal, and another talisman fell on Fei Ruwei's body. Fei Ruwei's complexion became worse and worse. His face actually started to rot, revealing his white bones. Fei Ruwei's expression was hideous. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Vampires had always been elegant. Being exposed in front of so many people made Fei Ruwei very angry. Although he was angry, he was more afraid. Eastern spells were too powerful. They were more powerful than Holy Cross water. Every second he stayed here, he would lose more of his strength. Fei Ruwei called out helplessly. The rhythm of the sound wave was very strange, and it traveled very far. Dai Lin said, quickly get rid of him. He's summoning other vampires. As soon as Dai Lin finished speaking, she looked up at the sky and her pupils constricted. Ningxu looked at the sky and saw a man in formal attire with a cloak draped over his shoulders. There were bats flying around him. When Fei Ruwei saw this person, he immediately flew to his side. The man opened his mouth and said something difficult to understand. Fei Ruwei lowered his head in shame. A drop of blood appeared between the man's eyebrows and imprinted itself on Fei Ruwei's forehead. Then, the flames on Fei Ruwei's body gradually extinguished. When Ningxu saw this scene, his jaw almost dropped. How could a drop of blood be so powerful? If he remembered correctly, this was the vampire they had met at the church. Ningxu approached Dai Lin and whispered, this vampire is the one who woke up. Judging by his strength, he must be a third-generation vampire. Dai Lin nodded. He speaks in the ancient language. He's most likely a third-generation vampire. None of us here are a match for him. If it weren't for God's flood and humanity's arrival on Noah's boat, we would have been reared by the vampires by now. Dai Lin's expression was grave. He really was a third-generation vampire. A single drop of blood could be so powerful. They were indeed a race that could stand shoulder to shoulder with God. She wondered how much blood he had in his body. Fei Ruwei spoke to the third-generation vampire, but his eyes kept darting toward Ningxu. Then, the third-generation vampire said something difficult to understand to Ningxu. Ningxu? Ningxu was dumbfounded. He had no idea what the vampire was talking about. Ningxu said to Fei Ruwei, what did your ancestor say? Translate for him. Fei Ruwei's expression was cold. You've inherited the arts of the East. Why did you set foot in the West? Do you want to start a war? My legs are on my body. I can go wherever I want. What does it have to do with you? Ningxu said. Then, he said to Fei Ruwei, translate for your ancestor. Fei Ruwei sneered and continued talking to the third-generation vampire. The third-generation vampire frowned. He looked at Ningxu calmly, as if he was looking at an ant. There was no emotion in his eyes. His face was very pale. It was as white as a sheet of paper. He wore black clothes. Black and white formed a sharp contrast. Wearing anything was better than wearing black. Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that he was a vampire? Did he not know that black absorbed more heat? At #yen%. The third-generation vampire said again. Ningxu was speechless. He said to Fei Ruwei, be a good interpreter. Your ancestor has been out of touch with the world for too long. Learn how to communicate with others. Don't let others spoil him. Ningxu saw Fei Ruwei's terrified expression in front of the third-generation vampire. He suddenly felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He was no longer as wary of Fei Ruwei as before. Ningxu had already placed himself in the same position as the third-generation vampire. Her opponent now was a third-generation vampire. He was no longer the Fei Ruwei she used to fear. Although Fei Ruwei had the blood from the third-generation vampire, the wounds on his face had already healed. However, his face was still ashen. It was the color of someone who had been dead for several days. No matter how heaven-defying his looks were, his complexion wasn't impressive, and he looked a lot more lackluster. Moreover, there was a third-generation vampire beside him who was said to be as powerful as a god. Ningxu's attitude towards him was especially disdainful. This made Fei Ruwei very angry. Since when did a human have the right to look down on him? Fei Rui's lips moved, revealing his sharp teeth. Ningxu let out a hoarse roar as if he was demonstrating his power. Ningxu was expressionless. What are you doing? Your ancestor and I are both waiting for you to translate. What are you shouting for? Fei Rui, I'm asking you which Eastern sorcery you inherited. Fei Rui asked coldly. Ningxu smiled and said, I formed my own sect. Moreover, how can I say my master's name so casually? Fei Rui purposely showed his sharpness. I advise you to speak properly. You will be turned into ashes in an instant. The bloodlings called third-generation vampires blood masters. Ningxu raised his chin. Come on, come on. I'm so scared. Come and hit me. Whoever doesn't hit me is a bastard. The onlookers, how despicable. Fei Rui had lived for so long and thought that he had good self-control. However, he was still angered by Ningxu's shamelessness. Another reason was that he was afraid of Ningxu. That was why he was so angry. If Ningxu was just an ant, Fei Rui wouldn't be so emotional. He would just kill him with a wave of his hand. The third-generation vampire, who was floating in the air and surrounded by bats, didn't understand what Ningxu was saying. However, when he saw her smug expression and arrogant attitude, he knew that she wasn't saying anything good. There was a moment of confusion on the third-generation vampire's face. Had he been asleep for too long? Did the people of this world not worship and fear vampires anymore? Fei Rui gritted his teeth and conveyed Ningxu's words to the third-generation vampire. The third-generation vampire frowned and stared at Ningxu with his sharp eyes. Ningxu was still smiling, but his body was tense. He was ready to fight back. She wanted to test the strength of the newly awakened third-generation vampire. After being injured, his strength must have decreased. Even if he had hibernated until now, his strength must not be as strong as when he was at his peak. The bats around the third-generation vampire chirped and swarmed towards Ningxu. These bats looked very scary. They had scarlet eyes, which were bigger and more ferocious than ordinary bats. The black mass of Ningxu rushed over. Dai Lin raised her staff and wanted to release a spell, but Ningxu pulled her behind him. With a flick of his finger, a miniature fire dragon flew out from Ningxu's hand and charged towards the bat. When the two met, the bats fell to the ground like hailstones. The bats were all burnt, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. The third-generation vampire didn't even blink when his bat died. He didn't expect these bats to be able to deal with the Eastern sorcerers. Although they couldn't deal with him, they were enough to deal with ordinary people. The third-generation vampire raised his hand. His ruby ring shone faintly under the sunlight. It was so red that it gave people an ominous feeling. Although he didn't know what the third-generation vampire wanted to do, it was definitely not good for the blood hunters. The atmosphere was heavy. The third-generation vampire chanted a very complicated and difficult-to-understand sentence. Ningxu was too lazy to let Fei Rui translate. Let him do whatever he wanted. A big fight was inevitable anyway. After the vampire chanted, a black mass appeared on the horizon. Because it was too far away, they couldn't tell what it was. When the black cloud came closer, they realized that it was actually countless bats. These bats rushed towards the blood hunters present. Dozens of bats were crouching on the human's body, biting the exposed skin. It was summer now, so everyone was wearing very cool clothes. Soon, they were bitten all over by the huge bats. These bats seemed to be poisonous. When bitten, the wounds would turn black. Dai Lin bit her lip and released white magic, turning the bats into ashes. Ningxu's expression was cold. He quickly pinched his fingers and activated the Manor's most powerful Yang gathering formation. Then, he formed a huge talisman. This talisman turned into dense lines of rain. It fell on the countless bats like rain. When the bats came into contact with the talisman, they screeched in fear and turned into ashes. Ningxu looked at the third-generation vampire and Fei Rui, who were floating in the air. Even if she couldn't kill the third-generation vampire, she had to get rid of Fei Rui. At least this way, the danger that Fei Rui posed to her would be resolved. Fei Rui might lose this time, but the next time they met, he would be stronger. Don't forget that Fei Rui had a lot of luck, and he was also a third-generation vampire. Maybe Fei Rui could reach new heights. Also, she had already offended Fei Rui. She had to get rid of him or there would be endless trouble. Ning Shu's gaze met the third-generation vampires. The third-generation vampire seemed to be observing Ning Shu and evaluating Ning Shu's strength. Then, he raised his hand and a round bead of blood appeared in his palm. The bead of blood flew towards Ning Shu at an extremely fast speed. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Was he trying to contaminate him with blood? Sometimes, a vampire's blood was like a virus. It could turn a contaminated human into a monster that only knew how to suck blood. They would lose all will and thoughts. A huge fire dragon appeared behind Ning Shu's back. This fire dragon was covered in flames. The space around it was distorted by the heat. The fire dragon roared silently. It opened its mouth and swallowed the blood bead. The blood bead was evaporated by the high temperature. Everyone looked up at the fire dragon in the sky. Were they watching a sci-fi movie? And they were so hot. It was as if they were being roasted on fire. Many people's hair swelled and curled up. Some people's hair even started to burn. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief and touched her hair. His heart was filled with melancholy. This was the bad thing. The heat wave attacked indiscriminately. Ning Shu pointed at Fei Rui and the third-generation vampire. The fire dragon flew towards the two of them at lightning speed. Before the fire dragon got close, Fei Rui's skin started to tighten. His skin and flesh were about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable. The fire dragon was an item of extreme yang while the vampire was an otherworldly item. Yin and yang complemented and restrained each other. The third-generation vampire's expression didn't change. He even started to fight the fire dragon. Ning Shu's main goal was to kill Fei Rui. He didn't want to fight with the third-generation vampire. The fire dragon roared and pierced through Fei Rui's body twice. Fei Rui's body seemed to be frozen. The skin on his face started to peel off. The muscles on Fei Rui's body began to fall off rapidly, revealing his white bones. His face had almost turned into a skeleton. His jaw and nose bones were exposed. His eyes were in his eye sockets. There were no muscles to support them. His eyeballs were about to fall out. The scene was quite horrifying. Ning Shu regretted knocking Mina out. If Mina saw Fei Rui like this, she wondered if she would still like him as much. It seemed that the fire dragon had caused a lot of damage to Fei Rui. Ning Shu was about to do it again when a ray of light shot out from the third-generation vampire's ruby ring and dissipated the fire dragon. Ning Shu was speechless. F***ck, it was annihilated. The energy was annihilated. The fire dragon was annihilated. The fire dragon's energy did not return to her body. It was too perverted to have such a thing. 2 drops of blood appeared between the third-generation vampire's eyebrows. Perhaps it had merged with Fei Rui's eyebrows. That was how Fei Rui's injuries were prevented. Ning Shu suspected that Fei Rui was the third-generation vampire's illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would he save him so many times? Vampires were cold and heartless. Even if they were of the same race, they were indifferent to each other. That was why Ning Shu and you suspected that Fei Rui was related to this third-generation vampire. The third-generation vampire stared at Ning Shu and said something that no one could understand. Fei Rui, who could have translated, was now seriously injured and looked like he was about to die. No one knew what he was saying. In order to show that he was very knowledgeable, Ning Shu pretended that he could understand what he was saying. He spread his hands and scolded, "You son of a b***tch. You're so old that your teeth are falling out, yet you still come out to harm others. If I were you, I would have killed myself. If you can't even understand what I'm saying, what's the point of living?" When Ning Shu scolded him, his expression was very calm and serious. It was as if he was talking about something serious. Without Fei Rui's translation, the third-generation vampire did not know what Ning Shu was saying. He looked a little lost. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. "I'll make you feel at a loss." However, vampires could keenly sense good and evil. Therefore, even though Ning Shu was serious, the third-generation vampire directly shot a beam of light at Ning Shu. If they were hit by the light beam, they would be annihilated immediately. His body and soul were gone. What is this thing? Ningshu quickly dodged the beam. He formed a hand seal and another huge fire dragon rose from his back. The fire dragon headed straight for Fei Rui, avoiding the third-generation vampire. The fire dragon pierced through Fei Rui's body once more, but it was immediately annihilated by the light beam. Ningshu was a little scared. What the hell was this? However, he had managed to injure Fei Rui once again. At least he had gained something. Ningshu's dantian had consumed a lot of energy, and the fire dragon's energy had not returned to his dantian. Instead, it was directly annihilated and disappeared without a trace. There wasn't much energy left in her dantian. If she continued to endure like this, she might end up in a passive state. Ningshu felt uncomfortable all over. I might have absorbed some fake energy. Not only were vampires immortal, but they also had such a powerful tool. Fei Rui, who was once again ravaged by the fire dragon, collapsed completely. The third-generation vampire quickly took out 3 drops of blood and dripped it into Fei Rui's forehead. Since the appearance of the third-generation vampire, he had already used 6 drops of blood on Fei Rui. The blood of a third-generation vampire was extremely precious. He was definitely an illegitimate child. Ningshu saw that the third-generation vampire's face was a little pale. He guessed that the blood consumption was too much for him to bear. Ningshu steeled his heart and released the last bit of energy in his dantian. Fire dragons swarmed out one after another, flying towards Fei Rui and the third-generation vampire. He didn't believe that the third-generation vampire's ruby ring had an endless supply of energy. With so many fire dragons, there would definitely be some that slipped through the net. The third-generation vampire's ruby ring destroyed the fire dragons, and the other fire dragons pierced through Fei Rui's body once more. Fei Rui's body became more and more decayed, and gradually, he became a skeleton. The third-generation vampire didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Fei Rui's skeleton and teleported away. When Fei Rui and the third-generation vampire disappeared, Ningshu immediately fell to the ground. He hurriedly fanned himself with his hand. Damn, it was too scary. However, these people had retreated temporarily. They thought that even if Fei Rui didn't die, he wouldn't be in a good condition. After all, he was already a skeleton, and his stomach was black. A lot of energy was needed to save Fei Rui. Where did such a large amount of energy come from, or was it from the third-generation vampire? The death of countless elite vampires could intimidate the other vampires and calm them down temporarily. Ningshu looked at the blood hunters on the ground. They had also suffered heavy losses this time. It was as if they had exchanged their lives for his. Ningshu directly felt the huge difference between humans and vampires. Most of the blood hunters dealt with low-level vampires who killed indiscriminately and didn't follow the rules. They didn't come into contact with the elite vampires at all. It was easy for the vampires to fight 1 against 10. Ningshu hammered his leg and said to the woman in the red dress, "Dai Lin, I said that on purpose. Mina is not that great." Dai Lin sat on the ground like Ningshu and flicked her hair. "I know." The inspector investigated Mina's matter thoroughly. Mina's crime is unforgivable. She must die. Ningshu didn't have any objections. Fei Rui couldn't even protect himself now. He might not even be able to survive. They definitely wouldn't come to save him again. Mina's situation wasn't optimistic. After the battle, Ningshu's body was sore. He said to Dai Lin, "I'll go back first. Have a good rest. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the blood hunters wouldn't have been able to escape." "How did you cultivate your Eastern spells?" Dai Lin asked. "You didn't show this before. Eastern sorcery is all about accumulation." Ningshu said, "I learned this spell from an Eastern Taoist when I was on a mission. Because I know Eastern spells, does that mean I can't stay in the blood hunters anymore?" Ningshu asked Dai Lin. Dai Lin shook her head. "As long as we can eliminate the vampires, it doesn't matter what method we use. Moreover, the third generation of vampires has awakened. We need more powerful humans." Ningshu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Dai Lin would kick him out of the blood hunters because of the difference in their power system. Now that his dantian was empty, Ningshu had to start cultivating again. Ningshu opened the door and saw that Mina had woken up. She was struggling with all her might. When she saw Ningxu, she immediately cried out. Ningxu cast a spell and removed Mina's mute spell. "Molly, let go of me, let go of me." Mina cried out loudly. Mina's voice was very loud and sharp. She thought that she couldn't speak, so she used all her strength to scream. Mina didn't expect that she would suddenly be able to speak. Even she was shocked by her own voice. Mina was overjoyed. She could finally speak. Ningxu walked in front of Mina, who was jumping around like a fish, and said with a smile, "You're awake." Mina stared at Mina. Suddenly, Mina spat at Ningxu. Ningxu leaned to the side and avoided Mina's spit. Ningxu's expression was calm. He wasn't angry. Mina said to Ningxu angrily, "Molly, I've never seen a woman as evil as you. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Mina looked at Ningxu. "You're deliberately trying to drive a wedge between Fei Rui and me. How can you be so evil?" "You're evil." Ningxu nodded. "I'm evil. Come and bite me." "Oh right, let me show you something. Then you won't call me evil." Ningxu took out his phone. There was a skeleton in the phone. A person was carrying the skeleton and flying away. "Take a look." Mina took a look at the photo on her phone and screamed in fright. She was frightened by the skeleton. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu dug his ears. What was she screaming about? "You see this skeleton?" Ningxu pointed at the skeleton. "Guess who this is?" Mina ignored Ningxu and turned her head to the side. Ningxu didn't mind. He smiled and said, "This is Fei Rui. I beat Fei Rui into a skeleton." Mina turned her head around abruptly, and her neck made a cracking sound as she turned around too quickly. Her neck was injured. Mina's expression was incredulous. Her neck was injured, so her expression froze. How did Fei Rui become like this? What ability do you have to deal with Fei Rui? Mina understood Fei Rui's strength too well. Fei Rui had easily solved any problem that was difficult for her. How could the powerful Fei Rui turn into a skeleton? Mina didn't believe it at all. Ningxu put his phone away. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Ningxu untied Mina. "Since you don't believe me, you can ask the others." Mina's neck was injured, and just as she was about to turn her head, she screamed in pain and almost cried out. Mina tilted her head and ran out of the room. She wanted to ask the others if Fei Rui had really turned into a skeleton. Mina grabbed someone and asked if Fei Rui had turned into a skeleton. Right now, the vampire hunters were in a state of chaos. There were so many dead and injured. How could he have the time to think about Mina? Moreover, the moment Mina came up, she didn't even ask how her fellow vampire hunters were doing. Instead, he asked how the vampires were doing. It made people feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, this vampire had been lured here by Mina. Hence, Mina asked around, but no one paid any attention to her. Some people were so annoyed by her questions that they directly pushed her away. They said impatiently, "Yes, yes, that unlucky vampire has turned into a skeleton." Mina's behavior was extremely annoying. When Mina found out, she sat on the steps and buried her head in her hands, crying loudly. But soon, Mina was arrested by the inspectors. Mina's actions were undoubtedly betraying the organization. Saying that at the trial was just to make the organization look better. But it didn't mean that Mina was innocent. Mina was locked up again. When Ningxu found out about Mina's situation, he calmed down and began to cultivate again. Ningxu didn't remove the Yang gathering formation in the matter. After all, he still needed to rely on the Yang gathering formation to absorb the Yang qi between heaven and earth. Ningxu crazily absorbed the energy around him. The empty dantian began to slowly fill up. The lava-like energy surged in Ningxu's energy center. Sure enough, as long as he had power, his heart would be at ease. Ningxu was cultivating when there was a knock on the door. Ningxu opened the door and saw that it was the blood hunter inspector. Ningxu was a little puzzled. Why was the inspector looking for him? "Mina wants to see you. This is her last wish. After that, we will begin the execution," the inspector said coldly. Ningxu shrugged indifferently. "I'm not going. You can carry out the execution directly." Out of humanitarian spirit, we will fulfill her last request, the inspector said. Ningxu shrugged. With the degree of hatred Mina had for him, she would hate him to death. She would definitely have resentment. Resentment would affect the world. Maybe Mina would have a chance to counterattack. Ningxu thought for a while and decided to watch Mina's execution. At the same time, he would destroy Mina's soul. Ningxu followed the inspector to the confinement room, but there was a large round hole in the door. The inspector's face changed as he looked inside the hole. Sure enough, there was no one there. Where is she? The inspector was shocked. Ningxu asked. How would I know? She is being watched by the people from your supervision department. Ningxu spread his hands. Ningxu's face was a little ugly. Mina had disappeared from the manor, and no one had noticed. What was going on? Could it be that she was rescued by someone? I have to report this matter. The inspector ignored Ningxu. The traitor had escaped. This was a big deal. Ningxu touched his chin and looked at the confinement room. There were no traces of damage. Mina was locked up inside. Someone had broken a hole in the door and taken Mina away. Ningxu looked at the thick titanium alloy door. He didn't know what had cut it, and it was cut so round. Ningxu immediately thought of the ruby ring of the third-generation vampire. Anything that was hit by the light beam emitted from the ruby ring would be annihilated. It was most likely the third-generation vampire who came to save Mina. TSK, TSK, TSK. Didn't they say that they were on par with God? But now they ran away for the couple. He had snuck in to rescue Mina. Did he still have the personality of a third-generation vampire? The 13 blood mansions that all blood breeds feared? What was the relationship between this third-generation vampire and Fei Rue? Why did they help him so much? One had to know that the third-generation vampire worked together to kill the second-generation vampire. It was impossible to say that the vampires were kind. Dai Lin hurried over. Seeing the hole in the door, she was speechless. Since she ran away, she is no longer a vampire hunter. Ningxu said, then it's very likely that Mina will be embraced and become a vampire. Dai Lin sneered, so what if she becomes a vampire? I will still kill her. Ningxu sighed in his heart. Life was not meant to end here. The plot still went as it should. Although there were some deviations in the details, Mina still escaped before the vampires. Ningxu moved his neck. It seemed that the stronger she was, the better. The last time the vampires wreaked havoc in the manor, the vampire hunters had lost many blood hunters. Now that the vampire hunters were short of manpower, many newbies had started to take on missions. Even the leader of the vampire hunters, Dai Lin, had started to take on missions. If missions kept piling up, it would be a fatal blow to the reputation of the vampire hunters. Besides, time was life. If they were late, another life might be lost. Ningxu had wanted to cultivate peacefully, but Dai Lin had given her a mission to take on newbies. She was to teach them and act as their bodyguard. Ningxu had no choice but to follow these people to hunt vampires. Ningxu had thought that after losing so many elite vampires, the vampires would know their place. But he didn't expect them to be so active in private, and many tragic things had happened. Moreover, the number of missing persons had suddenly increased. Now that the vampire hunters were in a precarious situation, Dai Lin had personally told her that it was impossible for her to ignore it. Moreover, Ningxu had a premonition that the vampires wanted to start a second holy war and let the vampires become saints. The original owner had died early and was torn in half by Fei Rue. She didn't know what happened after that. Ningxu felt more and more that the plot was incomplete. It was not complete at all. Basically, it only gave the original owner her life experience and the general background of the world. Stingy. Ningxu carried the box out of the manor and saw two pairs of nervous partners. Obviously, they were nervous and excited for their first mission. This time, Tulu was with them. Ningxu saw Tulu and greeted him, I'll go with you this time. You have to make sure these four come back. Ningxu put the box in the trunk and said to the four nervous partners, get in. Yes. The four obedient newbies quickly got in. Ningxu sat in the front passenger seat and asked Tulu who was driving, where's Casey? He was bitten by a bat and can't go on missions for a long time. I told him not to waste his energy on women, but he didn't listen. Now he's bitten like that. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Look at how badly you've been bitten. Are you unable to have fun with women? That's not necessarily the case. It's the hand that's injured, and the hand is very important to a blood hunter. Ningxu nodded. That's right. It's not only important for blood hunters, but also for men. Tulu didn't know what to say, but he started the car and drove off. Ningxu said to the 4 obedient children sitting behind him, when you're doing a mission, you have to run if things go wrong. Especially when there's a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, don't fight force with force. If you're not the main character and don't have a golden finger to turn the tables, then don't take it head on. He was an unkillable cockroach. Even if his intestines were pierced through, he would still be alive and kicking. An ordinary person might just fall and die. People couldn't be compared to each other. Tulu, good baby, Tulu coughed. What Jasmine means is that we need to find the most effective way to do things. If retreating is also a strategy, then we need to retreat. Be subtle, Tulu whispered to Ningxu. She was asking him to be a deserter. Ningxu nodded. You can talk to them. Ningxu simply closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The fiery energy gathered around Ningxu's body, and the people sitting in the car felt as if they were sitting in a steamer, extremely hot. Tulu, in particular, was sweating like he had just been fished out of water next to Ningxu. Tulu had seen what Ningxu was capable of, and he certainly knew that it was because of Ningxu. Tulu nudged Ningxu. Take a break. It's so hot. Ningxu, fine, was it really that hot? Her body must have gotten used to it. Ningxu didn't absorb the yang energy in the world, but the meeker spiritual energy. It shouldn't be too hot to absorb spiritual energy, right? However, Ningxu was used to absorbing a lot of energy, and the tiniest bit of spiritual energy made Ningxu feel like he was constipated. However, the people in the car were much more comfortable. Ningxu gathered spiritual energy, and they felt indescribably comfortable. Ningxu had been cultivating along the way, and he would occasionally open his eyes to eat. What's our mission this time? Dahlin only asked her to follow the newcomers so that they wouldn't die on their first mission. It cost the organization a lot to train these people. It wasn't easy for an organization as large as theirs to make ends meet. Tulu tore into a piece of jerky and glanced at the 4 people. Almost all the people in the town have gone missing. 7 or 8 people go missing every day. I'm afraid that we'll run into the same situation as last time. What are the vampires up to? I suspect that another 3rd-generation vampire is about to awaken. A team was wiped out before, and their bodies are nowhere to be found. The undercurrents are surging. A great battle is inevitable. Our lives are in danger. Dulu sighed. Human lives are worthless in this chaotic world. The organization should cooperate with the government. This is a large-scale war, and vampire hunters alone won't be enough. Ningxu bit into the jerky. Your jerky tastes good. Where did you buy it? Ningxu chewed the jerky. The more she chewed, the more delicious it became. Tulu looked at Ningxu helplessly. Are we talking about jerky now? Then what do we do? Are we not going to eat it? We need to protect these eggs as much as we can. They'll be a part of the organization's strength in the future. Ningxu said. Tulu handed Ningxu a bottle of water. You have nothing to worry about with your strength. But for us, it's like ants in front of a flood. Not to mention ants, even humans would face the same situation when facing a flood. Ningxu hammered his chest. I'm even more worried than you are. But what can we do? We have to work hard to become stronger. On the other side, the 4 obedient children came over to ask questions. They asked about some of the problems they would encounter during the mission. Tulu answered them patiently. Sometimes, he would even test them. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the sky. He was thinking about Mina's current situation. Would he stay by Fei Rui's side like Skeleton? Would he stay by Fei Rui's side? Perhaps the next time they met, her and Mina's identities would be blood hunters and vampires. He wondered if the misunderstanding between Fei Rui and Mina had been resolved. In any case, true love could conquer everything. Hopefully, before the misunderstanding was resolved, the two of them could have a passionate love affair. Hate you for torturing you, love you for enduring torment. Ningxu felt his blood boil just thinking about it. But Fei Rui was only a skeleton right now. How could he have sex with Fei Rui? Even if Fei Rui had regrown his skin, he wouldn't be able to do it right away. Ningxu felt his train of thought strayed. Why was he thinking about the two of them having sex? The group of 6 set off for the mission location. Last time, it was a remote town. This time, it was actually a bustling city. The vampires were already so arrogant, they even dared to do this in the city. It was so blatant. It completely violated the previous rule of the vampires to avoid the world. As humans gradually dominated the world, the vampires, especially Cain's grandson, fell into a deep sleep in order to survive. Coupled with the medieval church's purge of heretics, the number of vampires was greatly reduced. Generally, they wouldn't commit crimes in densely populated areas. Such a large-scale case of missing people. Ningxu didn't need to think with his toes to think that it had something to do with the vampires. Ningxu suspected that the vampires wanted to awaken the 3rd-generation vampires. He really couldn't figure out why the vampires would do such a thing. If the 3rd-generation vampires were to intervene in the affairs of the current generation of blood breeds, they would never let it go. For these ancient vampires, the descendants of the blood breeds were all puppets. One word from them could turn the blood breeds upside down. It could be said that the 3rd-generation vampires were actually taboo for the blood breeds. Why would they wake up now? Not only were humans suffering, but even vampires could be unlucky. Of course, there were vampires who madly worshipped the 3rd-generation vampires. The 6 of them found a hotel to stay in. Ningxu stood by the window, holding his chin and thinking, where were the missing people taken to this time? Vampires slept in coffins. The last one was found in the church. What about this time? Could it be in a cemetery? Cemeteries were very suitable for creatures like vampires. Ningxu took a piece of paper and folded it into a paper crane. He cut his finger and drew a talisman on the paper crane. He didn't succeed after several attempts. The wound had clotted, and Ningxu had to squeeze the wound to squeeze the blood out. It was so torturous. The ground was littered with discarded paper cranes. Ningxu was going crazy. He finally succeeded. Ningxu placed the paper crane in his palm. The paper crane flapped its wings and flew out of the window. This talisman was very difficult. Ningxu almost exhausted all the energy in his dantian to give a dead object the ability to fly. It required a huge amount of energy. Ningxu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating. He set up a small yang congregating array. This paper crane could temporarily help to find people. As long as he knew the general direction, he could slowly search for it. Ningxu absorbed the fire yang energy. Fortunately, it was summer, and the sun in the sky was also energy. Ningxu felt that he had adapted to the heat. One day, he would be so awesome that he could embrace the sun. The next morning, the paper crane flew back and landed in Ningxu's palm. Ningxu put away the paper crane and said to Tulu and the 4 newbie eggs, the missing people should be in the graveyard. There are so many graveyards. Who knows where it is? Tulu asked. Ningxu said, we're definitely looking for the oldest tombs. I've already investigated it. I'll go now. They got into the car and headed to the cemetery in the city. Ningxu followed the paper crane's information and arrived at a relatively remote cemetery in the city. There weren't many people around this place. One had to know that the West was more eccentric. There were people living in a cemetery nearby. Unlike the eerie ones in the East, the West's tombs were mysterious, romantic, and beautiful. It wouldn't be strange at all if they came to a cemetery while walking. This cemetery was desolate and gloomy. There was the sound of strange birds chirping on the branches. The leaves were lush, and there was no telling where the birds were. It was quite scary. Ningxu stopped the car. It should be here. Tulu took out a scanner. A light appeared on the screen. It's really here. The 4 newbies were so nervous that they trembled. Their faces were flushed. Now, take out your weapons, Tulu said to them. The four of them hurriedly took out different weapons. Some of them were holding silver swords, some were holding crossbows, and some were holding holy water. Tulu didn't say anything. He just stared at the scanner. Finally, they stopped in front of a grave. The grave would have looked very strange if it weren't for the shabby cross. It didn't look like a cemetery at all. Tulu whispered to Ningxu, "It should be inside. There are no other vampires around here." Ningxu nodded and formed a hand seal to set up a yawn gathering formation. It would weaken the vampires who had just woken up. They didn't know if it was a vampire sleeping under the grave. If it wasn't, they would have dug the wrong grave. Ningxu smiled at the four newbies. "Let's dig." It was their first time on a mission, so they did as they were told. Even if they had any objections, they couldn't say anything. He took out the shovel from the box and began to dig the grave. Ningxu was making hand seals at the side. Tulu held silver arrowheads and a crossbow that was soaked in holy water. The four newbies dug a very deep grave. It took them a while to reach the coffin. There was also a nauseating smell of blood in the air. "I'll do it." Ningxu took the shovel and wiped off the dirt on the coffin. Beneath the coffin was a stone slab, an extremely flat slab. Ningxu pushed away the dirt and saw complicated patterns. It wasn't like the pentagrams from before. It was probably a third-generation vampire. Also, the coffin was very glamorous, with roses carved on it. Ningxu patted the dust off his hands and pushed the coffin open. The coffin was very heavy. Ningxu could only push it open slowly. After moving the coffin away, Ningxu covered her nose and looked into the coffin. A man was lying in the coffin. The man's hair was slicked back, and his hands were on his stomach. His skin was extremely pale, and there was a bright rose in the chest pocket of his glamorous suit. There was no telling what the rose was made of, but it didn't wither or wither. It was extremely bright, as if it had been poured with blood. The man suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. Ningxu said something that was hard to understand. "Ningxu, F***ck, I don't understand again." However, the vampire didn't care whether Ningxu could understand or not. He reached out his hand and tried to suck Ningxu's blood into the coffin. Ningxu hurriedly dodged and made hand seals, using talismans to suppress him. The vampire in the coffin couldn't move, but the spell only lasted for a moment before it was broken. At Yen% end. The vampire stared at Ningxu with his bloodshot eyes. Being stared at by him like this, Ningxu's body suddenly turned cold. It was as if an animal had met its natural enemy and was being targeted by something extremely dangerous. Ningxu quickly made a hand seal, and a talisman immobilized the vampire. "Give me the silver sword," Ningxu shouted. Tulu was the first to react. He picked up the silver sword and tossed it to Ningxu. Ningxu bit his finger and drew a spell on the silver sword. When the spell was broken, Ningxu stabbed the sword into the vampire's heart. The flames on the silver sword burned fiercely, and the face of the vampire who was stabbed in the heart was a bit hideous. Showing his sharp teeth, Ningxu roared, and the surrounding wind started to blow. Ningxu's face was wavy from the wind. The vampire's sharp claws grabbed Ningxu's hand, but Ningxu didn't let go. With the blood flowing out of his hand, Ningxu drew a talisman on the vampire's body. When the blood came into contact with the vampire's face, it made sizzling sounds. Yen% and asterisk. The vampire roared fiercely. Ningxu released a huge fire dragon. The fire dragon roared silently at the sky, and fiercely slammed into the coffin. With a loud bang, a huge wave of wind was created. Ningxu felt bitter. Damn, the vampire's vitality was really tenacious. If it was any other vampire, the silver sword would be able to deal with it, but it was already like this. This vampire still wasn't dead. I might have used a fake silver sword. And her body was already covered in wounds from the vampire's claws. The fire dragon hit the vampire in the coffin again and again. The surrounding 5 people looked at Ningxu, who was in the center of the hurricane, in fear. The huge impact made it impossible for them to do anything, and it was useless for them to go up. Tulu's face was ugly. These vampires were so powerful. If they all woke up, wouldn't the humans be finished? Ningxu held the silver sword tightly with one hand, and drew a talisman with the other, and froze the vampire in place. Then he drew another talisman on the silver sword, and the flames on the silver sword became more vigorous. The vampire roared fiercely, and said something that Ningxu couldn't understand. Ningxu's face was cold. He pulled out the silver sword, and then heavily stabbed it into the vampire's heart. Under the fire dragon's powerful yang energy, the vampire gradually turned into nothingness. The roar was full of unwillingness and anger. The silver sword was nailed to the coffin, and there was a bright rose. The rose was still fresh and tender even after being roasted by the fire Yangqi. Ningxu put the roses into his bosom and pulled out the silver sword with all his might. However, he had used too much strength. The silver sword had been inserted into the coffin, and he could not pull it out now. Ningxu was too lazy to pull it out. He said to the stunned people, "Give me a hand." Tulu pulled Ningxu out of the hole. The other four ran to pull out the silver sword. Silver sword was so powerful, but it had killed such a powerful vampire. Who knew how much it would be worth in the future? Ningxu sat on the ground. His hands and legs were trembling because he had used too much strength. It was soft and powerless. Fortunately, the vampires had just woken up. If they had waited any longer, they would not have been able to solve the problem. He was mentally exhausted. The four rookies worked together to pull out the silver sword, but no one dared to take it for themselves. Instead, they gave the silver sword to Ningxu. Ningxu handed it to Tulu. "I've drawn a charm on it. It's strong enough. Take it." Tulu did not refuse. "Thank you. If you need my help, I'll be sure to help." As soon as the matter was settled, a group of vampires arrived. Seeing that the grave had been dug up, and that the grave was empty, he immediately turned pale with fright. Ningxu leaned against the tree. She was physically and mentally exhausted. She was too lazy to move now. These were all ordinary vampires. Tulu and the others could take care of him. The vampires were clamoring for them to hand over the person in the coffin. They fought without saying a word. Ningxu drew a charm and destroyed some of the vampires. She then left the rest to Tulu and the others. The four rookies still needed training. The four newbies were flustered. The four of them couldn't even deal with one vampire. Ningxu paid attention to the situation. If anything went wrong, she would intervene. Ningxu rubbed her forehead. She was exhausted. Tulu was a seasoned veteran, and now he had a silver sword to draw talismans. Basically, he could stab a vampire in the heart, and then he would be finished off. It took a while for the vampires to be taken care of. The four rookies sat on the ground, their faces pale. Then, they threw up together. It was their first time killing a vampire, but they were still not used to it. After cremating the vampire's body, the 6 rookies returned to the hotel. Ningxu took out the rose she had hidden in her room. She sniffed it. It smelled like roses. There was a dewdrop on the bud. It was like a flower that had just been picked in the morning. What was this? It looked like the vampire had been sleeping for a long time. The rose had not withered or rotted. It was amazing. It had to be a treasure. Ningxu told 2333 to put it away. There was nothing wrong with collecting treasures. Ningxu asked 2333, "Do you know what this is?" "No. There are billions of worlds. There are too many treasures. I can't know them all," 2333 said. Ningxu did not say anything. Ever since he knew 2333 was a human, Ningxu did not have much hope for 2333. He thought 2333 was an AI system. It must have a database. It should know everything. Ningxu was more forgiving now that he knew it was a human. After all, humans were not perfect or omnipotent. They had flaws and weaknesses. Ningxu told 2333 to put the rose in the system space. Ningxu lay on the bed for a while. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Ningxu was anxious. It seemed that the third-generation vampires who were struck by God's flood were still alive. They were waking up one after another. If they woke up, the holy war would break out. Ningxu was almost certain that the person he killed in the graveyard was a third-generation vampire. If it was an ordinary vampire, it would not have been so powerful that it drained her of all her energy. Furthermore, they had the advantage of time and place, and had managed to kill the vampires with great difficulty. The West was a big place. He knew where the third-generation vampires were hibernating. Not every vampire was so unlucky. He wasn't so lucky every time he encountered a third-generation vampire when he was at his weakest. Xianxia set up a yawn gathering formation and began to cultivate through the night. He needed to become stronger. The next morning, Tulu came to tell Xianxia that he needed to go back to the organization immediately. The organization was short of manpower. If it was before, he could go out and rest after completing a mission. But now, he had to go back. Especially this mission, he had to report it. Tulu was driving the car. He was speechless. What kind of luck do we have? This is the second time we've run into this. Xianxia shrugged. I think all the vampire activity is because of the awakening of the third-generation vampires. Xianxia shrugged. If something happens, it's probably because of the awakening of the third-generation vampires. Tulu sighed. A storm is coming. Everything was going well, but it's going to fall into chaos again. As soon as Xianxia returned to the manor, someone called him to Dalan's room. Xianxia carried his toolbox and went to find Dalan. Walking into the room, Xianxia smelled a strong smell of blood and medicine. Xianxia saw Dalan lying on the bed, one of her arms gone. Xianxia hurriedly put down the toolbox and walked over to ask, "How did this happen?" Dalan's face was extremely pale and her lips were bloodless. Dalan said, "I was caught by a vampire." "Did a third-generation vampire wake up?" Xianxia asked. Otherwise, with Dalan's strength, ordinary vampires couldn't do anything to her. She was a light magician. The organization's holy water was the magic she released. Except for the third-generation vampires, Xianxia couldn't think of anyone who could hurt Dalan. Dalan hummed weakly. She had woken up and couldn't stop it. A holy war was inevitable. Use my name to send an email to the leaders of various countries. We still have to tell them about this matter and make preparations in advance, Dalan said. Xianxia nodded. Seeing a computer on the table, he turned it on. Dalan spoke, and Xianxia typed and sent the email. Xianxia looked at Dalan's arm. Losing an arm had a great impact on her strength. Xianxia held Dalan's hand, injected some spiritual energy into her body, and said, "Get well quickly. The vampire hunters need you." Dalan looked at Xianxia and said, "Take care of the vampire hunters while I'm recuperating." Xianxia hummed. Dalan closed her eyes to rest because of excessive blood loss. Xianxia stared at the wrapped arm. The whole arm had been dislocated and separated from the body. In addition, in the situation at the time, there was no way to treat it in time. How painful it was to have her arm torn off like this. Although she was doing this for the sake of the vampire hunters, she was also doing this for the sake of humanity. There was no right or wrong, just survival. Vampires believed that their race was superior and should enslave humans like food. Just like how humans enslaved livestock. If humans wanted to survive, they could only resist. It was just that during the resistance, countless people had been sacrificed. It was all about survival. Xianxia tucked Dalan in and went out with the computer and toolbox. After that, he announced that blood hunters should no longer take on missions alone. Since all the countries had received the news, they would definitely take measures to cooperate with each other. It was impossible to rely on vampire hunters. No matter how much money they paid the vampire hunters, if they couldn't stop them, they couldn't stop them. Xianxia returned to his room and turned on his computer. There were a lot of emails. Someone had replied to the emails that had been sent out previously. Many people complained that they had given the vampire hunters so much money, yet they were still unable to solve such a small problem. I doubt that there is any need for an organization like yours to exist. Xianxia was speechless. If you have the ability to fight vampires, then go catch vampires yourself. Why are you blabbering on and on here? Xianxia replied with 4 words, believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, he had already said it. The lives of blood hunters were also lives. He couldn't use the lives of blood hunters to pay for it. The army had advanced weapons and had an advantage against vampires. Xianxia took the opportunity to ask for some of the most recent advanced weapons. After much persuasion, he was finally given some. Blood hunters also had guns and ammunition, but against vampires, guns and ammunition were useless. They still had to rely on their attributes. Holy water was a spell that Dai Lin had released, which had the power to restrain vampires. Now that Dai Lin was injured, she couldn't release magic. Ningxu thought for a moment and issued a document for all the blood hunters to turn in their silver swords. She drew a charm. Silver could originally restrain vampires, but if a charm was added to it, under the enhancement of the power of the sun, the charm's lethality was even stronger. Soon, the people below collected all the silver swords. And it was done very quickly. Ningxu really didn't expect it to be so fast. So cooperative? Ningxu went to the Manners restaurant for dinner and met Tulu and Casey. Casey's arm was wrapped in gauze and hung in front of his chest. Everyone hopes to have a silver sword like me. When those 4 new recruits came back, they spread the news about you like it was a miracle. Tulu said to Ningxu with a smile. Ningxu, he had thought that the Blood Hunter organization was very efficient, but it turned out to be this. After eating 4 super big burgers and drinking a glass of milk, Ningxu was ready to go back and draw talismans. Pushing the door open, he saw the silver swords piled up half the room. He really brought this on himself. Ningxu took out a silver bowl, cut his hand, and squeezed blood into the bowl. Her blood contained the power of the sun, which was the last thing he could use to draw talismans. However, his body was full of yang energy. Ningxu was really afraid that his chest would become chest muscles, and he would grow a beard. Blood dripped into the silver bowl, billowing smoke. Ningxu, was her blood sulfuric acid? He was on the verge of bursting into flames. Ningxu grimaced and squeezed out half a bowl of blood. Then, Ningxu picked up the silver sword on the ground, dipped it in blood, and mobilized the energy in his body to draw talismans. Ningxu worked day and night. After staying up for a few nights, she finally finished drawing all the silver swords. At this moment, Ningxu had dark circles under his eyes, his hair was curly, and his face was pale. After finishing, he felt so weak, very weak. Ningxu made a call and asked someone to move these things away. During this period, she had bled several times. She thought that half a bowl would be enough, but it turned out that it wasn't. The person in charge who received the call immediately came. When he saw Ningxu, he greeted him and then immediately asked someone to move the things away. He said to Ningxu, "Thank you." Ningxu was expressionless. "Thank you." After finishing her work, Ningxu ate a bowl of pig blood noodles and fell into a deep sleep. She was going to die. Ningxu slept soundly in the house. The blood hunters who received the silver swords with talismans drawn by Ningxu carried the silver swords on their backs every day. They didn't let go even when they were eating or sleeping. It was as if having this thing gave them a sense of security. Ningxu slept for a day and a night. When she woke up, she hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Wasting time was wasting life. Even if Ningxu didn't go out, someone would deliver food to the door. And every time, it was 5 super big burgers and a big bottle of yogurt. Ningxu didn't stand on ceremony and ate it all, so that she didn't have to go to the restaurant. Either Tulu or Casey knew that she ate so much. While eating, Ningxu activated the GPS system to check where Fei Rue and Mina were. These 2 people were always a thorn in Ningxu's heart. Ningxu turned on the GPS system, but it couldn't be used. He had to pay 5 merit points. Ningxu was so angry that she almost stomped on the super burger. What the hell? 5 merit points for locating? It didn't cost merit points before? What do you mean, what do you mean? Ningxu roared. It was true that the sky had changed after one night of sleep. Since when did the GPS require merit points? Bullsh T2333 said, the GPS has restrictions. You've already used up all the free uses. If you use it again, you'll have to pay merit points. Ningxu, why not power of faith? The GPS can locate people. How can such a heaven-defying skill be used for free? It's the same with merit points or power of faith. Bullsh T, Ningxu felt like she had lived for a long time. Do I have to spend 5 merit points to locate them? 2333 asked. There's no point in being angry. The mainframe system is such a bullshit. Ningxu felt like she was very strong. She said firmly, no. Spending 5 merit points to locate Fei Rui and Mina, she was the one who had overestimated herself. They would definitely meet. After all, Fei Rui and Mina were both taken advantage of by her. They would definitely get back at her. Plus, their identities were on opposite sides. There would be many opportunities for them to meet in the future. Ningxu also suspected that Fei Rui wasn't dead. Don't ask why. Intuition. And according to the law of protagonists, how could Fei Rui die? Maybe a drop of blood could bring him back to life. Ningxu was full of resentment as she gnawed on her burger. Back then, she had spent 5 merit points to install the GPS. Now, she had to spend merit points. Merit points. She might not get 5 merit points in a world, but a GPS location cost 5 merit points. Why didn't she go to heaven? If it was 5 merit points, Ningxu wouldn't even blink. After eating her burger, Ningxu continued to cultivate. She had eaten so much, but all the energy was absorbed by her dantian. Ningxu looked at the lava-like energy in her dantian. There was a fire dragon swimming inside. Ningxu was very satisfied. She was getting more and more motivated. She sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. This world was too dangerous. Plus, Dai Lin was injured. She had to take care of the vampire hunters for now. She couldn't let anything happen to the vampire hunters. At least the original owner had a safe place to live. Even if there wasn't a place where one could live peacefully, as long as one had great strength, anywhere would be a place where one could live peacefully. Ningxu was in the middle of cultivating when an urgent alarm sounded in the manor. Ningxu quickly stopped cultivating and went to the square. There were many people in the square. The blood hunters were all looking at the vampires warily. Ningxu looked at the group of vampires who were dressed as if they were attending a funeral. They were too arrogant to barge into the manor in broad daylight. Ningxu looked at the leader of the vampires. He was wearing a gorgeous suit, and beside him stood a delicate girl. Seeing these two people, Ningxu's pupils shrank. F***ck, isn't this Fei Rui and Mina? Fei Rui wasn't just a skeleton anymore. He was as good as new. Ningxu wanted to kneel down and ask what the method was and how it was done. Mina's face was a little pale. Under the sunlight, she frowned and seemed a little uncomfortable. She was holding a lace umbrella. Based on these observations, Ningxu was sure that Mina had been embraced. Why didn't he see the scene of these two loving and killing each other? Sure enough, true love could overcome everything. Ningxu straightened his chest and slowly walked over. When the blood hunters saw Ningxu, they all breathed a sigh of relief and made way for Ningxu. Molly, you're here, Casey said to Ningxu, who was standing in front of the blood hunters. Mina might have been embraced. Ningxu nodded. They stood opposite a group of vampires. With Ningxu standing in front of them, the blood hunters present seemed to have a lot more confidence. Ningxu said to Tulu, go tell Dalin not to come over. I can handle this. Tulu nodded and immediately left. Mina, who was wearing beautiful gloves and holding an umbrella, stared at Ningxu. She stared straight at Ningxu. Seeing Ningxu's status among the blood hunters, she felt indignant and mocked. Molly, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Do the others know who you are? Stepping on other people's shoulders to climb up, despicable and shameless. Ningxu picked his ear. Whose shoulder did I step on? Didn't you just step on your partner's shoulder and betray him? Mina said angrily. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. He spread his hands and said, you've already done it and you won't let me talk about it. So what if I reported you? Your small shoulders can't support my feet at all. Stepping on your shoulders to climb up, you think too highly of yourself. Fei Rui sneered. You're still so annoying, sharp-tongued and ugly. Ningxu spread his hands. Fine, fine. You're the only one who's beautiful. Even your asshole has double eyelids. Fei Rui's face twisted in anger. He pointed at Ningxu. You. He couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. The blood hunters all sneered and chuckled. Vulgar and disgusting, Mina said with disdain. My words are just a little disgusting, but not as disgusting as your actions. You betrayed the organization, yet you still act like you're innocent and wronged, yet you still want to kill me. That's disgusting. Now that you're a vampire who can't see the light of day, you think the identity of a vampire suits you. Sleeping in a coffin and hiding in a dark corner. You want to raise morale by arguing? Bring it on. Mina looked at Xianxia with disdain. Her gaze was like that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you know how many humans want to become vampires? Do you know that they serve vampires for immortality and wealth? The blood hunters protect humans, but humans want to become vampires. Xianxia smiled, revealing his white teeth. Although I don't want to make myself sound so great, the purpose of our existence is to protect those ignorant humans who don't know the truth. To prevent them from being killed by vampires without knowing it. We protect these people, not those humans who worship vampires. With the awakening of the third generation of vampires, many people have died in ignorance. Vampires extract great power from blood. It's not that this world doesn't have evil and dark clouds, but that there are people blocking them. To be able to live in peace and stability, it depends on the dedication of some people. Country, soldiers, Xianxia straightened his chest. I'm proud of being a blood hunter. I'm proud of protecting humans. I'm proud of living a happy life. The blood hunters behind Xianxia also straightened their chests like Xianxia. Mina's face turned ugly. She said with disdain, no matter how nice your words sound, you're still a despicable and shameless person. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. Xianxia said indifferently, in my opinion, you're a selfish and heartless person. That's enough. Don't waste your breath. Today, we'll eliminate the blood hunters. Fei pushed Mina behind him. His bloodshot eyes stared sharply at Xianxia. Fei looked at Xianxia with eyes full of disgust. Xianxia had crippled Fei previously, and the only reason Fei was able to recover was because of his strong willpower. With the help of a third-generation vampire, Fei was able to recover to his peak condition. Moreover, Fei had profited from his misfortune and become much stronger. Fei immediately brought a large group of people to take revenge and wash away the humiliation. Fei had been beaten to such a state in front of so many people last time, and he had been reduced to a skeleton. This was even more embarrassing than taking off his clothes in front of everyone. In addition, Fei had been scolded by Xianxia previously, so he was even more furious. He was about to take action. Mina looked at Xianxia. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. The strength of the blood breeds is not something you can imagine. Mina had only understood the strength of the blood breeds during her time in the blood breeds. When she was a vampire hunter, her understanding of the blood breeds was only the tip of the iceberg. A true vampire was much stronger than what they appeared to be. Xianxia said indifferently, I've never doubted the strength of the blood breeds, but what does their strength have to do with me? You barged into the manor in broad daylight. Didn't you just come back to show off and show off? Mina, you're already a sinner of the vampire hunters. Now that you've become a vampire, your crime is clear. Do you think the blood breeds will tolerate you just because you betrayed the organization that raised you? Today, you fell in love with a vampire, so you betrayed the vampire hunters. If you fall in love with a human one day, will you disregard the rules of the vampire hunters again? Oh, I forgot. You've always been such a willful person. Xianxia's mouth was like a machine gun, talking non-stop. Mina looked at Fei carefully and said to Xianxia angrily, Molly, don't try to drive a wedge between us. The person I like is Fei. It's always been Fei. Xianxia did not believe her. You'll only love Fei for your entire life? Xianxia waved his hand. Don't joke around. Do you dare to swear that you'll only love Fei for the rest of your life? That you'll never get tired of him? You vampires have a long, long life. You have to look at the same face every day and spend a long, long time with each other, and there's no end to it. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel despair. New clothes look good and beautiful, but people don't like old clothes when they're old. Endless days, with one person, all love will be worn away by the passing of time. Come, tell me loudly. Shout to the sky that you'll always love Fei. You'll never tire. You'll make Fei Ruwei smile so adorably every day. Ningxu lifted her chin at Mina. Swear, you two are truly in love. Mina's mouth fell open. Fei Ruwei's face was extremely ugly. His face was already pale, but now it was ashen. His eyes were so red that they were dripping blood. What's the point of talking to her? Just kill her. Fei Ruwei waved his hand at the vampires behind him. Perhaps he was wary of Ningxu's talisman, but the arrogant Ningxu said, let's fight. He then turned to Mina and said, stand aside. Fei Ruwei, be careful, Mina said to Fei Ruwei with concern, but in her heart, she felt that Ningxu was no match for Fei Ruwei. Mina did not have a direct understanding of Ningxu's strength, even though Fei Ruwei had once said that Ningxu was strong. But Mina's impression of Ningxu was that of an ordinary blood hunter. He was just a little better than her at hunting. How could he be considered strong? In the previous battle, Mina had been knocked unconscious by Ningxu and tied up. Mina still hoped that Fei Ruwei would avenge her. Molly had mocked her time and time again, teasing her. Molly had betrayed her, sowed discord between her and Fei Ruwei, and stepped on her shoulders to get to where she was today. What a shameless B***tch. Fei Ruwei's expression was somewhat dignified. Even though he was much stronger than Jiqiang, he still did not dare to relax. Even if he could not deal with this woman today, he had to kill all the blood hunters, so that there would be no blood hunters left. The blood hunter organization would become history. The vampires brought by Fei Ruwei attacked the ordinary blood hunters. Sharp nails grew out of their fingers, and they were as hard as iron. The blood hunters raised their silver swords, not to be outdone, and met the vampires head-on. As long as the silver swords hit the vampires, they would be injured, causing the vampires' bodies to sizzle and emit white smoke. It would also cause the vampires great pain. Ningxu watched with a smile. Sure enough, the strength of the buff was not as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, it increased exponentially. Fei Ruwei frowned as he saw the elite vampires he brought being injured by ordinary humans. Would the result be the same this time? Fei Ruwei's mouth twitched as he raised his hand. On his finger, there was a ruby ring. The ruby ring shot out a beam of light towards a blood hunter. The blood hunter that was hit by the light was immediately extinguished, and even the silver swords in his hands disappeared. This time, it was Ningxu's turn to be ugly. Ningxu cast a spell and formed a huge talisman. When Fei Ruwei saw the talisman, he immediately used the ruby beam to illuminate it. Because the talisman was powerful, it was not extinguished immediately. However, its energy was getting thinner and thinner. In the end, it was still extinguished. Fearing that Ningxu would use another spell from the east, Fei Ruwei did not use the ruby ring to aim at the other blood hunters. Ningxu and Fei Ruwei maintained a strange peace as they watched the battle between the vampires and the blood hunters. Ningxu stared at the ring on Fei Ruwei's finger. Didn't this ring belong to the third-generation vampire? How did it end up in Fei Ruwei's hands? Could it be that the third-generation vampire lent it to him? Wasn't he afraid of not returning such a good item? Ningxu rubbed his chin. Could it be that Fei Ruwei was the illegitimate son of that vampire? Ningxu's eyes darted around. His gaze swept across Mina and Fei Ruwei's bodies, and a strange thought appeared in his mind. That was, Fei Ruwei had killed the third-generation vampire. Otherwise, how could Fei Ruwei recover so well? The blood of a third-generation vampire contained boundless energy. It could be described as God's blood. Previously, when Fei Ruwei was injured, it was the third-generation vampire who used his blood to keep him alive. Ningxu suspected that Fei Ruwei had sucked all of the third-generation vampire's blood, which was why he could recover in such a short period of time. Moreover, his aura was much stronger than before. Other than this explanation, Ningxu could not think of any other explanation. Ningxu felt that he might have guessed the truth. In fact, Fei Ruwei and Mina were the same type of people. They were both selfish people. On the surface, the two's great love touched the world. However, other than themselves and the other party, they would not care about anything else. They would never think that they were wrong. Ningxu's guess was basically the truth, but something complicated happened during this period of time. Under Fei Ruwei's pleas, the third-generation vampire secretly went to the blood hunters and rescued Mina, bringing her to the blood clan. When Mina was brought to the blood clan, she saw Fei Ruwei sleeping in a coffin. He was just a skeleton, and she cried her eyes out. Mina was not liked by women, but she was definitely liked by men. After a period of time, the third-generation vampire knelt before Mina's charm. So the third-generation vampire also fell in love with Mina. He confessed to Mina beside Feirue's coffin. Mina looked confused and innocent, and blabbered that the person she liked was Feirue. The third-generation vampire said that Feirue's injuries were too serious, and whether he could survive was a problem. The third-generation vampire wanted to give Mina the embrace. The person who was embraced by the third-generation vampire had a very high status. They were even nobler than some of the current princes and lords. But who was Mina? She was mighty and mighty. The one I love is Feirue. Feirue, who was lying in the coffin, was furious. You actually want my woman? Although I let you save her, it doesn't mean you can do that. So, Feirue caught the third-generation vampire by surprise and bit his neck. Gulp, 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 drink the blood of third-generation vampires. Don't ask why the third-generation vampire was so weak. In front of the protagonist, even a god would kneel down. Plus, Feirue was injured now. He had to find a suitable reason for Feirue to suck the third-generation vampire's blood. The third-generation vampire wanted to take advantage of him when he was seriously injured to cheat on him. No man could tolerate this kind of thing. Feirue directly sucked the third-generation vampire's blood dry, obtained the blood's power, and repaired his body. He snatched the ring of the third-generation vampire and annihilated the third-generation vampire. Not even a trace of him was left. After Feirue recovered, the first thing he did was to embrace Mina. He wanted Mina to become his prey and belong to him alone. Mina pitifully explained to Feirue what had happened. Feirue had forgiven Mina, but no one knew what he was thinking. Then, Feirue brought a bunch of vampires to take revenge. Feirue raised his hand towards Ningxu, and Ningxu shot out a beam of light from his ring. Ningxu quickly dodged. His body and soul would be destroyed. It was too terrifying. He didn't know what it was. With Feirue's trump card, Ningxu could only form hand seals to defend himself. However, the talisman couldn't last for long. Moreover, it would exhaust all of the energy in his body. If he really exhausted all of his energy, he would be like a fish on a chopping board. However, Feirue's ring made it impossible for Ningxu to get close to Feirue. It directly annihilated the person, turning him into something the size of a molecule. Even his soul no longer existed. He was deader than dead. That was too much. Mina was a little surprised that Ningxu could form such a powerful talisman. However, after seeing Ningxu being beaten up by Feirue, she couldn't help but be shocked. Feirue, on the other hand, was as still as a mountain, forcing her into such a sorry state. He only knew how to talk nonsense. He didn't have any skills. Mina couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh with a look of disdain. She thought that he was strong. Ningxu ignored Mina's disdain and laughed all she wanted. It would be best if she laughed until her teeth fell out. Damn, if he didn't have this ring, Ningxu would definitely fight it out with Feirue. Ningxu didn't dare to take the risk and use his body to defend against the ruby. So what if you have equipment, although I don't have, wait, Ningxu suddenly remembered that he had picked up a rose. That rose was very fresh. Ningxu dodged the beam of light from the ruby ring and said to 2333, hurry up and give me the rose. A rose appeared in Ningxu's hand behind his back. Ningxu clenched her fist and took out the roses. He didn't know what this rose could do, but it had to be a treasure to be able to stay so fresh for so long. Moreover, this rose belonged to the blood breeds. It might be able to counter Feirue's ring. He wanted to treat a dead horse as if it were still alive. Mina saw Ningxu take out a rose and couldn't help but laugh. Molly, why are you taking this out? Did some man give it to you? Who would like a woman like you? Ningxu glanced at Mina. You just have a man who likes you. What's there to be proud of? Other than being liked by men, what else do you have? You have a lot of things, but you don't even have a man's love. How sad. If no man loves you, no one will love you. Ningxu smiled and put the rose on the tip of her nose to smell it. I don't care if others love me or not. Can I force them to love me? Besides, I can do whatever I want. Why do I need others to love me? Ningxu had always felt that it was strange. Why did not being loved become a weakness for others to attack? Why did it become an extremely sad existence? You're loved, but I don't see you being so awesome. The value of your existence is to make others like you. The value of my existence is to make those who hate me feel helpless. I like it when you hate me, but you can't do anything to me. You're so sharp-tongued. I hate you so much, Mina said hatefully. Ningxu smiled. He liked Mina's current attitude very much. If you have the ability, come and hit me. Come on. If you don't have the ability to talk, then you can't win an argument. Mina looked down on Ningxu and took out a rose. Fei Rui's expression was a little hesitant as he stared at the rose in Ningxu's hand. It's from the Torito clan. Fei Rui stared at the rose, unable to move his eyes away. There were 13 blood clans, and each clan had a different emblem. The Torito clan's emblem was a rose, and they were called the Rose Clan. They were the most beautiful people in the Blood Clan, and they were gentlemen who sought beauty the most. But that was not important. What was important was that this rose was a treasure. Hand it over. It's from the Blood Clan. Fei Rui stretched out his hand. Ningxu was speechless. I'll give it to you just because you said so. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Who said it's from the Blood Clan? It's in my hands now, so it's mine. What proof do you have that it's yours? Be a little shameless. Ningxu did not expect Fei Rui to be so shameless as to ask for it. He was speechless. Fei Rui's face was cold. This belongs to the Blood Clan. It should be returned to the Blood Clan. Otherwise, I won't rest until I'm dead. Ningxu waved the rose. Then I won't rest until I'm dead. Shameless thing, everything is yours. Fei Rui's red eyes stared at the rose in Ningxu's hand. The roses looked even more vibrant under the sunlight, and the dew on the roses shone brightly. It was very beautiful. Even Mina fell in love with the rose. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. It was different from normal roses. It seemed to have a magical quality. Even Jasmine, who was holding the rose, looked much prettier. It was very charming. Mina bit her lip and said to Fei Rui, "This rose is so beautiful." Girls all liked beautiful things, especially those in fresh flowers. Fei Rui said, "This belongs to the blood race." Ningxu saw Fei Rui staring at her roses, his eyes filled with desire. It seemed that this was something good. Even Fei Rui wanted it so shamelessly. Ningxu breathed in the rose's fragrance exaggeratedly. It smells so good. Fei Rui frowned and raised his hand. Ningxu shot out a ray of annihilation light. Ningxu immediately dodged. Fei Rui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ningxu didn't know how to use the rose. Ningxu had been observing Fei Rui's expression the whole time. Could it be that this rose countered the one in Fei Rui's hand? Ningxu held the rose and channeled the qi in his energy center into the rose. The rose didn't react. Was it useless? Or did she not know how to use it? But looking at Fei Rui's expression, it should be something good. Otherwise, how could vampires, with their noble and arrogant personalities, be so shameless as to ask a lowly human for something? Ningxu channeled more qi into the rose. However, the color of the rose turned dark. It even started to rot. Ningxu was speechless. What was going on? Ningxu was dumbfounded. A drop of dark red blood slowly dripped out of the rose. The blood left the rose and the rose returned to its original color. It was full of vitality. What was this blood? Was it the blood of the previous owner of the rose? The vampire in the coffin, the drop of blood wanted to return to the rose, but it was evaporated by Ningxu's fire dragon. Ningxu held the rose and felt that this rose was even more beautiful than before. It was full of vitality. Fei Rui's face contorted in anger as he shot several annihilation rays at Ningxu. However, this annihilation beam disappeared before it even touched Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was going on? Ningxu looked at the rose in her hand and smiled. Although she didn't know what was going on, it was definitely related to the rose in her hand. The roses were actually able to resist the light of annihilation. In that case, Fei Rui's ring wouldn't have any advantage. Ningxu smelled the fragrance of the roses and said while standing on tiptoe, "Come on. This belongs to the Blood Clan. Hand it over." Fei Rui stared at Ningxu. "One last thing. Hand over the Blood Race's things. Otherwise, the Blood Race will invade. There will be no place for you blood hunters." Ningxu put the rose in her ear and said, "You're talking as if you're here as guests. Aren't you going to kill us now?" Ningxu sneered and looked at Fei Rui and Mina. Then, he glanced at the blood hunters and vampires who were fighting fiercely. "This is already the second time. No more than 3 times. This time, all of you will stay here. Do you really think that blood hunters are a place where you can come and go as you please?" A huge fire dragon appeared behind Ningxu. It roared towards the sky and rushed towards Fei Rui. Wherever the fire dragon went, the vampires who were hit by its sparks were burned to ashes. Fei Rui's pupils trembled. This fire dragon was even bigger than the last time. Fei Rui quickly shot an annihilation ray at the fire dragon. Ningxu injected some energy into the rose and the rose released an invisible barrier that dealt with the annihilation ray. The fire dragon rushed towards Fei Rui. Fei Rui's fingers grew sharp and he opened his mouth to reveal his fangs. With a roar, he cut the fire dragon in half. The fire dragon was just a body of energy. Even if it was cut in half, it wouldn't affect it much. Fei Rui's hand, on the other hand, had been charred black and was smoking. The fire dragon was the power of the sun and was specially used to counter vampires. Fei Rui would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought it head-on. Fei Rui cut his skin and a drop of blood floated in the air and landed on the fire dragon. The fire dragon's body immediately sizzled, as if water had been poured on a burning piece of wood. It made sizzling sounds and smoke rose from it. Ningxu didn't care. Let's play slowly. After all, the fire dragon's energy was gone. She could condense it again. Mina watched the battle in fear. She couldn't help but look at Ningxu with shock in her eyes. How did Jasmine become so powerful? Was this still the Jasmine she knew? Had Jasmine been hiding her strength all this time, and she had hidden it so deeply? How scheming. In the past, she pretended that she wasn't very powerful and then waited to amaze everyone. How despicable. Mina looked at Ningxu, who was leisurely playing with the roses, and felt as if there were countless ants gnawing at her heart. Ningxu turned his head and met Mina's eyes. He smiled at her. Mina saw the smile on Ningxu's face and couldn't help but shudder and retreat. She wanted to find a safe place, but she found that there was nowhere safe. The sun in the sky made her feel uncomfortable. In the past, she didn't think much of the sun. But after becoming a vampire, she couldn't even see the sun. Blood hunters and vampires were fighting all around her. If she wasn't careful, she would be affected. Only by Fei Rui's side would she be safe. But now, Fei Rui was fighting with the fire dragon and his hand was burned. Mina felt very insecure. Ningxu formed a seal and cast a body-securing talisman, locking Mina in place. Mina was suddenly immobilized and couldn't move. She was horrified. What's going on? Mina reflexively looked at Ningxu. Last time, she couldn't speak. This time, she couldn't move. It must be Jasmine's doing. Mina wanted to call for help from Fei Rui, but Ningxu immediately cast a silence talisman on her. Mina opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. She was so anxious that tears fell. She glared at Ningxu with hatred. This woman was too hateful. She kept teasing her. Facing Mina's gaze, Ningxu felt very happy. This hatred was because Mina was too weak. That was why she could be teased by him. Fei Rui, who liked her, couldn't even protect himself. So what if someone liked him? If he relied on others, he could only be caught in the dark. Ningxu floated in the air with a gorgeous rose clipped to her ear. Her fingers fluttered, and between the afterimages of her fingers, a huge talisman appeared. Ningxu's seal rose into the sky and turned into countless flames that struck the vampire's body. The vampire wailed and turned into dust, leaving behind empty clothes on the ground. Oh! The blood hunter shouted excitedly. They hugged each other to celebrate their victory and looked at Ningxu, who was floating in the air. Ningxu pretended to be serious on the surface, but she was feeling smug on the inside. Fortunately, she had learned these things before, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Sure enough, no matter what skill it would be used one day. It was very difficult to learn, but Ningxu didn't expect that one day, she would be able to fight so easily without risking her life. The things she learned were integrated into her bones and blood, becoming nourishment for her growth. Ningxu laughed out loud, revealing her snow-white teeth. Her fair face was accentuated by the beautiful roses beside her ears. She was dazzling and radiant. I'm happy to be alive. Mina stared at Ningxu in shock, her mouth slightly open. Was this Jasmine? Mina's throat felt sour. How could Jasmine be so radiant? Fei Rui, who was fighting the fire dragon, saw that the vampires he brought were all killed by a single talisman. Fei Rui had already discovered that the Blood Hunter's silver sword was very powerful. Once again, they were all wiped out. Fei Rui bit his cheeks as Ningxu shot a ray of annihilation at him. Ningxu stood still, and the ray of annihilation disappeared before it could even get close to Ningxu. Fei Rui was extremely angry and lost his composure. The fire dragon passed through his body and he groaned in pain. Although it was painful to suck the blood of a third-generation vampire, it didn't cause any substantial harm to Fei Rui. A huge fire dragon rose behind Ningxu's back. As long as she had enough energy in her dantian, she could create many fire dragons. The fire dragon flew towards Fei Rui. Fei Rui's face was ashen. It was very difficult to deal with a fire dragon. The fire dragon couldn't feel any pain, nor could it die. With Ningxu's control, Fei Rui was greatly restricted. As soon as he got close to the fire dragon, he felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the blood in his body was going to evaporate. Fei Rui's pupils constricted uncontrollably. Ningxu grinned. 2 dragons playing with a pearl was more fun. Mina's lips were trembling. The vampires that Fei Rui had brought with him had been destroyed in an instant. Fei Rui couldn't escape now. How could Jasmine be so strong? She was immobilized. She couldn't speak or move. The other party could do whatever they wanted with her. Ningxu looked at Mina, but when Mina met Ningxu's gaze, she immediately looked away. Mina felt that the other party's gaze was terrifying. It was clearly a teasing gaze, but Mina felt a chill run down her spine. His heart trembled. Ningxu arrived in front of Mina and beckoned to several Blood Hunter masters. The Blood Hunters immediately came over. Ningxu said, "Put her up. Last time, we didn't finish cutting her in half. This time, we'll finish it." Mina was so scared that her face turned ashen. Several Blood Hunter masters carried Mina's body and tied her to the rack. There were also Blood Hunter masters with huge saws. Mina was so scared that tears streamed down her face. In addition, Mina was now a vampire. The sunlight shining on her body made her feel very painful. It was as if she was being roasted over a fire. Especially since this manor was supported by the sun-gathering formation. For vampires, this was a dangerous place. Mina had just been embraced. She couldn't compare to those powerful vampires. Mina, who was tied up, was on the verge of death. "Begin," Ningxu said. Then, he released Mina's hoarse curse. Mina was so scared that she screamed and shouted at Fei Rui, "Save me, save me." Vampires had strong regenerative abilities. A human wouldn't die even if they were sawed from the lower body to the stomach. They wouldn't die in a short time, let alone a vampire. Mina was so scared that her mind went blank. The fear of death lingered in her heart, causing her to panic. Fei Rui saw that Mina was tied up and panicked. He wanted to rush over to save her, but he was stopped. "Scram, or we won't stop until we die," Fei Rui said angrily. Ningxu smiled and said, "Haven't we always been fighting until we die? I told you, Blood Hunter masters aren't for you to come and go as you please. Execute." 2 people stood in front of Mina with saws in their hands. They began to saw one after the other. Mina started crying loudly. She was in a very sorry state. "Fei Rui, save me, please save me." Mina shouted at Fei Rui. Fei Rui rushed over to Mina. Another fire dragon rose from Ningxu's back, causing Fei Rui's expression to turn extremely ugly. Another fire dragon joined the battle. Fei Rui couldn't rely on Mina at the moment. He was already panicking, let alone saving her. Mina ignored everything and shouted for Fei Rui to save her. She was in so much pain. The sharp teeth of the saw cut through her body. It was very painful, but her mind was very clear. Fei Rui took the risk and released a ray of annihilation in Mina's direction, intending to kill the blood hunter master with the saw. Ningxu took the rose clipped to his ear and threw it over. The two collided, causing the space to distort, forming a spatial vortex. Ningxu stretched out his hand, and the rose returned to his hand. Ningxu put the rose back to his ear and looked at Fei Rui. Fei Rui's body had been pierced by the fire dragon, and his aura was a little weak. Fei Rui was much stronger now. If it was in the past, he would have died long ago. Fei Rui gritted his teeth and wanted to leave. If he continued to drag things out here, he might very well be buried here. Mina looked up and saw that Fei Rui wanted to escape. Her expression was blank, and then she was in extreme pain. Fei Rui wanted to abandon her? Fei Rui, Fei Rui. Mina screamed at Fei Rui. Her voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, and she was in extreme pain. Fei Rui's expression was conflicted. He still had to deal with 3 fire dragons. Fei Rui cut his wrist, and drops of fresh blood flowed out, dripping onto the fire dragons. This caused the fire dragons' bodies to become lighter. Ningxu didn't care, and he formed a seal with both hands. Mina screamed at Fei Rui in extreme pain, "Kill me. I'm in so much pain. I don't want you to save me. Just kill me." Mina didn't want to fall into Ningxu's hands. Fei Rui saw Ningxu's fingers flying, and he sensed that he was in danger. But what about Mina? What should he do? Mina kept begging Fei Rui. Fei Rui raised his hand, and a ray of annihilation shot out from his ring. This ray of light was aimed at Mina. When Ningxu saw this, he almost failed to form the seal. Since it was aimed at Mina, he didn't need to use the rose. Mina also had an expression of shock, surprise, pain, and despair. Even though she said that she wanted Fei Rui to kill her, she didn't want to fall into the hands of a blood hunter and be tortured to death. However, she also wanted Fei Rui to save her. Mina was hit by the ray of annihilation, and she instantly turned into nothingness. For mobile users, please visit this site. Ningxu never thought that Fei Rui would kill Mina with his own hands. Moreover, both her body and soul had been destroyed. Was this what it meant to love someone and fulfill all of their requests, including killing them? EXE. Did Fei Rui not know that? Even Mina's soul had been destroyed, in other words, she didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. Ningxu didn't know what the light from the ruby ring was, but it could destroy a person's soul. Mina disappeared completely. Mina disappeared without leaving a speck of dust behind. Ningxu looked at Fei Rui in a daze. TSK, 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 he thought that Fei Rui would risk his life to save Mina, but he didn't expect him to kill her. Ningxu was speechless. Did Fei Rui really love Mina, or was it because Fei Rui was suspicious of Mina? Could it be that her plan to sow discord had worked? See, she didn't have the power to defeat her enemies. She might even die in the hands of someone close to her. Fei Rui's expression was pained as he prepared to escape. I already said that you have to stay here today. Ningxu formed a huge talisman and cast it on Fei Rui's body. Fei Rui's body became much weaker. He looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. Do you want to start a war with the Blood Clan? Ningxu shrugged. Who is it? Who is it that keeps barging into the vampire hunting grounds? Who is the one provoking them? Now that you're at a disadvantage, you're using the Blood Clan to threaten me. Is there such a good thing in the world? Ningxu cast a body-securing talisman and froze Fei Rui in place. Then, he held his silver sword and stabbed it towards Fei Rui's heart. At the same time, 3 fire dragons flew towards Fei Rui and pierced through his body. The 3 fire dragons pierced through Fei Rui's body repeatedly. Ningxu held his silver sword and stabbed it into Fei Rui's heart. It pierced through Fei Rui's body. Fei Rui roared and extended his sharp claws to pierce through Ningxu's body. Ningxu drew a body-securing talisman and froze Fei Rui in place. With his own blood, he drew a talisman on Fei Rui's forehead. Fei Rui grabbed Ningxu's wrist. The body-securing talisman had lost its effect. Fei Ruwei extended his hand and bared his sharp teeth, wanting to bite Ningxu. Ningxu had no misgivings. If you have the ability, then come and absorb it. Her blood is filled with the power of the fiery sun. If you have the ability, come and suck it. Ningxu slapped Fei Ruwei's forehead heavily, sending the talisman into his head. Fei was stunned for a moment. Ningxu pulled out the silver sword from Fei's chest and slashed at Fei's neck, cutting off Fei's head. Ningxu released all the energy in his dantian. The surging fiery sun energy burned Fei Ruwei's body. Fei Ruwei's body was filled with a large amount of third-generation vampire blood. Even after burning for a long time, it still couldn't evaporate. Ningxu caught the ruby ring and put it away. This thing was hers now. Clean it up, Ningxu said. Then, he stood guard over Fei Ruwei's body, waiting for the blood in Fei Ruwei's body to completely evaporate. He was afraid that Fei Ruwei would be reborn from a single drop of blood. Ningxu was really afraid that it would happen again. He was afraid that Fei Ruwei would come back to life again. Ningxu sat on the ground and studied the ruby ring. The ruby was very big. Its color wasn't bright red. Instead, it was dark red. It looked more like the color of coagulated blood. What was the light that shot out from it? Ah, I know what this is. 2333's voice suddenly sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu looked at the ring and asked, "What is it?" The gem in the ring should be a stone of the law of time. This light is a terrifying attack of time. The law of time is the most terrifying law. No one can stop the flow of time. No matter how powerful a person is or how glorious their deeds are, they will all disappear in the long river of time. This light attack can make a person experience tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years in an instant. Then, the person will vanish. Nothing can stop time. When Ningxu heard this, he was so scared that he almost threw the ring away. Think about it. How could a person or a table exist for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years? Anything that was hit by the light would be destroyed by time. Then, what about this red rose? Ningxu asked. 2333 said, there are always exceptions. This red rose should not be affected by the attack of time. Ningxu took the red rose off his ear and smelled it. Could it be that it would always be red, no matter what? It was a good thing. Ningxu said to 2333, put these two things away. He couldn't go back empty-handed. He had to put away all the good things. Ningxu moved his body and saw that the power of the sun was still burning Fei Ruwei's body. The third-generation vampire was really powerful. But such a powerful being was still sucked dry by Fei Ruwei. It was too illogical. Was this the protagonist's aura? Now that she had defeated Fei Ruwei, did it mean that she was stronger than the third-generation vampire? Ahahaha. Ningxu laughed so hard that he started coughing. He hammered his chest and waited for Fei Ruwei to turn into ashes. The blood of a vampire could make a mortal immortal. The blood of a powerful vampire could make a weak vampire strong and purify the blood in the body. This would lead to the development of a noble vampire. Tulu walked over and handed the phone to Ningxu. He said, "Boss called to ask about the situation." Ningxu said, "It's good. You can report it to Dai Lin. She's worried about you. She wants to hear your voice." Ningxu took the phone and told Dallin that everything was settled. The vampire hunter was fine for now. Dallin was injured and her voice was weak. She told Ningxu to be careful. Dallin hung up. Ningxu gave the phone to Tulu. Fei Rui's body couldn't be incinerated. Ningxu stood by the side and waited. She was getting impatient from waiting. Such a strong life force was beyond the reach of humans. Ningxu took out the ruby ring and used the time beam to destroy it. But she didn't know how to use the ruby ring. Ningxu didn't dare to use the ruby ring. If she accidentally hurt herself, she would disappear in the river of history. There was nothing to be afraid of. Ningxu carefully injected a bit of energy into the ring, just like when he used Red Rose. Ningxu pointed the ring at Fei Rui's corpse and chanted silently, "Shoot him to death, shoot him to death." The ruby ring didn't react. But in the next second, a time beam shot out. Fei Rui's body was annihilated in an instant, along with the powerful blood. Ning-Shu sucked in a deep breath. This thing was truly terrifying. The law of time stone. This was just a stone. If a person grasped the laws of time, they could stop time and make time flow rapidly. 10,000 years could pass in a blink of an eye. They could turn back time. Damn, it's so powerful. This was an invisible weapon that could kill people. Time, wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users please visit. This chapter is 1402. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. A wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. After dealing with Fei Rui, Ning-Shu's heart was finally relieved. In the original plot, Molly was torn in half by Fei Rui. Now that the person who killed Molly was dead, the danger was temporarily resolved. There might be other dangers in the future. However, no one's life was peaceful. In the original plot, the vampire hunters who were supposed to be eliminated were still alive. This could be considered an improvement. Ning-Shu went to the manor's library to look for information on the 13 families of the blood race. He got a rose and a ruby ring. Maybe the vampires from other clans had other treasures. However, according to the information Ning-Shu had gathered, not everyone had powerful treasures. Even if they didn't have powerful treasures, they had unique and powerful talents. Ning-Shu thought that he could obtain 13 treasures. That's right. If he really had so many treasures, he would be able to turn the world upside down. Ning-Shu comforted himself. It was good enough that he could obtain 2 treasures. The blood race had invaded the manor twice. He should at least repay them. After all, she came from a country of etiquette. She should at least repay them. Ning-Shu snuck to a place where the vampires were gathered. Then, he secretly set up a young gathering formation without anyone noticing. This was the magic of the East. It made use of the time, the place, the mountains, the rivers, and the stars to achieve its goal. This allowed the vampires to be roasted by the yang energy at every moment. They definitely wouldn't die, but it would make the vampires suffer a lot. Ning-Shu set up a yang gathering formation in a few places where the vampires were more concentrated. Then, he clapped his hands and returned to the manor. Ning-Shu took out a book, dipped a pen in ink, and wrote down the cultivation method of the peerless martial art. As for why he used a pen in Chinese, it was to create a sense of mystery. Which Eastern technique was written in English? It didn't look mysterious or ancient at all. After writing down the peerless martial art, Ning-Shu wrote a sentence at the back, saying that this secret manual would be handled by Molly. It was fine if she wanted to pass it to others, but she had to be careful. After that, Ning-Shu wrote and drew some charms. These charms were the ones she used most frequently against vampires. They were all talismans used to deal with otherworldly items and to restrain vampires. These things were all left for Jasmine. If Jasmine didn't have a deep impression of her when she returned, he could even learn from it. This was a dangerous world, and he needed to be strong enough to protect himself. As long as he had the strength, he would be able to protect his own life. If he relied on others to save him, others might not necessarily save him, and even if they did, they might not be able to save him. With strength came dignity. No matter when, the strong would always be respected. In this place, Ning-Shu did not find any yellow paper, but he did find some cinnabar. Therefore, Ning-Shu used realgar water, which was mixed with a bunch of ingredients, and soaked the paper in it. After soaking it, he would take it out to dry and cut it into pieces. It could also be considered yellow paper. Ning-Shu used cinnabar to draw talismans on it, and the effect was not bad. When he was out on a mission, he even used talismans to deal with vampires, and the effect was not bad. For ordinary blood hunters, these talismans were a great help. Ning-Shu first gave the talismans to Tulu and Kathy to see the effect. If they used them well, they would be as common as holy water. Holy water was useful for weak vampires, but for stronger ones like Fei Rui, it was not very effective. Moreover, the holy water in the organization was released by Dai Lin by exhausting the energy in her body. Therefore, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He wondered if the Eastern techniques would not be able to adapt to the Western world. If they could, it could be considered a powerful offensive method. There was no difference in power, but there was a difference in people's hearts. Fei Rui brought a group of vampires to attack the manor, but none of the vampires returned. Fei Rui lost 2 elite vampires in a row, and for a time, the vampire manor became an incomparably terrifying place. It was a forbidden area for vampires. When Ningxu heard these rumors, he was quite happy. At least there would not be waves of vampires coming to kill the vampire hunters. Ningxu would also go out on missions and walk around. Maybe he would encounter the world's origin. If he encountered a 3rd-generation vampire that was about to awaken, he would simply kill it. It felt like these 3rd-generation vampires did not awaken naturally, but were forcibly awakened by his descendants. His descendants captured people and gave him buckets after buckets of human blood. Ningxu's main goal was still the world's origin. He had not encountered the world's origin after running around everywhere. Was there no world's origin? Ningxu's heart ached. He really wanted to quickly build the world. He wanted to get rid of the sword hanging over his neck as soon as possible. Erasing at the slightest provocation was really scary. Moreover, erasing was not a joke to scare people. It was a real knife that saw blood. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind, mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? This was a world where vampires and humans existed side by side. They kept each other in check, and there was no end to killing vampires. Moreover, without vampires, there would naturally be no more vampire hunters. Because without vampires, there was no point in existing at all. She had already helped Jasmine change her fate. What came next was Jasmine's own business. Now Ningxu's status among the vampire hunters was quite high, almost the same as Dai Lin's. This status was obtained by Ningxu's efforts in turning the tide in 2 incidents. Therefore, respect came from powerful strength. Ningxu thought for a while and felt that he had done everything he could and should not have missed anything. Ningxu nodded, leave the mission world. He just felt a little sad. There was no world's origin. There was nothing. Ningxu felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ningxu sat on the sofa and saw the ruby ring and roses on the coffee table. Ningxu put the crimson roses in the vase. There were crystal-clear dewdrops on the rose petals, refracting beautiful light. There was a faint rose fragrance in the air. It was very fragrant and beautiful. He kept the ruby ring. Although these things could not be compared to the world's origin, they were still treasures. The world's origin was very rare and precious. Moreover, its function was to construct the world. However, those things possessed great destructive power. Especially this ruby ring, the attack of the law of time was too terrifying. How many powerful people were buried in history? Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to absorb the soul force to enrich his soul. After completing the cultivation, Ningxu looked at his soul. It had become a little stronger. He was wearing a white robe. The robe was fused with his soul. At least he had clothes to cover his body. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Ningxu kept feeling that his clothes were hospital clothes. Why did it have to be white? Ningxu felt that red clothes were very suitable for him. Haha, wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. This chapter is 1403, and the address is. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. The wonderful novel can be read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. Ningxu opened the status panel and looked at his harvest. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 points, 87 million soul, 350 life, 141 wisdom, 414 charm, 70 mental power, 310 faith, 29115 martial power, 442 qualifications, 189 merit, 14180 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, exceptional martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Reassurance Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Chinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Susu's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's blessing, lawful beauty, Chen Ning's blessing, transcending race communication, by San Yang's blessing, note, can only communicate within a certain range of wisdom, fulfill Jasmine's wish, live, do it again, must succeed in snitching, must not let the adulterous couple have an easy time. Mission completion rate, 100%, obtained 8 million points. Jasmine's blessing, blood clan's bane, can restrain evil things to a certain extent, such as ghosts, demons, vampires. Attribute, 0, faith, 3000, merit, 80. Ningxu applauded, this mission's harvest was really good. He even got an aura. Ningxu very happily distributed the attribute points. Name, Ningxu age, 27 points, 10,000 soul, 350 life, wisdom, charm, 70 mental power, faith, martial power, qualifications, merit, skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, exceptional martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor items, Calm Halo, Tranquilizer, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Blood Clan's Bane, Jasmine's Blessing, Cross-Race Communication, by San Yang's Blessing. Note, communication can only be achieved within a certain range of intelligence. Ningxu was just about to take a nap on the sofa when he heard the notification from the chat system. Ningxu lay on the sofa, crossed his legs, and opened the chat system. The chat interface popped up. It was Mei Ziqing. Ningxu sent a smiley face over. Mei Ziqing asked Ningxu if he was a super taskmaster now and wanted to team up with Ningxu to do missions. Ningxu said regretfully. She was still a high-level mission taker and hadn't even reached the points threshold. She was still a little short of 100 million points. Mei Ziqing could only find someone else. She had to find someone she was familiar with when looking for a partner. If it was someone she wasn't familiar with, if the mission was an enemy, she might not care about her partner's life and death for her own benefit. Mission takers were also human and had selfish motives. Mission takers also lived in the naked law of the jungle. The animal world told us that the slowest animals would be eaten. Everyone braced themselves and rushed forward in order to control their own destiny. After chatting with Mei Ziqing for a while, he closed the chat system. 2333 coughed and said, "Let me tell you some bad news." Ningxu was expressionless. "I don't want to hear it." "You have to hear it." "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen, I don't want to hear it." "Then tell me." 2333 crazy, when you become a super taskmaster, your points and attribute points will be reset to 0 and then calculated again. Ningxu was speechless. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it clearly," Ningxu said expressionlessly. Ningxu felt that every day was like a bolt from the blue. 2333's effect was to continuously attack her every day. After becoming a super taskmaster, all the calculations will be done according to the super taskmaster's method. After becoming a super taskmaster, you will barely be considered a beginner. Ningxu was speechless. Then the attribute points I spent so much effort to add will be reset to 0? Of course. The attribute points you added have already been used on your body. It's just expressed in numbers. Ningxu was speechless. You still don't understand? For example, when you eat something, it has already become nourishment for your body. The numbers are just a record of how much you eat. Ningxu raised her chin. Of course I understand. 2333. Why didn't you tell me that you understood? Let me explain it to you repeatedly. Ningxu, I'm happy to. Thinking that her points were about to be reset to 0, Ningxu opened the system's exchange store. She could exchange for some things, such as the marrow cleansing liquid. Things that cost hundreds of thousands of points, she would not even blink. Ahem, these points will be compressed into a point card. 10 million points for 1 point card. Ningxu was speechless. She really did not want to talk to 2333 at all. She spent money as if tomorrow was the end of the world, but in the end, she was told that her points would not be reset to 0. Didn't he just say that the data would be reset to 0? Idiot. Xianxia silently closed the system's exchange store. She was too lazy to sleep, so she prepared to wander around the virtual space. She wanted to eat something and see the many taskmasters there. She wanted to listen to some gossip or something. She wanted to understand the dynamics between the taskmasters, or if there was any big news. Xianxia stood in the passage to the virtual space. Her head was dizzy for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, she was already standing on a quaint bluestone. His ears were filled with clamorous noises. It was a bustling scene. Although it was very noisy, Xianxia's heart was very calm. Walking to a lively place, she did not feel so lonely. Especially when she saw so many colleagues, people like her, working hard to survive. They were the same as the rest of the world. Xianxia first went to the restaurant to eat something. She ate slowly and listened to the people at the table next to her. Basically, they were talking about the interesting things they encountered during the mission. Some people were constantly complaining. It was very interesting. Xianxia listened to the words of these mission enforcers and felt much better. She was not the only one who had encountered strange people and strange things. Everyone was the same. It was better to have fun together than alone. Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. This chapter is 1404, and the address is. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your QQ group and Weibo friends. Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. Sure enough, when she saw others as miserable as her, or even more miserable than her, she suddenly felt that the world was beautiful. Xianxia slowly finished her meal. She even packed some snacks and paid for them with points. While eating, she strolled around and looked at the things on the stalls. These things were obtained by the mission enforcers from the mission worlds. If she didn't need them, she would use them to exchange for merit or faith power, or exchange for things she needed. Xianxia thought about what she didn't need and put them on display to see if she could exchange them for the world's origin. However, Xianxia was just thinking about it. If the world's origin was really so easy to exchange, she wouldn't have gone to so many worlds without any gains. So far, there was only one world's origin. Xianxia couldn't imagine when she would be able to gather all of them. Xianxia felt that the things in her system space were all good things. For example, roses, ruby rings, and smart brain life. Xianxia couldn't bear to exchange these things. Xianxia looked at the things on the stalls to see if there was anything she needed. If she encountered something good, she could pay a price to get it. After all, there were many unheard of treasures in these countless plains. Xianxia's eyes widened as she looked at the stall. She saw a piece of jade on a messy stall. The quality of this jade wasn't good, and it was placed on a stall. Xianxia reached out to take the jade and pressed her other hand on the jade. Xianxia turned around and saw a face she hadn't seen for a long time. It had been a while since he appeared in front of her. Seeing Xianxia again, Xianxia's heart didn't waver. I saw it first. Xianxia made a grabbing motion with his hand and took the jade stone away. Xianxia retracted his hand, glanced at Xianxia's hand, and greeted Xianxia. Long time no see. Xianxia nodded. If this wasn't the virtual space, mission enforcers weren't allowed to fight. Xianxia wanted to beat him up, or even kill him. Xianxia reminded Xianxia of some very bad memories. If it weren't for this thing, she wouldn't have been killed once. How much is this? Xianxia's stall owner asked. When Xianxia asked, Xianxia was still standing at the side, as if he had no intention of leaving. Xianxia glanced at him. He was not afraid of him. After experiencing so many things, Xianxia was not frightened by him. When the stall owner saw that both Xianxia and Xianxia wanted this thing, he felt that it should be something good. However, no matter how hard he tried, even using the system to scan the jade, he still couldn't find out what was inside. Now that there were two people who wanted it, the stall owner wanted to maximize his profits. Cough, since both of you want it, then the highest bidder will get it. The stall owner didn't want to offend either side. Even if he sold it, they wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia. Sooner or later, he would get rid of this man. Anyway, the feud between the two of them was deep. Ningxu was a vengeful person, while Zhang Jiasen was a person with a dark mind. Damn, why didn't Zhang Jiasen get rid of the previous purge? Ningxu even hoped to meet him in the mission world. She could kill Zhang Jiasen. Ningxu looked at the stall owner. Even if you want to auction it, you have to give a base price. Do you want points, faith, or merit? The stall owner's eyes lit up. Faith power, right? 200 faith power. Ningxu put down the jade and said to Zhang Jiasen, I'll give it to you. I'll back out. Then I'll pass. I don't have that much faith to buy a piece of jade with poor quality. Zhang Jiasen glanced at Ningxu and said. The stall owner was speechless. Damn, what are these two doing? They were about to fight over it, and now they don't want it? Are they messing with me? Ningxu looked at the jade with disdain. I just want to pick up a bargain, but it costs 200 faith points. Do you think yours is worth 200? The stall owner said, this is a priceless treasure. Ningxu spread his hands. As long as you're happy. Zhang Jiasen smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. The stall owner probed, 500 faith points? 5. The stall owner was speechless. The stall owner looked at Ningxu, and Ningxu was very respectful. Yes. The stall owner looked at Zhang Jiasen, and Zhang Jiasen shook his head. I give up. The stall owner was speechless. Damn, I feel like I've been played. I'm the highest bidder. Give it to me. Ningxu immediately picked up the jade. I don't know how long you've been selling this thing. At least you have some now. Ningxu gave some to the stall owner and asked 2333 to put it away. He kept it in the system space and waited for Zhang Jiasen to snatch it. 2333 asked. Why did you buy a piece of trash? I feel like this is a treasure. Your feeling is wrong. After Ningxu got what she wanted, she turned around and left. Zhang Jiasen walked beside Ningxu. I helped you get it at a low price. Shouldn't you thank me? Ningxu turned to look at him with his hands behind his back. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have spent so much. The stall owner asked for 200 faith points. Ningxu knew that Zhang Jiasen was deliberately playing dumb. She didn't believe that Zhang Jiasen didn't know what the stall owner was thinking. Ningxu was too lazy to talk to Zhang Jiasen. He directly said to 2333 in his mind, return to the system space. Ningxu disappeared in an instant. Zhang Jiasen's face was gloomy. Ningxu returned to the system space and looked at the jade that he spent some faith points to exchange for. This jade was irregular in shape and was the size of a palm. Can you tell what kind of treasure this is? 2333 asked. Ningxu looked at the jade. Feeling, intuition, a woman's sense of place. Could it be that Zhang Jiasen also has a woman's sense of place? He's just here to cause trouble. He's not here to buy anything at all. He's just deliberately looking for trouble. Ningxu studied it for a long time. He used fire to roast it, but it was useless. It couldn't be broken or flattened. He used spiritual power to invade it, but the result was that he couldn't invade it at all. He didn't know what was inside. Ningxu gave up on studying it and put it on the bookshelf. It really made him unhappy. He didn't meet Zhang Jiasen before. This time, he met him. Enemies would meet. He really wanted to get rid of Zhang Jiasen. She met Zhang Jiasen not long after she became a mission enforcer. If it was now, Ningxu would definitely make her soul scatter and not give her a chance to become a mission enforcer. Now, it was like a fishbone in his throat. Although he counterattacked for meow meow meow, he caused trouble for himself. No, there was more than one trouble. Damn it, why were these girls' husbands always abnormal? Of course, if the husband and wife were harmonious and lucky, they wouldn't give up their soul power. It wouldn't be her turn to counterattack. Happiness was always similar. Misfortune was also F*** similar. They all died in the hands of their husbands. Ningxu took out a book from the bookshelf and began to read. Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit the latest chapter of the canon Fodder female supporting characters counterattack. This chapter is 1405. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your QQ group and Weibo friends. Ningxu read the book, smelled the rose fragrance, and drank the spirit tea. This kind of life was really comfortable. Ningxu finished reading the book and then put it on the bookshelf. He opened the systems exchange store and exchanged some fasting pills, water, and some basic medicine. He was afraid that he would enter some dangerous place when he entered the mission. He didn't even have food to eat, and it was even a place where he couldn't cultivate. However, now that Ningxu could absorb the power of the fire sun, even if there was no spirit energy, he could still cultivate. But it was better to be prepared. After doing this, Ningxu said, "Let's go do the mission." Okay. Ningxu took a deep breath. With the strengthening of his soul, Ningxu didn't feel so dizzy when he entered the mission world. He could clearly feel that he had fused with a body. After the body fused, Ningxu felt that he was swaying. He opened his eyes and was surprised to see that he was actually locked in an iron cage. The iron cage was driven, and there were two people carrying the iron cage. In addition to the two people carrying the cage, there was another person beside them. Seeing that Ningxu had woken up, he just glanced at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a product, without any emotion. Ningxu felt a little bad. He didn't know where he was going to carry her. Why was her landing time getting more and more strange? What was her identity now, and why was she locked in a cage? The cage swayed, and Ningxu grabbed the cage. This cage was made of fine iron. It was very hard, and it was cold to the touch, and it was locked by a very large lock. Ningxu tried to open the cage, but with the strength of this weak body, he definitely couldn't open it. And this cage wasn't big, she could only sit and couldn't stand up. She couldn't be a slave, right? In short, Ningxu felt very bad. Now she couldn't receive the plot. If the plot was interrupted, he might not be able to receive the complete plot. Originally, the plot of each world was very simple, just a simple and rough plot. The specific details of the plot were not at all. The cage swayed. Ningxu touched his chest. It was a girl. Looking at the clothes on his body, the texture of the clothes was very rough. Moreover, the style, it was impossible to tell what style it was. It was like a sack over his body. Ningxu was carried to a door. There were words written on the door, but Ningxu did not recognize them. Someone knocked on the door and said, "Sir, your auction item has arrived." A faint male voice came from behind the door. "Come in." Then, Ningxu was carried in. Ningxu was carried into the private room and saw a man sitting inside. This man was wearing luxurious clothes. Even the buttons were jeweled. "Get out," Alan said indifferently. The cage was placed on the ground, and the three of them went out. He even closed the door behind him. As soon as Ningxu entered the house, he felt a wave of heat and the smell of charcoal. He saw that there was a burning charcoal in the corner, and there was a branding iron on the charcoal. Ningxu had a bad premonition. He didn't expect to enter the mission at such an awkward time. He didn't even have time to accept the plot. Alan looked up and down at Ningxu and said, "What skills do you have? What world did you stay in before?" Ningxu didn't understand. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with asterisk asterisk asterisk. She was really a slave, and it seemed like she had just made a deal. What kind of world was this? Alan had a big sword on his back, and Alan looked a little Western. He looked like a knight. This world seemed to be a more magical world. F***ck. The Honorable Mr. Allen asked you what you know and what skills you have. Since you are from another world, you must know something. Alan's servant, Ningxu, asked. Ningxu was still calm. At least let me accept the plot first. Seeing that the two of them were looking at her with unfriendly eyes, Ningxu waved his hands and mumbled nonsense. He temporarily fooled the two of them. He had to figure out the current situation. In the previous world, he had killed many people. Now, he was a slave in a cage. The difference was really too big. Ningxu seized the time and started to use the peerless martial arts in his body. The spiritual energy in this world was very abundant. Ningxu didn't only absorb the power of the sun and spiritual energy. He sucked all of it into his body. In this situation, he had to have the ability to protect himself. How did he end up as a slave? Sir, there is a language barrier. Do you want to engrave the slave brand first? The servant asked Alan. Alan touched his chin and nodded. Then let's brand it. The servant immediately smiled and nodded. Ningxu saw the two of them talking. Although she didn't know what they were talking about, she obviously felt that something was wrong. Especially when the servant looked at her with a cruel look in his eyes. F***ck, do you want to rape me? Ningxu said, come on, come and have fun. Anyway, you won't live past tomorrow. The servant poked at the charcoal fire in the corner, and the iron plate in front of the iron rod was burned red. Ningxu's pupils constricted. Was he going to press the red-hot iron plate on her body? The servant walked over with the soldering iron, Ningxu. Extending the soldering iron towards the cage, Ningxu avoided the red-hot soldering iron. The soldering iron seemed to be engraved with a sword. Ningxu understood that if she engraved this brand, she would be the knight's slave. Ningxu didn't care about an engraving at all. A person's ownership wasn't something that could be decided by a brand. As long as he was strong, this kind of shameful brand could become a kind of glory. However, the bright red soldering iron was pressed against his skin. His skin and flesh sizzled and emitted white smoke. There was also the smell of burnt skin and flesh. It was a devastating destruction to the skin tissue. If one didn't pay attention, they would die from a serious infection. Since they were slaves, how many people cared about death? Ningxu avoided the soldering iron in the narrow cage. The servant's expression became very unsightly, afraid that his master would dislike him for his incompetence. What an untactful slave. Ningxu nimbly dodged the soldering iron in the narrow cage, making the servant very impatient. Seeing that his master was looking over, the servant was afraid of being blamed for his incompetence. He directly reached into the cage, wanting to grab Ningxu and prevent her from hiding everywhere. Ningxu looked at the servant's hand reaching out to her. She grabbed the servant's arm first and twisted it heavily. In an instant, the servant's arm cracked, and his arm was removed, hanging down softly. The servant couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, causing Ellen, who had been watching the show, to sink his face. Ningxu didn't stop there. She simply snatched the soldering iron from the servant's hand and used it as a self-defense weapon. Ellen stood up and clapped his hands. Not bad, very courageous. Ningxu, speak human language, you think you're very handsome, haha. Ningxu thought he was an idiot. You don't seem to have the consciousness of being a slave. No matter where you used to live, when you come here and occupy a body that doesn't belong to you, you are a slave. Alan looked down at Ningxu in the cage. Ningxu, speak human language. Alan smiled. Oh, I forgot that you can't understand me. Alan rang the bell in the box, and soon someone knocked on the door. Ningxu stared at the door, holding the soldering iron in her hand. The soldering iron was not so red, but with a weapon in her hand, the lethality was always greater. Her strength was not enough to open the iron cage, but no one could hurt her. The door opened, and a few burly men came in. They were bare-chested, with bulging muscles and bald heads. Alan snapped his fingers. Move her to the carriage. This little thing is disobedient. You need to train her well. The burly men immediately walked towards Ningxu. Ningxu held the soldering iron tightly and looked at them calmly. In the end, it was the burly men who lifted the cage. Ningxu didn't attack them. As long as there was no threat to her life, Ningxu's first task was to accept the plot. Alan, with a huge sword on his back, was the first to enter the box. The cage was carried out of the room. At the entrance of the auction house, there was a black horse-like animal. But it was dark all over and looked like a magical beast. Ningxu was put on the carriage. Alan turned over and mounted the horse. Ningxu squatted in the cage and looked at the surrounding buildings. Ningxu felt as if she had entered a fairy tale world. There were gorgeous buildings and handsome knights. However, she had become a slave to be branded. Ningxu grabbed the soldering iron and accepted the plot as fast as she could. At the same time, she was cultivating. This was a magical world. The races in this world were very complicated. There were humans, beautiful and elegant elves, and powerful and evil dragons. There were dwarves who were good at forging, mermaids who were enchanted by dreams, orc empires made up of many races, and countless magical beasts. This world was incomparably vast, and the number of living creatures was incomparably rich, forming a fascinating and dangerous world. However, this world was very complicated. Because of its special location, there were as many transmigrators as dogs. If one were to say that the Qing dynasty had been penetrated like a sieve, then each and every girl would run towards the cold-faced King Xianxia. He wanted to use love to teach the cold-faced king to be gentle. He swore to melt the iceberg that was the cold-faced king with his love and his uniqueness. Then this world would be transmigrated into a sky full of stars. Transmigrators had a sense of superiority, and the natives were not stupid. This world had a perfect system to identify transmigrators. For example, a person who was already confirmed to be dead suddenly came back to life. Moreover, when he woke up, he was like an idiot. He was most likely someone from another world. Otherwise, their personality would change completely after a night's sleep. He was different from the original person, doing some strange actions and saying some strange words. She had thought that she was cute, but she had probably changed her core. In any case, there were many ways. Especially those who lied about having amnesia. Actually, it was not a big deal to be recognized as a transmigrator. The scary thing was, the natives of this world discovered it. These transmigrators more or less had abilities that were easier to find than ordinary people. For example, what treasures they had on them, or what talent they had, such as X-ray vision. In short, the transmigrators had cheated and were discovered by the natives. Many transmigrators became slaves the moment they arrived. That was because no one treated these people from another world as their family anymore. Especially when they were sold at the auction house, it was equivalent to a windfall. They would not treat you as family just because they occupied your body. These transmigrators were treated as slaves in their ignorance. Some men had transmigrated and had not had the time to develop their ambitions, establish great achievements, and have endless beauties in their harem. They had not slept with the elf queen, the beautiful mermaid, or the princess. Any beautiful and pure woman would submit to them. They had not even woken up from their dreams before they were sold as slaves. Girls had transmigrated and had not had the time to meet beautiful men. They had met many beautiful men and fell in love with many beautiful men. They had been sold and branded with the mark of a slave. It was fine if the master was a beautiful man. As long as he was a beautiful man, he could fall in love. She was only afraid that the master was a perverted man with fat intestines. The people of this world had a consensus. These people from another world were all lowly and dirty. They deprived others of their bodies and lives. And if they were not careful, they might be transmigrated. As long as they were transmigrators, the transmigrator slaves would be sought after. The heavens would give these transmigrators special abilities. Let these people's abilities serve them. The original owner was called Wu Xiaolan. As for what her name was after transmigrating, she did not know. She was sold by someone. After transmigrating, this girl was sold to Alan. Alan was the man riding in front of her. This Alan was talented and became a doqi expert at a young age. Wu Xiaolan was sold in ignorance and was branded with the Alan family emblem. From then on, Wu Xiaolan became Alan's slave. He was a handsome man after all. Wu Xiaolan was an ordinary woman. After transmigrating, she was still an ordinary woman. Before she had the time to feel it, the pleasure of becoming a heartthrob in another world was sold. Besides, there were so many transmigrators in this world. Even if they wanted to cheat, they might not be able to do it. Alan bought Wu Xiaolan because he wanted to know what skills she had. And the nobles would compete with each other for slaves from another world. Especially the transmigrators with special abilities, they would make the owner proud and ready to save face. And the auction house and slave shop, when you buy a slave from another world, would not tell you what the slave would do. It was the same as gambling on treasures and stone gambling. The superiority of the transmigrators would of course not give in like this. But the natives of this world could discover the existence of such a group of people. How could they be bitten back? Once they found any signs, they would be executed on the spot. After all, in the eyes of the natives, these people were already dead. Of course, there was no lack of powerful transmigrators who jumped out of this swamp. More people were slaves for life. And the transmigrators who had no value were directly killed. Don't think that the people of this world were weak. Mages, dochi, wizards. There were too many powerful people. Even if you were strong, there would be a powerful force controlling you. In short, the transmigrators of the previous world were unique and had a sense of superiority. Then in this world, the status of the transmigrators was the same as the status of pigs, cows, and sheep. The owner could buy and sell at will and had no right to speak at all. If you opposed, the owner's dignity could not be challenged. That was to die. If you don't want to die, you can only keep silent. The lowest-ranking transmigrator alliance in history was one of them. Wu Xiaolan became Alan's slave. Wu Xiaolan looked at Alan's handsome face, but his body was full of muscles. Carrying a big sword was so handsome that she temporarily accepted the fact that she was a slave. But Alan knew that Wu Xiaolan had no cheat at all. There was no trace of anger on his face. Then he gave her to his servant. Wu Xiaolan thought that she could have some development with Alan. Even if she was a slave, as long as Alan liked her and doted on her, the identity of a slave was not a problem at all. The result was really a godly development. Wu Xiaolan was dumbfounded. She was given to a servant, and she was a woman. The outcome was self-evident. When he was tired of playing, he was sold again. Alan didn't even bother to have a relationship with Wu Xiaolan. Instead, he gave her to a servant. Maybe Wu Xiaolan and Alan had sex, and things wouldn't be like this. Wu Xiaolan only needed to serve Alan, and she didn't need to be sold by many people. Wu Xiaolan couldn't stand such a cruel world and committed suicide. She committed suicide with a strong resentment. Wu Xiaolan's counterattack wish was to live with dignity, and take revenge on those who had hurt her. The longing for love was directly shattered by reality. Alan was cold and cruel and wouldn't treat her differently. Even the servants who had a relationship with her treated her as a tool to vent their desires. He pulled up his pants and left. Ningshu accepted the plot and curled his lips. If Wu Xiaolan really did that with Alan and became his canary, she wouldn't be able to counterattack. After experiencing these things, she knew that dignity was precious. People didn't treat her as a human being at all, as an equal. She was still looking forward to love. Ningshu found that no matter what world, most women were kept in captivity. That was a kind enclosure. When you were a child, your mother put on a beautiful gauze dress and leather shoes for you and praised you like a little princess. Then she told you that girls shouldn't run around and don't get themselves dirty. Don't speak loudly. Gentleness, beauty, and elegance were the lifelong cultivation of a girl. In the university, both male and female professors were very friendly to you, but the ones who came to you for personal work or to discuss profound questions were the guys. Girls, after all, should have bright eyes and beautiful smiles. Don't waste your youth on these boring and not beautiful things. In the company, the considerate boss will tell you that this project requires you to work overtime and go on business trips. Girls should get more beauty sleep. I'll get little Zhang to do such tiring work. Little Zhang, he's a guy who needs your help to make a PowerPoint presentation and can't even speak properly. However, he was a man. Later on, little Zhang finished the project and got promoted. You continued to do your daily chores with your noble reputation. After giving birth to the child, her husband was very considerate. He told her that he would take care of her, and she could just stay at home and take care of the child. Aya, you've been so touched that you've gone silly. You've worked so hard to be a housewife that you haven't noticed that you haven't read for several years. Slowly, you become a quiet, virtuous woman, with little interest in career, ideas, or hobbies. Your interest lies in how to raise children. If you still have the energy to spare, you should look after your husband. There was an experiment in psychology called tying an elephant with a small rope. A small elephant that was tied by a rope could not break free no matter how hard it tried. When it grew into a huge monster, the rope was a complete joke compared to its body. However, it would not try to break free again. Because it had already accepted the firm belief that ropes cannot be broken free. This was habitual helplessness. Most of the traditional methods of nurturing girls were actually a kind of benign sexist captivity. They used gentler care than ropes. They silently nourished women's helplessness and let women accept their magnified weakness. These concepts came from society, the concept of family, and were rooted in women's hearts. Even women accept themselves. Compared to men, you're not smart, weak, and your value needs to be attached to others. I'm a woman, so I need to rely on men. I'm weak, so I need comfort and meticulous care. I'm afraid of being lonely, so I need someone to accompany me. Don't study such difficult subjects, such as science and engineering. Don't work hard. Ambition is not suitable for girls. Selling oneself at the most valuable time of one's youth would be the greatest success. As for women, they just have to get married. No man would treat women as opponents and partners worthy of respect. There were still some women whose criteria for choosing a spouse was to unilaterally accept meticulous doting. At first, there were men who could temporarily meet this condition, but later on, they would inevitably be disappointed. Why aren't you as good to me as before? You don't love me anymore. Women who had not learned to survive independently and were even willing to be kept in captivity would be ruthlessly eaten if they were suddenly pushed back into the forest. Ningxu felt that Wu Xiaolan was a captive animal that had been pushed into the cruel forest. Helpless, afraid, unable to adapt to this world, even with the halo of a transmigrator. It was still useless. It did not become brilliant because it was in a different world. This world was so cruel and cold. Ningxu glanced at Ellen, who was riding on a horse in front of him. His back was straight, and his back was incomparably handsome. Ningxu rolled his eyes and pondered as he cultivated. He felt that even if he completed the mission in this world would not be repaired. The loopholes were like the stars in the sky because there were too many transmigrators. Even if it was repaired, it could not be repaired. It was completely a drop in the bucket. She could patch up a loophole, but there were still so many loopholes. Because there were too many loopholes. So many transmigrators were hurting the laws of this world again and again. Forget it, his mission must be completed, and it was done very well. Moreover, this world was so big, maybe there was the origin of the world. Ningxu crazily absorbed spiritual energy, and his dantian was throbbing. However, the current situation was very unfavorable to her. She would slowly nourish her dantian in the future. Ningxu was cultivating, and many people on the street were looking at her. They even pointed at her and gossiped. Ningxu turned a deaf ear, holding the not-too-hot soldering iron in his hand. Even if it was not hot, it was still a weapon. The servant who was walking beside the carriage's cage stared at Ningxu with a dark gaze. One of his arms was hanging limply by his side. Ningxu glanced at him and retracted his gaze. In the plot, Ellen gave Wu Xiaolan to this servant. He shared Wu Xiaolan with many people, and then sold Wu Xiaolan. During the whole process, Wu Xiaolan had no strength to resist. If these people were said to be rotten to the core, then Wu Xiaolan was weak and powerless. After all, Wu Xiaolan's status was even lower than that of a servant, just like cattle and sheep. It was incomparably painful to be trampled on by others. Soon, the team stopped in front of a house. Ningxu was carried in. In the hall, Ellen, who was carrying a giant sword, looked at Ningxu. It's really annoying not to understand. Just kill him, he said with some distress. As Alan spoke, he raised his hand and touched the hilt of the sword on his back, as if he wanted to slash Ningxu with a sword. Ningxu, sure enough, he was ruthless. Ningxu said, "Let me out first, and I'll tell you." Alan heard Ningxu speak and simply pulled out his giant sword. The Grandmaster Craftsman was covered with battle chi, and Alan's eyes were eager to try, as if he wanted to cut Ningxu. Ningxu, normal, since you can understand, why did you pretend to be deaf and dumb before? Alan asked Ningxu. Ningxu said, "I'm so scared that I don't dare to say it." Alan stared at Ningxu. "You don't look like you're afraid." "Sir, this slave challenged your dignity. You can't let her go easily." The servant, whose arms were as soft as noodles, said viciously. Alan's expression was indifferent. Ningxu asked, "Do you have any skills?" Ningxu nodded. "I will." Alan took 2 steps towards Ningxu, dragging the giant sword in his hand. The giant sword left a mark on the ground. "What can you do?" Alan asked with a look of surprise. "Or do you have any treasures on you?" It was said that a slave of Duke Gar could disappear into thin air and appear again after a while. At the banquet, Duke Gar would ask the slave to perform the technique of disappearing into thin air. Alan hoped that the female slave he bought would have a skill that would make his face shine. It would be best if he could offer this female slave to the princess if she was more elegant and good-looking. As a knight of the princess, Alan hoped to be able to suppress another knight. Xianxia said, "You have to let me out first before I can perform for you." "Sir, this female slave must be lying to you. Why don't you brand her first?" the servant said to Alan. "Shut up." Alan scolded coldly. If this female slave really had any skills, he wanted to give it to the princess. How could he give a slave with a brand to the princess? Alan raised his giant sword, which was covered with a layer of white light. With a clang, the lock on the iron cage was split open. Xianxia's pupils shrank, but his expression did not change. Although Alan did not very domineeringly split the entire cage, he only split the lock. This showed that Alan had a very delicate and skillful grasp of power. This Alan is not weak. Xianxia estimated the difference in strength between him and Alan and silently pushed open the iron cage door. He came out of the cage. Damn, it's like a birdcage, squatting and pooping inside. My legs are numb. Xianxia hammered his own legs. His legs were numb like needles. You can start the performance now. Alan sat down and looked at Xianxia with his hands in front of his chest. Xianxia held onto the cage. Wait, my legs are numb. Let me rest for a while. He quickly cultivated a little bit of qi in his dantian. The power of the fire sun and the spiritual energy were absorbed, and the dantian was a mess. Xianxia wondered if he could beat Alan. Xianxia glanced at Alan's giant sword and felt a little worried. I advise you not to play tricks. You are my slave now. You can't escape from my palm. Alan warned Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, how could that be? I don't dare to play any tricks. Xianxia rubbed his legs and thought. Okay, you can start. Alan was a little impatient and touched the hilt of his sword. Xianxia thought for a moment and released a fire dragon. However, this fire dragon was very small and pocket-sized. The fire dragon's body was burning with flames. It was lifelike and swam in the air. What is this? Alan asked Xianxia. Xianxia put away the fire dragon. The fire dragon turned into energy and merged into his dantian. I'm asking you what this is. This thing shouldn't be alive, right? Alan asked. Xianxia nodded. It's not alive. However, give me some time. This fire dragon can still grow. Alan stared at Xianxia, trying to see if Xianxia was lying. If you dare to lie to me, I will make your life worse than death. Xianxia nodded. I won't lie to you. Go in. Alan pointed at the cage. Xianxia was speechless. I still have to go in? Of course. Until you can release a bigger. What is that? Dragon. Dragons don't look like this. The dragon here was a lizard dragon, a dragon with large wings. Xianxia's dragon was a 5-clawed dragon. I'm hungry now. I want to eat. I'm also sleepy. I want to sleep. Moreover, I want to solve my physiological needs. Why did you lock me up? I can't run away. Xianxia didn't expect Alan to be so vigilant. You can eat, drink, and sleep inside. Bullshit. Try eating, drinking, and sleeping in a cage that is only half the height of a person. You are just my slave. Wherever I tell you to be, you will do whatever I tell you to do. You have no right to bargain with me. I don't want a disobedient slave. If you are disobedient, I can only kill you. Alan held the hilt of the sword. The giant sword was covered with a layer of white qi. Who are you trying to scare? Xianxia's expression was indifferent as he bent down and entered the cage. Even if he was in a cage, he could still cultivate. He could cultivate anywhere. When she mastered her divine arts, not to mention a cage. Even if Alan slashed her with a giant sword, she could still catch the blade with her bare hands. Lock it up, Alan said to the servant. The servant went to get the key with a shaky arm. The servant took a big lock. Alan personally locked the cage and put away the key. Ningshu calmly sat cross-legged in the cage. Previously, she had been squatting. It was more comfortable to sit cross-legged and cultivate peerless martial arts faster. After all, sitting cross-legged was the standard cultivation posture. When Alan went out, he even locked the door. Ningshu was the only one left in the room. Ningshu closed her eyes and began to cultivate. She felt a pair of eyes staring at her. Ningshu had no scruples. Anyway, when she was strong, she would definitely leave here. And before she left, she must have a fight with Alan. If she didn't fight and beat Alan down, she wouldn't be able to run away. It was a pity that this world couldn't take out the ruby ring. The things from the previous world couldn't appear in this world. If there was a ruby ring, it would directly annihilate Alan. Ningshu wasn't discouraged. Even if there wasn't a ruby ring, she was confident that she could deal with Alan. When the gaze that was sizing her up disappeared, Ningshu made a hand seal and set up a yang gathering array. Cultivation could be twice the result with half the effort. After the yang gathering array was set up, the surrounding fire energy rushed over and rushed into Ningshu's dantian. With this kind of cultivation, she could quickly become strong. It felt great. Ningshu was locked up in the house. Even when it was time for dinner, no one came to bring her food. Ningshu touched her hungry stomach and released her spiritual power to see if anyone was watching her. She silently chanted the word fasting pill in her heart, and a round fasting pill appeared in her palm. The fasting pill turned into a warm current as soon as it entered her mouth, and the warm current flowed into her limbs and bones, and she was finally not hungry anymore. Sure enough, she would not panic if she was prepared in advance. After eating the fasting pill, Ningshu began to cultivate. There was already qi in her dantian, and the shape of qi appeared. Ningshu did not know how long she had been cultivating, and she did not know how long she had been cultivating, when she heard the sound of the door opening. Ningshu opened her eyes and saw Alan. Alan stared at Ningshu in the cage. It's been a day and a night, how can you still be energetic? Are you meditating, or are you a mage? Was the fire dragon you released before fire magic? Alan asked several questions. Ningshu shook his head. I'm not a mage, that fire dragon was just a sideshow. Can you let me take care of it? It's big, are you sure you want me to pull it in the house? Ningshu asked Alan. Then pull it in, Alan said lightly. Ningshu, why the hell? I don't believe you. Alan stared straight at Ningshu. I believe in my intuition, I want to kill you now. Ningshu, don't be impulsive. It's actually intuition. But Alan's intuition was right. Sure enough, people who wandered in danger were not good people. How could such a person love a woman to death, or a slave? Ningshu shrank into the corner of the cage. I didn't do anything out of line. Alan snorted. How old is the fire dragon now? Ningshu released the fire dragon, and it was still as big as before. Alan stared at the fire dragon. It's too much like fire magic, you're not honest. Alan took out a big lock and locked the cage again. Ningshu was speechless. This cage is made of 9 heaven-star iron. You can't get out without the key. Alan's deep and sharp eyes stared at Ningshu. Until you tell me the truth. What truth? Ningshu asked. Everything about you, you are my slave. As your master, everything about you is my master. Don't challenge my patience. Ningshu pursed her lips. Alan didn't believe her at all. That's right, Ellen would be a fool to believe her. She didn't believe Alan either. Ellen took a black cloth and put it on the cage. The cage was instantly pitch black. Moreover, there were still water droplets dripping outside the cage. Alan must have done it on purpose. This kind of dripping sound could cause a lot of pressure in people's hearts when it was quiet. In the quiet, confined and narrow place, the water dripped down. Furthermore, the water droplet was dripping on her face. People would subconsciously think about when the next drop of water would fall. After a long time, people would collapse. Ningshu moved to the side, and the water dripped on the ground, dripping rhythmically. When you tell me the truth, I'll let you out. Ningshu rolled her eyes and heard Alan's footsteps and the sound of the door closing. Ningshu didn't care about the dripping sound of the water and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. However, there was always a dripping sound in his ears, making him feel very irritated, very irritated. This kind of criminal law was completely psychological. Ningxu immediately shielded her ears, not wanting to listen to the dripping sound. Ningxu had been cultivating non-stop. So what if it was 9 Heavenstar iron? A cage was nothing at all. The next morning, Ningxu was still cultivating. The black cloth on the cage was removed, and the light was very strong. Ningxu blocked the light with her hand and looked at Alan with narrowed eyes. This person is really annoying. The servant behind Alan carried the dishes, and Ningxu smelled the smell of roasted whole sheep. It was a little sweet, probably brushed with honey. His saliva was about to fall. However, Ningxu was very calm. She had eaten a lot of things, even garbage, not to mention roasted whole sheep. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Do you want to eat something? Alan looked at Ningxu and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Why did it look like nothing had happened at all? His eyes were calm, his face was rosy, and he was full of energy. You're a slave. Ningxu nodded. I want to eat. Will you give it to me? There's no free lunch in this world. Do you want to tell me your secret? Ningxu nodded and waved to Alan. Come here, I'll tell you a secret. Alan frowned, but he still passed. Ningxu grabbed the cage and said to Alan seriously, actually, my soul is a man, but after transmigrating into this body, I feel that I have found myself. It turns out that I have always wanted to be a woman. Alan, Ningxu clearly saw the goosebumps on Alan's neck and face, and his hair stood on end. This is your secret? Ningxu nodded. Yes. Alan's eyes became very strange, as if he had seen a big pervert. He couldn't imagine a man in a woman's body. Pour this out and feed it to the magical beast. Alan said to the servant directly. He was probably disgusted by Ningxu, and he fed the dog instead of Ningxu. The servant smiled and took the food away. Alan stopped him. Right, bring the hellhound to me. Ningxu, why bring the dog here? Do you want to f*ck it? Alan sat down, and Ningxu said, let's play a game. Ningxu, I refuse. The servant quickly brought a dog, and this dog was mutated. It had 3 heads, and its whole body was pitch black. Its saliva dripped on the ground and made a sizzling sound. The 3 heads looked around. Wouldn't the 3 heads make the body disobey? Alan waved at the hellhound, and the hellhound whimpered and went to sleep at Alan's feet. Alan patted the hellhound's 3 heads and pointed at Ningxu. Tear her to pieces. The hellhound's 3 heads turned to look at Ningxu in the cage, and 3 pairs of 6 eyes stared at Ningxu at the same time. The hellhound bared its teeth and whimpered. It bent down and was about to charge at Ningxu. Ningxu patted his chest. I'm so scared. This was the first time he saw a 3-headed dog. Even the howling celestial dog wasn't this powerful. He heard that this kind of magical beast guarded hell. My hellhound is very fierce. You will be torn to pieces. It's not too late for you to say it now, Alan said. Ningxu said very sincerely, I've told you my most secret things. What else do you want me to say? When Alan heard the word me from Ningxu's mouth, goosebumps rose all over his body. His mind automatically conjured up the image of a burly man, bashfully talking about him, with a bashful look on his face as he tucked his hair behind his ear and stared at him shyly. It was really an unstoppable chill. This group of otherworldly people really had no integrity at all. A man could live in a woman's body, and a woman could live in a man's body. Alan felt that he might never be able to tell whether a transmigrator slave was a man or a woman in the future. Go bite her to death. Alan didn't even look at Ningxu as he pointed at the cage and said to the hellhound. The hellhound walked over to Ningxu, revealing its sharp yellow teeth, and bared its teeth fiercely at Ningxu. Although the 3 heads looked a little scary, Ningxu wasn't afraid at all when he saw the hellhound baring its teeth and looking extremely fierce. It was both threatening and bluffing, which meant that the dog was weak in its heart. Ningxu sat steadily in the cage and watched as the hellhound came over. The servant opened the cage and let the hellhound in. Humans and beasts fought in a small cage. Just thinking about it was bloody and exciting. The hellhound lingered at the door of the cage, but it didn't enter. Ningxu bared his teeth, tucked his tail, bent his body, and the hair on his back stood up. Even if the hellhound stood at the door of the cage and roared, it still refused to enter. "What did you do?" Ningshu asked when Alan saw that the hellhound was afraid. Ningshu said innocently, "I didn't do anything." Ningshu saw that the cage door was open and immediately bent down to get out of the cage. When the hellhound at the door of the cage saw Ningshu, it immediately ran away with its tail between its legs and hid behind Alan. Alan was speechless. Alan felt that his face had been completely lost by the dog. He didn't see a bloody scene, but the hellhound was frightened. Alan looked at Ningshu warily. To be able to scare the hellhound like this, there must be something on his body. It must be some treasure. A magical beast's perception was very sharp. When Alan saw that Ningshu was about to come out of the cage, he immediately closed the cage and locked it. Ningshu was speechless. "Can you not be like this? Take the hellhound down and do it another way," Alan said to the servant. The servant smiled sinisterly and left with the hellhound. When they returned, there was another person carrying a load behind them. She didn't know what was in the 2 baskets. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong stench and hissing sounds. The servant removed the cover on the basket, and Ningshu saw a basket of snakes entwined together. The colors were colorful and intertwined with each other. Ningshu was speechless. This thing was even more terrifying than the Cerberus. Ningshu could feel that the hellhound wasn't very powerful. He guessed that it was a young magic beast. But these snakes, Ningshu was so disgusted that he had goosebumps all over his body. His intense fear was acting up. Were they going to use all kinds of tortures on her? "What do you have on you?" "Hand it over," Alan said. Ningshu shook his head. "Nothing." Ellen couldn't have thought that she had some kind of external treasure on her, right? She did have something, but she took it out from the system space. Moreover, she would not give her things to Ellen. Ningshu shrugged. "There's nothing." Alan waved at the servant. The servant immediately asked the servant to carry the basket. He directly tipped the basket over, and the densely packed snakes poured into the cage through the gaps. The densely packed snakes smashed onto Ningshu's body. They wriggled on her body, spitting out their scarlet forked tongues. It was smelly and disgusting. Ningshu was speechless. These snakes are highly venomous. Being bitten by them is extremely painful, and you won't die immediately, Alan said. Another basket of snakes fell down. There were densely packed snakes twisting their bodies in the cage. Ningshu reached out and grabbed the snake that was about to bite him. With a tug of his hand, he tore the snake into 2 halves. Blood splattered out. Alan wasn't surprised at all when he saw the scene. Alan wasn't surprised that someone who could scare the hellhound would do anything. Especially when he saw Ningshu tear the snake on his body into 2 halves without batting an eyelid. Alan felt that there was a man's soul inside this woman's skin. That woman could be so calm in the face of such a thing. He was just short of chewing the snake. Ningshu smiled at Alan and released her energy. The snake in the cage was cut into 2 pieces the moment it was about to come towards her. Half of the snake's body twisted. For a moment, the room was filled with the smell of blood. Alan raised his eyebrows and nodded. "You have some ability." Ningshu brushed her hair. "I have more ability." "What ability?" Alan sat on the chair and leaned back. "Show me." Ningshu moved her wrist and half-squatted. Then, she pulled the iron rod of the cage with one hand. She sank into her dantian to bend the iron rod so that she could get out. Ningshu's face turned red, but she didn't succeed. "Ningshu, so awkward." "I'm joking with you." Ningshu spread her hands. She didn't expect this 9 heaven stars iron to be so hard. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Alan narrowed his eyes. "I've said it before. No one can open the 9 heaven stars iron cage." Alan touched his giant sword. "Have you thought it through?" Ningshu pushed the snake's corpse away. And sat down. "I don't have anything." Ningshu swore. "I don't know what you're talking about. I know that you people from another world have some ability. I don't believe that you don't have any ability." "Yes, I have. I have more strength," Ningshu said as if it was a matter of fact. Alan, crazy, Alan couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He felt that this woman, this man, was neither a man nor a woman. There was something wrong with her brain. It was simply difficult to communicate. The veins on Alan's forehead twitched. He felt that his whole person was not good. He was simply retarded. Ningxu sat cross-legged in the cage. Her body was operating the peerless martial arts. The spirit energy and the power of the fire sun rushed into her body. Whatever Alan said, she just nodded. If she had the time, she might as well cultivate. It showed that she didn't open the 9 heaven stars iron cage. But when she was stronger, she would definitely be able to open it. She just didn't know what else Alan would use to torture her. Alan saw that Ningxu didn't move and wasn't anxious. It was as if he had found a rather interesting toy and wanted to play with it. Ningxu was more miserable. She had to face Alan's torture every day. A new trick every day, vowing to torture Ningxu's spirit until it broke down. Alan didn't know where he found the magical beast bee. Being stung by this kind of bee would be extremely painful. His body was densely packed with bees. Ningxu was so angry that she almost jumped up. There was really no end to it. Ningxu looked at Alan, who was standing at the side and watching the show. She was really impatient. She sank into her dantian. She stretched out a fist. Her fist had a roaring dragon head. She punched towards the cage. The cage shook. The 9 heaven stars iron bent. Ningxu arched out of the cage. Alan's eyebrows twitched. He pulled out his giant sword. Alan held the giant sword, which was covered with white douqi. Alan raised the giant sword and Ningxu slashed it. The powerful sword energy rushed toward Ningxu. A huge fire dragon gushed out of Ningxu's back, swimming quickly in the air and colliding with the sword energy. With a bang, the room exploded, and even the tiles were lifted up. Ningxu clenched his fist and rushed toward him. Alan blocked Ningxu's fist with his sword, and Ningxu took 2 steps back. Behind him, a bigger fire dragon roared out and crashed into Alan. Alan was slammed into the wall, and the wall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Alan covered his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Ningxu with fear in his eyes. If he had known earlier, he would have killed the slave earlier so that he wouldn't have been bitten back. Alan released his spiritual power, which rushed directly into Ningxu's mind. This was a contract, and then the life and death of the slave was in his mind. This kind of contract was used by knights to contract magical beasts, such as dragons. That's how the Dragon Knight came about. Alan's spiritual power was not weak, and he did not contract other magical beast partners at all because Alan did not want to be so casual. Instead, he wanted to contract the most powerful dragon. Although he knew that the dragon was powerful and his strength was not enough, Alan would rather be without it. What he signed with Ningxu was a master and servant contract. If the master died, the servant would die, and the servant would die. If the servant died, it would have no effect on the master at all. Ningxu suddenly felt as if his mind was being pricked by needles. It was very uncomfortable, and there was a consciousness forcing her to obey. Don't resist, obey him. At first, his head hurt like a needle, and the pain was so bad that his head was about to explode. Now he felt like a spring breeze, incomparably intimate. Ningxu sneered and was about to counterattack when something hit him from behind. His internal organs were displaced, and his blood was surging. Ningxu looked back and saw Alan's servant holding the chair with both hands. He looked at Ningxu with fear and hatred in his eyes. It was obvious that he hated Ningxu for breaking his arm. Ningxu struck the servant's chest with his palm. The servant was immediately sent flying and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. This servant was also the person Wu Xiaolan wanted to take revenge on. He tortured Wu Xiaolan every night. Even if Wu Xiaolan was feeling unwell and couldn't take it, she couldn't even rest. At that time, Wu Xiaolan no longer had any romantic thoughts in her heart. What handsome guy. She only wanted to live with dignity. She had the confidence to say no. She could refuse to be hurt by others and retaliate. Ningxu's palm strike was very heavy, enough to shatter the servant's internal organs. If he was lucky, he might live, but if he was unlucky, he would die. Was she going to let others hurt her? Ningxu released a powerful spiritual force and directly counterattacked Alan's spiritual force. He directly used the most violent method to directly meet Alan's spirit. Alan immediately spat out a blood mist. His face was incomparably pale, and he covered his head in incomparable pain. The fire dragon directly crashed into Alan. This time, she wanted to kill Alan. Kill him and be done with it. If she didn't have some ability, hellhounds, poisonous snakes, bees, and all kinds of torture would take turns. Not to mention slaves, she now had the strength to beat Alan down. Alan saw the fire dragon rushing towards him and immediately dodged. The fire dragon turned a corner and rushed towards Alan. Alan knew that he couldn't do anything to Ningxu. He directly took out a spatial magic scroll and disappeared in an instant. Damn, Ningxu cursed in his heart. There was actually such a thing. Alan didn't know where he had been teleported to. Mages were very precious, spatial mages were even more precious. Spatial magic scrolls were very precious things. They were equivalent to a mage releasing a spell. He didn't expect Alan to have such a thing. If you don't kill a snake, you will be bitten. Ningxu saw that things were already like this. He felt that someone was coming here, so he could only withdraw first. Ningxu jumped on the back of the fire dragon. The fire dragon roared, rushed out of the room, and hid in the clouds. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the back of the fire dragon, thinking about where to go next. This world was so big, there were many species, there were elves, mermaids, dwarves. There were many species, vast areas, maybe there were many treasures, maybe there was the origin of the world. Moreover, her current strength wasn't very good. When she was stronger, she would go back to find Alan. If she knew a little bit of spatial law, she wouldn't have been run away by Alan. Ningxu felt that his strength was too monotonous. It was just a peerless martial arts. If he didn't develop in other aspects, he might lose an arm or a leg. He couldn't go far at all. She had to master a rule, whether it was space or time. It would be best if it was the law of time. The law of time was the most powerful. Time could make everything pale in comparison. Time stood still, time passed, time went back. Ningxu's saliva dripped down as she thought about it. Let's not talk about the profound law of time reversal. If she could control time stop, she would have an absolute advantage in battle. Moreover, Ningxu felt that although this world was prosperous, it was already in danger. With so many transmigrators, the laws were being damaged again and again. This continent had formed a large-scale transmigrator slave house, big and small, which meant that there were many transmigrators and some that had not been discovered. Out of the bustling city and into the wilderness, the fire dragon slowly sank. Ningxu jumped down, and the fire dragon turned into energy and entered his dantian. Ningxu smelled the clear air and felt very carefree. He felt that his heart was about to fly out of his chest. This carefree feeling was shared by Ningxu and Wu Xiaolan. Wu Xiaolan was locked in the house like a forbidden animal. She was worse than a dog that could walk around freely. Ningxu had been locked in a small cage during this time and couldn't even straighten his back. He was also tortured by Alan in all kinds of ways to make her hand over the cheat. Now, looking at the vast forest, Ningxu really wanted to howl to the sky to express the carefree feeling in his heart. However, if there were any powerful magical beasts in the mountains, he would not provoke them. With the earth as his blanket and the sky as his blanket, Ningxu lay on the tree branch at night and found something to eat when he was hungry. There were wild fruits and wild animals. At the very least, he had fasting pills. It was no problem for him to not eat for half a month. Ningxu said, "You have to pay attention to whether there is the origin of the world around me." Ningxu did not know how to distinguish the origin of the world, so he could only remind 2333. 2333 responded and said, "Let's do the system mission in the next world." Ningxu, you don't have any energy again? Ningxu asked. How could there be so many system worlds, and Ningxu did not want to do the system mission for the time being. No, I just saw that you were working too hard, so I asked you to do something simple. 2333 said considerately. When Ningxu heard 2333's words, he really wanted to laugh at his face. Missions with wild systems were not easy to do at all. It was obviously a shiny cheat, okay, and those systems would grant any request. Missions were hard to come by. 2333 actually said it was easy. He wasn't the one doing the mission, right? Although he now knew that 2333 was a person, Ningshu still wanted to spit on his face. Ningshu waved his hand and said, I don't want to do system missions for now. It was not easy to be a system. He had to grasp the timing of wild systems leaving the host. And he didn't know what those wild systems were capable of. It was very difficult. Let's wait a little longer. Ningshu said. 2333 was not disappointed, okay. Why were you chosen as a system? Ningshu asked. 2333, I don't remember. I don't remember the past. Oh, he forgot that 2333's memory was erased before he was made into a system. Now he was bored and wanted to talk to 2333 about life. In the end, there was nothing to talk about. Ningshu sat cross-legged under a tree and made a hand sign to set up a spirit gathering formation. There was no sun at night, so he would absorb spirit energy. He could absorb both spirit energy and the power of the sun. It was all the same. He would absorb whatever there was. Ningshu wandered around for a few days and didn't find anything. He didn't even find anything good. Ningshu took a deep breath. The spirit energy in the air was really refreshing. Just as he closed his eyes and started to cultivate, there was a splash in front of him. Ningshu opened his eyes and saw 3 people suddenly appear in front of him from the sky. Dust flew up. Ningshu looked at the people who suddenly appeared expressionlessly. There were 2 familiar faces. The uncle who was running for the funeral and the profiteer with silver hair. She didn't know the other person. Why did you land in the wilderness? I detected a mission enforcer around here. I can order him around. The silver-haired man said. Ningshu was very familiar with this slow voice. Which mission enforcer is so stupid to accept such a mission? The world is about to collapse. Even if you complete the mission, it's useless. Ningshu, the mission enforcer, was speechless. The sky was full of stars, and the cool breeze was blowing gently. Ningshu's heart was very calm, without any fluctuations. These people really knew how to pick the right time. Why didn't they appear when she was in the cage? Now that she had escaped, these people wanted to order her around. A man saw Ningshu sitting under the tree and walked over. You must be a mission enforcer. Ningshu stood up and shook his head. I'm not. You are. Alright, I'm Sabi's mission enforcer. Yo, you're still holding a grudge. Aren't you a fool? You clearly know that this world is about to collapse, yet you're still using your own power to repair it. You're an excellent mission enforcer, said the man that Ningshu did not know. Ningshu chuckled. There was a fragrance on the man's body, as if he had sprayed perfume. It was dark and they were in the forest, so she couldn't see what he looked like. The school doctor uncle was dressed in black. In the dark, it was hard to describe. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't know where he was. The silver-haired man was holding a thick leather book in his hand. This book never left his hand. Seeing these 3 people, Ningshu turned and walked away. Although he didn't know what they were here for, he had his own mission. He wasn't here to be their maid. The guy with the fragrance stopped Ningshu. Where are you going? To poop. Girls shouldn't be so rude. I'm a man. The man immediately took a step back. Why do you have to do this kind of anti-gender mission? Don't you feel awkward? Don't tell me you want to touch the mission enforcer's body and molest her? Ningshu was speechless. There's such a pervert? Ningshu asked in disbelief. Of course there is. Some men want to know what it's like to be a woman. They're curious about what it's like to be a woman, said the fragrant man. Ningshu was speechless. Why was she talking about this with a man she didn't know? Moreover, this man was so flirtatious. For a man to make himself so fragrant, wasn't he crazy? Ningshu walked around him and quickly ran away. These 3 people weren't easy to deal with. They couldn't play together. You don't want to answer the last question. The silver-haired man closed the book and said to Ningshu. Did he recognize her? I have my own mission. Let's go our separate ways. Ningshu said and looked at the school doctor uncle. After being killed by him last time, he still had lingering fears. He didn't want to do the mission with him. Ningshu looked around and realized that the school doctor uncle was standing somewhere. He couldn't find him if he wasn't dressed in black. In this world, even if you complete the mission, you won't get anything good. Why don't you follow us? You can get some benefits. The silver-haired man said. Even if you reverse the situation on behalf of the client, she will be forced to reincarnate. Because all the transmigrators in this world will be forced to reincarnate. They are already dead. Ningshu. Then I won't be able to get the soul power that the client offered in this world. The silver-haired man nodded. Ningshu, 2333 really, it felt like this trip to this world was for nothing. Then why are you here? Are you here to force the transmigrators to reincarnate? Kill all the transmigrators. You don't need to know what we are doing. The silver-haired man said. Ningshu was silent for a moment and decided to follow them. But since they asked him to follow, there must be something bad waiting for him. Ningshu knew that these three people were very strong. Even if he couldn't get anything, he wanted to broaden his horizons. These three people were probably here to solve this hopeless world. He didn't know how they were going to solve it. With so many transmigrators, the laws of this world were already messed up. Ningshu sat on the ground. He didn't care about the three people and began to cultivate. Just like that, the four of them spent the night in silence. Ningshu opened his eyes and saw three people standing in front of him. A middle-aged man in black, a dignified silver-haired man holding a cowhide book, and a fragrant man wearing a pink shirt with a thick layer of wax on his head. The three of them looked down at Ningshu from above. Ningshu rolled his eyes and stood up. Why are you looking at me? Right now, we are going to the elves. The fragrant man said. Ningshu. So? Use the fastest method to take us there. Ningshu, why do you want me to think of a way? The silver-haired man continued, when we enter the world, our powers will be suppressed to a very low level. We might even have no power. I'm afraid that the world will reject us. We might not even be as good as low-level mission enforcers like you. Ningshu, low-level mission enforcers? Then aren't we useless? Ningshu said without holding back. You can't say that. It's just that our powers are suppressed. The fragrant man shrugged. What can I say? I'm also helpless. The middle-aged man stared at Ningshu and asked calmly, you don't want to? Ningshu, don't look at me like I'm dead. Ningshu didn't want to be with the three of them, and now they were staring at her with such threatening eyes. Ningshu said directly, I don't want to, no matter how cheap you are. Ningshu turned and left. You guys are strong, and I'm an ant. I'll go play by the side. Fragrant wind stopped Ningshu. Why are you so angry? Don't you want to know how to build a world? The silver-haired man asked. Nope. Yo, you're going to build a world. When Awan was a high-level mission enforcer, she didn't even think about building a world. She only started building it when she became a super mission enforcer, Fragrant Wind said. Who's Awan? Ningshu asked. Awan. She should be the strongest female mission enforcer, Fragrant Wind said. Ningshu asked, why didn't she come? That depends on the mission arrangement, Fragrant Wind said. Are you stupid? You don't want the merit that's sent to you for free? The silver-haired man held a thick and exquisite book in his hands. All pretentious and pretentious originated from the lack of money and love. Do you think we don't respect you? The silver-haired man's hair shone brightly under the sun. He stood there like an ancient and reserved aristocrat. Ningshu spread his hands. If I'm pretentious and lack money, then he. Ningshu pointed at the school doctor uncle. Then he's pretentious and lacking love. That's better than you. The weak moan for no reason, the uncle said disdainfully. Ningshu clicked his tongue. You're very weak now too. Fragrant Wind tugged at Ningshu. What are you arguing about? How are we going to get to the elves now? Ningshu said, let's walk. Fragrant Wind touched his hair. Then let's walk. Anyway, I haven't done a mission in a long time. Which direction are we going now? Ning-Shu asked. The elves I found are in that direction, the uncle said. He glanced at Ning-Shu. It seems like you haven't improved much. Ning-Shu, ahaha, thank you for the compliment. I'm just not forgetting my original intentions, Ning-Shu retorted. The uncle placed his hand on his waist and looked down at Ning-Shu. Only the weak have more reasons. Ning-Shu, pretentious, the four of them headed towards the elf tribe. On the way, Ning-Shu asked Fragrant Wind Guy some questions. The school doctor walked in front. His black clothes made him look like a ghost. His whole body was wrapped up tightly. Only a pair of hands and a face could be seen. As for the silver-haired man, she was an unscrupulous merchant. Ning-Shu was worried that if he said another word to her, he would lose another few 100,000 points. Although Fragrant Wind looked like a show-off, he seemed to be the easiest person out of the three to get along with. Ning-Shu asked what their names were, but Fragrant Wind didn't tell Ning-Shu. He just let Ning-Shu call them whatever he wanted. Ning-Shu didn't ask any more questions. It was probably because she was too weak to know their names. It wasn't enough for them to treat each other as equals and solemnly report each other's names. Therefore, in the team, Ning-Shu called everyone hey 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 hey. Everyone called her hey hey. The uncle walking in front stopped. Ning-Shu waved, but Ning-Shu pretended not to see him. Come here, the uncle said. Fragrant Wind Guy pushed Ning-Shu. He's calling you. The wind is too strong. I didn't hear anything. Ning-Shu walked over. Go straight down this road. There should be a town in front. There should be a transportation tool. Go get one, Ning-Shu said. Ning-Shu, he really treated her like a maid. How far is it? Ning-Shu asked. It should be a day. Ning-Shu, you don't want to? The uncle narrowed his eyes and stared at Ning-Shu. There's a crystal dragon hidden in this mountain. You can subdue it and use it as a transportation tool. Ning-Shu, you can't even subdue a giant dragon? Ning-Shu asked with some disdain. Wasn't he a powerhouse who could even crush space? He looked so weak and helpless. The uncle said calmly, I can, but I don't want to move. I can't subdue a giant dragon, Ning-Shu said directly. The uncle looked at Ning-Shu as if he was a useless piece of trash. Ning-Shu, I'm a piece of trash. Come and bite me. The fire dragon in Ning-Shu's dantian could carry people. Since there was nothing to gain in this world, she might as well walk around and see if there was anything to gain. They had their mission, and she had her own things to do. She didn't have to go with them. Forget it, I'll go, Fragrant Wind said. The uncle frowned and stared at Ning-Shu. Do you think you should be treated well because you're a woman? I don't think so, Ning-Shu said. Then go and catch the dragon, the uncle said coldly. Ning-Shu caught the dragon at the place he said. She wasn't strong enough to catch the dragon with her current strength. Oh right, wash the dragon clean, the uncle said to Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu, from beginning to end, the silver-haired man didn't say anything. He just stood there silently. I'll go with you. Fragrant Wind followed Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu nodded. Do you have any grudges with him? Fragrant Wind asked Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu nodded. We've met a few times. He helped me and also killed me. What did you do to let him kill you? Fragrant Wind couldn't help but ask. Ning-Shu spread her hands. What can I say? I'm desperate too. He's just being unreasonable. Fragrant Wind shrugged. Have you finished building your world? Ning-Shu shook her head. No. Build your own world well. Although you can get rid of the shackles of normal mission enforcers by building a world, there are good and bad worlds. A world that can give birth to living creatures and allow living creatures to survive is a real plane of existence. Ning-Shu nodded. Thank you, I'll remember that. She didn't see what Fragrant Wind looked like last night, but now she did. He was quite good-looking, but there was a lot of wax on his head. Flies would twist their legs if they landed on it. This person should have built a world too. Ning-Shu pushed the withered grass and vines aside. She smelled something unpleasant. The smell was very fishy, and there was also the smell of urine. Ning-Shu quickened her pace and arrived at a huge cave. In front of the cave, there was a mountain of bones. These bones belonged to humans and animals. Flies were crawling on these bones and buzzing around them. There were also some weapons and shields. A dragon slayer had probably come to challenge the giant dragon. In the end, he was eaten by the giant dragon and turned into poop. There was a stream beside the cave. The crystal dragon that the school doctor said should be in this cave. There was a faint sound coming from the cave. It sounded like snoring. The crystal dragon was probably sleeping inside. Ningxu said to Fragrant Wind Man, "I'll go then." Fragrant Wind nodded and put his hand behind his head. "I'll keep a lookout for you." Ningxu walked to the entrance of the cave and cleared his throat. "Hey, evil dragon, come out." Fragrant Wind was speechless. Ningxu picked up the stones on the ground and threw them into the cave. A hurried sound came from inside, followed by the sound of huge wings flapping. Then, a huge lizard dragon flew out of the cave. This dragon's body was shining brightly, and the scales on its body were translucent and white. Hence, it was called the crystal dragon. The dragon flapped its wings. Ningxu roared angrily. Then, Ningxu spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. Ningxu avoided the dragon flames. The dragon flames splashed on the ground and even melted the stones. Ningxu clenched his fists and jumped onto the back of the crystal dragon. He punched the back of the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon hissed in pain and said in human language, "Despicable human." Ningxu was surprised. "Ah, you can talk. It's much easier to communicate if you can talk. We're going to the elf tribe." "Help us," Ningxu said. "Impudent. How dare you insult the great giant dragon?" The crystal dragon shook its body, trying to throw Ningxu off its back. Ningxu punched the crystal dragon's back heavily. The crystal dragon roared in pain and fell heavily to the ground. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Ningxu cast a spell and froze the crystal dragon's body. Then, he dragged the crystal dragon by its legs and dragged it to the stream. He put it in the water and washed it for a while. The crystal dragon was speechless. Despicable human. Ningxu carried the huge crystal dragon and walked back. Fragrant Wind patted the crystal dragon. "Not bad." Ningxu carried the crystal dragon back and saw the school doctor and the silver-haired man standing there without saying anything. The silver-haired man's hair was long and was blown by the breeze. Ningxu had always felt that he wasn't human. The two of them fought in the forest, as if they were perverts who had walked out of a manga. Ningxu carried the crystal dragon over and removed the body-securing talisman on the crystal dragon. The uncle sized up the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon squatted on the ground and growled softly. "I think things like demonic beasts are suitable to be placed in your world," the silver-haired man said to Fragrant Wind Man. "My world is only suitable for noble and indifferent races like the elf tribe," Fragrant Wind Man said as he touched his glossy hair, looking handsome and charming. "They won't cause any damage to my world. Forget about the humans. I'll leave the humans to you. The destructive power of humans is too strong. The world will collapse because of them. What are you afraid of? You have more than one world. Can't you take out a world to store a magical beast?" The silver-haired man said calmly. Ningxu looked at Fragrant Wind Man in surprise. He didn't expect that this seemingly frivolous and sloppy person had actually constructed so many worlds. She had already spent a lot of effort on just one world. There must be secrets that she couldn't access. Ningxu threw away the impetuosity in her heart. No matter how strong these people were, she only needed to take one step at a time. There were many powerful people in this world. If she compared herself to everyone, she would tire herself to death and make her mentality unbalanced. "I dragged the crystal dragon over," Uncle Ningxu said. Ningxu didn't blame him for being cold and heartless. The more training she had now, the more brilliant she would be in the future. The uncle took out the gun at his waist and patted the crystal dragon's head. "Be obedient, or you'll be destroyed." Ningxu saw his gun and took a step back. This gun reminded him of the last time he killed her. It was fine if she was weak, but the weak had no human rights. This time, he didn't want to accidentally kill her. The crystal dragon's chin knocked on the ground as the uncle patted its head. It whimpered. The uncle stood up and wiped the water stains on his hands on the silver-haired man standing beside him. The silver-haired man lowered his head and used his hand to brush the place where the uncle wiped. He didn't say anything. Ningxu, The four of them jumped onto the crystal dragon's back. The crystal dragon flew up shakily. Its huge wings flapped, creating a huge gust of wind. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the crystal dragon's back and silently practiced her peerless martial arts. The three of them stood in front, looking pretentious as if they were looking down on the world. Ningxu blew a breath of air at the three people in front of her. One day, she would become stronger than them. Ningxu reached out and patted the crystal dragon. The crystal dragon's body immediately jolted, and the three people in front of her immediately tilted. Ningxu laughed in her heart. She used her hand as a gun and shot at the three people in front of her. The school doctor turned his head and saw Ningxu pointing a finger at him. Her expression was cold and her eyes were cold and evil. Ningxu retracted her finger without changing her expression. She shot herself in the head and then lay down on the crystal dragon's back to sleep. The school doctor turned his head and talked to the silver-haired man. Ningxu opened her eyes. Seeing that the school doctor wasn't paying attention to her, she sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The crystal dragon that had been flying all this time seemed a little tired. Even the flapping of its wings seemed a little weak. Ningxu stopped and stood up. She said to the three people in front of her, "The crystal dragon is a little tired. Let's take a rest." Fragrant Wind Man nodded. "Okay, let's take a rest." The crystal dragon flapped its wings and found a place to land. Ningxu jumped off the crystal dragon's back. The crystal dragon's head knocked on the ground. White smoke came out of its nostrils. Sparks flew out of its nostrils. It looked really tired. "Let's go find something to eat. The crystal dragon is hungry too," Ningxu and the other two said. "The crystal dragon can hunt by itself. We don't need to eat. If you want to eat, go get it yourself," the uncle said. Ningxu secretly rolled her eyes. She really didn't like it. Ningxu patted the crystal dragon's head. "Go find something to eat." Ningxu found a tree to lean against. She ate a fasting pill. The crystal dragon went to hunt by itself. Ningxu and Fragrant Wind Man asked, "Is your mission to move the creatures of this world to another world?" Fragrant Wind Man nodded. "The laws of this world can't be repaired. Perhaps the plane will be destroyed tomorrow. There are so many creatures here. We can't let them die. There's also the debris from the plane's collapse. We have to clean it up. Otherwise, the debris will affect the neighboring planes." "Oh," Ningxu replied and nodded. It looked like the three of them had a big mission this time. After all, this plane was too big. There were many creatures. Other than this, the three of them would definitely get some benefits. After all, they had to use their world. Ningxu thought to herself. If she encountered any treasure, she would definitely keep it. She couldn't leave this world without anything. She couldn't get a share of Wu Xiaolan's soul power in this world. Even if she counterattacked and Wu Xiaolan was forced to reincarnate. If Wu Xiaolan was forced to reincarnate, then everything she did in this world would be meaningless. Because this world was about to collapse, Wu Xiaolan wouldn't come back. Sigh, the crystal dragon that went hunting came back. There were still traces of flesh and blood at the corner of his mouth, and there was a bloody smell all over his body. After resting for a while, they started on their journey again. The journey was really boring. Fragrant Wind Guy took out his poker cards. "Let's play cards." Ningxu, he even brought poker cards. "For a mission." Ningxu moved over and asked, "What are we betting on?" "Power of faith," Fragrant Wind Guy said. Ningxu silently moved away. She couldn't afford to play this game. "Not playing?" Fragrant Wind Guy Ningxu asked. Ningxu quickly waved her hand. Fragrant Wind Guy asked the uncle and the silver-haired guy, "Do you guys want to play?" The silver-haired guy kept flipping through his book. The uncle didn't say anything. Fragrant Wind Guy could only play Train Dragon by himself. Ningxu cultivated on the side, silently thinking about the information about the elves. The elves were long-lived, noble, elegant, smart, beautiful, and almost one with nature. They were good at using magic and bows. They lived in the forest and formed a relatively loose kingdom. They were equal and friendly to each other. The elves were usually disorderly and kind. They were hostile to the evil races, while they could get along with the good races. There was the Tree of Life, fairy spring water, singing about the beautiful nature and listening to the gurgling stream. This kind of race had no ambition and would never plunder nature. They weren't greedy like humans, who could play until the plane collapsed. It seemed that the silver-haired guy and fragrant wind guy both wanted to place the elves in this world and were a little against humans. Xianxia felt that humans were like locusts. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass would grow. They were so weak that a little injury could cause them to lose their lives. However, they had the most tenacious side. Yet, such a weak person had gathered great fortune in his body. Xianxia thought to himself. If his world was successfully constructed in the future, he would definitely let the world develop naturally. He would definitely not let the intelligent humans grasp knowledge in advance. However, he was thinking a little too far. He hadn't even constructed the world yet. After a few days of hurrying on the road, the three men did not eat anything. Xianxia had fasting pills, so it did not matter if they did not eat for a few days. Occasionally, he would let the crystal dragon rest and eat something. Xianxia rarely communicated with the three of them. Even the three of them rarely communicated with each other. It was very quiet along the way. Xianxia did not approach the three experts. There was no point in trying to curry favor with them. Even if he tried to please someone, they might not pay attention to him. As long as they were strong enough, they would naturally have the right to speak on equal terms. Instead of looking for good horses everywhere, it was better to carefully take care of a piece of fertile grassland. In the spring, there would be a large number of horses coming over to graze. When the flowers were in full bloom, there would naturally be butterflies and bees. Xianxia didn't expect to gain any benefits from these people. Come here. Xianxia beckoned. Xianxia was speechless. Why did he summon people like a dog every time? Xianxia pretended not to see anything. Was he paralyzed or lame? Couldn't he walk over on his own? He was also a person with a temper. Every time he summoned a dog like this, it was infuriating. Xianxia looked down calmly. He could not hear anything. Seeing that Xianxia was not moving, the uncle lifted his black coat and took out a gun from his waist. He fired a shot at Xianxia's feet. Xianxia jumped up in fright. His expression changed. Are you crazy? Xianxia pointed at the school doctor. You were the one who called me. Why did you shoot me? I heard you. I thought you couldn't hear me. Come here. Xianxia beckoned. Xianxia was speechless. F***ck, this guy was purely crazy. He was a monster and a pervert. He used a gun to remind people. Xianxia clenched his fists. A huge fire dragon rose from his back. Xianxia jumped onto the fire dragon's back. Again. The fire dragon roared silently. It rushed into the clouds and prepared to leave. She did not want to play with these people anymore. It was too boring. Xianxia suspected that if she stayed any longer, she would be killed by the monster. But Xianxia realized something. She realized that she could not move. Even the fire dragon under her was frozen. Xianxia felt her vision blur. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on the ground. She had flown into the sky just now. But now, she was back on the ground. A strange thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. The law of time, and it was time reversal. Xianxia turned around and saw the school doctor pushing up his glasses. The glasses emitted a cold light, covering his eyes. In an instant, they returned to normal. Xianxia took a deep breath. Didn't you suppress your strength to the lowest? Fragrant Wind nodded. Our strength was suppressed to the point that it was almost non-existent. And the lower the level of the plane, the less our strength will be suppressed. We will be the same as ordinary people. Xianxia furrowed her brows and glanced at the school doctor. So, in the past, the school doctors she met in the low-level plane had suppressed their strength to the lowest level. This plane was a high-level plane after all. These people more or less had some strength. Xianxia, what the f***ck? Even if they did not suppress their strength, they were still much, much stronger than her. One day, she would not be suppressed like this. She would not even have the chance to fight back. Ningxu bit her cheeks and clenched her fists. She stood still. Come here. The uncle, Ningxu, waved his hand. Ningxu, so annoying, so annoying. Fragrant Wind walked over and pushed Ningxu. Go ahead. Don't twist around like that. I'm not twisting. Ningxu shook her head. What's the matter? The silver-haired man asked the uncle. Take off your clothes and lay them on the ground. I'll sit, the uncle said. The silver-haired man looked at him silently and walked away with his book. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Use mine. Fragrant Wind took off his jacket. The uncle shook his head. Your clothes are too dirty and smelly. Ningxu, tsk, this problem was getting worse. Ningxu despised him. Even his best friend could not bear to see him like this. I'm a woman. If you take it off, I'll be naked. Besides, I haven't bathed and changed in a long time, Ningxu said. It seemed like she could not run away. Bitch. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. She ate a fasting pill and chanted the clear heart mantra in her heart. I'm not angry at all. After such a thing happened, Ningxu also gave up on the idea of running away. It seemed that just having strength was not enough. Mastering the rules was the real thing. There were so many rules in this world. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, time, space, so many rules. But she still had not mastered them. Doing missions was to strengthen herself. Missions were just a way. From now on, she had to learn more about the rules. She had to master the rules. Just relying on peerless martial arts was inferior in front of the rules. The previous ruby ring allowed Ningxu to witness the power of the law for the first time. She also witnessed the reversal of time just now. Killing without spilling blood, without punching flesh, without risking life for life, killing enemies with a wave of the hand. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind. How cool was that? This was what Ningxu was pursuing. Ningxu drank a mouthful of water. Her heart was filled with a strong fighting spirit. She had come into contact with a more advanced attack method, and in the future, she would master this kind of attack method. She would become stronger and stronger. In the past, she relied on her will to support herself, although she understood that she had to be strong. She told herself over and over again. But now, the thick fog in front of her was pushed away, and she could clearly see the road ahead. Construct the world, master the law. Ningxu drank the clear water, and someone patted her shoulder. It was Fragrant Wind. Give me a drink, I'm thirsty. Ningxu handed him the water bottle and turned to look at Fragrant Wind's face. His face had hair and pores, and it didn't look like a soul. Ningxu asked, Are you a human or a soul? They directly landed in the space, so it should be the original body. Of course I'm a human. Fragrant Wind said, Our souls have already condensed into a physical body. The human body is very mysterious and delicate, and suitable for cultivation. Ningxu nodded, she knew a little more. The soul still had to condense into a physical body. Fragrant Wind was much easier to get along with than the stingy silver-haired guy. If Ningxu asked these questions, he would probably ask her for points again. After condensing into a physical body, even if the physical body was destroyed and turned into a soul, it could still be condensed again. Ningxu found that the job of a task enforcer was quite good. Although it was cruel, it was immortal. As long as one wasn't erased, one would be immortal. It gave ordinary people a chance to be strong. Ningxu clenched her hands into fists, thanking the heavens that she had such an opportunity and a chance to be strong. Ningxu opened her eyes again, and her entire person became even calmer and calmer. Fragrant Wind handed the kettle to Ningxu and glanced at Ningxu from head to toe. You seem to have changed. Ningxu felt that he had become even cuter. After that, the four of them continued their journey. After a few days of traveling, they finally arrived at the elven forest. Looking down from the sky, there was a huge tree in the center of the elf forest. This tree was very big, and its canopy stretched very far. This should be the tree of life that gave birth to elves. This forest was full of vitality. There were birds chirping and chirping, making it seem peaceful and peaceful. This place was filled with the smell of nature. What a beautiful place. Following which, fairies flapped their beautiful wings and flew up. They had pointed ears and garlands of flowers on their heads. Holding a bow and arrow in his hand, he was glaring at Ningxu's group like a tiger eyeing its prey. Human, giant dragon, this is not a place where you should be. Please leave now, an elf said with a serious expression. The silver-haired man didn't say anything. The exquisite book in his hand rose into the air, and the pages of the book fluttered. Ningxu stared at the silver-haired man's book. He never left this book. What was he going to do now? The elf looked at the pages flipping in the air, picked up the whistle in front of his chest, and blew it melodiously. After blowing the whistle, a large number of elves quickly flew over. The pages of the book flipped even faster. The elves' faces were heavy, and a heavy atmosphere flowed between them. Fragrant Wind seemed to be a little worried. If I had known, I would have collected these elves first. The silver-haired man stopped flipping the book, and the last piece of paper was pulled out of the book. This piece of paper floated in the air, emitting a soft luster, and sucked in everything near the page. Many elves were sucked into the page. The paper became bigger and bigger, almost covering the entire elf kingdom. More and more elves were sucked into the paper, and even the tree of life was uprooted and absorbed into the paper. Many elves were taken away by the world when they were very cute. Suddenly, they were very cute. It absorbed the elves and some magical beasts in the forest. The page became smaller and smaller, and finally, it was embedded in the page. The exquisite book returned to the silver-haired man's hand. The silver-haired man held the book. One species is taken care of. Fragrant Wind, happy, Ningxu stared at the book in the silver-haired man's hand. This book was very thick. If a page of the book was a world, then how many worlds were these? Ningxu expressed that he had learned something new. Her ultimate martial arts seemed to be able to build a world. After collecting the elves, the uncle said, "Let's go to the next place." The silver-haired man patted Fragrant Wind's shoulder. "The next mermaid is yours." Ningxu said, "Let's go down and take a look. There might be some treasures down there." The uncle sneered. "You really don't leave empty-handed." "I'm not a thief." Ningxu rolled his eyes. The silver-haired man said, "I've collected everything about the elves." Ningxu was very disappointed. He thought that he would find some treasure. But now the crystal dragon was tired and needed to go down and rest. Ningxu looked at the place where the elves lived. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were pine nuts rolling on the ground. Ningxu saw a green seed on the ground. He picked it up and smelled it. It had a fragrant smell. It was full of the aura of life. The tree of life that gave birth to the elves was watered by the spring of life. Many plants in this forest were stained with the aura of the spring of life. It was said that people who were seriously injured would recover instantly after drinking the spring of life. Ningxu suspected that the source of the spring of life was the origin of the wood element world. But it was all taken away by the silver-haired man. Ningxu was very annoyed. Next time, he had to be ahead of them to plunder the treasures. The spring of life. Your fire dragon can carry people. Use the fire dragon, the silver-haired man said to Ningxu. Ningxu was very unhappy. He didn't get anything from this trip and still had to do manual labor. You eat meat, but at least give me some soup. Even if it's a dog, you should at least give me a bone. Ningxu coughed and said reservedly, "My fire dragon is an energy body. It can't carry people." "Are you looking for the origin of the world?" "If this world finds the origin of the world, it's yours," the silver-haired man said. Ningxu smiled and said, "Of course, we're all mission enforcers. We're all companions and friends." "Friends now?" The uncle sneered. Ningxu was in a good mood and didn't argue with him. Seeing that these people didn't need it, the crystal dragon immediately said, "I can fly, really? To be able to take away the entire elven race, could it be a god? There must be benefits to following a god." The crystal dragon looked at the three people. It didn't dare to talk to them in black. Forget about the silver-haired man and the frivolous man. Seeing them made its hair stand. Finally, the crystal dragon said to Xianxia, "Take me." Although the crystal dragon didn't know what these people wanted to do, they were so powerful. There might be some benefits for following them. If they saw that it had suffered, they might give it some treasures. Moreover, it had witnessed the disappearance of the elves. How proud would it be if it told others that it was the only one who knew the truth? This feeling was really great. The crystal dragon ran in front of Xianxia. "Take me with you. I can fly and I know where the merfolk are." Xianxia was also quite speechless. She had the least say in this team, so why did they want to give it to her? Picking the soft persimmon, shouldn't they talk to the three of them? Xianxia spread his hands. "Why don't we take it with us? Anyway, it said that it can fly." The crystal dragon nodded. "Yes, yes. Then follow us. If there is any danger, let it take the lead." Fragrant Wind said. Crystal dragon, what a joke. They were so powerful. Why would they need it to be cannon fodder? After taking away the elves, they went to the sea. After crossing this mountain range, there was a sea. There were many magical beasts in the sea. There might be more magical beasts in the sea than on land. Here lived the beautiful and dreamy merfolk who were good at confusing people. Xianxia looked down at the sea from the back of the crystal dragon. The sea was sparkling. Under the sunlight, it was as if it was sprinkled with gold powder, shining with a luster. The beautiful and dangerous sea. Xianxia saw some fish leaping out of the sea. There were also beautiful merfolk jumping on the lake or sitting on the reef. Their lower bodies were fish tails and their upper bodies were human bodies. They were naked and their seaweed-like hair covered their plump breasts. Their mouths spat out beautiful music that made people sink into it. Fragrant Wind covered his chest with an intoxicated expression. "This sound is really nice. It's the best in my world." Xianxia, wasn't it because of their looks? The crystal dragon flapped its wings. Suddenly, a water column rushed out from below. It should be the magical beasts below attacking them. The crystal dragon flapped its wings and avoided the water column. Although it avoided it, everyone was still drenched. Xianxia wiped his face and saw that the other three were also drenched. Xianxia said, "This water must have come from the magic beast's mouth." Then, Xianxia was satisfied to see the school doctor's face turn cold. "That's awesome." The school doctor brushed off the water droplets on his body and wiped his hands on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was speechless. Whoever stood next to him would be unlucky. Human clothes were not rags. She really didn't know how he had managed to survive until now. Why hadn't he been beaten to death? It was unthinkable that mission enforcers would have this strange habit of being misophobic. Xianxia wanted to wipe it back, but he was worried about the gun at his waist, so he just treated it as if it had been scratched by a pig trotter. The mermaid sitting on the reef saw the crystal dragon in the sky. One after another, they jumped off the reef and revealed their heads above the water surface. They sang with extreme affection. Their voices were mellow and melodious, making people who heard them dizzy. Xianxia's mental power was strong, so he wasn't affected by the song. His expression was calm. A tree slowly appeared above Fragrant Wind's head. The tree didn't look big, but it had many branches and leaves. Fragrant Wind opened his palm, and the tree floated in his palm. Finally, the tree became bigger and bigger, thicker and thicker. The branches and leaves were dense and impenetrable. It was very beautiful. The tree was full of life and had a fresh smell. The leaves rustled. Could it be that Fragrant Wind's world was a tree? There were so many carriers to build worlds. There were books and trees. Xianxia glanced at the uncle. He didn't know what kind of carrier the world he built was. The tree grew bigger and bigger. It began to crazily absorb the seawater, mermaids, and magic beasts at the bottom of the sea. Xianxia saw that these things finally gathered in a leaf. Xianxia almost couldn't breathe. One leaf was a world. How many worlds were there on this tree? Xianxia was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to explode. One leaf, one flower, one world. Xianxia finally saw it. It was really eye-opening. After taking away the mermaids, Fragrant Wind's tree became smaller and slowly merged into Fragrant Wind's body. One down. Fragrant Wind snapped his fingers. Finally, there was a beautiful species. Fragrant Wind sat on the back of the crystal dragon. Ningxu moved over and said, "You're amazing." "Hey, what's so amazing about it?" "It's just SOSO." Fragrant Wind said. "One leaf, one world. You've built so many worlds. It's not simple." Fragrant Wind shook his head. "Not every leaf became a world. Besides, I was lucky enough to meet the world tree by chance. That's why I was able to build a world." So this tree was called the world tree. Being able to meet this kind of tree was also a chance. Ningxu had never heard of this before. He felt that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. His world is the amazing one. Fragrant Wind pouted in the uncle's direction. "The world I built can't evolve on its own. His world's laws can evolve on its own." Ningxu nodded. After receiving so many blows, his heart became numb. Previously, Ningxu felt that building a world was tiring enough. Now, it seemed that there was a higher level above. It wasn't that a person could only build one world. Ningxu planned in his heart. First, he would build a world and get rid of the shackles of normal mission enforcers. Then, he would think of ways to build more worlds. There were many treasures in the world that could build worlds. Ningxu touched his chest. His heart was beating fast and his blood was boiling. The crystal dragon was very tired. However, in order to avoid the fate of being abandoned, it tried its best to hold on. Ningxu released a huge fire dragon. Everyone jumped on the fire dragon. The crystal dragon was thick-skinned and also moved up. It laid on the fire dragon and panted heavily. Ningxu suddenly thought of a problem. He asked the silver-haired man next to him, "Why don't we just use the space rule to go over? If one knew the space rule, they could set a point. The shortest line between the 2 points could be reached in an instant." The silver-haired man glanced at Ningxu. Ningxu immediately regretted asking this question. The silver-haired man said reservedly, "You know about the butterfly effect, right? The laws of this world are already extremely fragile. Using the space rule might not seem like a big deal, but for the laws of this world, it might be a huge storm. We can't take the risk." Ningxu nodded and thanked him. "Thank you, I understand." The silver-haired man nodded. 500,000 points. Ningxu's face twitched. "Knowledge is power and money. You've gained knowledge. Shouldn't you pay something for it?" the silver-haired man said lightly. Ningxu applauded. "You're right. I can't refute it at all. You're right." After saying a few words to the silver-haired man, the 500,000 points were gone. Ningxu was a little suspicious of what the silver-haired man said before, saying that he would give her the world's origin if they found it. With the silver-haired man's treacherous personality, would he give such a precious world's origin to her? Ningxu moved to the side and sat in front to enjoy the wind. He said to 2333 in his heart, "Pay attention to the world's origin. I think the spring of life of the elves is the world's origin." 2333 nodded and told Ningxu, "Don't get into a conflict with them. We can't beat them now, but as long as we're alive, there's hope. If they don't give us the origin of the world, there's nothing we can do. I know that, but if there's a chance, I must fight and take it away. At worst I'll be obliterated once." Ningxu said, grinding his teeth. The world's origin was not easy to find. Even if it was obliterated once, he must get the world's origin, because it was too rare. He was desperate to find the world's origin. "Well, I'll pay attention." 2333 said, "You be careful." "I know." She was always vigilant in her heart. Although they were all mission enforcers, she couldn't not be careful. Especially when her strength was so weak. The dwarves were good at forging. She was short in stature and looked very old. The dwarf race really couldn't be considered beautiful. Ningxu stopped in the territory where the dwarves lived. Ningxu's belly was the height of the dwarves. They were really short, their big nose made them look simple and stupid. Just like a pocket-sized person. And the dwarves' houses were relatively short. The houses were almost as tall as the uncle. But this race could forge weapons much larger than themselves, and they were very strong. Ningxu, the world of the dwarf's palace is estimated to have the world's origin. It's a little far away, you should come closer. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Xianxia was excited. There was really the world's origin, that was great. The most likely was the world's origin of the fire attribute, because the dwarfs were good at forging, it might be related to fire. But it might not be of other attributes, after all, in the palace, maybe it was put in the warehouse as a collection. It didn't matter what it was as long as it was the world's origin. Let's head straight to the Imperial Palace, Xianxia's team said. The uncle glanced at Xianxia as if he had seen through Xianxia's thoughts. He indifferently said, not going. The silver-haired man said, the dwarf race should have the origin of the world. Go and take it. Since I said I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. When the silver-haired man said this, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed. He felt that he had gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. However, Xianxia laughed heartily. Thank you. I'll go take a look. Xianxia released the fire dragon and quickly flew towards the Imperial Palace. However, the Dwarven Palace was very small. In front, 2333 said. Xianxia felt that the closer he got to the world's origin, the hotter the heat waves became. He could also hear the sound of metal being smashed down below. As expected, it was a fire-type world origin. Xianxia put away the fire dragon and went into the room. There was a large furnace in this room. The furnace had a burning flame that would never go out. Many dwarfs were busy, sweating profusely as they forged ironware. How do I take this? Don't tell me I have to use my flesh and blood to catch it? Xianxia asked 2333. Of course. If you don't touch it, how can I take it away? 2333 said. Xianxia took a deep breath and rushed straight into the room. The dwarves who were smashing iron looked at Xianxia, who suddenly broke in with a confused look. Then they watched as Xianxia put his hand into the furnace like an idiot. Where did this idiot come from? Putting his hand into the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire could even melt the stiffest 9 heaven star iron. It was all thanks to the heavenly fire that the dwarf's forging technology was becoming more and more advanced. Xianxia put his hand into the heavenly fire and suddenly felt that he was going to be burned. He suddenly howled in pain. The dwarves, this is a fool. Just as Xianxia felt that his hand was going to be melted by the fire attribute of the world, the burning heavenly fire in the furnace disappeared. Xianxia looked at his hand. It had been burned beyond recognition. It was red and full of blisters. The dwarves, God damn it, where is the heavenly fire? The room was quiet. The dwarves stared at Xianxia with their eyes wide open. They had not recovered from the blow of losing the heavenly fire for a while. Xianxia saw these dwarves staring at him with their eyes wide open. Xianxia lifted his blistered hand and rushed out of the room. God, someone stole the heavenly fire. That long-legged human stole the heavenly fire. The dwarves chased after Xianxia with their short legs. Xianxia released the fire dragon, jumped on the fire dragon and ran away. The dwarves jumped up and patted their buttocks with both hands. After losing the heavenly fire, the whole palace was restless. Xianxia returned to the outside of the city and saw 3 men leisurely. Xianxia walked over with his blistered hand. The silver-haired man raised his head from the book and glanced at Xianxia's hand without saying anything. The uncle saw Xianxia's hand and came over to take Xianxia's hand. He saw the dense blisters. The uncle squatted down, picked up a small branch, and poked several blisters on Xianxia's hand. The juice in the blisters splashed out, and Xianxia shook off his hand in pain. Are you sick? Xianxia was speechless. Did he know how painful it was to be poked? It feels good. The uncle wiped his hand on Xianxia's body. Xianxia, what the hell, this is a psychopath. The feeling of poking blisters was like squeezing acne, and the juice splashed out, which was particularly refreshing. Or the pleasure of squeezing out a large lump of black hair. She was in so much pain, bitch. Xianxia gently wiped the water that flowed out with a paper. She was seriously burned, and she could still do such a thing. Evil. Then he applied some medicine on his hand and mobilized his dantian to start healing the burn. I'm injured now, so I can't fly now. Do as you see fit, Xianxia said angrily. The 3 men didn't care about what Xianxia said at all. The crystal dragon immediately said, I can fly, ride me. Ride, can you have some dignity as a dragon? Fragrant wind took away all the short-legged dwarves that were chasing after them. They began to head towards the Orc Empire. Ningxu was very happy. He got the origin of the world at such a small price of being burned. It was really a gain. Ningxu sat on the back of the crystal dragon, smiling, holding his face with his hands, looking at the scenery that was passing by. Oh, damn, why am I so happy? What are you smiling about? You're smiling so casually, fragrant wind man, Ningxu asked. Nothing. Ningxu spread his hands. Don't tell me you're happy because he poked your blisters. Ningxu's face twitched, and his face almost cramped. Don't poke it at all, okay? Did she ask him for help? It was very easy to get infected if he poked it directly. The flesh inside was tender and painful. He just wanted that kind of pleasure. He had never seen such a pervert. Moreover, he directly picked up the branches on the ground and poked them without disinfecting them. He even wiped his hands on her body. What the hell was she doing? When they arrived at the place where the Orc Empire and the giant dragon lived, they found that there was no world origin. Sure enough, the world origin was not so easy to get. He saw the fragrant wind man and the silver-haired man take the creatures of this plane into the world. But he didn't see the school doctor take out his world. He didn't know what he used to build the world as a carrier. Although Ningxu was curious about his world, he didn't ask. It was boring to go up and ask for a snub and get a nose full of dust. After that, Ningxu didn't encounter the world origin again. However, the world origin wasn't so easy to encounter. It was already very satisfying to meet one. Although this was the world's counterattack and counterattack in vain, at least there was still the world origin. It was enough to make up for all the losses. The last human was in the silver-haired man's world. Although the silver-haired man was expressionless, Ningxu still felt that he was unhappy. And he didn't take away all the humans, but made a selection. It was estimated that the selected humans were all meritorious or good people. Even magical beasts could be taken away, but for humans, there were 3 or 4 choices. Most of the humans were left behind. Were humans so unpopular? Because of the disappearance of species one after another, the world seemed to be much quieter. But the humans were in an uproar. Because many people disappeared, those who were left behind were people with bad intentions. The human world suddenly became chaotic. Without rules, there were smashing and robbing everywhere. It became chaotic all of a sudden. Some people even took advantage of this chaos to establish their own family's power. Ningxu also saw Alan. Seeing Alan again, Ningxu's heart didn't fluctuate at all. Ningxu smiled and saw the 3 men beside Ningxu. Are you serving 3 men now? Ningxu, these words were really unpleasant. Despicable person from another world, as a slave, you dare to bite back at your master. Today, I will get rid of you. Alan pulled out a giant sword, and the sword chi was covered with battle chi. Ningxu snorted. It seemed like Alan wasn't chosen to enter Noah's Arkansas. He wasn't chosen. This meant that Alan was not a good person. There are no pure good people in this world, but Alan is guilty. Alan's hand trembled as he held the giant sword. He was a little afraid of the 3 men beside the slave. The strong had the aura of the strong. Being looked at by these 3 people, Alan felt extremely oppressed. After thinking for a moment, he took out a space scroll and ran away. Ningxu was speechless. Why are you so cowardly? Alan is good at running away. They hadn't even fought yet. At the very least, they had to fight and confirm that they couldn't win before running away. We're done here. It's your turn now, the silver-haired man said to the school doctor. A black hole slowly appeared behind the school doctor, but it didn't swallow him. Many people on this plane suddenly collapsed in an instant. Most of them were slaves. Some of them were being whipped and died suddenly. Some people even died while they were still having sex. Regardless of whether they were happy or unhappy, they all died at the same moment. The souls of men and women floated into the black hole. These people were all transmigrators. They were forced to be reincarnated. When the souls of the transmigrators entered the black hole, another batch of souls poured into the black hole. The world had become a lifeless world. There were no more living creatures. It was empty. Ningxu's eyes blurred. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was in an illusion. The four of them were the same. They were standing in between the space and the space channel. There was also the crystal dragon. It was in a daze. It leaned close to Xianxia. Its huge body hid behind Xianxia. Among the four of them, this girl was slightly gentler. The other three looked at it indifferently. It was as if they were looking at a blade of grass. There were no emotional fluctuations. It was so scary. Where was this place? Xianxia saw that the plane in front of her was full of holes. It was like a sponge. There were many holes on it. This plane that was about to be destroyed. Under the destruction of the transmigrators, this plane was about to be destroyed. Actually, these transmigrators still had a chance to be reincarnated. It was already very good. Although the destruction was not caused by a single transmigrator, every snowflake was responsible for the avalanche. The uncle stretched out his hands and tried to peel off this plane. It was as if he was performing an operation to remove a rotten part. But this plane suddenly exploded with a bang. The fragments were like stars in the sky. These were plane fragments. They would affect the surrounding planes. The middle-aged man's face turned cold, and many fragments flew towards his hand. Fragrant Wind, who was beside Xianxia, could not help but sigh. I'm most afraid of encountering such things. It's killing me to clean up these things. Xianxia grabbed a few fragments. These were fragments from the plane. Perhaps they could be of some use. After all, they were fragments of a plane. Fragrant Wind shook his head. These fragments are like glass fragments. If a piece of glass is intact, it's still useful. But if it's broken, it's useless. Sigh, my heart is so tired. Fragrant Wind resigned to his fate and began to clean up these fragments. Xianxia also began to help clean up. But Xianxia realized that some of the fragments were too heavy. She could not carry them at all. Just stand there. These fragments can only be cleaned by people who have mastered the rules. Otherwise, you won't be able to grab them. Xianxia nodded. There were 2 light fragments in her hands. If she could grab these fragments, it meant that there were no rules inside. The 3 of them had been busy collecting the fragments. And they looked like they were having a hard time. It was not easy for everyone. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. She was the only weakling watching from the side. She was floating in the void. Her feet could not touch the ground. Her heart was in suspense. She did not feel safe. She did not know when they would finish cleaning up. What are they doing? The crystal dragon hiding behind Xianxia asked her. It's considered saving the common people. This world is about to be destroyed. So we have to save as many living things as possible, Xianxia said. Not everyone was saved. Actually, among the species saved, the proportion of humans was the smallest. They would enter the cycle of reincarnation. At least they had a chance to be reincarnated. They would not be destroyed along with the plane. Are they some kind of gods? The crystal dragon asked. Xianxia looked at the 3 busy people. I guess so. I'm also someone who wants to become a god. She had broadened her horizons. The people above were much stronger than her. She stood below. She could not imagine what the scenery above was like. The 3 of them were cleaning up the plane's trash. Xianxia stood at the side and watched. Even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. Watching from the side didn't feel good, because she couldn't do anything because she was too weak. She couldn't do anything. She couldn't blend in with the 3 of them at all, because she was too weak. There was a hierarchy of strength. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and sighed. Looking at the countless planes in the void, these planes were close to each other, densely packed. It was very spectacular. How were these planes formed? It was too uncanny. Born from the sea of law, they could grow, get sick, and die, just like a person. The crystal dragon calmed down a little, and leaned against Xianxia to watch these people walk in the void. There was clearly nothing under their feet, as if they were walking on flat ground, as if they were walking on flat ground. Xianxia rested her chin on her hand and sighed silently. So, don't stay with people who are too weak, it's too much of a blow to people's confidence. Xianxia was so bored that she decided to cultivate. The crystal dragon fell asleep with loud noises. After cultivating for a while, he saw that the three of them were still cleaning up. Ningxu leaned on the crystal dragon and slept. After waking up, these people were still busy. Ningxu sat cross-legged and cultivated again. After cultivating, he looked at the three busy figures and ate a fasting pill. Ningxu rested her chin on her hand and sighed. So boring. Ningxu said to 2333 in his mind, now that the mission is over, let's go. I don't know how long it will take to clean up, 2333 said, let's wait, after all, it's not good for you to leave like this. Ningxu let out a long sigh. The uncle turned around to look at Ningxu. His eyes were cold and disdainful. Look my ass, Ningxu rolled his eyes and looked away. Ningxu didn't know how long he stayed in the void, but the fragments in the void were finally cleaned up. Fragrant Wind was so tired that he laid down flat, waved his hand and said, don't call me next time, I can't take it anymore. Even the silver-haired man looked tired, but he stood in the void, holding an exquisite book in his hand. Uncle said faintly, you've worked hard this time. The crystal dragon poked Ningxu with its wings. Ningxu said to Fragrant Wind, send this dragon to your world, you're the one who took the dragon. Fragrant Wind, who was lying on the ground, sat up and nodded. He patted the crystal dragon's head, causing the crystal dragon to tremble in fear. A leaf appeared in Fragrant Wind's hand and sucked the crystal dragon away. Ningxu stood up and politely said, this mission with you guys has really broadened my horizons. It's a very pleasant experience. Stupid mission enforcers. The middle-aged man sneered, his face cold. Ningxu automatically blocked his words and couldn't hear anything. Remember to give me the 500,000 points, the silver-haired man said reservedly. Ningxu was speechless. He didn't know if he could earn 500,000 points. In this world. After all, he was doing work in this world. Ningxu said goodbye to Fragrant Wind, then told 2333 to leave, and his soul left this body. As soon as Ningxu left this body, his body disappeared and turned into dust. This body should have dissipated along with the plane in the first place. Let's go too, Fragrant Wind said. Oh my god, I'm so tired. The three of them shook and disappeared into the void. Ningxu returned to the system space and saw a flame floating in the space. The flame was orange and kept burning. It was the origin of the fire element world. Ningxu approached the flame with excitement. He felt an unbearable heat that was about to burn his soul. Ningxu reached out and took out the ultimate martial art on the bookshelf. His other hand held up the origin of the world, ready to put it inside. He embedded the origin of the world into the page. But in the next second, the entire ultimate martial art turned into a cloud of mist. Surrounded by a layer of mist, he couldn't see the ultimate martial art clearly. He could only touch it but not see it. Ningxu, what's going on? The second level of the ultimate martial art was very hot in his hand. Under the stimulation of the wood element, it seemed to have become even stronger. The wood element could increase the power of the flame. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal. No matter what, it was a good thing. Ningxu placed a peerless martial art that was surrounded by fog on the bookshelf. Then he saw the black square intelligent brain life. He didn't know how this thing would wake up. An intelligent brain life born from a super civilization. He didn't know what it would be like when it woke up. Ningxu smiled, sat on the sofa, and opened the attribute panel. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 points, 95 million soul value, 350 life value, wisdom value, 424 charm value, 70 spiritual power, 320 faith power, 32115 martial power, 452 qualifications, 199 merit, 14260 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, exceptional martial art, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, beginner ghost catching skill. Honorary title, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Heart Setting Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet +2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, founding female general, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, cross-race communication, by San Yang's blessing, note, can only communicate within a certain range of wisdom, completed Wu Xiaolan's wish, mission completion 100%. Received mission rewards, 1 million points, no attribute points, 4,000 faith power, 1,000 merit points. Although there were only 1 million points and no attribute points, there were 1,000 merit points, which was much more precious than attribute points. If she could get 1,000 merit points, how much did those three people get? 4,000 faith power and a world's origin. It was a profit. Ningxu was very happy. Wahahaha, although he was the one being ordered around all the way, he did get some benefits. Although his confidence was destroyed, the harvest was quite good. Wahahaha, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa, supporting his chin as he looked at the roses on the coffee table. What are the rules? How do I control the rules? Ningxu had never thought about the rules before. Only when he started to come into contact with the rules did he know the power of the rules. The power of the rules was really powerful. Ningxu wanted to control the rules. Only by controlling the rules would he be like a god. Only then could he be considered really powerful. Controlling the rules, controlling the rules. Ningxu's previous intermediate trial mission reward was the Law Sea Stone. /BK Ningxu took out a pitch-black irregular Law Sea stone, which looked like a lump of coal. This stone was born in the Law Sea, so it should have its own rules. However, this thing was very stiff and he didn't know how to use it. Ningxu shook it in his hand and finally kept the Law Sea. However, at that level, many things were still unknown. Ningxu put the Law Sea stone away. Anyway, the road was paved one step at a time. She didn't know because she hadn't reached her goal yet. She would know eventually. Ningxu lay down on the sofa and added merit and faith power to it. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 points, 10,000-3,000,000 soul, 350 life, wisdom, 424 charm, 70 spirit, 320 faith, force, 452 qualifications, 199 merit, skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, exceptional martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Halo, Heart Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass's Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Xunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Cross-Race Communication, by San Yang's Blessing, note, can only communicate with intelligence within a certain range. She didn't earn any points in this world and had 3 million deducted. Other than the silver-haired man's 500,000, there was also the money she spent on shopping. The silver-haired man was getting darker and darker. He looked like a gentleman and was extremely cunning. After doing these things, Ningxu decided to find 2,333 to talk about life. Next time when you teleport to another world, can you check the information of that world? Otherwise, we will be working for free. Ningxu said 2333. 2333, the system is asleep, the remark system will assist you. A mechanical voice sounded. Ningxu was speechless. Alright, stop playing dead. Be careful next time. If you trick me again, I won't play with you anymore. Ningxu couldn't figure out how 2,333 could become a system. A person like the system should be like Qingfei. He had a meticulous mind and controlled his emotions in a gentle yet perverted manner. This world's harvest is not bad, wahahaha. 2333 laughed awkwardly. Ningxu said seriously, 2333, we are one. My interest is your interest. If you drag me down, what's the point of playing? This is my negligence. Ningxu lay down on the sofa. Let's work together in the future. Only then can we run faster. He made his stance clear to 2333. He only needed a few thousand more faith power to reach 40,000. Now, he only needed a few more points to reach 100 million points. Perhaps one mission would be enough. Ningxu was quite happy. Although he could not build a world quickly, it was not bad to be able to become a super task taker. As a super task taker, he could enjoy some benefits. Ningxu's heart was filled with fighting spirit. One day, he could be as strong as the three of them. He could be even stronger. Ningxu felt his blood boiling, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Even the black hole in the system space was much more pleasing to the eye. Although it had not merged yet, the black hole was getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps it would be completed soon. This meant that this thing was very powerful. As long as it was something good, he was not afraid of waiting. All the waiting was worth it. Ningxu touched the bright red rose on the coffee table. The rose exuded a fragrance. Bright red and dazzling. Ningxu hoped that he could be like this red rose. Under the erosion of time, he would always be so bright red, delicate, beautiful, and fragrant. A fragrance from the soul. Fighting for eternal life. There was someone she was chasing in front of her. Sure enough, it was good to interact more with other task takers. She could learn a lot from them. When she became a super task taker, she would also do missions with other task takers. She would understand the way other task takers did things. She would not go far if she remained stagnant. Mei Ziqing said he wanted to do missions with her last time, but she was not a super task taker. It seemed that super task takers were a hurdle. Barely. The school doctor said that she had not improved at all. What was he referring to? When she first met him, she was a rookie task taker. When she met him again, he said that she had not improved. Ningxu rested her chin on her hand. Was she too weak? Forget it. His words were not important. At least now she had the ability to protect herself. It was impossible for her to reach the top in a single step. When she reached the top, she could pat her chest and proudly say, "I reached the top step by step." Step by step, she became a strong person. She was not a genius. She could work harder than others. Without a high starting point, she could work harder than others. Ningxu was lucky that she had become a task taker and could survive. Ningxu was even thankful for her illness. That kind of torture allowed her to be where she was now. She did not enter the cycle of reincarnation and start a mediocre life. She had the chance to become strong. She was thankful for everything. Ningxu took out the flowers in the vase and sniffed them. I want to live like this. Beautiful and thorny. I can be beautiful and protect myself. Ningxu put the roses back in the vase and took out a book from the shelf. It was a cultivation book that she had exchanged for before. She did not know if it was because of her naivety, but Ningxu always felt that it was not as useful as her ultimate martial arts. The ultimate martial arts had accompanied her to this day. It was also the carrier for her to build her world. In her heart, she still treasured the ultimate martial arts. Although the ultimate martial arts were not as profound as these secret cultivation books. But the truth was simple. But looking at these secret cultivation books could help her understand more. She could understand the essence of other people's thoughts. Sooner or later, these things would become her nourishment. Ningxu finished reading the book and put it back on the shelf. She said to 2333, "Let's go do missions." 2333 immediately said, "System missions?" Ningxu was speechless. 2333's brain was filled with nothing but system missions. If he couldn't do anything else well, he would have done the missions in the last world for nothing. 2333, focus on business. Ningxu couldn't help but say. Please don't be so retarded. Life was already hard enough. Let's not do the system missions first. Ningxu said. 2333 nodded, I've checked the information of the next world. It's not a collapsing world. Why didn't they lock the mission when it was already like that in the previous world? Why did they let people take it? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Ningxu asked. If they were careless and received such a mission, it would be a waste of time. If they didn't complete the mission, they would still be killed. What a scam. Luck is also a kind of strength. If they really picked this kind of mission, they can only blame it on their bad luck. The higher-ups are only responsible for eliminating the worlds that have successfully turned the situation around. They don't care about the rest, 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a scam. She didn't have access to the higher-ups and didn't know who was scamming her. Enter the mission. Life was full of scams. She had to be vigilant at all times. The path of the strong was not easy. She just had to grit her teeth and run forward with tears in her eyes. Okay. Ningxu felt weightless and her body merged into another body. After completely merging, Ningxu's ears were buzzing with arguing. There were also crying sounds. No one shook her shoulders to wake her up. Ningxu pretended that she didn't wake up. She started to run the ultimate martial arts in her body while accepting the storyline. Well, the storyline of this world was very simple. It could be summarized in one sentence. Sisters turned against each other for a man. They would fight to the death. The original owner was called Ding Xiuqing. She was born into a rich family and lived a beautiful life. She had a strong and handsome fiancé. However, she had a half-sister. Ding Ningdi was an illegitimate daughter. Her mother was a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Her lifelong wish was to marry into a rich family. How could she marry into a rich family so easily? Rather than wanting to join a rich family, she wanted to find a sugar daddy. Ding Ningdi's mother found an opportunity to climb into Ding Xiuqing's father's bed. Of course, a man wouldn't reject a woman who came to him. He wasn't a man if he rejected her. He gave Ding Ningdi's mother some benefits and Ding Ningdi's mother followed him. Later, she got pregnant. Ding Ningdi's mother thought that since the Ding family didn't have a son, she could use her son to climb up the social ladder. Ding Ningdi's mother was careful and didn't tell anyone about her pregnancy. She planned to give birth to the child secretly. When she was 3 or 4 months pregnant and could do an ultrasound, she found out that it was a daughter. Ding Ningdi's mother and wanted to abort the child. However, the doctor told her. Ding Ningdi's mother. But the doctor told her that she would be infertile for the rest of her life. After all, Ding Ningdi's mother. It was impossible to stay clean in the entertainment industry. Ding Ding's mother's tea. There were producers and directors have sexed. After Ding Ningdi's mother gave birth to Ding Ningdi, she carried Ding Ningdi to the Ding family. However, Ding Ningdi stayed in the Ding family, while Ding Ningdi's mother was driven away. A rich family was not a place where an actress could enter. Ding up tt ding ding s ding dings ding s be beautiful, s Ding Ningdi's mother was quiet and didn't have much of a presence. As an illegitimate daughter, the mistress of the house neglected her. Even if she went out, she wouldn't be able to mingle with the young masters. But not long ago, Ding Ningdi accidentally slept with her sister's fiancé. Something shameful happened between her sister-in-law and her brother-in-law. Anyway, there would be feelings after having sex. What happened next was logical. The two of them were in true love. Anyway, you have to be responsible for my body. Both of them formed a deal in their hearts. I'll give you my body and you have to pamper me. The original Ding Xiuqing was furious. Her fiancé was snatched away by an illegitimate daughter. He was snatched away by a pretentious woman who always looked weak and would bully others if they spoke louder. In this way, the hatred grew deeper and deeper. Moreover, she had a strong man to back her up. She had a proud sister and a vicious wife. The man wanted to make up for the pain she had suffered in the past. Her true love was the most pitiful in the world. She had been neglected since she was young. Even the matter of being an illegitimate daughter was someone else's fault. Ding Xiuqing couldn't bear to see Ding Ningdi like that. She hated Ding Ningdi and her fiancé. Because her fiancé held Ding Ningdi in the palm of his hand, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head in front of everyone. In front of her true love, Ding Xiuqing tried her best to court death. Even her mother became cannon fodder. She was chased out of the Ding family and was extremely embarrassed. After that, her life was extremely poor. Her vicious reputation spread throughout the upper-class circle. She was disliked everywhere she went. Everywhere she went, people would hear about Ding Ningdi. How lucky she was and how much her husband doted on her. She didn't get anything she wanted. All the good things were piled in front of her. Every day, she would hold her sore waist and wake up. She was infatuated. She was simply the model of true love. Ding Xiuqing laughed mockingly at this. She pretended to be weak, pitiful, beautiful, and tearful. It was so pretentious that it was disgusting. Ding Xiuqing's wish was, she would never let Ding Ningdi, the little white flower, live a good life. She looked innocent with tears in her eyes and acted like a mistress. She also wanted to be with Bai Hanmo. Regardless of whether Bai Hanmo was dead or alive, she wanted Bai Hanmo to be her man in life and her ghost in death. Ningxu was speechless. Sometimes, fighting with all ones might not necessarily be because of love. It was because one couldn't take it lying down and had to fight for it. Now, the secret relationship between Ding Ningdi and Bai Hanmo was exposed. Blood rushed to Ding Xiuqing's head and she fainted from anger. Ding Ningdi was now kneeling and begging for Ding Xiuqing's forgiveness. The one who was crying now was Ding Ningdi. Ningxu listened to her cries. Even her cries were so pleasant to the ears. Ningxu opened his eyes. Ding's mom immediately asked Ningxu anxiously, "Xiuqing, how are you?" Ningxu shook his head. "Mom, I'm much better." There were 3 people in the room. A middle-aged man, Ding Ningdi, who was kneeling on the ground, and Ding's mom, who looked worried and anxious. Ningxu didn't even look at the middle-aged man, Ding Ningdi. Instead, he looked at Ding Ningdi, who was kneeling on the ground. She was wearing a white dress and didn't have any jewelry on. She looked very shabby. It was as if her family had mistreated her. However, Ding Ningdi's dress was not cheap. Sure enough, she was a little white flower that was fluttering in the wind. "Apologize to your sister," Ding Yan said to Ding Ningdi, who was kneeling on the ground. When Ding Yan spoke, he even winked at Ding Ningdi. Ningxu saw it but didn't say anything. Women like little white flowers were good at using their looks. They looked pitiful and needed protection, which aroused men's pride and vanity. This kind of woman was loved by men and hated by women. The Ding family was actually divided into 2 factions. One faction was Ding's mom and Ding Xiuqing. Ding Ningdi's existence was an insult to Ding's mom. Ding's mom would be lying if she said she didn't hate this illegitimate daughter. Ding Xiuqing naturally sided with her mother. The client had always been indifferent to his illegitimate sister. He would never admit that Ding Ningxue was his sister. He would directly say that she was his father's other daughter. The client blamed Ding Yan for betraying his mother, and the relationship between the father and daughter was not good. The other party was Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi. Every time Ding Ningdi looked at Ding Yan, she would look at Ding Yan with admiration, as if she wanted to get close to him but did not dare to. She would make tea for Ding Yan and do things for Ding Yan silently. It made people's hearts soften. Ding Yan would always protect her, whether intentionally or not. If they were not father and daughter, Ningxu would have suspected that they were related. Ding Yan asked Ding Ningdi to apologize to Ningxu. Ding Ningdi's eyes, which had been washed by tears, were moist and clear. Her eyelashes were wet, making them look even more perky. However, Ningxu was not a man. If a man were to be stared at with such pitiful eyes, his heart would probably melt. Ningxu stared straight at her with an expressionless face. What's the use of apologizing? She has been sleeping with Bai Hanmo for such a long time. If we didn't find out now, who knows how long we would have kept it a secret. Ding's mom's face was livid, and she looked at her husband with disappointment. Ding's mom was a lady from a wealthy family, so she knew when to advance or retreat. When Ding Ningdi's mother came to the door with the child, Ding's mom had calmed down. However, she was so angry that her body was trembling. She sneered at Ding Yan and said, "What are you going to do? Bai Hanmo is my daughter's fiancé." Ding Yan frowned and looked a little impatient with Ding's mom's overbearing attitude. Anyway, the marriage between the Ding family and the Bai family, before Ding Yan could say anything, he was interrupted by Ding's mom sharply. "Ding, you really have a good plan. As long as it's your daughter, it'll be fine." "My daughter, where is my Xiuqing? Where is my Xiuqing's face?" All these years, the relationship between this couple was very indifferent. It could even be described as cold. Ningxu reached out and grabbed Ding's mom's cold hand. He pulled her to sit down and said calmly, "Mom, don't worry. Worrying won't solve anything. Ding's mom took a deep breath and sat down. Looking at Ding Mingdi, who was kneeling on the ground, her eyes were filled with deep disgust. If she had ignored her in the past, she was now extremely disgusted. Ding Mingdi's body trembled and she looked at Ningxu with tears in her eyes. Sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I know he's my brother-in-law, but I like him. Without him, I'll die. I know my existence is detestable, but my brother-in-law is the only thing I want to fight for in my life. Ding Mingdi's words were full of sarcasm. She said how pitiful she was and how lowly she was here with nothing. At the same time, she also expressed her position. When she talked about Bai Hanmo, she even called him her brother-in-law. She was deliberately provoking him. She grew up in a rich family. Was she really that pure? Haha, don't forget, Ding Mingdi still had an actress mother. She had always been helping her mother. Ding's mom was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her chest heaved violently. If she had known this would happen, she would have pressed her into the toilet and drowned her. Ningxu's expression was calm. You can't live without your brother-in-law? Ningxu also used the word brother-in-law. He was disgusted by anyone. Ding Mingdi's wet eyelashes trembled. She seemed to be very afraid of Ningxu. Finally, she nodded firmly. Yes, sister. Bai Hanmo and I are truly in love. You and Bai Hanmo are only engaged. You're not married. In the face of true love, I have to fight for it. Ding's mom stood up angrily. Ningxu held Ding's mom's hand. Mom, don't be angry. Sit down. Ding's mom took a deep breath and sat down again. Ding Mingdi shed tears and looked humble. Sister, please let me and Bai Hanmo be together. Without him, I know. Without him, you'll die. Ningxu smiled. Then go to hell. Ding Mingdi's expression was a little dull. Ding Yan said unhappily, Xueqing, she's your sister. Ningxu nodded. As long as she dares to die, I'll pay for it with my life. Although the 100 flowers were delicate, they often cried like raindrops on pear blossoms. They looked so weak that it was as if they would die without the protection of a man. But their hearts and minds were strong. Even if others jumped into the river and hung themselves, they would never bear to die. Ding Mingdi lowered her head and cried. I know sister won't forgive me. Ningxu looked at his exquisite manicure and said, without Bai Hanmo, you'll die. Then go to hell, because I won't let you have him. As long as you dare to die, I'll pay for it with my life. No, let's die together. If we jump off the building hand in hand, we'll definitely die. Even if we don't die, we'll be disabled. Do you dare to die? Do you dare? Ningxu supported his chin with his hand and looked at Ding Mingdi with his head tilted. Ding Mingdi lowered her head and wept like a pear blossom. Ningxu really hated this kind of woman who cried so easily. They didn't really want to cry, but their tears were their weapons. Clearly, it was Ding Mingdi and her brother-in-law who had done such shameless and inhumane things. True love couldn't help itself. Now that she was crying, it was as if Ningxu and Ding's mom were bullying her. Why are you crying? Are you going to die or not? If you don't dare to die, don't say that you can't live anymore. If you want to die, who are you trying to scare? Ningxu said sarcastically. Ding Yan sighed. Ningxu said, Xueqing, don't be so aggressive. Yes, I was aggressive. I forced her to get together with my fiancé. I forced her to steal my fiancé. I forced her to declare her sovereignty in front of me and say that she won't give up on true love. Ningxu spread his hands and looked at Ding Yan. Dad, even if a person's heart is biased, your heart is biased to the armpit. Ding Yan saw the hatred in his wife's eyes and couldn't help but say helplessly, your sister has had a hard life since she was young. Ding Yan was definitely speaking for Ding Mingdi. People were biased towards the weak. Besides, Ding Mingdi had been close to Ding Yan since they were young. Hard life? Ningxu shrugged. I didn't make her an illegitimate daughter. Who was the one who sowed the seeds? Ding Yan was speechless. What's more, I don't have a hard life at all. I wear branded clothes and have a 6-figure pocket money to help my mother. I don't see any hard life at all. Ningshu kept holding Mrs. Ding's cold hands. Xianxia, your sister is a very fragile person. She has always been sensitive and self-abased. You're strong. Dad will definitely find you a better man than Bai Hanmo. Ding Yan didn't want to lose the marriage with the Bai family, but he was biased towards Ding Ningdi. Ningshu said, "Oh, so it's my fault that I'm strong. Should I give in to her because she has an inferiority complex? If you're strong, you should quit. If you're strong, even if you're hurt a little, it's fine." Because she was an illegitimate daughter, she had low self-esteem and had to be carefully protected. Ding Yan didn't like Ningshu talking back. He didn't respect him as a father at all. He wasn't like Ding Ningdi, who called him daddy softly and looked at him with admiration and respect. He wasn't like his eldest daughter, who looked at him with disdain, as if he was a sinner. He just wasn't likable. You can't say that. After all, your sister Bai Hanmo has already done what's done. Xianxia, you're more outstanding than your sister, so you'll definitely find a better man. Ding Yan frowned and said patiently. He wanted to resolve this peacefully. Ningshu held his chin. So it's my fault that I'm outstanding. Besides tears and snot, she's useless. She even became a reason to threaten others. Who asked you to be so outstanding? I'm useless. It's not easy for a man to like me. You're outstanding, so you should quit. It was Ningshu's first time seeing a situation where the weak were right and the strong should quit. It was the logic of a bandit. Didn't Ding Yan know that this was inappropriate? Of course, he knew. But he was biased towards Bai Ningdi and wanted to sacrifice his eldest daughter. Bai Ningdi cried silently. Drops of tears flowed out. She sobbed and said, I was framed. At a party, I was drugged and had sex with my brother-in-law. I didn't do it on purpose. Ningshu nodded. Can you wipe your snot and tears? Do you know how disgusting you are when you cry? Ding Ningdi cried silently and bit her lip. She looked very pitiful. We're solving the problem, not making it more complicated. Don't be so aggressive. Ding Yan said. Ningshu shrugged. This was a little white flower. As long as she cried beautifully and looked weak, there would naturally be people who would stand up for her. What's there to discuss? Don't you just want Ding Ningdi to replace me and let the Ding family and the Bai family unite by marriage? You've already made up your mind. What's there to discuss? You brought her here purely to disgust me, Ningshu said coldly. Ding Yan's face darkened. You're both my daughters. There's nothing to be biased about. Since it's already happened, what do you think we should do? Choose the lesser of two evils and choose the greater of two benefits. Ningshu understood what Ding Yan meant, but the client could not take this lying down. It was an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. This was the best plan for the Ding clan. However, the anger in his heart could not be vented. The development of the situation could very well be derailed. It was Ningshu who saw Ding Ningdi's aggrieved look. She had taken advantage of everything, but she still looked like she was going to die. It was really infuriating. After adding the client into the mix, the ending was really not good. It was Ding Ningdi's mother who came to the Ding family for glory and wealth and gave birth to a daughter. All these years, the Ding family raised Ding Ningdi until she was an adult. They did not lack food or clothes, but more often than not, they ignored her existence. Did they have to treat an illegitimate daughter like she was their ancestor? In the eyes of others, this became very pitiful. How pitiful. She was ignored and never valued. Bai Hanmo felt that all these things were the fault of Ding's mom and the client. It was because of them that Ding Ningdi had suffered so much. In addition, the client and her mother hated Ding Ningdi to the core and scolded Ding Ningdi very harshly. They either hit or scolded her. Every time Bai Hanmo came to save Ding Ningdi, she was in deep trouble. Ningshu looked at Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi had been kneeling on the ground. Her knees hurt a little, so she moved her body. Ningshu ignored her. Even if you slept with your brother-in-law, you didn't say anything. The two of you slept together secretly. Are you not going to tell everyone? Ding Ningdi was a little speechless. Ding Ningdi's expression was very innocent. Ever since they had that romantic night, Bai Hanmo had been pestering her and threatening her with this matter. Ding Ningdi was against Bai Hanmo. She knew that Bai Hanmo was her sister's fiancé. Even if her heart had fallen, Ding Ningdi did not know Bai Hanmo's thoughts. She could only sneak around. Thinking about this, Ding Ningdi's heart ached again. Don't tell me that you couldn't help it. Ningshu smiled at Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi cried. If sister can't forgive me, then I will leave Bai Hanmo and go abroad. I'll see who dares to leave without my permission. A cold voice sounded from the door. Ningshu looked at the door. Bai Hanmo was standing there, wearing a custom-made suit. Bai Hanmo had slanted eyebrows that reached his temples. He had a devilish aura about him. His aura was very strong. Wherever he stood, there was a strong feeling that he was the most powerful person in the world. He had the aura of a king. He was tall, handsome, and had a good figure. He was also a financial tycoon. If he stomped his feet, the entire country's economy would shake. Who knew how much money Bai Hanmo's family had? Only with money could one buy things. Only then could one make up for the grievances Ding Ningdi had suffered all these years. When Bai Hanmo saw Ding Ningdi kneeling on the ground, he frowned. He quickly walked over and helped Ding Ningdi up. Ding Ningdi had been kneeling for a long time. Her knees hurt. When Bai Hanmo pulled her up, she fell into Bai Hanmo's arms. Ding Ningdi quickly tried to push Bai Hanmo away. Bai Hanmo's face darkened. He immediately put his arm around Ding Ningdi's waist. Ding Ningdi's face immediately turned red. There were still tears on her face, but she looked shy. Ningshu was really amazed. Ding's mom was about to lose her temper again. Ningshu grabbed Ding's mom's hand. Ningshu looked at the two people who were so close to each other. He said, I'm your official fiancé. Is it okay for you to hug each other like this? Ding Ningdi's face turned pale. She quickly pushed Bai Hanmo away. Bai Hanmo's face darkened even more. He said to Ding Ningdi coldly, who gave you the courage to push me away? Ding Ningdi's eyes were filled with tears. They stuck to her eyelashes and wouldn't fall. Ningshu admired Ding Ningdi. Her complexion was really amazing. She was like a chameleon. She could turn red and white at will. Her tears were crystal clear. Anyone who saw them would be soft-hearted. Seeing Ding Ningdi like this, Bai Hanmo's face darkened even more. He felt sorry for her. He hugged her and put his clothes on her. What era are we in now? You're still making people kneel. I've really learned something. Bai Hanmo glanced at the Ding family members in the room. No, it's me. Ding Ningdi tried to explain. You don't have to explain. I know. Bai Hanmo interrupted Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi looked at Ningshu and Ding's mom timidly. She explained anxiously, no, it's not what you think. Did they threaten you? Bai Hanmo asked Ding Ningdi as he stared coldly at the people in the room. How dare they touch Bai Hanmo's people? Ding Ningdi was extremely anxious. No, it's really not like that. Listen to me. Alright, I know what's going on with the Ding family. Bai Hanmo's gaze landed on Ningshu and Ding's mom. Obviously, they think that you and Ding's mom are the murderers. Ningshu looked at the two of them expressionlessly. Ding Ningdi tried to explain for a long time, but she didn't say anything useful. Why don't you say something? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm here today, so no one can do anything to you, Bai Hanmo said domineeringly. Ningshu wasn't angry at all. I'm your fiancé. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this? It's always others who give me an explanation. I, Bai Hanmo, never give others an explanation, Bai Hanmo said calmly. Ningshu slowly lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and put on his shoes. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi. You're a thief and you're a prostitute. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Shuaching, how can you say that? Ding Yan was afraid that Bai Hanmo would be angry, so he immediately scolded Ningshu. Ningshu felt that Bai Hanmo's awesome identity was simply a boss. It was as if the Bai family was in charge of all the businesses in the world. Everyone else had to kneel down and drink the soup. He was the most awesome person in the world. What explanation do you want? I want to marry the daughter of the Ding family. Who said that the daughter of the Ding family has to be you? Bai Hanmo said slowly. Bai Hanmo said to Ding Ningdi, did they hit you? Treat them the way they treated you before. I'll back you up. You can do whatever you want. Ding Ningdi shook her head, looking timid. No, you should leave now. This is our family matter. Let's talk about it later. Bai Hanmo didn't look worried, but when he saw Ding Ningdi's pitiful look, his heart softened. You're the only one with a soft heart. Others have already bullied you and you still don't fight back. But as my woman, you don't have to be afraid at all. You can do whatever you want. Ding Ningdi still shook her head, as if she was used to being bullied and did not dare to fight back. Ningxu, why did these people's love always have to trample on some people in order to appear beautiful and domineering? Bai Hanmo came to save the damsel in distress and stood up for Ding Ningdi. She could do whatever she wanted. He didn't even explain himself when he cheated on her. Now he even turned around to deal with his fiancée. Ningxu felt that these two people were a match made in heaven. Bai Hanmo was right because he was strong, and Ding Ningdi was right because he was weak. The whole world's reason was tainted by these two people's reason. It was so annoying. Ningxu stared at these two people, which made him feel nauseous. Go. No matter what you do today, these people won't dare to do anything to you. Bai Hanmo said to Ding Ningdi gently. Bai Hanmo's behavior was exactly what a woman wanted. He was cold and ruthless to others, but special to her. Forget it, don't be like this. Ding Ningdi shook her head and said, biting her lip, looking conflicted and scared. People who didn't know would really think that he had done something to Ding Ningdi. Ningxu was sure that Ding Ningdi wouldn't do anything. She didn't need to do anything. She just needed to look weak, pitiful, and beautiful. She just needed a man to do everything. Ding's mom was furious. She had never seen such shameless people. The client and Ding's mom hated these two people to the core. Half of it was because of Ding Ningdi, and the other half was because of Bai Hanmo's attitude. Bai Hanmo's attitude was to trample on people. He didn't compensate them at all. Instead, he trampled on them like this. You're awesome, okay. The client and Ding's mom were driven out of the Ding family. On the surface, they said that they were vicious and even hurt their sister. In fact, Ding Yan had received Bai Hanmo's hint to give Ding Ningdi's mother a status. Ding's mom took over the identity of Mrs. Ding, so Ding Ningdi's mother was always a mistress, and Ding Ningdi's identity was also an illegitimate daughter. As long as Ding Ningdi's celebrity mother married Ding Yan, Ding Ningdi would no longer be an illegitimate daughter. In front of Bai Hanmo, Ding Ningdi definitely wouldn't directly say that Ding Yan should marry her mother. She would just say that her mother and father loved each other. However, Mrs. Ding took over the position of wife. As long as there was true love, everything was right. Anyway, these people didn't need to do anything other than love. Anyone who offended Ding Ningdi and looked down on her would be slapped in the face in the end. Ding Ningdi went to a banquet and was laughed at by the rich young ladies and young masters. In the end, she would be punished by Bai Hanmo. Ningxu took a deep breath and waved at Ding Ningdi. Come here. I have something to say to you. Ding Ningdi's face immediately turned as pale as paper. She clutched her skirt tightly and slowly walked over to Ningxu. She looked scared but didn't dare to not go over. Ningxu, he met a woman who had a boyfriend. Bai Hanmo grabbed Ding Ningdi's arm. You should go over when I tell you to. Why are you so obedient? Ding Ningdi let out an imperceptible sigh of relief, which made Bai Hanmo's face darken. He could immediately imagine what kind of life this woman was living in the Ding family. Bai Hanmo made a decision and said to Ding Yan, I want to marry Ding Ningdi. It's just a marriage between the Bai family and the Ding family. It's fine as long as she's a daughter of the Bai family. Ding Yan glanced at Ningxu and Ding's mom and nodded. Okay. Ding Yan agreed. Mrs. Ding was in a daze, and her body was as taut as a broken string. Ningxu held Ding's mom's hand tightly and didn't let her be impulsive. There was no point in making a scene now. Ding's mom turned to look at Ningxu with red eyes. Ningxu shook his head imperceptibly. Ding's mom closed her eyes. Bai Hanmo looked at Ding's mom and the silent Ningxu and smiled wickedly. He said to Ding Yan, I'll marry Ding Ningdi soon. Ding Ningdi is my woman now. Whoever touches my woman will be touching the Bai family. Take good care of Ding Ningdi. Don't worry about that, Ding Yan said immediately. Ding Mingdi's face was as red as the morning sun and she was very shy. Bye. Hanmo turned and left. Ding Mingdi followed him to see him off. There were only the three of them left in the house. Ding Yan said to Ding's mom, "Don't worry. I'll find a good husband for Xianxia." Ding's mom opened her eyes and shouted, "Get out." Ding Yan's face twitched and his expression turned ugly. He felt extremely embarrassed and turned around to leave. He slammed the door shut. As soon as Ding Yan left, Ding's mom grabbed Ning Shu's hand and said to Ning Shu with red eyes, "Xianxia, my daughter, what are you going to do?" "What can I do? I didn't marry a cold-hearted person like Bai Hanmo. Fortunately, I didn't marry him. If something like this happened after I got married, it would be even more troublesome. If something like this happened after they got married, it would be terrible. But you should have been the one to marry into the Bai family. The Bai family has a prominent status in the business world." "So what if they have a prominent status?" Ning Shu said. "Mom, things have already happened. We have to make plans for ourselves. Don't worry. I will think of a way. I will not let that illegitimate daughter get away with this." Ding's mom grabbed Ning Shu's hand so hard that it hurt Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu's expression did not change. "Mom, I will not marry Bai Hanmo. It seems like Bai Hanmo is determined to marry Ding Mingdi. You can't take this lying down. You raised a vicious snake. You have been replaced. What will others think of you? When you're proud, you'll definitely be the icing on the cake. When you're down, who knows how they'll laugh at you behind your back. Xianxia, it's all because I'm useless." Mother Ding hugged Ning Shu's waist and buried herself in Ning Shu's arms as she cried. Ning Shu patted Ding's mom's back gently and said calmly, "I don't care what others say. We have to prepare a backup plan. Now that Bai Hanmo is going to marry Ding Mingdi, everyone will follow him. If she wants to change her identity, we may be kicked out of the family." Ding's mom raised her head from Ning Shu's arms and wiped her tears. Ning Shu continued, "Dad is a businessman. Businessmen value profits. I am also his daughter. But when I was wronged, he did not say a word. He was afraid that he would anger Bai Hanmo and cause the marriage between the Bai family and the Ding family to fail. He did not say a word. He did not hesitate. He may abandon us for the sake of profits. So we have to plan early," Ning Shu said with a serious expression. Ding's mom hesitated. "I don't think so." Ning Shu said calmly, "Dad has always been partial to Ding Mingdi. If Bai Hanmo asks Dad to marry Ding Mingdi's mother, then there will only be one position for Ding Mingdi. One will have to go up, and the other will have to go down. So, we can't take any chances. Mom, can't you let go of Dad?" Ning Shu looked into Ding's mom's eyes. "If anything happens to us, Dad will definitely stand by and do nothing. Let me think about it." Ding's mom rubbed her temples. Ning Shu was not in a hurry. Even though Ding's mom hated Ding Yan so much right now, she would not be able to give up on Ding Yan. Back then, he could even accept an illegitimate daughter. Now, he was so angry because of his own daughter. Women were always very tolerant of men. Besides, there were too many rich and powerful families. Men had the right to be free and easy. Many people turned a blind eye to it. "Go and rest," Ning Shu said to Ding's mom. Ding's mom nodded tiredly. Ning Shu patted Ding's mom's hand and said, "When you see Ding Mingdi, don't make things difficult for her. Don't get into a conflict with her. She has Bai Hanmo backing her now. If we use force, we will be at a disadvantage. Can you bear it?" Ding's mom looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. "Of course I can bear it. It's useless to show off now." "Okay, I can bear it too," Ding's mom said with a fierce look on her face. Ning Shu smiled. "Mom is the best." Ding's mom glared at Ning Shu. "How can you still smile at a time like this?" Ding's mom was a model wife of a rich and powerful family. She was adorned with jewelry and kept as a mistress. When she had nothing to do, she would go shopping and do facial treatments. Ding's mom patted Ning Shu's head. "I will definitely make you happy." Ning Shu nodded. "Take your time. There's no rush. After Ding's mom left, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. The Bai family had retired special forces soldiers as bodyguards. She had to be able to fight. The surrounding fiery yang qi surged into Ningxu's body. However, Ningxu found that the laws of nature had a great suppression on his body. In modern times, there was little spirit qi. It was impossible to fly in the sky. Even with the fiery yang qi, it was only slightly faster than absorbing spirit qi. The suppression was still there. Otherwise, they would repel each other. However, Ningxu was very satisfied. Wisps of heat penetrated his skin and seeped into his muscles and meridians. His body felt warm. He felt very comfortable. Ningxu cast a spell and decided to set up a fiery yang qi array. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by Ding Ningdi's voice. "Sister, can I come in?" Ningxu's hand that was casting a spell paused. He had failed to set up the array. Ding Ningdi, who was outside the door, asked again, "Sister, can I come in? I have something to explain to you." The array had failed. Ningxu cast a spell and his fingers moved quickly. He said, "You can't come in. I don't want to talk to you. Elder sister, there are some things that I need to explain to you clearly." Ding Ningdi insisted. Ningxu said, "Are you crazy? I told you that I don't want to see you. Sister, get out." The door fell silent. Ningxu continued to cultivate. With the fiery yang qi array, the fiery yang qi array increased. The fiery yang qi array kept pouring into Ningxu's body. Ningxu was cultivating when there was an urgent knock on the door. Ningxu opened his eyes and found that the sky was already dark. It was already evening. "Young mistress, please go downstairs. Something has happened." Auntie Li's voice came from outside the door. Ningxu hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. He saw the middle-aged woman, Auntie Li, with an anxious expression. "Young mistress, something has happened to madam." Ningxu hurried downstairs and saw Ding's mom sitting on the ground. The left side of her face was red. She had been hit. Ningxu hurried over and helped Ding's mom up. Ding's mom seemed to be in shock. Even when Ningxu helped her up, her expression was blank. Ding Ningdi grabbed Ding Yan's arm. Ding Yan glared at Ding's mom angrily. "Father, don't be too rash. Auntie is just worried about big sister." Ding Ningdi said carefully to Ding Yan. "She is a selfish woman. She only cares about herself and her daughter. When will you spare a thought for me? Do you know how terrible it is for the Ding family to offend by Hanmo?" Ding Yan roared angrily. He was like an enraged lion. "You only care about your daughter. Have you ever thought about what will happen to the Ding family and the company?" Ding Ningdi was so scared that her pupils were trembling. Her eyes were watery. Ningxu stood in front of Ding's mom and said coldly to Ding Yan, "No matter what my mother said or did wrong, you shouldn't have hit her. Fighting with a woman shows how capable and awe-inspiring you are. How dare you? I am your father, your father. How dare you talk to me like that? You eat and use my food. What's wrong with making a sacrifice for the Ding family? You are engaged to Bai Hanmo, but now Bai Hanmo doesn't want you. He wants Ding Ningdi. What do you think the Ding family should do?" Ding Yan and Ningxu roared. Ningxu wiped the saliva off his face. "Bai Hanmo asked you to lick his shoes. Did you do it? In order to show how awesome Bai Hanmo was, everyone knelt down and licked him." Ding Yan's look of fear and trepidation was even more frightening than a courtier meeting an emperor in ancient times. It was as if he was afraid that if he made Bai Hanmo unhappy, his whole family would be executed. It was true that when Bai Hanmo stomped his feet, the whole world would tremble. Ningxu glanced at the lovely Ding Ningdi and said to Ding Yan, "In your heart, I'm not a woman, I'm an enemy. If you were as obedient as Ning Dai, I wouldn't be so worried." Ding Yan's chest heaved up and down. Ningxu sneered. "Dad, who is the cause of this? My fiancé was snatched away, and you blame me for being disobedient and disobedient. I didn't do it on purpose. I was framed. I was drugged by those playboys and accidentally bumped into my brother-in-law. I didn't know it was him at that time. If I knew it was him, Ding Ningdi's face was full of innocence. Tears were about to fall down and stick to her eyelashes, making them crystal clear. Ningshu clicked his tongue and looked away. He took Ding Mom's hand and prepared to go upstairs. Dad, Mom's biggest mistake was to treat you as her pillar of support, as the closest person to her. She only spoke to you because she wanted you to seek justice for her daughter, Ningshu said to Ding Yan. Then Ningshu and Ding Mom went upstairs. Ding Yan sighed deeply and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Dad, let me give you a massage. Ding Ningdi obediently massaged Ding Yan's shoulders. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me and my brother-in-law, my sister and auntie wouldn't hate you. Ding Ningdi was very sorry. Ding Yan heard his daughter's words and his body stiffened. Then he said, it's not your fault. Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. You are the best person to marry into the Bai family, because Bai Hanmo cares about you. Ding Yan said. Since ancient times, even heroes could not resist the charms of beautiful women. Ding Ningdi's face was red. She pinched Ding Yan's shoulders and said, Dad, Mom has been waiting for you. Can you go and see her? I know it's wrong, but Mom misses you very much. Ding Ningdi stared at Ding Yan with a pair of watery eyes. Ding Yan was silent. Now that Ding Ningdi was going to marry into the Bai family, it was not bad to see Ding's mother. Ding Yan narrowed his eyes and thought of that female celebrity. She was very charming, especially in bed. Okay, I'll go see her when I have time. Ding Yan nodded in agreement. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Ding Ningdi immediately smiled like a flower. Her cheerful appearance could melt a man's heart. Ningshu saw this scene in the stairwell and went downstairs with heavy steps. The smile on Ding Ningdi's face disappeared immediately. She lowered her head and looked very timid, as if she was afraid of Ningshu. Ningshu, he. Ningshu went to the fridge to get some ice. Half of Ding's mom's face was swollen. He had to apply the ice to her face. As for the scene of Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi's father-daughter relationship, she saw it all. She also saw the conversation between Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi. Ningshu took the ice and went upstairs. Ding's mom was sitting on the bed. Ningshu walked over, put the ice in the gauze, and gently pressed it on Ding's mom's face. Ding's mom hissed in pain. Ningshu told Ding's mom everything he heard at the stairs. Ding's mom was calm the whole time. Even when she heard that Ding Yan was going to meet the female star, her eyebrows twitched. Ningshu grabbed Ding's mom's hand and put some spiritual chi into her body. What did you say to Dad? Why did Dad hit you? Ningshu asked. Ding's mom was silent for a moment and then said, he told you to marry into the Bai family. How is that possible? Ningshu said speechlessly. I know it's impossible. I said it on purpose to make myself give up, Ding's mom said. I didn't expect him to hit you. We've been married for more than 20 years, and this is the first time I've found your dad to be such a coward. Ding's mom sneered. Ningshu put the ice in her face again. It's said that one can be strong without desires. Dad is too afraid of losing what he has, but he also wants to suck up to Bai Hanmo too much. Ding's mom grabbed Ningshu's wrist. What kind of man is a man who can't even protect his wife and child? Shuaching, what do you think we should do? It seems that Ding Yan is going to give up on me, Ding's mom said. We can't leave this house with nothing, Ningshu said. I heard that Dad is going to meet that female star. To be honest, although they were in the modern world, Ningshu felt that it was no different from having multiple wives in ancient times. Look at Ding Yan. He was going to meet that female star as if she were his concubine. Ding Ningdi was like a pimp. What happened next was that Ding Yan and that female star were really in love with each other. Ding's mom was a lady from a rich family. There was nothing that she couldn't do. When she heard Ningshu's words, she started to think. Because of this, Ding's mom and Ding Yan slept in separate rooms. Their relationship as husband and wife was almost exhausted. In fact, since more than 20 years ago, Ding's mom had a thorn in her heart. Another woman came to her door with a child. She held her anger and raised this child, who was an eyesore every day. Now that the child had grown up, she stole her daughter's man, and now she was helping her mother steal her own man. She had really underestimated this delicate woman who cried so easily. Ding's mom had some shares in the company, and she usually had some money in her card. Ningshu took out his own pocket money and bought the shares of the Ding family's company piecemeal. These things were all done in secret. Ding Mingdi always found an opportunity to talk to Ningshu, but Ningshu just ignored her. Even if she apologized, she was showing off. I was wrong, but Bai Hanmo and I are really in love. Please give me your blessings. Or, sister, you should let it go. You will definitely meet someone better. Or, sister, I have nothing since I was young. I know you don't like me, but I have always treated you as my sister in my heart. Or, sister, please forgive me. If you don't forgive me, then I won't marry Bai Hanmo. Ningshu, you really scared me to death. She was a classic example of pretending to be innocent after taking advantage. She stole someone else's man, and she still had to pinch her nose and grit her teeth to give her blessings. She was like a little white flower fluttering in the wind. She was so angry, but she still looked so innocent and pitiful with tears in her eyes, as if everyone else was a bad person. Everything I did was out of good intentions. How could you treat me like this? I am so lowly, and you are so high and mighty. You are so brilliant, and you are still F***king arguing with me. I just want the true love of my life, and you are still so cruel to me. You're heartless and unreasonable. To be honest, any woman who met this kind of woman would turn evil. But men liked it. They looked at her with a pair of admiring eyes that said, "You are my whole world." Men's vanity was unprecedentedly inflated. Ningshu suspected that Ding Mingdi was deliberately provoking her, trying to make her have a conflict with her. If she was so angry that she lost her mind and did something to hurt Ding Mingdi, Bai Hanmo would tear her apart. Ding Mingdi only needed to be delicate and pitiful, acting like a weakling. If she was the one who had asked Ding Mingdi to provoke her again and again, she would have fainted from anger. Therefore, Ningshu was very suspicious of Ding Mingdi's intention. She had taken advantage of Ding Mingdi, yet she still provoked her like this. Ningshu did not pay attention to her at all. No matter what Ding Mingdi said, she would not be angry. And she never got close to Ding Mingdi. She kept a distance of 1 meter. And she always turned on the recording. No matter what Ding Mingdi said, she would record it. Seeing Ningshu like this, Ding Mingdi felt very wronged. She cried and said to Ding Yan, "Sister, won't forgive me. I really want to get my sister's forgiveness and blessings." Ding Mingdi was crying so hard that anyone who saw her would be soft-hearted. At the dinner table, Ding Yan directly said to Ningshu, "You have been sulking for so long. It's time to stop. Mingdi really wants to apologize to you. Look at your cold face." Ningshu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "I can't accept that my future man is my brother-in-law. Dad, can you accept that your lover is your sister-in-law?" Ningshu spread his hands and said. Ding Yan's face looked as if he had eaten shit. "How can you say that?" Ningshu shook his head. "I didn't say anything. I just can't stand that she has to show off her love after robbing me." "I didn't." Ding Mingdi's eyes were wet. "Sister, why do you always think of me as malicious? I never thought of it that way. The things you do make me feel disgusted. You are full of malice." Ningshu said directly, "You stole something, hid it secretly, and even came out to show off to your master. If you really feel sorry, then don't marry Bai Hanmo if you have the ability. I'll believe your sincerity. What's the use of apologizing? Saying sorry is not a sincere apology. It's better not to disgust each other." Ningshu stood up. "I'm done." Ningshu got off the table, and Ding's mom also stood up and went back to her room. "Dad, I'm sorry. I really want my sister to forgive me." Ding Mingdi bit her lips, her face full of guilt. "It's not your problem. It's their problem. Don't take it to heart. They are used to being arrogant and lofty. They don't want to live a rich life without the Ding family." Ningshu stood at the top of the stairs with his bag and stared at Ding Yan. In Ding Yan's heart, even Ding's mom was dispensable. If he really respected Ding's mom, he would not fool around outside and even have an illegitimate daughter. Ningshu coughed and decided to have a conversation full of affection. He ignored the awkward expressions on their faces and went out. Ning Shu went to find a private detective and asked 4 detectives to investigate Ding Ningdi's star mother. Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi's mother were still together. No, they had never broken up. Now, Ji Lu had already retired and was no longer in the entertainment industry. She lived a happy life with her daughter and Ding Yan's lover. She went shopping and did beauty treatments like a rich woman. It was not that easy for Ding Ningdi to clear her name. Ning Shu gave him a deposit. He needed to know the whereabouts of Ding Ningdi's mother, Ji Lu, and the dirty things between her and Ding Yan. After leaving the private detective agency, Ning Shu went to the pharmacy to buy silver needles. Ding Ningdi provoked her so much because she wanted to make her angry and hurt her. Then he would use the needles to prick her. The wound would not be visible. Since you asked for it, it would be inhumane not to satisfy you. Ning Shu received a call from home. It was from the servant, Auntie Li. Auntie Li said that something big had happened at home. Ding Ningdi had fallen down the stairs and was now in the hospital. Auntie Li told Ning Shu the address. Ning Shu hurried to the hospital. Something really happened when he was not at home. Ding Ningdi was indeed injured as she wished. She was injured in the Ding family. Bai Hanmo said that if Ding Ningdi was hurt in the Ding family and lost a single hair, he would have to bear the consequences. Ning Shu asked the nurse about the ward. When he opened the door, he saw Ding's mom kneeling on the ground. Ding Ningdi was lying on the hospital bed with one leg in a cast. Her face was as pale as a sheet. She seemed to be frightened and her eyes were blank. Bai Hanmo comforted her anxiously. He looked at Ding's mom, who was kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. Ning Shu walked over and helped Ding's mom up from the ground. He patted the dust off Ding's mom's knees, making an elder kneel in front of a junior. This has never happened before. Ning Shu glanced at Ding Yan. This coward. I didn't ask her to kneel. Bai Hanmo looked at Ning Shu coldly. Her mistake can't be solved by kneeling. Ning Shu's face was cold. So my mother did something wrong? Oh, so it's my mother's fault that this woman fell down the stairs? Ning Shu looked at Ding Ningdi, who was lying on the hospital bed. Ding Ningdi's face was pale. Even her lips were pale, but she still looked beautiful. There was a kind of woman who, no matter the time, always looked the most beautiful. Ning Shu suspected that Ding Ningdi's every angle was trained by herself. If that was really the case, then the person who asked her to do it did not lose unjustly. In this world, it was either a man or a woman. It was either you conquer me or I conquer you. She could conquer all men's minds with one move. When Ding Ningdi saw Ning Shu looking at her, she shivered. She waved her hand and said anxiously with a red face, Auntie didn't push me down the stairs. No, I was careless. I asked her to kneel down and admit her mistake. Ding Yan said, the evidence is conclusive. In the surveillance video, it was your mother who pushed Ning Dai down the stairs. Ning Shu took a deep breath. It seemed that Ding Ningdi was in front of Ding's mom again. Ning Shu twitched the corner of his mouth. Ding Yan asked Ding's mom to kneel down to the illegitimate daughter, which was to torture Ding's mom's heart. The process of this matter was not important. In the end, it was Ding's mom who pushed Ding Ningdi. I won't let this matter go. No matter how you treated her before, this woman is mine now. You have no right to teach her a lesson. Bai Hanmo looked cold. Ding Ningdi wanted to plead for mercy, but she was interrupted before she could say anything. Don't plead for mercy. You are so stupid. She hurt you like this, but you still don't learn your lesson. Are you out of your mind? Bai Hanmo stared at Ding Ningdi angrily. Ding Ningdi lowered her head and did not speak. Ding Yan said to Bai Hanmo, Child Bai, she is indeed wrong. Please forgive her. I will go back and teach her a lesson. While Ding Yan was talking, Ding's mom, who was next to Ning Shu, was trembling. Ning Shu held her cold hand tightly. Earlier, Ding Yan had asked Ding's mom to kneel down and apologize to Ding Ningdi. Now, he was saying something like this. He was pushing all the blame onto Ding's mom. Ding's mom didn't know how she was feeling right now. The two sides had been fighting to the death, and the hatred had accumulated over time. Ning Shu pulled Ding's mom behind him and said, We still don't know what the truth is. Maybe Ding Ningdi fell down on purpose. Get the hell out of here, and I'll believe you, Bai Hanmo said coldly. Who would want to hurt themselves? Get the hell out of here. Ding Shuiqing, you should find a better excuse. I used to think that you were beautiful, but now, it seems that you are an idiot and a vicious person. Bai Hanmo looked at Ning Shu with disappointment in his eyes. Ning Shu's mouth kept twitching. What the hell, what does it have to do with you? I don't need you to be disappointed. I won't let this go. Wait for my lawyer to come to you. Bai Hanmo's eyes were cold. Otherwise, anyone can bully my girl in the future. Ning Shu looked calm. Okay, you can hire a lawyer. If it is proven that Ding Ningdi fell down on her own, then it will be really embarrassing. The daughter-in-law of the Bai family is a woman who uses despicable means to frame others. Ning Shu sneered. I'm fine, Bai Hanmo. Don't make this a big deal. I'm really fine. Bai Hanmo said. I'm really fine. What are you afraid of? I have your back. No one can hurt you now, Bai Hanmo said domineeringly. As long as you get the hell out of here, I won't pursue the matter. Bai Hanmo pointed at Ning Shu. I'll go, Ding's mom said. Ning Shu froze for a moment before he saw Ding's mom walk out of the ward. Ning Shu glanced at Ding Yan. Ding Yan turned his head to one side and did not say a word. Ning Shu's heart didn't waver in the slightest as he hurriedly followed. Ding's mom was standing on the stairs with a bodyguard in a suit next to her. It was obvious that Bai Hanmo had sent someone to spy on Ding's mom. She wanted to see Ding's mom rolling down the stairs with her own eyes. The bodyguard looked at Ding's mom with disdain. Obviously, he did not believe that Ding's mom would roll down the stairs. Ning Shu grabbed Ding's mom's hand and said, Mom, you don't have to do this. I have a way. You don't have to do this. Ding's mom looked at the ward and saw that Ding Yan had not come out. She looked disappointed. Mom. Ning Shu moved closer to Ding's mom's ear and said, You don't have to roll down the stairs. Ding's mom pushed Ning Shu's hand away and rolled down the stairs decisively. She curled up into a ball. Her forehead had hit the wall and was bruised. Ning Shu hurriedly helped Ding's mom up and said to the bodyguard, who was a little surprised, Tell your master that my mom has rolled down the stairs. Ning Shu carried Ding's mom on his back and went to find a nurse to bandage her wound. Ding's mom's head was dizzy from hitting the wall. She lay weakly on Ning Shu's back. Ding's mom was really strong-willed. She was deliberately torturing herself. Why bother? If it had been Ning Shu would not have rolled down the stairs himself. Instead, he would have dragged Ding Yan down with him. No, he would have kicked Ding Yan down. Ning Shu put Ding's mom on the bed. The nurse applied some medicine on Ding's mom. Ning Shu said helplessly, Mom, can we not hurt ourselves? If we want to hurt someone else, we should hurt someone else. You've lived with Dad for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Why did you test him in this way? Ding's mom said weakly, Of course I know your dad won't save me. I've completely given up now. We have to keep that recording until the end. Ning Shu told Ding's mom that she had to be careful when she was alone with Ding Ningdi. What did she say to make you so angry? Ning Shu asked. Even if you roll down the stairs, Bai Hanmo won't let us go. Ding's mom took out her phone. Ning Shu clicked on the recording and heard Ding Ningdi's voice. Auntie, I want to ask my mom to come to my wedding. Ding Ningdi's voice was full of pleading. Ding's mom refused coldly. No, the Ding family can't afford to lose face. Are you afraid of my mom? I'm afraid that my mom will appear in front of you. I'm afraid that my dad will see my mom. What a joke. Actually, I've always sympathized with you. Although you're Mrs. Ding, you're a pitiful person who can't even get your husband's love. Ning Shu heard Ding Ningdi scream. Ding's mom must have pushed Ding Ningdi down the stairs. Ning Shu turned off the recording. Even if Bai Hanmo wants to hire a lawyer, we won't lose. Ding Ningdi deliberately provoked you and instigated you to commit the crime. Why did I have to roll down the stairs? Ning Shu sent a copy of the recording to his phone. I'll remember this pain. The more painful it is, the more determined I am, Ding's mom said. Let's go back. Ning Shu supported Ding's mom. He knew what Ding's mom was talking about. She was talking about Ding Yan. It seemed that Ding's mom had completely given up on Ding Yan. Ningshu helped Ding's mom into the car and got in the car himself. Ningshu saw Ding's mom leaning against the seat and comforted her. "Mom, don't be too sad. Actually, very few men are loyal to their family and marriage," Ningshu said. "Only morality and the law can restrain disloyalty and betrayal." Ding's mom took a deep breath. "For so many years, I've tolerated Ding Ningdi, but he didn't show any gratitude. In return, he treated me with indifference." "Mom, you don't have to be so sad. If you understand men, you'll know that all men are the same." Ningshu turned the steering wheel. "Mom, let's talk about men from the perspective of biological reproduction. Whether it's animals or humans, if a male wants to reproduce the genes he carries with him, he will want to mate with as many females as possible. Through continuous mating and mating with multiple females, he will pass on his genes. This desire to mate and reproduce is an instinct of male animals. So, a man's fickleness is engraved in his bones. Don't be too sad." Ding's mom, "But you're being too absolute. Although your father is not a good man, there are still good men out there," Ding's mom said. Ningshu nodded. "I know. It's about self-control. Some men are able to control their instincts and become good men. Some people just let go of their inhibitions and let go of their natural instincts. As long as the conditions are right, very few men can control themselves." Ding's mom was not comforted by Ningshu at all. Instead, she became even more worried. "How old are you? How can you be like this?" "Mom, what I mean is that if you meet a good man, you should cherish him, but don't have too much hope for him." Generally speaking, the conflict between a man and a woman was uncontrollable. Women demanded different levels of loyalty, while men wanted to be strong for more resources. With more resources, there would be more women and more offspring. Just like the Lion King, if he was strong, he could occupy more territory and more lionesses. The two instincts of living creatures were survival and reproduction. Ding's mom looked at Ningshu worriedly. "Ningshu, am I being too direct?" "Well, there are still good men in this world," Ningshu said. Ningshu did not think that there was anything wrong with his thinking. Sometimes, when one had too high expectations of the other party, it would make one sad and disappointed. It was very painful to have one's fantasy destroyed in the end. Ningshu was afraid that Ding's mom would look at him as if she was looking at a family member, so he changed the topic. "How's the share collection going?" When it came to business, Ding's mom's expression became more serious. "Actually, the company has been doing well. The shareholders will not give up their shares. Especially since the Ding family and the Bai family are going to have a marriage alliance. If they follow the Bai family, there will be benefits, so basically, no one will sell their shares." There was a red light in front of them. Ningshu stepped on the brakes. "Take it slow. If the Ding family can't have a marriage alliance with the Bai family and the Ding family can't get any benefits, then it will be easy. I want Ding Yan to leave with nothing and let him and Ji Lu be together," Ding's mom said with clenched fists. True love, if Ding Yan really had such a day, Ji Lu would definitely abandon him. Ningshu drove home and told Ding's mom to have a good rest. Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi were in the hospital. The huge villa looked empty and safe. "Have a good rest. Don't do anything stupid. To be honest, Dad doesn't have you in his heart now. Even if you die in front of him, he won't feel anything." Ding's mom lay down and rolled her eyes at Ningshu. "Can't you say something nice?" Ningshu smiled and tucked Ding's mom in. Ningshu returned to his room and set up a company on the internet overseas. Since they could not develop in the country, they were known as Baihanmo, and the entire country's economy would tremble if they stomped their feet. He didn't have to defeat Baihanmo, but he had to at least have something that could keep the client and Ding's mom safe. It wasn't as bad as in the plot, where the rich young lady had to wash dishes. He watched Baihanmo pamper his wife every day. Ningshu clicked on the mouse. What should he do? Even if it was a company, it should have a main product. Ningshu propped up his chin and thought for a while. It was better to focus on cosmetics. She had beauty recipes in her hands, such as the 1,000 gold beauty cream and recipes to nourish a woman's body. There was also ointment for burns. It was pretty good to do medical makeup. Why don't you try and see if you can develop in the country? If you really can't develop in the country, then go overseas. It was easy to earn money from girls. Xianxia wanted to go the high-end route, especially the ointment for burns. Xianxia took out a notebook from the drawer, took out a pen cap, and wrote down a prescription. Xianxia had learned these prescriptions from the divine doctor and the elders of the demonic sect when she was the demoness. Although some things were highly toxic, they were good for the body. Xianxia was quite happy as she wrote down the prescription, because what she had learned was useful. Xianxia wrote down the ointment for burns, which was made with poisonous substances. Then she wrote down the beauty creams and divided them into different categories. After writing, Xianxia locked the things in the cabinet and went to Ding's mom's room. Ding's mom was not asleep. Her eyes were red. When she saw Xianxia, she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with the quilt. Xianxia sat by the bed and pretended not to see anything. He said to Ding's mom, "Let's move out. Ding Ningdi won't be safe at home." "Are you asking me to give up my position? I'm still Mrs. Ding. If we leave, they'll be the only ones left. Father and daughter love each other deeply." Ding's mom said angrily. "I have to go out for something." "I'm afraid that you can't beat Ding Ningdi at home alone," Xianxia said. "No matter what I say this time, I won't be fooled again. If you have something to do, you can go." "Don't worry," Ding's mom said. Xianxia grunted. "Let's keep talking." Xianxia changed into light clothes and prepared to go to the mountains. She was going to catch a 5-step snake and make burn ointment with poisonous scorpions. This ointment is called the 5-poison ointment. It's a mixture of snakes, scorpions, poisonous toads, poisonous spiders, and several poisonous plants. Xianxia was fully armed. He could not be bitten. It would take a few days to go back and forth. Xianxia lived in a farmer's house and then went into the mountains to look for poisonous animals. Generally speaking, if there were remains in a place often, it meant that it was an animal's nest. This was because it could only happen in a place where it stayed often. This meant that this animal was very dangerous. Not only was it fierce, but it could also be highly poisonous. Xianxia wore gloves and held a pair of tongs in his hand. After wandering in the mountains for a few days, he was almost bitten by a snake. However, he finally found what he needed. He put the spiders and toads in a small jar and put the snakes in a bag. He drove back. Xianxia rented a suite in a neighborhood and then began to boil the burn ointment. The snake soup in the medicine pot had been boiled until it was white as snow. Xianxia then put in the other poisons and medicinal herbs. After boiling for a day, the ointment was finally finished. It was the same as the tortoise ointment. Xianxia put it in an exquisite vintage bottle. Xianxia smiled. It was done. Xianxia returned to the Ding family. Ding Ningdi had been discharged from the hospital. She was sitting in a wheelchair with a cast on her leg. Xianxia walked past Ding Ningdi and went upstairs. Ding Ningdi pushed the wheelchair and followed behind Xianxia. She bit her lip and said, "Sister." Xianxia stood on the stairs. "Don't talk to me." "Sister, I'm sorry about what happened to Auntie." "I'm really sorry." Ding Ningdi looked up at Xianxia. Her eyes were wet and innocent. "Are you really sorry?" Xianxia walked down the stairs step by step. He walked up to Ding Ningdi and looked at Ding Ningdi's leg. "Why don't you stay longer? Your leg is broken." "It's okay." Seeing that Xianxia was willing to talk to her, Ding Ningdi looked surprised and scared. She waved her hand and said, "It's just a fracture. You just need to take care of it." Seeing Ding Ningdi like this, Xianxia remembered that Ding Ningdi deliberately provoked Ding's mom before. How many faces could a person have? Xianxia looked at the plaster cast on Ding Ningdi's leg. She bent down and patted Ding Ningdi's shoulder. "Take good care of yourself. If you sit in a wheelchair like this, when will you be able to marry into the Bai family?" "Thank you, sister. You still care about me. I thought you would never talk to me again." Ding Ningdi stared at Xianxia with wet eyes. She kept looking at Xianxia. Her eyes swept over Xianxia's face inch by inch. It seemed that she wanted to see what Xianxia was thinking. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. Ding Ningdi could not guess what Xianxia was thinking. Ding Ningdi smiled at Xianxia and seemed relieved. "It's good that you can forgive me." Ningxu reached out and patted Ding Ningdi's shoulder. If I steal by Hanmo, will you forgive me? I. Ding Ningdi hesitated. Ningxu sneered and turned to go upstairs. Ningxu went to the room to check on Ding's mom. Ding's mom was sitting on the bed talking on the phone. Ningxu stood at the door and waited until Ding's mom hung up the phone before walking over. How have you been these days? Ningxu asked. Nothing happened. Nothing. I just talked to Director Zhao on the phone. Something happened to Director Zhao's family and he needs money. He said he's willing to transfer his shares to me. Ding's mom said. What happened? Ningxu asked cautiously. Our son got into trouble and is now in jail. He needs money to get through. Don't worry. We'll talk about it after I investigate it, Ningxu said. If we rush, we might give ourselves away. Ningxu took the burn ointment and went out. He also went to give money to the private investigator. He asked him to investigate Director Zhao's family. Then he took the burn ointment to Lian Min. The Lian family was also a top wealthy family. Lian Min was the eldest daughter of the Lian family. When she was young, she was scalded in the kitchen. The boiling oil poured directly on her chest and flowed to her stomach and thighs. She was naughty and went to the kitchen. As a result, she was scalded like this. Because of puberty, the skin on her chest was wrinkled. It was the most beautiful part of a woman's body, but Lian Min looked very scary. Ningxu planned to use it on Lian Min. Ningxu waited for Lian Min in the living room. After a long time, Lian Min came down from upstairs. Lian Min's expression was cold. She was fully dressed. But judging from her face, Lian Min was a great beauty. Why are you looking for me? Lian Min sat in front of Ningxu and asked coldly. Ningxu looked at Lian Min. Her hand was intentionally covering her front, which meant that Lian Min was very concerned about her body. Ningxu took out the burn ointment and said, "This is for you. I found a secret recipe for burns. You can use it." Lian Min's face immediately turned incomparably cold. Lian Min hated it when people talked about her injuries. It's very useful. Try it. Actually, my mother and I want to open a cosmetic brand. This is our signature product. It specializes in treating burns, knife wounds, and all kinds of scars. Lian Min's expression turned even uglier. You want to use me as a signboard? Ding Shuiqing, don't you think you're going overboard by poking at other people's wounds? Why should I be your guinea pig? Lian Min's expression was cold. She stood up and said, "See the guest out." Ningxu stood up and gently said, "I definitely want to make a name for the brand, and since you need this, the first person I thought of was you. Maybe it'll be useful." Then do you know how despicable it is to let others be disappointed again and again? Lian Min's face was cold. But if you don't try it, you might lose the chance to make your body more beautiful, Ningxu said. Okay, you can go. Leave the stuff. Lian Min directly drove the guest out. Ningxu nodded and said, "Remember to use it, because it's really useful." Ningxu left the Lian residence. When he returned to the villa was in a mess. Ding Ningdi sat in a wheelchair and kept complaining that her leg hurt. It was so painful that Ding Ningdi's tears and cold sweat flowed down her face. "Dad, my leg hurts." Ding Ningdi felt that the place where her bone was broken was being pulled back and forth. The broken bone rubbed against each other, and it was so painful that all the tendons in her body hurt. Moreover, the wound was burning with pain. "What's wrong?" Ningxu walked over and asked. "Your sister's leg suddenly hurts." "I don't know what's wrong with it," Ding Yan said anxiously. Ding Yan was very anxious. If Ding Ningdi was like this, Bai Hanmo would say that they didn't take good care of Ding Ningdi. Moreover, Ding Yan was also very worried about Ding Ningdi. If something happened to Ding Ningdi's leg, it would affect Ding Ningdi's marriage to Bai Hanmo. The Ding clan had really lost everything. They didn't even get anything. Ding Ningdi was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face. "Dad, it hurts. Help me," Ding Ningdi cried and begged. Seeing Ding Ningdi's painful look, Ningxu said indifferently, "Take her to the hospital. I've asked the best doctor to come here. She's in so much pain." Ding Yan said anxiously. What's the point of asking a doctor? Go to the hospital. There are all kinds of instruments there, Ningxu said indifferently and went upstairs coldly. Ding's mom stood upstairs and looked down. Ningxu asked, what's wrong? She's acting up again. She said her leg hurts so much, Ningxu said, spreading out his hands. By the way, something did happen to Director Li's family. But when you made the deal with him, you asked him to keep it a secret. Ningxu said to Ding's mom. Ding's mom nodded and looked down at the chaos below. She curled her lips. Be careful. If Ding Mingdi's leg really hurts, we have to be careful of Baihanmo. Ningxu said. Ningxu told Ding's mom about starting a company and his future plans. Ding's mom listened carefully to Ningxu's words. That's good. Anyway, let's take it slow. Let's solve the problem between your father and me first. Ding's mom went to contact Director Li. Ningxu saw Ding Mingdi, who was in so much pain that she was barely breathing, and sent her to the hospital. Ningxu also went to the hospital. Ding Mingdi did all kinds of tests. They only found that the wound was a little inflamed and swollen, but they didn't find out why it hurt so much. Ding Mingdi couldn't stand it anymore. The doctor gave her a painkiller to slightly suppress the pain. However, the painkiller couldn't last long. Ding Mingdi was in so much pain that the blue veins on her forehead were throbbing, and even her body was convulsing. Baihanmo held Ding Mingdi's hand tightly and comforted Ding Mingdi. But it was so painful that tears and snot came out of her eyes. The doctor could only give Ding Mingdi frequent painkillers. The more frequent the painkillers were, the less effective they were. The pain made Ding Mingdi hover between life and death. She even wanted to commit suicide. Seeing Ding Mingdi like this, Baihanmo's face trembled. He felt so sorry for her that he clutched the sheet tightly with one hand. He turned around and stared at Ningxu with his red eyes. If anything happens to Ding Mingdi's leg, I won't let you and your mother go. Baihanmo was murderous, and the pressure on his body was very low. She fell from upstairs and only had a fracture. Who knows if she was faking it or not? Even the doctor couldn't find it. What does it have to do with us? Ningxu retorted sarcastically. If your mother hadn't pushed her down the stairs, she wouldn't have suffered like this. Baihanmo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Ningxu said directly, you can do whatever you want. I'm not afraid. Ding Mingdi is faking it. Even the doctor couldn't find it. She was just imagining it. Ningxu looked at Ding Mingdi, who was lying on the bed. The doctor gave her another injection of painkillers. But after a while, Ding Mingdi started to moan again. The pain made Ding Mingdi a little dizzy. Her body activated its self-protection mechanism and she fainted. Baihanmo was so scared that he shook Ding Mingdi, trying to wake her up. The whole hospital was in an uproar because of Ding Mingdi. Many specialists and doctors surrounded Ding Mingdi, checking Ding Mingdi's pupils and taking her pulse. Ningxu was pushed to the corner and watched these people busy themselves. There was a surge of energy at Ding Mingdi's fracture. As long as the energy did not disappear, Ding Mingdi's wound would continue to hurt. Since she was so heartless to let others hurt her, then she would fulfill her wish. Ding Mingdi wanted to use her and Baihanmo's feelings for her to deal with Ding's mom and her client, who had neglected her and treated her badly since she was a child. She wanted to make you suffer so much that you would never dare to deliberately provoke others in the future. Baihanmo's expression was extremely ugly. He slowly turned his head to look at Ningxu. If anything happens to her, you and your mother will die with her. Hearing this, Ningxu almost thought that he was in another world. This was not something an emperor would say. Ningxu waved his hand. Don't worry. It's just a fracture. She won't die. Baihanmo was so angry that he could die. Even if she didn't die, the pain was still a big problem. After the specialists and doctors worked, Ding Mingdi finally woke up. When she woke up, the first thing she did was to look at the other person with an extremely uncomfortable expression. Ningxu's thoughts traveled again. At that time, it was also a girl who was tortured and asked her lover to kill her. In the end, he really did kill her. The most embarrassing thing was to overestimate your position in other people's hearts. Generally speaking, when one asked the other party to kill them, it meant that the other party wanted to save them, and they would do everything they could to save them. Otherwise, I will die in front of you. This was a hidden threat. Bai Hanmo grabbed Ding Ningdi's hand and touched her face. It's okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Ningxu silently watched the two of them being lovey-dovey. He walked over and said, it's just a broken bone. Why do I feel that Ding Ningdi has cancer? Love that couldn't be cured from a car accident and cancer was the most tear-jerking. Shut up. Bai Hanmo and Ningxu roared, can you be more vicious? You don't even think about others. Do you know how much she respects you in her heart? She's always thinking of ways to seek your forgiveness. I really regret that I didn't find a better Ding Ningdi when I was engaged to you. Can you change your personality? Don't build your happiness on other people's pain. I haven't done anything yet. I've always been magnanimous. It's all because of Ding Ningdi. Bai Hanmo rattled off a bunch of things. Ningxu was expressionless. What are you talking about? Ningxu looked at Bai Hanmo as if he was crazy. What right do you have to ask me to change? I don't want to please you, and I don't need you. I don't need you. In my world, I'm the most important. I know I'm good enough. So why should I change? What about you is worth me changing myself for? So what if I'm not kind? Did I eat your rice? She felt that Bai Hanmo had an inexplicable sense of superiority in front of her. It was as if she had to be inferior to him if she liked him. Therefore, it was said that whoever loved first would lose. Ningxu originally wanted to get rid of the force in Ding Ningdi's leg. He was afraid that if Ding Ningdi continued to be in pain, Bai Hanmo would get angry and vent his anger on Ding's mom. After all, Ding's mom was the one who pushed Ding Ningdi down. Now, Bai Hanmo had said something like, you're evil, you're not kind, you should die. Ningxu happily decided to let Ding Ningdi suffer for a while longer. Ningxu shrugged and turned to leave. After he left the hospital, he went to the pharmacy to buy some herbs to prepare the beauty cream. He also had some nourishing cream recipes. As long as he had the recipes, he could make these things successfully. However, there were some small tricks that required practice. Ningxu gave the finished products to Ding's mom to try. Recently, Ding's mom had become much more haggard. Her daughter's fiancé had been snatched away, and her marriage was not going well. She was secretly busy with company matters. Ningxu gave her the nourishing cream and the beauty cream. Ding's mom asked what these were, and Ningxu explained them to her. It's good to do something to distract you, so that you won't keep thinking about Ding Ningdi and Bai Hanmo. Ding's mom took the things. I'll use them. Ningxu, did Ding's mom think that she was doing these things to forget Bai Hanmo? She thought too highly of Bai Hanmo. No matter how handsome Bai Hanmo was, Ningxu did not feel anything for him. No matter how handsome he was, he would just be a pile of ashes and an urn. However, although he was handsome and pleasing to the eye, Bai Hanmo's words were not pleasing to the eye at all. After all, she used to be his fiancée. How could he be so cold and heartless? In the blink of an eye, they became enemies. He did not even give an explanation. If this happened to anyone, they would be angry. Just like when Ding's mom hurt Bai Ningdi. Wasn't Bai Hanmo also angry? Didn't he want to take revenge? They were both people, so they reacted the same way. Only other people were evil. As long as they had an innocent and kind face, they were really innocent and kind. Ningxu chuckled and did not explain. He said to her, try it. It will definitely work. It will make your face look like a peach blossom and make you look 10 years younger. Ding's mom thought that Ningxu was just trying to make her happy, so she did not take it to heart. She said, I got Director Li's shares, but it's still not enough compared to your father's shares. Let's create a scandal, as long as you are willing to do it, Ningxu said. Ding's mom pursed her lips. Do you have any ideas? As long as you are willing to do it, I will definitely think of a way. Ningxu opened the jar of the cream and fed Ding's mom a spoonful. Ding's mom quickly drank some water and swallowed it. The cream was made with some herbs, so it tasted a little bit salty. Remember to eat this every day. Ningxu looked at Ding's mom. Have you really made up your mind? Are you sure you want to divorce Dad and cut off all ties with him? Ningxu was worried that Ding's mom would be soft-hearted. Ding's mom drank the water and nodded. I have made up my mind. Even if it's not for me, I will do it for you. If your father really abandons me, what will you do? Ding's mom said, even if the company falls apart, I will not give her the position of Mrs. Ding and the company. Let them be free. How dare they talk about true love? Ding's mom said angrily. Ningshu felt that Ding's mom was holding on because of her resentment. When she was sad, she wanted to take revenge. After all, they had been husband and wife for more than 20 years. Ding's mom's actions hurt both him and herself. After all, she had high hopes for Ding Yan. Ding Yan could not even show her the most basic respect and loyalty. In the end, Ding's mom was the one who was hurt. Ningshu actually wanted to say that she was hurting herself. She knew what kind of person her husband was, yet she still had high hopes for him. She was torturing herself. The real way to let go was to be indifferent to this person, to have no love or resentment, and to be indifferent even if he died in front of her. Mom, why don't we stop now? If you really can't bear to part with Dad, you won't be happy if we do this. Ningshu said to Ding's mom. Ding's mom held the teacup. What did I say to your dad? He said that there is no future. What we are doing now is for ourselves and for our future. If we don't fight back, we will really be at the mercy of others. Bai Hanmo really cares about Ding Ningdi. With the help of the Bai family, we must be able to fight back. As long as we have money, we won't be able to stay here. Even if we go abroad, it won't be a hard life. Ding's mom said. Ningshu let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Ding's mom would lose her mind because of love. As long as one of them was sober and didn't get carried away by anger, nothing out of the ordinary would happen. It's good that you can think it through. Why can't I think it through? Your fiancé is gone, and I have lost my husband. If you can think it through, why can't I? Besides, your dad is not that good. There is nothing that he can't give up. Ningshu thought, we are really in the same boat. No wonder in the plot, they tried so hard to deal with Ding Ningdi. It was a life and death struggle, but the gap between the two sides was too big. Ding Ningdi's backer was almost unshakable. In the end, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. Ningshu's phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a text message from the private detective agency. Ningshu told Ding's mom to be careful. She was going out. Ningshu carried his bag downstairs and saw that Ding Yan had asked the servant to make chicken soup and was about to bring it to the hospital. Ding Ningdi was in so much pain. How could she eat it? Ding Yan did most of these things for Bai Hanmo to see. If he wanted to curry favor with Bai Hanmo, he would have to pretend to love his daughter. The private detective agency called and said that Ding Yan had met Ji Lu. It was really hard to comment on Ding Yan. He had his own thoughts. Ding Yan saw Ningshu coming downstairs and asked, "Where are you going?" "Come with me to see your sister." "If I really go, Ding Ningdi will be in even more pain. She will cry out every time she sees me. Who knows what's wrong with her?" Ningshu said directly. Ding Yan looked helpless and embarrassed. "Girl, I really don't know why you are making such a fuss. It won't do anyone any good. The Ding family and the Bai family are connected by marriage, so the Ding family will be considered in many business strategies. At that time, wouldn't the Ding clan be able to become a top-notch wealthy clan? This is something that benefits everyone. With the Bai family, you can also find a better husband. You will be more confident." Ding Yan said to Ningshu, "If you make such a fuss, others will laugh at you." Ningshu nodded. "Yes, my fiancé will become my brother-in-law. Who would dare to marry Bai Hanmo? Bah, damn you. Who would dare to marry a woman that Bai Hanmo didn't want? I am just a sacrificial lamb. If I am sacrificed, then so be it. But at least give me a stick and a candy." "I can't let go of this anger," Ningshu said calmly. "Dad didn't say a word for me." Ningshu looked at Ding Yan. This man could give up his wife and daughter for his own interests. He felt that the relationship between people was very cold and fragile. Husband and wife could turn against each other because of some things. Parents and children could also turn against each other and hate each other. When your sister's problem is solved, you can do whatever you want. You can ask for any compensation. But I only have one condition. That is, don't make a fuss. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ding Yan left with the chicken soup. Ningxu was expressionless. He shrugged and went to the garage to drive to the private detective agency. The private detective gave Ningxu a stack of photos. In the photos, Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi's mother, Ji Lu, were holding each other's arms. They were acting intimately. Ningxu looked at the date on the photo. It was from a few days ago. He really had a lot of free time. Ding Ningdi had a fracture, and Ding Yan came to comfort Ding Ningdi's mother. Ji Lu was in a black-rimmed bra and had an excellent figure. She didn't look like a woman in her 40s at all. She was extremely charming and had a good appearance. It was a gift from the heavens. However, her daughter, Ding Ningdi, was completely different from her. Their styles were different, but the essence was the same. He felt that Ding Ningdi was actually smarter than her mother. Men all liked kind and gentle women. Although seductive women made men feel impulsive, a woman like Ding Ningdi was a woman with a good family. She was beautiful and had a nice home, so she was more than capable of making men fall head over heels for her. Ningxu flipped through the photos. Ding Ningdi's leg was hurting and she couldn't even take care of herself. Bai Hanmo's attention was all on Ding Ningdi. Then he would attack them one by one. Ningxu took the photos and paid the private detective to continue to pay attention to Ji Lu. Ningxu put the photos in his bag and carried it out of the private detective agency. Ningxu took the photos home. He needed to discuss this matter with Ding's mom and ask for her opinion. After all, Ding Yan was Ding's mom's husband. Ningxu gave the photos to Ding's mom and said, "I want to send these photos to gossip magazines and treat it as gossip." After all, Ji Lu is a celebrity. She is considered to have left the entertainment industry. But everyone likes gossip, especially when a celebrity has a sugar daddy. This was just the beginning. Ding's mom looked at the photos and handed them to Ningxu. She said calmly, "You can do whatever you want." Ningxu nodded and edited Ding Yan's face on the computer. He made his face look blurry and he didn't know who it was. What was the point of showing it so directly? It would be more interesting if everyone guessed. The photos were not photoshopped. At most, he had edited the photos of Ding Yan. After all, rich people and businessmen were in the entertainment industry. They were just trying to make everyone laugh. Ningxu sent the photos to the magazine, the biggest entertainment magazine. After all, Bai Hanmo could bankrupt a small magazine. However, it was different for a big magazine like this. The magazine could make all kinds of news and the person who was exposed couldn't do anything about it. This meant that the magazine had a strong background. If they exposed something ambiguous, such as the female celebrity Ji Lu being a sugar daddy and giving birth to a daughter, the magazine would be very popular. Ningxu didn't say who the daughter was. Ningxu sent the photos and the magazine replied quickly. They thanked Ningxu for the information provided by Ningxu. They even gave Ningxu some money. The magazine didn't pay much, only a few hundred yuan. Ningxu didn't care about the money. He mainly used the magazine's channels, not only in print, but also online. The article was reposted by many people. It spread very quickly. After finishing these things, Ningxu made some beauty products and planned to give them to other ladies. Ningxu gave some creams to the rich ladies to relieve the symptoms of menopause. It was good for relieving abdominal pain, anxiety, precordial pain, headaches, dizziness, insomnia, and fainting. They were often irritable, emotionally unstable, easily angry, sometimes paranoid and depressed, and menopausal problems. Ningxu gave out the creams, but the rich ladies didn't care. Ningxu wasn't in a hurry. After all, the creams hadn't been effective yet. It was normal for them not to use them, especially when it came to stomachs. Ningxu went to the hospital on the way and saw Ding Ningdi lying on the bed. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Ningxu saw Ding Ningdi for the first time and felt that Ding Ningdi had lost a lot of weight. Her chin was sharp. There was no color on her face. Even if she didn't pretend, she still looked pitiful. Ding Ningdi was in so much pain that she didn't have any energy. He was on the verge of death. Bai Hanmo stayed by the bed, like a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt at any time. He looked at Ningxu with red eyes and extremely cold eyes. Ningxu knew that Bai Hanmo's patience had reached its limit. If Ding Mingdi continued like this, she and Ding's mom would really be buried together. Ding Mingdi had been tortured to this extent this time. In the future, Ding Mingdi wouldn't dare to let others touch her. Ningxu walked to the bed and reached out to pull the quilt for Ding Mingdi. But Bai Hanmo waved his hand away. "Don't touch her with your dirty hands," Bai Hanmo said coldly to Ningxu. "I just wanted to pull up the blanket for her." Ningxu was baffled. "You're here. What can I do to her? You wouldn't dare to do anything anyway." Bai Hanmo's eyes were sharp as he stared at Ningxu's hand. Ningxu raised his hand and spread his fingers. "I don't have anything on my hand. Why would you be so kind as to help her pull the blanket over her? What do you want to do? Ning Dai's current state is all thanks to you and your mother. Originally, we were going to get married. But now, it's all thanks to Ding Mingdi that we're at loggerheads with each other." Ningxu shrugged and said. "I don't love you. I love Ding Mingdi." "Then why did you get engaged to me?" "That's because I didn't meet Ding Mingdi. Ding Mingdi is in the Ding family." "Are you blind?" Ningxu argued with Bai Hanmo and put his hand on Ding Mingdi's hand. "That's because I didn't know about Ding Mingdi's existence. If I had known about her, how could I have gotten engaged to you? Even if she is an illegitimate daughter, she is still a member of the Ding family. How could you ignore her like this? She has never attended any banquets." Bai Hanmo regretted that he didn't meet Ding Mingdi earlier and let Ding Mingdi suffer so much. Ningxu retorted sarcastically, "Is it my fault that the organizer of the banquet didn't invite her? Although one couldn't choose one's birth, one's identity had to follow one's life. Birth was the original sin. In terms of whose fault it was, wasn't it Ding Yan and Ji Lu's fault? One was greedy for money, the other was lecherous. Then, it was all the fault of the client and Ding's mom. That was not the way to settle accounts. Who said you could touch her?" Bai Hanmo pulled Ningxu's hand away. "If you touch her again, I will chop off your hand." Ningxu touched Bai Hanmo's hand, which was red from the pain. He glanced at Bai Hanmo and looked at him expressionlessly. Then, he glanced at Ding Mingdi and turned to leave. She withdrew the qi from Ding Mingdi's body, but left some behind. This trace of qi wouldn't hurt Ding Mingdi much, but it would still hurt faintly. And it would continue to hurt. It would hurt even more on rainy and windy days. Although it was bearable, the pain would be torturous all year round. Ningxu didn't want to withdraw his qi, but he was afraid that Bai Hanmo would deal with Ding's mom. Ding's mom had also rolled down the stairs. Bai Hanmo had promised to let Ding's mom go. But he had no principles in front of the person he liked. Besides, Bai Hanmo had always been arrogant and conceited. He always followed his heart and the heart of his lover. Ningxu let out a long breath. People with power and influence were not easy to deal with. And he had to make sure that he could escape unscathed. After leaving the hospital, Ningxu received a call from an unfamiliar number. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. "This is Lian Min. Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He wasn't surprised at all. He calculated the time and realized that the burn ointment he had given Lian Min should have been used up. Ningxu gave the address of a coffee shop and Lian Min hung up the phone. Ningxu looked at the phone. This child was really arrogant. Ningxu felt that Lian Min was really aggressive. When Ningxu arrived at the coffee shop, he saw a very eye-catching luxury car parked in front of the coffee shop. Ningxu finally reversed the car and entered the coffee shop. Ningxu entered the coffee shop and saw Lian Min sitting by the window, drinking coffee. Ningxu walked over and took a sip of water. Lian Min put the coffee cup down gently. The cup didn't make any noise. Her movements were elegant and well-mannered. "Why are you here now?" Lian Min asked. "I was a little stuck in traffic." "Why are you looking for me?" Ningxu asked. Lian Min's expression softened. "Do you still have the ointment you gave me last time? How's it going?" Ningxu asked. "It's a little effective. I feel a little itchy." Itchy means there's an effect. It's the activation of the cells. Ningxu said, "Although it's impossible to recover, it's definitely better." "So do you still have it?" Lian Min leaned forward and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Yes. Okay, give it to me. I'll buy it with money. Lian Min said. Ningxu waved his hand. It's meaningless to talk about money. Ningxu took out a few jars from his bag. This is yours. This is for Auntie. It's for regulating endocrine hormones. It's for relieving symptoms of menopause. It's effective and helps me spread it. Ningxu chattered. Lian Min kept all the bottles and jars. If it wasn't for the fact that your things are useful, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Ningxu chuckled. Can you let me take a look at your wound? I'll prescribe medicine for you according to the severity of the wound. Lian Min's expression was a little cold. Ningxu saw that her expression wasn't good and said, if it's not convenient, then forget it. Then let's go to the car. Lian Min said. Ningxu got into Lian Min's car. Lian Min unbuttoned her clothes. Ningxu saw that her wound spread from her chest to her stomach. The skin was twisted together because of the burn. It wasn't smooth at all. There was some pink. But it was daunting and a little scary. Lian Min quickly covered the wound and buttoned up her clothes. Lian Min's complexion was not good. Exposing her body's defects for others to see was even more uncomfortable than being stripped naked in broad daylight. Ningxu grabbed Lian Min's hand and patted it. You'll definitely recover. Ningxu injected some spiritual energy into Lian Min's body. It was not the restless power of the fire. It could nourish the body and heal the wounds. Lian Min just snorted. What are you going to do with your company? Lian Min asked. I'll customize it and go for the high-end route, Ningxu said. Do you really think that rich people are stupid and have a lot of money? Lian Min glanced at Ningxu. As long as it's useful, people will definitely buy it. Help me advertise it and I won't charge you for the medicine, Ningxu said. Lian Min nodded. When Ningxu got out of the car, Lian Min thanked Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and said, it's mutually beneficial. The magazine's gossip magazine came out, but there weren't many pages about Ji Lu. It only said that a has-been female star who had a daughter with a rich man couldn't even join a rich family. The road to becoming a rich family was difficult. Then it ridiculed her. People like Ji Lu who had retired from the entertainment industry and didn't have much fame were forgotten by the public. But Ji Lu was unhappy. She was not as miserable as the magazine said she was, except for the title of Mrs. Ding. Having a daughter and Ding Yan was much more comfortable than being in the entertainment industry. She didn't have to deal with directors and producers every day. Moreover, her daughter was going to marry into the Bai family, to Bai Hanmo, who all women wanted. Bai Hanmo was going to be her son-in-law. Ji Lu was so angry that she called Ding Ningdi to complain. Ding Ningdi felt a little better and didn't hurt as much. When she heard her mother's words, she looked worried. However, Ding Ningdi didn't tell Bai Hanmo directly. She was always in a daze and not in the right state. Seeing Ding Ningdi like this, Bai Hanmo would definitely ask her what had happened to Ding Ningdi. He asked again, but Ding Ningdi didn't say anything. She just said worriedly that she was fine. He asked again, but Ding Ningdi still didn't say anything. She was still worried and said that she was fine. Even if Ding Ningdi didn't say anything, Bai Hanmo would definitely be able to find out the relationship between Ding Ningdi's mother and Ding Yan. Bai Hanmo immediately ordered the magazine to withdraw the news. Magazine publisher, the magazine has already been sold. How can we withdraw it? Besides, it's just gossip about a has-been female celebrity. It's not like it's a headline. Was it worth being so uptight? Besides, no one knew how much the magazine had exposed. Whether it was true or false, it was just to amuse the public. Since he wasn't allowed to send it out, why didn't he say so earlier? Some celebrities were afraid of scandals, so they would give the magazine some money in advance to cover up the matter. Faced with Bai Hanmo's tough attitude, the magazine publisher could only compromise. But how could they withdraw the magazine that had been sold? They could only pretend to be polite and sincerely say that they would do it. But in private, they would do whatever they wanted. Bai Hanmo didn't tell Ding Ningdi until he solved the problem. When Ding Ningdi heard that Bai Hanmo had solved the problem, she immediately widened her eyes and looked at Bai Hanmo in surprise. This kind of look could make a man's blood boil and his vanity swell. Ding Ningdi told Bai Hanmo about her parents. Anyway, she said that the two of them were really in love, but because of Mrs. Ding. She said that her mother loved her father and had been enduring humiliation and bearing the reputation of being a mistress. In short, Ji Lu felt so wronged. Bai Hanmo frowned. He didn't care about Ji Lu, but he couldn't let others use Ding Ningdi's family background to attack her. So Bai Hanmo, the prospective son-in-law, actually intervened in his future father-in-law's family affairs and interfered in the affairs between his father-in-law and his wife. He warned Ding Yan to give Ding Ningdi a status. He wanted her to get rid of her identity as an illegitimate daughter. Ding Yan sighed. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to tell Ding's mom everything. At dinner time, Ding Yan went upstairs to invite Ding's mom to dinner. Ning Shu saw Ding Yan's hesitant look and guessed that it must be about the magazine. Ding's mom ate without saying a word, ignoring Ding Yan who wanted to say something. In the end, Ding Yan put down his chopsticks and said to Ding's mom, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "If it's about a divorce, I definitely won't agree to it," Ding's mom said directly. Ding's mom had already prepared herself for this, but when the moment came, all of Ding's mom's worries disappeared. Ding. Yan choked and said helplessly, "I'm doing this for the Ding family. You know, Ding Ningdi's identity as an illegitimate daughter is too embarrassing. What if the Bai family doesn't like it? The arrow is already on the bow. If we annoy Bai Hanmo, what if he doesn't marry Bai Ningdi? Both of our daughters have been rejected by Bai Hanmo. What should we do?" Anyway, Ding Yan was innocent and helpless. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Ding's mom. Ding's mom said calmly, "So, you plan to sell your wife for glory?" Ding Yan's eyelids twitched. "Don't make it sound so bad. Sometimes, people are just lucky. Xue Qing should have been the one to marry into the Bai family, but Bai Hanmo chose Ningdi. This is Ningdi's luck. It's better to take advantage of the situation." In fact, rich people were quite superstitious. Ding Yan's words were not wrong. "What if I don't divorce?" Ding's mom said coldly, "I'm a coward. No matter how nice it sounds, I'm still a coward." Seeing that Ding's mom did not fly into a rage, Ding Yan felt that there was a chance, so he discussed it with Ding's mom. "As long as you divorce, I won't treat you badly." Ding's mom looked at Ding Yan in disbelief. "If I didn't give birth to Xue Qing, I would have suspected that she was not your biological daughter. You only have Ding Ningdi in your heart." Ding Yan sighed. "Of course she is my daughter, but now she has to suffer. The Bai family is powerful. There is no benefit in fighting them head-on. Although the reed is small, it can be intact with the wind. No matter how big the tree is, it can't win against the wind." Ding Yan said, "I don't want it to be ugly in the end." Drifting with the wind and going with the flow, it was not up to them. Ning Shu said, "A reed will always be a reed. It can only be as tall as a person, but a tree can grow into a towering tree and take root in the ground. It can grow taller and stronger than a reed. Under the destruction of the strong wind, a towering tree was stronger than a reed." Ding's mom wiped her mouth. "Let me think about it." "Think about it carefully, but give me an answer quickly." "Bai Hanmo is urging you," Ding Yan said. Ning Shu twitched the corner of his mouth. Bai Hanmo was doing this to make Ding Ningdi happy. He even wanted to control his father-in-law's wife. He was in charge of everything in the world. Ding's mom stood up and left the table. Ning Shu followed Ding's mom upstairs. Ding Yan stopped Ning Shu. "Talk to your mother." Ning Shu. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. Ding Yan asked Ning Shu to help persuade Ding's mom. Ning Shu looked at Ding Yan with a stifled heart. "How do you expect me to say something like that?" Ning Shu asked. "You want me to persuade you when you're husband and wife, moreover, you're asking for a divorce instead of a marriage." This was the first time Ning Shu had encountered such a situation. Ning Shu asked Ding Yan, "Is it really that important to you to be associated with the Bai family? You're willing to break up with your family and disregard your friendship? You and mom have been husband and wife for more than 20 years. 20 years is almost a third of your life. Even a rock should be warmed up by now. How could Ding Yan talk about divorce so easily? Money was just a worldly possession. People pursued money and power because these things could give them great strength and allow them to protect what they wanted to protect. But for these things, wasn't it a bit of putting the cart before the horse? With the Ding family's strength, even if they didn't rely on the Bai family, they could still survive. Why did they have to do this? Ding Yan sighed and said helplessly, your father is also riding a tiger and can't get off now. Ningxu said directly, you're in a difficult position because you want everything. Even his wife of more than 20 years was going to be abandoned for a moment of glory and wealth. Was the Ding family so poor that they couldn't afford to eat? Why did they have to be so humble? The Ding family's money was more than enough to last them a lifetime. They had become slaves to money. Ding Yan said to Ningxu, Xueqing, you'll always be my daughter. Everything I do is for the Ding family. I definitely won't let you and your mother suffer. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu went upstairs. When he entered the room, he saw Ding's mom wiping her tears. Ningxu sat beside her and asked, are you still sad? These are tears of regret. I regret that I didn't leave a man like your father earlier. My youth has been wasted. Ding's mom wiped away her tears. Is that so? I thought you were so sad that you couldn't control yourself. Ningxu said with a smile. Why are you still talking to me like this at a time like this? There are even worse. Dad asked me to persuade you to get a divorce, Ningxu said. Seriously, Ningxu's Ding's mom said, what are you going to do? How's our share collection coming along? Ningxu asked. Ding's mom said, Director Li and Director Zhao are still not enough. Plus, I bought the shares at a premium price. I don't have much money left, Ding's mom said. Ningxu's Ding's mom said, do you really want to divorce Dad? Yes. Ningxu said again, since Dad said that he would make it up to you, he will definitely make it up to you. Ding's mom glanced at Ningxu and said, you are so full of ideas. But the shares are your father's life. He won't give them to me. You can try. The next day at dinner, Ding's mom said to Ding Yan, I've thought it through. I agree to the divorce. Ding Yan suddenly smiled. Seeing Ding Yan's relieved expression, Ding's mom's face turned cold. After all this time, she had become Ding Yan's burden. I can get a divorce, but I have one condition, Ding's mom said. What conditions do you have? Ding Yan drank a mouthful of water, his expression relaxed. I want the shares in your hands, all of them, Ding's mom said with a cold face. Pfft. Ding Yan spat out the water in his mouth. He pounded his chest and stared at Ding's mom with his eyes wide open. What did you say? All of the shares? Ding Yan's face darkened. Do you know what you are talking about? You want all of the shares. Ding Yan's expression was as if he wanted to send her to heaven. No. Ding Yan refused directly. If he gave her all of the shares, he wouldn't be able to do anything at the board meeting. Everything he did was for the company, so that he could have more power in the company. Then forget it. Without the shares, I won't divorce you, Ding's mom said firmly. If you insist on the shares, use something else. How about I give you money? Tell me how much you want, Ding Yan said. Ding Yan was very reluctant to give up the shares. I don't want anything except the shares. Money is dead money. The shares are the best, Ding's mom said calmly. Ding Yan was very annoyed. Seeing Ding's mom's determined expression, Ding Yan was even more annoyed. He wanted to flip the table. Ding Yan rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Ningxu, who was drinking soup. Try to persuade her. Ningxu almost choked on the soup. He wiped his mouth and said, Dad, you have to give up something to get something. Mom can't be at peace. You have to give her something to make it up to her. Except for the shares, I can give her anything else, Ding Yan said. Ningxu spread his hands. But Mom only likes the shares. Only the shares? Ding Yan asked. Ding's mom said calmly, after all, I sacrificed myself for the Ding family to get close to the Bai family. Since the Ding family is going to be successful, I have to get a share of the glory, right? If you don't agree, then we have to go to court. You are the one at fault in the marriage. You cheated and gave birth to an illegitimate daughter. These are all evidence. I didn't compare before, but now I will never back down, Ding's mom said. Coldly. You want to go to court with me and let everyone know that Ding Ningdi's mother is your lover. You want everyone to know that Ding Ningdi is an illegitimate daughter. Ding's mom sat calmly. She was not anxious at all. Whether they divorced or not, it was the same for Ding's mom. Moreover, everyone knew Ding Ningdi's identity. Even if they did not say it out loud, they would still go to court. But if they did, they would expose this piece of paper. Especially the marriage agreement between Ding Xueqing and Bai Hanmo, where the woman suddenly changed. These things would cause Ding Ningdi to suffer a lot of criticism, causing her to fall into a disaster of words. Therefore, Ding's mom had a way out no matter what. Ding Yan's face trembled. Do you have to fight to the death? It's impossible to give you all the shares. 1%. Ding's mom said, 90% of the shares. I left some for you. Ding Yan's face twitched. 2%. Ning Shu drank the soup and watched Ding's mom and Ding Yan bargain. Ding's mom refused to budge. Ding Yan gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged. 30%, Ding Yan said. Ding's mom shook her head. That's too little. Ding Yan slammed his hand on the table. With a bang, the bowls and chopsticks on the table shook. Ning Shu saw that Ding Yan's eyes were bulging and bloodshot. Ning Shu blinked at Ding's mom. This was already Ding Yan's bottom line. If he made a fuss again, Ding Yan would not do the same. Ding's mom was dissatisfied and reluctantly agreed. Then 30% of the shares, but you have to give me money. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you think this chapter is good, don't forget to recommend it to your friends on QQ and Weibo. Ding Yan was breathing heavily. Ning Shu put down the spoon and said, I'm going to type the contract. Ning Shu went to the study to print out the share transfer agreement. Then he went downstairs with a pen. Ding Yan looked very angry. Ning Shu gave the contract to Ding's mom, and Ding's mom signed it quickly. Then she pushed the contract to Ding Yan. Ding Yan picked up the pen and was about to sign it when he put it down. Ding's mom said sarcastically, What? Are you going back on your word? Ding Yan said, What if I transfer the shares to you and you don't divorce me? Dad, the terms of the divorce are written in the contract. Do you want me to type another one? Ning Shu asked. You are quite proactive. Ding Yan didn't like anyone now. You asked me to persuade Mom to divorce you before, and I did. Now that you are getting a divorce, I didn't make a fuss about it. You are blaming me. I feel that my daughter is very difficult in front of you, Ning Shu said helplessly. Seeing Ning Shu's aggrieved look, Ding Yan wanted to hit her. This was the result of his persuasion. The 30% shares that he held were gone. But if he didn't divorce, Bai Hanmo urged him to do it. He said that after Ding Ningdi was discharged from the hospital, Bai Hanmo was going to get married with Ding Ningdi. The problem of Ding Ningdi's identity had to be solved. Ding Yan's feelings were indescribable. Seeing that Bai Hanmo cared so much about his daughter, he was naturally happy. But 30% of his shares were gone. Ding Yan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He couldn't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. What are you waiting for? Go and type the divorce agreement. Ding Yan shouted at Ning Shu. Ning Shu typed up 2 divorce agreements. Ding's mom and Ding Yan signed the share transfer agreement and the divorce agreement at the same time. Now, Ding's mom and Ding Yan were officially divorced. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Ding's mom had a lot of power in her hands. Ding Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, When will you move out? Ding's mom put away the documents and said without looking at Ding Yan, They can move out right away. After that, Ding's mom put away all of her belongings. Jewelry, valuables, and even shampoo were all put away. The bedsheets and blankets were cut and the large pieces of furniture were smashed. Ding Yan heard the noise and went upstairs to see the messy room. He rubbed his eyebrows. Can it not be like this? I set up these things myself when I was free. I don't want that woman to use my things. It's disgusting. Whatever. Ding Yan waved his hand. He didn't expect Ding's mom to be gentle with him again. Ningshu also packed up his things and dragged the suitcase downstairs with Ding's mom. Are you leaving too? Ding Yan asked Ningshu. Of course I'm leaving with my mom. Do you think I'm going to stay? Ningshu shrugged and held Ding's mom's hand. Together with Ding's mom, they dragged the suitcase and walked out of the living room with their heads held high. They didn't look like they were chased out in the movie. Ningshu went to the garage to get the car and took Ding's mom to the rented apartment. How many shares do we have now? Ningshu asked Ding's mom. Compared to your dad, it's quite little. Your dad has the most shares in the company, and the rest are in the hands of a few big shareholders. We're buying the shares of the small shareholders. Many a little makes a mickle. Let's take it slow, Ningshu said casually. And didn't Dad write a check for us? We can definitely buy a lot of shares with this money. If we can't, we can just buy the shares in the hands of the shareholders. Although it's very little, it's still money. Ding's mom smiled and said, it's not easy to get 30% of the shares from your dad. This money is enough for us to settle down. Ningshu nodded. At least they wouldn't be as down and out as they were in the movie. Ningshu and Ding's mom stayed in the rented apartment for the time being. The apartment was very big and had everything they needed. However, there was a smell of medicine. They smelled it the moment they entered the apartment. You've been tinkering with this every day? Ding's mom looked at the bottles and jars. Yes. Look at you. You look a lot better recently. After Ding Yan and Ding's mom got divorced, Ding Yan immediately told Ding Ningdi, who was in the hospital. He told Ding Ningdi that he was going to marry her mother. Ding Ningdi opened her watery eyes wide. She was stunned at first, and then burst into tears of joy. My mom finally got this day. Thank you, Dad. Ding Ningdi was crying and laughing at the same time. She was so happy that she couldn't control herself. Seeing Ding Ningdi like this, Ding Yan felt that his 30% shares were worth it. Ding Yan was counting on Ding Ningdi to help the Ding family. Ding Yan sighed and said, it's just that the 30% shares were taken away by them. I was going to give them to you as a dowry. Ding Ningdi pouted. They're so mean. Dad, they're just taking advantage of you. I know. If I don't give them the shares, they won't divorce me. I can't let you marry Bai Hanmo as an illegitimate daughter. I know you've suffered all these years. Live a good life with Bai Hanmo from now on. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Ding Ningdi was so moved that she burst into tears. Ding Ningdi felt that this was all there was to a happy life. Her mom was finally married to her dad, and she had met the man of her life. Ding Ningdi was in a good mood and felt much better. She didn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. The cast was removed, and her leg was fine. Although it still hurt a little, it would pass soon. She could use a wheelchair for now. Although her leg was injured, her mom and dad got married in exchange. Ding Ningdi touched her leg and felt a little regretful. She was either lying in bed or sitting in a wheelchair. Ding Ningdi's heart was covered with a shadow. Ding Ningdi tried to stand up, but she felt tired after a few steps. When she walked, she felt a little pain. The doctor said that the wound hadn't healed and she needed more rest. Ding Ningdi felt even more upset. She hated Ding's mom for pushing her down. She also regretted getting close to Ding's mom. Ding Ningdi was angry. When she called Bai Hanmo, she secretly told him that her leg might have some hidden disease. She asked Bai Hanmo if he would abandon her. Bai Hanmo was unhappy when he heard that Ding Ningdi's leg might have some hidden disease. He went to the Ding family to make trouble. However, when he arrived at the Ding family, he was told that she had left. Now, even Ding Yan didn't know where Ding's mom had gone. Bai Hanmo sat on the sofa, exuding a cold aura all over his body. Ding Yan felt that he was in trouble. Everything he did was wrong. For mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. Ding Yan was breathing heavily. Ningshu put down the spoon and said, I'm going to type the contract. Ningshu went to the study to print out the share transfer agreement. Then he went downstairs with a pen. Ding Yan looked very angry. Ningshu gave the contract to Ding's mom, and Ding's mom signed it quickly. Then she pushed the contract to Ding Yan. Ding Yan picked up the pen. When he was about to sign it, he put down the pen. Ding's mom said sarcastically, "What? Are you going back on your word?" Ding Yan said, "What if I transfer the shares to you, but you don't divorce me?" "Dad, the conditions of divorce are written in the contract. Do you want me to type another one?" Ningxu asked. "You are quite proactive." Ding Yan didn't like anyone now. "You asked me to persuade Mom to divorce you before, and I did. Now you are getting a divorce, and I didn't make a fuss. Instead, I was busy, and now you are blaming me." "I feel that my daughter is very difficult in front of you," Ningxu said helplessly. Seeing Ningxu's aggrieved look, Ding Yan wanted to hit her. This was the result of his persuasion. The 30% shares that he held were gone. But if he didn't divorce her, Bai Hanmo kept urging him. He said that after Ding Ningdi was discharged from the hospital, Bai Hanmo was going to get married with Ding Ningdi, and the problem of Ding Ningdi's identity had to be solved. Ding Yan's feelings were indescribable. Seeing that Bai Hanmo cared so much about his daughter, he was naturally happy. But 30% of the shares were gone. Ding Yan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He couldn't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. "What are you waiting for? Go and sign the divorce papers." Ding Yan and Ningxu roared. Ningxu typed up 2 divorce agreements. Ding's mom and Ding Yan signed the share transfer agreement and the divorce agreement at the same time. Now, Ding's mom and Ding Yan were officially divorced. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Ding's mom had a lot of power in her hands. Ding Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "When will you move out?" Ding's mom put away the documents and said without looking at Ding Yan, "They can move out right away." After that, Ding's mom put away all of her belongings. Jewelry, valuables, and even shampoo were all put away. The bedsheets and blankets were cut and the large pieces of furniture were smashed. Ding Yan heard the noise and went upstairs to see the messy room. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Can you not do this? I set up these things myself when I was free. I don't want that woman to use my things. I feel disgusted." "Whatever." Ding Yan waved his hand. He didn't expect Ding's mom to be gentle with him again. Ningxu also packed up his things and dragged the suitcase downstairs with Ding's mom. "Are you leaving too?" Ding Yan asked Ningxu. "Of course I'm leaving with my mom. Do you think I should stay?" Ningxu shrugged and held Ding's mom's hand. Together with Ding's mom, they dragged the suitcase and walked out of the living room with their heads held high. They didn't look like they were chased out in the movie. Ningxu went to the garage to get the car and took Ding's mom to the rented house. "How many shares do we have now?" Ningxu and Ding's mom asked. "Compared to your dad, it's still quite little. Your dad has the most shares in the company, and the rest are in the hands of a few major shareholders. We're buying the shares of the minor shareholders. Many a little makes a mickle." "Let's take it slow," Ningxu said casually. "Besides, didn't Dad write us a check? We can definitely buy a lot of shares with this money. If we can't, we can just buy the shares in the hands of the shareholders. Although it's very little, it's still money." Ding's mom said with a smile, "It's not easy to get 30% of the shares from your dad. This money is enough for us to settle down." Ningxu nodded. At least they wouldn't be as down and out as they were in the movie. Ningxu and Ding's mom stayed in the rented house for the time being. The house was very big and had everything they needed. However, there was a smell of medicine. They smelled it as soon as they entered the house. "You've been fiddling with these every day?" Ding's mom looked at the bottles and jars. "Yes. Look at you. You look a lot better recently." After Ding Yan and Ding's mom got divorced, Ding Yan immediately told Ding Ningdi, who was in the hospital. He told Ding Ningdi that he was going to marry her mother. Ding Ningdi opened her watery eyes wide. She was stunned at first, and then burst into tears of joy. "My mom finally got this day. Thank you, Dad." Ding Ningdi was crying and laughing at the same time. She was so happy that she couldn't control herself. Seeing Ding Ningdi like this, Ding Yan felt that his 30% shares were worth it. Didn't Ding Yan count on Ding Ningdi to help the Ding family? Ding Yan sighed and said, "It's just that the 30% shares were taken away by them." I was going to give them to you as a dowry. Ding Ningdi pouted and said, they are so mean. Dad, they are just taking advantage of you. I know. If I don't give them the shares, they won't divorce me. I can't let you marry Bai Hanmo as an illegitimate daughter. I know you've been wronged all these years. Live a good life with Bai Hanmo in the future. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Ding Ningdi was so moved that she burst into tears. Ding Ningdi felt that this was all there was to a happy life. Her mom finally married her dad, and she also met the man of her life. Ding Ningdi was in a good mood and felt much better. She didn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. The cast was removed and her leg was healed. Although there was still some pain, it would be over soon. She could use the wheelchair to rest first. Although her leg was injured, her mom and dad got married in exchange. Ding Ningdi touched her leg and felt a little regretful. She was either lying in bed or sitting in a wheelchair. Ding Ningdi's heart was covered with a shadow. Ding Ningdi tried to stand up, but she felt tired after a few steps. When she walked, she felt a little pain. The doctor said that the wound hadn't healed and she needed more rest. Ding Ningdi felt even more upset. She hated Ding's mom for pushing her down. She also regretted getting close to Ding's mom. Ding Ningdi was angry. When she called Bai Hanmo, she secretly told him that her leg might be left with a hidden disease. She asked Bai Hanmo coquettishly if he wouldn't want her. When Bai Hanmo heard that Ding Ningdi's leg might be left with a sequela, he immediately became unhappy. He went to the Ding family to make trouble. However, when he arrived at the Ding family, he was told that she had already left. Now, even Ding Yan didn't know where Ding's mom went. Bai Hanmo sat on the sofa, exuding a cold aura. No one could get close to him. Ding Yan felt that he was in trouble. Everything he did was wrong. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is called Rich and Powerful Sisters 18. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. For mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. Bai Hanmo said that he wanted to give Ding Ningdi an identity, and then he divorced her. After the divorce, Bai Hanmo wanted to find his ex-wife again. How would he know where his ex-wife had gone? She didn't come before, but now she came. Ding Yan was really speechless. Did these people do everything based on their mood? Why did he feel that they were even more difficult to please than the emperor? Bai Hanmo held his breath and his face darkened. It was Ding Ningdi who interrupted Bai Hanmo and made him feel a little better. We can't just let this matter go. No one hurt my people, so they can run away freely. Bai Hanmo said to Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi held Bai Hanmo's arm and leaned her head against his chest. You don't have to do this. I'm already very lucky to have met you. You're so soft-hearted. I won't forget what those two people did to you. Bai Hanmo looked at the wheelchair. Because of them, you're sitting in a wheelchair. Ding Ningdi saw Bai Hanmo looking at her legs and immediately felt her legs burning. Do you dislike me? Ding Ningdi looked at Bai Hanmo pitifully, her eyes watery. She was like a puppy that was about to be abandoned. It made his heart tighten and ache. Bai Hanmo held Ding Ningdi in his arms. I only want you in my life. Ding Ningdi's eyes flashed with tears, but there was a smile on her face. She cried and laughed, like a beautiful flower, very moving. Bai Hanmo's heart skipped a beat and he carried Ding Ningdi in his arms. Ding Ningdi blushed. She hugged Bai Hanmo's neck and buried her face in Bai Hanmo's chest. There are so many people here. What are you afraid of? Bai Hanmo whispered into Ding Ningdi's ear with a smile. It's not something you're familiar with. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Hanmo smiled evilly and carried his daughter upstairs in front of his father-in-law. As for the indescribable things that happened after that, one could imagine. Ding Yan, he didn't feel too good. It seemed that Bai Hanmo would not let his ex-wife off the hook. Ding Yan asked someone to find Ning Shu and his wife. After that, Bai Hanmo proposed to Ding Ningdi in a grand ceremony. What's more, it was a live broadcast. It was like a thunderclap. Ning Shu boiled the burn ointment and watched the ceremony on TV. They were really showing off their love for each other. Ning Shu closed the lid of the ointment and turned on the computer. Not only was it live on TV, but it was also in full swing on the internet. Some people had already started to dig into Ding Mingdi's identity. The power of netizens was quite strong. Even the gossip about Ji Lu was dug up. Then, Ding Mingdi's identity was revealed. She was the daughter of a female celebrity, Ji Lu, and the daughter of a mistress. After that, Ding Mingdi's family was dug up, including Ming Shu's identity. Bai Hanmo was originally Ding Mingdi's fiancé, but he was snatched away by Ding Mingdi. Ding Mingdi always looked like a little white flower, which disgusted women. She was the daughter of a mistress, and she stole her sister's husband. She was like a little white flower fighter. The ladies of rich families didn't like Ding Mingdi. The ladies didn't like their husbands having an illegitimate child, and the ladies didn't like having a sister who stole their men. For a moment, Ding Mingdi's reputation was unbearable. Of course, there were many women who were jealous of Ding Mingdi. Bai Hanmo was a top-notch man. He was powerful, rich, and handsome. Many women wanted to squeeze into Bai Hanmo's arms. Ning Shu clicked on the mouse. This was the effect she wanted. So what if Ding's mom and Ding Yan divorced, the daughter of a mistress, stealing her sister's fiancé? These were all things that had solid evidence. So, they were lovey-dovey at home. They were even showing off their love, live on TV and the internet. They didn't care whether others could stand it or not. Even if they were in love, they didn't need the whole world to know. Well, those who didn't know would know what kind of person Ding Mingdi was. So what? TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Shu smelled the medicine in the ointment and started to put in the herbs. This was specially made for Lian Min. Her scar was very serious, so the medicine had to be stronger. After that, Ning Shu sent the ointment to Lian Min. Ning Shu decided to pull a few people into this business. When Ning Shu arrived at the Lian residence, Lian Min's attitude towards Ning Shu was much gentler. Ning Shu gave the ointment to Lian Min. Lian Min took it and asked, "Why are you looking for me? I don't believe that you're here just to deliver the medicine." Ning Shu laughed. "I'm here to deliver the medicine. Forget it. My mom used the ointment recipe well. Do you still have it? My mom's complexion is much better recently. Many people are asking her about it. Looks like you won't have to worry about sales in the future," Lian Min said. Ning Shu smiled. "Of course I do. But the ingredients are hard to come by. It's not easy to make." Lian Min, yes. Lian Min looked at Ning Shu. "Do you want to invest? Let's do this business together." Lian Min looked at Ning Shu. "Just say that you're not here to deliver the medicine." "Sure, how much do you need?" Lian Min didn't care. Money was just a string of numbers to the rich. "Okay, I'll give you 10% of the shares," Ning Shu said with a smile. At this moment, Lian Min's mother came back. Lian Min introduced Ning Shu to her mother. "The ointment recipe you took was made by him. Now he's recruiting people to do business. Do you want to invest?" Ning Shu was speechless. This was too direct. Couldn't she be more tactful? Lian Min's mother immediately grabbed Ning Shu's hand. "I've heard about what happened between you and your mother. The Bai family is too much of a bully." Ning Shu was speechless. Why was she talking about this? They're really in love. "I'll fulfill their wish," Ning Shu said. Lian Min's mother wanted to say something, but Lian Min tugged at her mother. "They're asking if you want to invest." "Yes, give me more beauty products. Recently, my night sweats have improved a lot. A lot of people are asking me about it." Lian Min wrote a check to Ning Shu. Ning Shu silently counted the zeros on the check. There were quite a few of them. She was so generous. Ning Shu smiled and accepted Lian Min's check. With this money, he could open a small pharmacy and customize this beauty ointment. He could take the high-end route. Rare things were precious. Ning Shu left the Lian family's house and received a call from Ding Yan. He said that Ding Yan was getting married to Ji Lu and asked Ning Shu to attend the wedding. Ning Shu said directly that he wouldn't attend the wedding as long as he was happy. Ning Shu was speechless. You're getting married to your lover, and now you're asking your ex-wife and daughter to attend the wedding. What was Ding Yan thinking? Ning Shu hung up the phone and went home to tell Ding's mom about it. When Ding's mom heard that Ding Yan was getting married to Ji Lu, she didn't have much of a reaction. Yeah, I think it's because of Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi was scolded so badly a while ago. He's marrying Ji Lu to shut them up. Ding's mom shook her head. Your father is such a coward. Look at him. What's the point of living like this? Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. This chapter is chapter Rich and Powerful Sisters 19. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. For mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. It was quite boring. For the sake of some benefits, he had no principles at all. Once he took a step back, he could only continue to do so. It was reasonable for Ding Yan to act this way. It was like gambling. He had already paid so much and had already gambled so much. He had to win it all back. Actually, it was fine for Ding Yan to be a little more aggressive. After all, Ding Ningdi was his daughter. Given how much Bai Hanmo cared about Ding Ningdi, he would fall in love with her after sleeping with her. There were definitely benefits. Now, he did not act like an elder at all. TSK, Tisk, we'll talk about it after they get married, Ding's mom said. Ningshu looked at Ding's mom. Mom, what's your plan? Just wait and see. Ding's mom smiled at Ningshu. Ding Yan and Ji Lu's wedding was very grand. Moreover, Bai Hanmo also invited a lot of people to give face to Ding Yan. He supported Ji Lu. He was already in his 40s, but he made it seem like his first wedding. How could he not feel embarrassed? After Ding Yan and Ji Lu got married, Ding's mom started to take action. As a major shareholder of the company, Ding's mom wanted to call for a shareholders' meeting. Ding's mom bought a lot of shares from Ding Yan and planned to work with others to remove Ding Yan from the position of chairman. She wanted to elect another major shareholder as the chairman. Ding's mom knew that she could not elect another major shareholder as the chairman. Ningshu followed Ding's mom to the company to attend the board meeting. Mom, are you really going to do this? Ningshu sat behind Ding's mom and asked her. Ding's mom looked calm. Of course. Ding Yan walked into the meeting room and looked at Ding's mom with a frown. What are you doing? I didn't do anything. After all, I'm a major shareholder. I just want to hold a meeting, Ding's mom said. Ding Yan glanced at her and sat on the chairman's seat. When more than 10 shareholders arrived, the shareholders' meeting began. What followed was Ding Yan's criticism of Ding Yan. They pointed out his mistakes in managing the company, his mistakes in management, and his wrong decisions and policies. How could a person not make mistakes? But Ding Yan's mistake was magnified. Ding Yan's face darkened as he scanned the crowd. This was the Ding family's company, and these people actually wanted to take over it. It was not that simple. Ding Yan sent a text message to Ding Ningdi under the table, asking her to bring Bai Hanmo to the company. The company's current situation was not good. Ding Ningdi received a call from Ding Ningdi and hurried to find Bai Hanmo. Even if it was for her newly married mother, Ding Ningdi would not ignore it. Ding's mom stood up. So, I suggest that Director Chen become the chairman. I support Director Chen. Ding Yan's face darkened. A night together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Ningshu did not know how Ding's mom felt when she heard this, but he felt that it was so ironic. When Ding Yan did things, he did not think that a night together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of his life. Women should be soft-hearted when it came to relationships. Once they did something, they would be vicious, heartless, and vicious. I support Director Chen. I support you too. I support you. Director Chen had a smile on his face. He had roped in a lot of directors for this day. Ding Yan looked at the situation and his face darkened. If he was really removed from the chairman position, he would be a mere figurehead. This was the Ding family's company. These heartless bastards wanted to use this method to take away what belonged to the Ding family. Ding Yan did not hate the others. After all, these people had always been ambitious, especially Director Chen. However, Ding Yan hated Ding's mom, who had stabbed him in the back. Ding Yan felt that no matter what he had done, as a wife, he should forgive her. However, whatever she had done, it was treacherous. To put it bluntly, he was a male chauvinist. Ding's mom ignored Ding Yan's hateful gaze. The board meeting had been held in a hurry. Ding Yan did not have time to make any arrangements. Ding Yan's support on the board of directors was very low. Only a few of Ding Yan's trusted aides supported him. Ding Yan was anxious. Why had Ding Ningdi not brought Bai Hanmo over yet? If they were any later, it would really be too late. Thank you for your support. Director Chen stood up in high spirits. He was about to give a victory speech. The door of the meeting room suddenly opened. Bai Hanmo, dressed in a suit, walked in. Ding Ningdi followed behind him. Bai Hanmo walked in step by step. His leather shoes made a sound as they rubbed against the floor. His aura was very strong. The moment Bai Hanmo walked in, everyone was stunned. Ding Yan let out a long sigh. At least he was here. He was really afraid that he would lose his chairman position. What is going on here? It's so lively. Bai Hanmo's sharp gaze swept across the people present. Finally, it stopped on Ning Shu and Ding Ningdi. This is our company's business. I don't think it has anything to do with your company. Director Chen saw Bai Hanmo appear out of nowhere. His expression was ugly. Everyone in the business world knew about the Bai family. From now on, this company belongs to the Bai family. Bai Hanmo said domineeringly, the Bai family bought this company. It's not up to you to decide who will be the chairman of this company. Ding Ningdi stared at Bai Hanmo with watery eyes. Her eyes were full of admiration and trust. However, Ning Shu covered his mouth and almost laughed out loud. Especially when he saw Ding Yan's expression of eating sh*t, it was unprecedentedly funny. Ding Yan had pinned his hopes on Bai Hanmo, giving Bai Hanmo a chance to show off. Then, the Ding family's company directly became the Bai family's and Bai Hanmo's. What a joke. Even Ding's mom couldn't help but laugh. Everyone present was stunned. In a matter of seconds, the company became someone else's. And he became their son-in-law. The directors present looked at Ding Yan with subtle expressions. Well, actually. Ding Yan chose his words carefully and wanted to refuse Bai Hanmo's kindness. Ding Yan felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He asked Bai Hanmo to come, but Bai Hanmo bought the company directly. He was really the overbearing president of Wangpa of Tianliang. Dad, Hanmo will definitely help us. Ding Ningdi didn't know the bitterness in Ding Yan's heart and said. Ding Yan said, actually, you don't have to buy the company. You're welcome. You are Ning Dai's father. I will definitely help you. Ning Shu looked at the three of them with a smile. Ding Yan couldn't say anything, Bai Hanmo felt good about himself, and Ding Ningdi looked very shy. Although there was a problem in the process, the result was the same. The company was no longer the Ding family's. Ding Yan and Ding's mom were the same. They were just shareholders with a lot of shares. Even if he became the chairman, the company was no longer his. Someone was in charge of it. The Ding family's company was no longer the Ding family. Only Ding Ningdi was foolishly happy. She really thought that the prince would save her from the fire. The world of the little white flower was men. As long as there was a man, everything would be fine. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. The latest chapter of the canon Fodder female supporting characters Counterattack. This chapter is chapter Rich and Powerful Sisters 20. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your QQ group and Weibo friends. No matter how well the news was hidden, there were still rumors that the company was going to be sold. Only when the company could no longer operate would it be sold. Anyway, the company was in a state of panic. Many small shareholders wanted to sell their shares. If the company was really bought out, it would be impossible for them to sell their shares. If the company was really sold, their shares might evaporate and become worthless. When Ding's mom proposed to buy the shares, the small shareholders pretended to be pretentious and bought it. People were blind followers. When one person sold, the others became anxious and sold as well. Suddenly, Ding's mom had a lot of shares in her hands. Ningshu felt more and more that Ding Yan was digging his own grave. Moreover, he felt wronged. The Ding family did not discuss it at all, which led to the current situation. When I take over the company, I will put this product under the Ding family company. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Are you planning to take over the company? I have a lot of shares in my hands. Plus, the company is dispirited now. I will take the opportunity to take over the company. Even if I can't take it, I can destroy it. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia gave her a thumbs up. Mom, you are so cool. After that, Xianxia checked his accounts. He already had a lot of money in his hands. Xianxia gave Ding's mom some money and asked her to continue buying shares. Soon, Ding's mom would become the biggest shareholder of the company. Ding's mom was full of energy now. Previously, she wanted to take revenge on Ding Yan. But now, she seemed to have found her life goal. It was not only for revenge, but also for fighting. Xianxia kept an eye on the situation of the Ding family company. He had to get the management rights before the Bai family bought the company. Ding's mom had the final say on whether to buy the company or not. Xianxia and Ding's mom lived a fulfilling and happy life, but the situation of the Ding family was not so good. After Ding Yan and Ji Lu got married, Ji Lu acted like a rich lady. If she wasn't shopping, she would go shopping, or she would curry favor with other ladies. Ding Yan realized that he had been busy for half a day. He had gotten a divorce, gotten married, lost 30% of his shares, and found that he could no longer keep his position as the chairman. After that, the Ding family's company would be owned by the Bai family. What was this, therefore, when Ding Yan looked at the sweet Ding Ningdi, who was always exuding a sense of spring, he found it particularly unpleasant to look at. What did you tell Bai Hanmo? How could you let Bai Hanmo buy our company? Ding Yan asked Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi smiled gently at her father. Dad, Hanmo is helping us. Even if he buys our company, he will give us a sum of money. Hanmo said that you will still be in charge of the company. This belongs to the Ding family. Now it will belong to the Bai family. Ding Yan did not say it directly. Bai Hanmo took advantage of the situation. Dad, why can't you think it through? This company will only be in the name of the Bai family, but it will still be run by the Ding family. Dad, you will also have the Bai family as your backer. No one will bully the Ding family anymore. What do you know? Ding Yan was so angry that he cursed. Is the ownership the same as the right to use it? What a retard. Ding Ningdi seemed to be frightened by her father's yell. Her eyes were watery, and she looked at Ding Yan pitifully. When Ding Yan saw Ding Ningdi like this, the veins on his forehead were about to explode. He felt that he could not communicate with her. What I mean is that the company that originally belonged to the Ding family has now become the Bai family's. We have no right to control it. We don't have the right to decide what happens to the company. Ding Yan simply said, tell Bai Hanmo that he doesn't need to buy the company. Ding Ningdi felt very wronged and nodded. I will tell Bai Hanmo. Call Bai Hanmo now. Ding Yan wanted to watch Ding Ningdi make the call. Ding Yan felt very anxious now. He had a very bad feeling. Whether it was the company, his ex-wife, or Bai Hanmo, Ding Yan felt that he was surrounded by enemies. He was really going to fail. Ding Ningdi did not want to make the call. Although Ding Ningdi did not know much about business, she had intuition about people's emotions. She felt that if she really called Bai Hanmo would not be happy. She was the one who had asked Bai Hanmo for help. Now, she said that she did not need it. It seemed that she had used Bai Hanmo and then kicked Bai Hanmo away. It would definitely affect Bai Hanmo's impression of her. Ding Ningdi was very hesitant. Ding Yan urged, do you want to call? Dad. Hurry up. Ding Yan looked more and more anxious. Ding Ningdi bit her lip and took out her phone to call Bai Hanmo. Ding Ningdi was thinking about how to tell Bai Hanmo. Staring at Ding Yan's eyes, Ding Ningdi felt a little irritated. She was afraid that if her father got angry, it would affect her mother's position in the Ding family. She was also afraid that if Bai Hanmo got angry, it would affect her relationship with Bai Hanmo. Ding Yan's impatience made Ding Ningdi anxious. She had been scolded as a mistress before, and now something like this had happened. Not only did Ding Yan feel that his efforts were fruitless, but Ding Ningdi also felt insecure. Before the call went through, Ding Ningdi hung up. She did not want to call Bai Hanmo. Ding Mingdi felt that it was not right to do so. Ding Mingdi trusted her intuition. What's wrong? Ding Yan looked at Ding Mingdi. Call. Tell Bai Hanmo clearly. Ding Mingdi took a deep breath and said sadly, Dad, I don't know anything about business. Why should I call Bai Hanmo? If there's anything, you should tell Bai Hanmo clearly. Ding Mingdi immediately weighed the pros and cons. Anyone could make this call, but it couldn't be her. When Ding Yan heard his daughter's words, his entire person became a Spartan. If Bai Hanmo listened to him, why did he have to waste so much effort to divorce and get married? He just hoped that someone could say a word in front of Bai Hanmo. Now this girl was going to be a hands-off boss. He had lost his shares and the company. Moreover, his son-in-law was going to backstab him. Ding Yan did not want his painstaking efforts to become the Bai family's. Ding Yan wanted to hide behind the Bai family and take advantage of it. However, he did not want the company to become the Bai family's. The reason why he made such a sacrifice was that he wanted the company to be stronger and the Ding family to become a top wealthy family. He did not want to become the Bai family's subordinate. Ding Mingdi's performance made Ding Yan very disappointed. At the same time, he was also very worried. At this moment, Ji Lu, who had just returned from shopping, came in with shopping bags. Ding Yan's heart exploded with anger as he roared, You only know how to buy all day long. Do you think money grows on trees? From tomorrow on, your card is frozen. Stay at home if you have nothing to do. On the one hand, Ding Yan was venting his anger. On the other hand, he was warning Ding Mingdi. Ji Lu, who had come back happily, was yelled at by Ding Yan. Even her card was frozen. She was completely dumbfounded. She put down the bag and asked Ding Yan carefully, What's wrong with you? What's wrong? The company is going to become someone else's home. All you do is eat, sleep, and then buy things. Can't you do something else? Useless thing. Ding Yan thought of his ex-wife, who had opposed him during the board meeting. Although she hated him, she was still a young lady from a rich family. Her boldness was different from that of a small star. Ji Lu was even more dumbfounded. If it was easy to do other things, why would she be a mistress? Why would she work so hard to give birth to a child? She was doing things for an easy life. Ji Lu looked at her daughter. Ding Mingdi shook her head at Ji Lu and pulled her upstairs. Mom, don't always buy so many things. Look. The house is almost full. Ding Mingdi couldn't help but say to Ji Lu. Ever since Ji Lu married Ding Yan, she had been on cloud 9. What else can I do when I have money? Do I just look at the money? Ji Lu took out the clothes from the bag and compared them to her body. Mom, please restrain yourself. Dad is already not happy. You won't last long like this. No man likes a woman who is full of the stench of money and wants to buy all kinds of branded things. Ding Mingdi said helplessly. Although Ji Lu was more than 20 years older than her daughter, Ji Lu was not as smart as her daughter. Ji Lu was in the entertainment industry. She was more superficial and greedy for fame and fortune. She couldn't hold it in. She looked like a different kind of person from her daughter. I finally married your father. I have to get back my money. Ji Lu didn't feel safe in her current life, even though she had become Mrs. Ding. But Ji Lu still felt like she was in a dream. She was used to being a mistress who couldn't be seen in public. Suddenly, she was pushed to the front of everyone. She felt guilty. That was why she spent so much money. She was afraid that she would wake up one day. There's a big difference between asking for it and a man giving it to you. If a man really wants to give it to you, he will definitely bring the world to you, Ding Mingdi said. Ji Lu shrugged. Do you think your father is the kind of person who would present the world to me? If that was really the case, why wouldn't Ji Lu want to be a woman who lived in peace and tranquility, cold and noble? Fortunately, her daughter was such a woman. Anyway, stop it. Dad is not in a good mood recently. Ding Mingdi felt a headache coming on. Why was her relationship with Bai Hanmo so fraught with difficulties? Ding Mingdi was afraid that she would not be able to marry Bai Hanmo. Ding Mingdi had a worried look on her face. Now she was stuck in the middle and had to choose a side. Ding Mingdi looked at her mother and said, If you give in to Dad, your card won't freeze. In the future, don't bring the things you buy home. Put them in the old house. You have to at least pretend, okay? Ding Ningdi said. Jilu looked at her daughter in a daze. She had told her not to buy things blindly before. Why did she agree now? But Jilu still nodded obediently. Her daughter was very talented when it came to men. But Jilu still felt that something was wrong. What do you want to do? Ding Ningdi shook her head. Nothing. Ding Ningdi did not want to be a sandwich anymore. She had to give up one side. After that, Ding Ningdi moved out of the Ding family home and stayed in a hotel. Ding Yan, damn, what was going on? Ding Ningdi helplessly explained to Bai Hanmo what was going on. Anyway, she was innocent. She had already told her father in the whole country, but her father did not know what was good for him. Ding Ningdi did not understand why her father would say that. He was obviously helping the Ding family. In any case, Ding Ningdi had thoroughly betrayed Ding Yan, and at the same time made her attitude clear. Girls were extroverted and stood on men's side. Bai Hanmo kissed Ding Ningdi's forehead. Since your father doesn't know our good intentions, we won't interfere. We gave your father a chance, but he didn't take it, Bai Hanmo said calmly. Ding Ningdi solved the problem. Bai Hanmo did not seem to want to buy the company again, and she did what Ding Yan asked her to do. The process was not important, but the result was. Ding Ningdi tried to find out when Bai Hanmo would marry her. Only by getting married would Ding Ningdi's hanging heart feel at ease. Ningxu had been paying attention to the Ding family's company. He did not know why, but Bai Hanmo did not do anything when he said that he wanted to buy the company. Could it be that he was joking? No matter whether Bai Hanmo was joking or not, he gave Ding's mom a chance to elect her as the chairman at the shareholders' meeting. Ding's mom had the most shares, because the company had sold too many shares recently. Ding's mom spent a lot of money to buy the shares. If it were not for Ningxu's support, she would not have been able to survive. Ding's mom took the position of the chairman in front of Ding Yan's dark face. The main reason was that the people in the company were not united. In fact, whoever became the chairman would have a hot potato in their hands. That was why Ding's mom took the position so easily. Ding Yan's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What on earth do you want to do?" "I just want to be the chairman," Ding's mom said. Ding Yan was speechless. Damn it, the company was gone in the end. You just want to get back at me, don't you? Ding Yan looked at Ding's mom. But you shouldn't joke about the company. How can a woman like you be the chairman? Don't mess around. Ding Yan said to Ningxu, "Persuade your mother. Business is not a game." Ningxu was speechless. Why do I have to persuade her for everything? She was the one who persuaded her to get a divorce. Why should I persuade her now? Ningxu said, "Dad, how can I persuade Mom? Mom bought the shares with real money, and she got the position of the chairman with her own efforts. Dad, what do you want me to persuade? Should Mom give you the position of the chairman, give you the shares, or give you everything?" He was a chauvinist and could not be saved. He looked down on and belittled the person who had lived with him for more than 20 years. Ding Yan did not say anything. Obviously, Ningxu had hit the nail on the head. In fact, even if they were divorced, Ding Yan still regarded Ding's mom as his own. "Please hand over the work to me as soon as possible. After all, I am the chairman now." Ding's mom slightly raised her chin. She was wearing an office lady suit, which made her look very capable and charming. Nonsense. This is the company of the Ding family. How can a woman manage it? You want to break up the company, right? It was easy to understand what Ding Yan was thinking. He just felt that even if they were divorced, he still felt that Mrs. Ding should do everything for him wholeheartedly. Where did his confidence come from? Ding Yan had no choice but to give the position of chairman to Ding's mom. He made up his mind, waiting to see Ding's mom in a difficult situation, not knowing what to do with the company and being bullied by the shareholders. He didn't believe that Ding's mom, a woman, could handle everything. He didn't believe that she could manage the company well. He was sure that she would beg him for help when she was bullied. That was why Ding Yan gave the company to Ding's mom. Ding's mom smiled, picked up the nameplate with the name of Chairman Ding Yan on it from the table and threw it into the trash can in front of Ding Yan. Ding Yan was speechless. Ding Yan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Ding's mom and said, "You are so annoying. You have never liked me." "It doesn't matter," Ding's mom said casually. Ding Yan was even more speechless. He turned around and walked away. Ding's mom just smiled. Ningshu said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mom." Ningshu liked Ding's mom like this. He didn't like her to be a resentful woman who would embarrass herself because of a man. Ding's mom looked better in this way. Her face was smeared with the pearl cream made by Ningshu. Her skin was white and flawless, and it shone like a pearl. Ningshu said, "Mom, release the news that Guinness Company of M Country is going to buy the company. They are secretly meeting to discuss the acquisition." "What do you want to do?" Ding's mom asked. Ningshu said with a smile, "Just put on a show." They had to get Bai Hanmo involved in this scene. Soon, the news spread. Everyone in the company knew that the company had been sold. They were even more anxious. If the company was really acquired by M Country's Guinness Company, then it would become a foreign company. At that time, he would definitely be washed with blood. There would definitely be large-scale layoffs. Many employees began to prepare for their own escape routes. Many of them began to jump ship. However, most of the people who changed jobs were the bottom-level employees. On the other hand, the middle and high-level employees were unable to resign for the time being. Anyway, the atmosphere in the company was very impetuous. The more it was like this, the more certain it was that the company would be acquired. When Ding Yan heard the news, he almost fainted. He had messed up the company, and now he was going to sell the company. As the saying goes, women have long hair but short insight. She had turned a good company into such a mess. Ding Yan found the company and raised his hand to slap Ding's mom. The bodyguard next to Ding's mom grabbed Ding Yan's wrist. "Let go, let go." Ding Yan wanted to withdraw his hand, but it was held tightly by the bodyguard. Ding's mom said lightly, "Let go." Only then did the bodyguard let go of Ding Yan's hand. "What do you want to do?" Ding Yan roared angrily. "Now I'm the chairman of the company. I have the final say in the company," Ding's mom said with her chin slightly raised. Ding Yan wanted to slap her again, but when he saw the two tall bodyguards, he did not dare to do it. Ding Yan was anxious. If the company was really sold, the Ding family would have nothing. What was going on this year? The company could not escape the fate of being sold. First, it was the Bai family. Now, it was M Country's Guinness Company. No matter what, he could not sell the Ding family's company. Ding Yan rubbed his eyebrows. In the end, he still had to turn to Bai Hanmo. Selling the company to the Bai family was better than selling it to M Country's Guinness Company. Even if I'm not the chairman of the company, I'm still a major shareholder of the company. I don't agree to sell the company. Ding Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you want to take revenge on me, don't make fun of the company. There are so many employees in the company. Those employees need to support their families. The company needs to support so many employees. There should be a limit to how willful you can be." Ding's mom said lightly, "The company just has a new boss. Everything will be the same. Besides, even if this company doesn't exist, there are other companies. As long as there are talents, they are needed everywhere. Don't pretend to be a man with such a righteous excuse." Ding's mom sneered. How could a person who didn't even care about his own family consider others? It was disgusting to use the employees as an excuse. You. Ding Yan was so angry that he pointed at Ding's mom. In the end, he snorted and left. Ding's mom looked at Ding Yan's back and clicked her tongue. Ding Yan was really a coward. Ding Yan immediately tried to contact Ding Ningdi, but he couldn't get through at all. Anyway, he just couldn't get through. Ding Yan was so angry that the blue veins on his forehead were about to explode. He had a splitting headache. He went upstairs directly and saw Ji Lu looking at herself in the mirror. The tags on her clothes had not been taken off. Obviously, they were new clothes. Would this woman die if she didn't buy clothes for a day? Ding Yan grabbed Ji Lu's arm and said, "Call your daughter. Hurry up." "What's wrong?" Ji Lu asked. "Why should I call Ningdi?" "Just call when I tell you to," Ding Yan said impatiently. Ji Lu didn't dare to resist Ding Yan. She obediently took out her phone and called Ding Ningdi. Ding Yan couldn't get through to Ding Ning's phone, but Jilu could. Ding Yan was speechless. What the F***ck? He had been blacklisted? For the first time, Ding Yan felt that his well-behaved and charming daughter had a rebellious streak. He hadn't noticed it before. He just thought that she was a weak girl who needed protection. When facing her, he couldn't help but soften his voice, afraid that he would scare her. But now, Ding Ningdi made Ding Yan vigilant. Ding Yan even imagined that his son-in-law and daughter had conspired to take over the Ding family. What should I say? Jilu whispered to Ding Yan. Ding Yan snatched the phone from her hand and said directly, I'm your father. Now your aunt is going to sell the company and get a lot of money. Our family is going bankrupt. Your mother and I are going to sleep on the streets. This matter must be settled properly. Otherwise, I will never agree to let you marry Bai Hanmo. Ding Yan ordered directly and hung up the phone. He threw the phone to Ji Lu and took the brand on Ji Lu's clothes. Can you do anything other than shopping? You won't have any money to buy things in the future. The company is going bankrupt. If you don't ask your daughter to help, you will become a homeless dog. Speaking of a stray dog, Ding Yan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He was about to become a stray dog. Although Ji Lu didn't know what had happened, she saw Ding Yan's serious face and knew that something big had happened. In any case, Ji Lu had been with Ding Yan for so many years, and he was also her financial backer. She knew Ding Yan's emotions very well. Something big must have happened for Ding Yan to be so flustered. Would she really have no money to buy things in the future? Then what was the use of her being Mrs. Ding? Tell me what happened so that I can talk to Ning Dai. Ji Lu whispered. Ding Yan glanced at her. Only Ding Ningdi could help the company now. Now the Ding family had taken out so much money to buy his company. Ding Yan's heart felt like it was about to explode. Now, he was going to buy his family's company. Ji Lu heard that the matter was so serious that it would affect her future life. Otherwise, she would really have a hard life in the future. Ding Yan thought for a while and decided to buy the company himself to compete with M Country's Guinness Company. Ding Yan took out all of his belongings. He had quite a lot of money. The company had earned a lot of money over the years. This money was enough. Ding Yan went downstairs. The person who had been sent to spy on Ding's mom came back. He said to Ding Yan, Madam met with a group of foreigners at the hotel. Foreigners. They must be from Guinness Company. They must be discussing the acquisition of the company. This bitch was really going to sell the company. Where did those foreigners go after that? Ding Yan asked. Where did they go after that? Ding Yan asked. They went to the company. I think they went there to inspect the company. Ding Yan slammed his fist on the table when he heard that. Damn it. He had taken out his own money to buy his own company. This feeling was really good. Ding Yan was anxious. He could not let Guinness Company take the lead. Ding Yan called Ding's mom and asked her how much Guinness Company was offering. 6 billion, Ding's mom said. How much? Ding Yan was really shocked. On the one hand, it was because his company was so valuable. 6 billion. He was so proud of it. But 6 billion? He did not have enough money. He only had half of the money. Could it be that he had to ask for the other half from Bai Hanmo? But could Bai Hanmo afford so much money? Ding Yan was so worried that his hair turned white. Dad called? Ningxu sat on the sofa and asked Ding's mom. Ding's mom nodded. How much is the company? Ningxu took a sip of water and didn't say anything. Ding Yan would definitely not be able to gather 6 billion yuan. If he couldn't, he would definitely turn to Bai Hanmo. It was hard to say whether Bai Hanmo could come up with the money. If he had to come up with the money, for Bai Hanmo to take out so much money at once, there must be a void behind him. How's your ointment business going? Ding's mom asked. Ningxu smiled and said, You have no idea how good your daughter's business is right now. She's waiting in line for my products. My daughter has grown up, Ding's mom teased. Is the person you found reliable? Ding's mom asked. I just need to put on a show, Ningxu said. They just needed to wait until the contract was signed. As for the foreigners, it didn't matter. Ningxu stood up. I'm going back to make the ointment. The ointment was her way of survival. The profits of the ointment were huge, especially since the process was complicated and there weren't many products. They were all natural. Many people were still waiting in line for their orders. Ningxu went back to make the ointment and waited for the situation to develop. After that, Ding's mom released the news that Guinness Company was very satisfied and was about to sign the contract. Ding Yan was so anxious that he had blisters on his mouth. He urged Ji Lu and asked Ding Ningdi to come up with a solution. Ding Ningdi had been hesitating whether to ask for money or not. If she asked for money, Bai Hanmo's image of her would change. Even if he wanted to give her money, she wouldn't be the one asking for it. Ding Ningdi was very conflicted. Between a man and a woman, it was either the east wind or the west wind. If she asked for money, she would be at a disadvantage. She couldn't let money put her feelings at a disadvantage. She had to tie Bai Hanmo down with her feelings. As long as Bai Hanmo loved her, she could get anything. So Ding Yan was very anxious, but Ding Ningdi was determined not to ask for it. She would pretend that this didn't happen. But behind her back, she told her mother to ask Ji Lu to ask Bai Hanmo. It was better if her mother didn't ask for it. Anyway, she couldn't ruin her own image. Even if the Ding family asked for it, it had nothing to do with her. Ji Lu received her daughter's hint and went to the villa where Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi lived alone. As soon as Ji Lu saw Ding Ning die, she immediately burst into tears and started crying. Ji Lu was a celebrity. Although she didn't have any superb acting skills, she cried much more than the average person. Her crying was very sad. As soon as Bai Hanmo got off work and returned to the villa, he heard the sad crying in his woman's room. He hurried upstairs and saw Ding Ningdi comforting a woman. It was Ji Lu. What happened? Bai Hanmo pulled his tie and saw that Ji Lu was crying. Although she was crying, her makeup was not smudged at all. Even her mascara was not smudged. I'm fine. Ding Ningdi said with a melancholy expression. Ding Ningdi looked like a melancholy talented girl in ancient times. Every angle was just right. The light from the balcony slanted down and coated her body with a layer of golden light. Beautiful and dust-free. Bai Hanmo liked Ding Ningdi's appearance. There was no woman more beautiful than Ding Ningdi in the world. She had a warm and clean temperament and smelled very good. Ji Lu cried for a while. Seeing Bai Hanmo come back, she wiped her tears and was about to leave. Stay for dinner, Bai Hanmo urged her to stay. Ji Lu looked at Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi said reluctantly, then Mom will stay for dinner. Ding Ningdi looked very sad. Even when it was time to eat, she did not have much of an appetite. Bai Hanmo picked up food for her. She also smiled reluctantly. It seemed that she did not have much appetite. Tell me, what happened? Bai Hanmo put down his chopsticks and looked at Ji Lu. Tell me. Ji Lu was about to speak but was interrupted by Ding Ningdi. It's nothing. Mom just came to see me. Everything is written on your face. How can you say it's nothing? You're not a person who can hide your thoughts. You're like a clear spring. You can see everything at a glance. Bai Hanmo tapped Ding Ningdi's nose and said unhappily. Tell me, Bai Hanmo said to Ji Lu. Ji Lu hesitated for a moment and then told him about the company's situation. That mother and daughter pair broke up the company. Now they want to sell it for a large sum of money and then take the large sum of money to live free and unfettered. Previously, Ning Dai was tortured by them. Now they want to destroy the company. Ding Ningdi said helplessly, Mom, this is all in the past. Don't talk about it anymore. Bai Hanmo raised his eyebrows. I've heard about this. Did they bully you in the past? Bai Hanmo asked Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi shook her head. It's nothing. After all, my identity is not likable. It's normal for them to hate me. Ding Ningdi didn't deny that Ding's mom and Ningxu had bullied her. She just said that her identity was annoying. Bai Hanmo held Ding Ningdi's hand and said, a hero's birth doesn't matter. Besides, you are no longer an illegitimate daughter. No one will dare to attack you with this. Ji Lu saw that Bai Hanmo treated Ding Ningdi so well, and she was both gratified and jealous. Even if they were mother and daughter, when they saw a rich, tall, handsome, and talented man taking care of a woman so much, they would feel jealous. All the women in the world would be jealous of them. She had been a mistress for more than 20 years. Now that she had finally become Mrs. Ding, the company was going to collapse. It was destroyed by the former Mrs. Ding. Compared with her daughter, Ji Lu fell into a state of self-pity and self-blame. She couldn't help but feel jealous. I will think of a way to deal with this. Bai Hanmo said lightly. Ji Lu forced a smile and said, Thank you, son-in-law. Please keep it in mind. Ji Lu didn't want to see her daughter and son-in-law showing off their love. After all, they had different lives. Ji Lu sighed. A woman's life was to find a man who would treat her well and hold her in the palm of his hand. After Ji Lu left, Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi became much closer. Ding Ningdi said gloomily, You don't have to think about me. It is also a burden for the Bai family's company to take out so much money. I really don't know why the mother and daughter did this. What's the point of doing this? It must be because of me. They want to take revenge on me. That's why they did this to the company. There are so many employees in the company. They have wives and children. They want to support their families. They are taking the livelihood of so many people as a joke. The more Ding Ningdi said, the more worried she looked. Her frown made people want to smooth it out. Every frown and smile was charming, and every frown was beautiful. Bai Hanmo thought to himself. He first contacted the Guinness Company in M country, but they didn't send anyone to buy the Ding family's company at all. Bai Hanmo could guess what the mother and daughter were up to even if he used his toes to think. He wanted to make a fortune. However, Bai Hanmo did not plan to tell Ding Yan about this. The Ding family's technology was his group's weakness. With the technology of the Ding family company, the Bai family group could be considered to have a foothold in all industries. Bai Hanmo planned to buy the Bai family's company directly. Firstly, it was for the sake of the group. Secondly, it was to answer to Ding Ningdi. So as not to make Ding Ningdi sad. This was a way to kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, the Ding clan could not blame him. He had already helped them. Therefore, Bai Hanmo brought his men directly to the Ding family's company. When he arrived at the chairman's office, he saw a group of 7 or 8 foreigners inside and sneered. Enough acting. It's time to let them go. Bai Hanmo sneered and said. Ningxu was not surprised to see Bai Hanmo. Obviously, the Ding family had found Bai Hanmo. Moreover, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. In order to make the beauty smile, King Yu of Zhou even played with the feudal lords. How could he express his love for Ding Ningdi if he didn't buy the company with a large sum of money? Ningxu asked the foreigners to leave first. Then, he said with a smile, Why are you here? That was a very good play. Bai Hanmo glanced at Ding's mom and Ningxu. His nose twitched. From the moment he came in, he smelled a faint smell of herbs. Ningxu said, Actually, I'm also offering you the conditions. I know you want to take over the Ding family's company. Oh, don't use your thoughts to guess what I'm thinking. Bai Hanmo put his finger on his lips and shushed him. His movement was devilishly charming. Shush your sister. Can't pee enough? Ningxu rolled his eyes. Ding's mom said, If you want to buy the company, then the highest bidder will get it. Those people are fake people you found. If the Guinness Company of M country knows that someone is using their name, the consequences, Bai Hanmo said lightly, but his tone was full of threat. Ningxu looked calm and was not worried at all. Although they are not from the Guinness Company, the Lian family and the Li family are interested in buying the company. The Lian family and the Li family. Bai Hanmo paused for a moment with a contemptuous look. Obviously, he looked down on the Lian family and the Li family. Say it. How much? Bai Hanmo asked domineeringly. 8 billion, Ningxu said directly. Bai Hanmo just sneered. Believe it or not, I won't let you get a penny. Ningxu spread his hands and said, Then I'll sell it to the Lian family for 6 billion. When Ningxu talked about money, he felt a headache. Money in this world was too cheap. It was worth hundreds of millions. Some famous brands were worth tens of millions. It was too painful. Even the money was like Mary Sue. 20 million for a necklace. The inflation was too high. Then my mother and I can get 6 billion, Ningshu said in an extremely casual manner. My mother and I are not people who know how to run a business, but the Ding family's technology is very good. No matter who gets it, it will be more than 6 billion. Bai Hanmo thought for a moment. Suddenly, the phone rang. Bai Hanmo glanced at Ningshu and picked up the phone. He didn't know what was said on the phone, but Bai Hanmo's face became more and more ugly. 4 billion. Bai Hanmo stretched out 4 fingers. Ningshu snorted. 8 billion, not a penny less. Don't push your luck. Bai Hanmo said coldly. I haven't settled the score with you for Ding Mingdi, and now you're blackmailing me. Ningshu said expressionlessly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who buys it. Do you think someone will dare to snatch it from me? What do you think? Bai Hanmo asked. It doesn't matter. Someone wants the Ding family's company. The Ding family's company also had a foothold. This technology allowed the Ding family to gain a foothold in the business world. Some people coveted it. Wasn't this what Bai Hanmo wanted? 5 billion. 8 billion, 6 billion. 8 billion. Bai Hanmo's face turned ugly. 7 billion. Ningshu nodded. Then it's a deal. Bai Hanmo's face turned as black as ink. Bai Hanmo was actually at a disadvantage. He came to buy the company behind his father-in-law's back without even informing him beforehand. The lawyer printed the contract, and Ding's mom and Bai Hanmo signed it. 7 billion was in his hands. Ningshu and Ding's mom left the company hand in hand. As for what would happen to the company in the future, they didn't care. Follow those 2 people. After taking his money, he couldn't just let it go like this. It was also because of Ding Mingdi's leg. Ding Mingdi's leg was left with sequelae. She would usually feel a dull pain, especially when it rained. Her leg hurt so much that she couldn't sleep, even though there was nothing wrong with it. But she didn't know why it hurt. The crack in her bone had already healed, but it still hurt. She couldn't sleep well the entire night, moaning and groaning in pain. Ding Mingdi didn't look like she was faking it. Every time he saw Ding Mingdi in pain, Bai Hanmo wanted to tear the person who hurt Ding Mingdi into pieces. That was why they wanted to leave so easily after taking a huge sum of money. In their dreams, Ningshu looked at the people who were following them through the rearview mirror and turned the steering wheel. Mom, let's sell all the company's shares, Ningshu said. Sell them at a low price. Doing so would definitely cause the Ding family's company to lose a lot of assets and a lot of its market value. Are we really going to sell them? Ding's mom was a little reluctant. It wasn't easy for us to get so many shares. Ningshu glanced at the rearview mirror. Mom, we took money from Bai Hanmo. Do you still expect the company to give us dividends? If they had shares, they would definitely get dividends from the company. However, it was very dangerous to be involved with Bai Hanmo again. Ningshu stepped on the accelerator and turned left and right. Don't forget Ding Mingdi's legs, Ningshu said. Ding's mom nodded. I'll listen to you. However, I said that I would put the beauty products she make under the Ding family's name. Now, it's impossible. Without the Ding family, my products will still sell well, Ningshu said with a smile. When they got home, Ningshu called Lian Min to thank her for her cooperation. The Bai family had a hand in every industry. They did everything they could, including electrical appliances, hotels, steel, and information products. They were like a bug in the system. However, the Bai family was very powerful. No one could do anything about them. The Bai family almost had a monopoly. This time, they had joined forces with the Lian family and the Li family. Only the 2 families had come forward, but many of them had secretly joined forces. Ding's mom sold the shares at a low price, causing the value of the Ding family's shares to drop a lot. The money disappeared just like that. However, Ding's mom also lost a lot of money. She only got back half of her capital. However, the 7 billion yuan was basically obtained without risking anything. The measures that had been taken previously had caused many people in the Ding family company to sell their shares. Ding's mom actually owned 60% of the shares. Therefore, when Ding's mom sold her shares, the other shareholders followed suit. Because the longer they delayed, the more money they would lose. The direct consequence of this was that Hanmo's company would lose a lot of money in addition to the 7 billion that he had spent on the acquisition. He even spent money to buy low-priced stocks. That would add up to more than 10 billion yuan. Hanmo felt very stifled, very stifled. Hanmo was upset, and Ding Yan was even more upset. He felt betrayed, divorced, and stabbed by his ex-wife. Now that the company had become the Bai family's, Ding Yan lost a lot of money because of the decrease in the value of the shares. Not only was she betrayed by her husband, but she was also betrayed by her daughter. Ding Yan was so angry that he slapped Ji Lu several times, causing her to fall to the ground. Ji Lu covered her face and cried. "You colluded with your daughter to set me up, didn't you?" Ding Yan was so angry that his face turned blue. He grabbed Ji Lu's hair and said, "What did you tell your daughter?" It was just a loan, not for him to buy the company directly. Ji Lu's face twisted in pain as her hair was being pulled. She said, "That's what I told Ning Dai. I didn't know that my son-in-law would buy the company directly." Ding Yan pulled Ji Lu's hair hard. Ji Lu raised her chin in pain. Ding Yan was not a gentleman. When he was angry, he even slapped his own wife. He didn't care about Ji Lu at all. The fear of losing the company made Ding Yan very irritable. There was a feeling of helplessness. He had lost everything. "Without me, do you think that you and your daughter will have a good life? Do you think that you can have a good life by climbing up to the Bai family?" Ding Yan roared. Ji Lu felt so innocent. What ability did she have to interfere with the Bai family's decision? Only her daughter's words had some effect in front of Hanmo. She didn't know what Ding Ningdi said to Hanmo. Could it be that Ding Ningdi didn't care about the company because of her man? Ji Lu's scalp was being pulled so hard that it hurt. Tears came down. This time, she was really crying. Her mascara was smeared, just like the dark circles under her eyes. She was in an unspeakable mess. Ji Lu could only endure the pain on her scalp. She felt that it was bleeding. Ding Yan felt so wronged. Hanmo did save the company, but the company didn't belong to him. Moreover, he was unreasonable. He asked for help, but the other party bought the company directly. What else could he say? He felt so wronged that he wanted to die. He didn't know if Hanmo would let him manage the company. He was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to manage the company now. Ding Yan weakly let go of Ji Lu's hair. Ji Lu, who was free, immediately ran away. Ding Yan was really scary like this. The position of Mrs. Ding was worse than being a mistress. A mistress had a lot of freedom. She could leave whenever she wanted. Mrs. Ding was just king bondage. Ji Lu touched her scalp and felt that it was wet. Her hand was stained with blood. Crazy. Ningshu took the 7 billion yuan that Hanmo gave him and started to buy the Bai family shares bit by bit. Hanmo had spent so much money, but there was nothing left behind. Recently, the government had a bidding event for a piece of land. This piece of land could be auctioned for a sky-high price. The Lian family, the Li family, and many other wealthy families wanted to buy this piece of land. Ningshu didn't want to participate in this kind of thing at all. He didn't have enough capital, but the other wealthy families had enough capital. Even if there were hundreds of families, they wouldn't be weaker than the Bai family if they joined forces. Therefore, the investment in this piece of land was extremely profitable. Many people wanted to buy this piece of land. However, Ningshu knew that this piece of land would be abandoned in the end. The location looked very good, but in the end, an ancient tomb was dug out from the ground. The ancient tomb was buried very deep. Then, this piece of land should be handed over to the government. The Lian family, who bought this piece of land, suffered heavy losses. Ningshu planned to take advantage of the Bai family on this matter. Especially since Hanmo had already bled. If he bled more, the Bai family would be even weaker. However, Ningshu was busy making the beauty cream now. Lian Min wanted to give this beauty cream to Ding Ningdi. She had apologized because of the competition for the Ding family's company. Even the Lian family was weak when facing the Bai family. She knew that Hanmo cared about Ding Ningdi, so she asked Ningshu to make something for her. Ningshu's products were very effective. They had a good reputation among the madams and young ladies. In addition, there were only a few products and they were priceless. Therefore, they were very precious. Ningshu nodded and agreed. Since it was a gift for Ding Ningdi, Ningshu had to prepare it well. Not only did he prepare the facial cream, but he also applied the cream on her body. After applying this ointment, the skin would become white and incomparably smooth. Moreover, there would be a faintly discernible body fragrance. This was Ningshu's big gift to Ding Ningdi. It would make her beautiful. The product that Ding Ningdi used was carefully formulated by Ningshu. It took a lot of effort. He made the most perfect product. In order to prepare things for Ding Ningdi, Ningshu really used up all of his cultivation. Especially the body paste. After it was done, Ningshu considerately reminded her to apply it after bathing for the best effect. Then, Ningshu informed Lian Men to come over and get it. Lian Men looked at the things Ningshu made and nodded. You're quite attentive. I thought it was for your sister, so I did it half-heartedly. Ningshu laughed. How could that be? If I did it half-heartedly, it would be destroying my reputation. I was afraid that she wouldn't use it because it was made by me. Lian Min glanced at Ningshu and was about to leave with the things. Ningshu asked, I heard that you're going to bid. Lian Min said, of course. All the wealthy families in the city want this piece of land. Ningshu shook his head. There's so much competition. It must cost a lot of money. Of course. My eldest brother and second brother are interested in this piece of land, Lian Min said. This piece of land is at least 10 billion yuan. Lian Min frowned. It's a little expensive. Ningshu shook his head. You're exaggerating the value of a piece of land. Moreover, it's a real estate bubble now. It's going to burst if you poke it. Even if it's not a bubble now, it doesn't mean that it will always be so inflated. It's not worth it. Instead of fighting for a piece of land, it's better to do something else. Lian Min looked at Ningshu. Don't screw me over again. I cooperated with you last time, and I was taught a lesson by my brother. This time, I asked you to make something to apologize to him. My brother was furious. He blamed me for rashly going against Bai Hanmo. Ningshu had never dealt with Lian Min's brothers, but they spent so much money to buy a piece of land. Moreover, there was a group of ancient tombs underground. This group of ancient tombs was very big. It was the place where ancient families were buried. At that time, it caused a huge reaction. Then, this piece of land naturally could not be used for any other commercial purposes. Moreover, excavation work was not something that could be done in a day or two. Anyway, this piece of land was useless. Because of this, the Lian family's vitality was greatly damaged. Their money was wasted, and there wasn't even the sound of water splashing. Besides, Bai Hanmo has already lost so much money buying a company for his father-in-law. If the base can get this piece of land, wouldn't it be great? What's more, a piece of land is mud, and who knows what's under the mud? Ningshu shrugged and spouted nonsense. You just want to take revenge on your fiancé and your sister. Why are you dragging my family into this? I'm not. I'm just advising you because there's no need to do so. If you have the money to buy a piece of land, you might as well get rid of the Bai family. If the Bai family wanted a small company to go bankrupt, it would be a matter of minutes. Because they had money, they could completely dominate the market. Even if there was a price war, others wouldn't be able to win. In the end, they wouldn't even be able to recover their capital. But the Bai family didn't care. The Bai family was a monopoly company. If they did not create such a deformed market economy, how could there be no regulations? The government would not care. Another possibility was that a company like the Bai family could contribute a lot of taxes, so the government would turn a blind eye to it. Previously, Bai Hanmo had wasted more than 10 billion yuan. If they could get this piece of land, it would be enough to make Bai Hanmo suffer. Lian Min only said, Is my mother's beauty cream ready? It's ready. Ningshu took it out from the freezer and handed it to Lian Min. Lian Min's face was gloomy and was about to leave. Ningshu said to Lian Min, You can't be wrong if you listen to me. That piece of land doesn't look good. The feng shui is not good. Lian Min couldn't help but sneer at Ningxu, "You are superstitious. If you tell your father about this, your father will definitely have a knot in his heart. He won't spend a lot of money to buy this land." Ningxu said to Lian Min. The Lian family's father was Lian Min's grandfather. He had a lot of prestige in the Lian family. Lian Min expressionlessly rolled her eyes at Ningxu. "My two brothers have analyzed this piece of land. They think it's not bad. We should be able to get it. Those who believe in me will live forever. Anyway, that piece of land is not a good place. If it was a good place, why would it be abandoned?" Ningxu said. "That's because the government said there was an important plan. That's why it has been abandoned until now." Lian Min said. "You believe that? Ask your father to find a feng shui expert to take a look. This piece of land is not good." Ningxu said. Rich people were actually quite superstitious. "Okay, I'm leaving." Lian Min took her things and left. Ningxu rubbed his eyebrows. He really didn't want the Lian family's money to be wasted. Although inflation was serious and it had a Mary Sue flavor, it was still money. Ningxu turned on his computer and looked at the stock market. He slowly bought the Bai family shares. He used the money Bai Hanmo gave him to buy the Bai family shares. It felt so good. Ningxu stared at the computer in a daze. He didn't know if Ding Ningdi would use her things. If she didn't waste all the effort he had put in. In fact, Ningxu was quite concerned about Ding Ningdi and Bai Hanmo's happy life. Bai Hanmo had been so busy recently that he probably wouldn't get married until after this period of time. Lian Min went to visit with gifts. Bai Hanmo wasn't home during the day, so Ding Ningdi took care of Lian Min. Ding Ningdi saw that Miss Lian had brought her gifts, so she came to visit. This was the first time she had experienced something like this. Ding Ningdi was an illegitimate daughter, so these rich girls all looked down on her. Especially Bai Hanmo's high-profile marriage proposal a while ago, it was actually to push Ding Ningdi to the public. Originally, he wanted to show off his love, but he didn't expect that he would be stripped naked and scolded badly. Although she knew that it was for Bai Hanmo's sake, Bai Hanmo was her man. For a moment, Ding Ningdi felt a little smug. After accepting Lian Min's gifts, Lian Min said a few polite words to Ding Ningdi and asked Ding Ningdi to pass on the message. Ding Ningdi nodded and said that she would pass on the message. But when Bai Hanmo came back in the evening, Ding Ningdi didn't mention that Lian Min had come to visit. Ding Ningdi never got involved in business matters. She only needed to be responsible for the peaceful life. "What's the smell on you?" Bai Hanmo pressed Ding Ningdi's body and asked in a hoarse voice. Ding Ningdi's heart skipped a beat. Didn't he like the smell? She had taken a shower and applied the body ointment. She liked the smell of the body ointment very much. It was very good. If Bai Hanmo didn't like the smell, she wouldn't apply it in the future. "What smell?" "There's no smell. I just took a shower." Ding Ningdi looked at the person on top of her in confusion. Her confused look aroused his desire. Bai Hanmo smiled wickedly. "I like the smell. It smells sweet. I really want to swallow you." Bai Hanmo nibbled on Ding Ningdi's skin. His tongue slid over it inch by inch, sucking and nibbling with his teeth. He seemed to be addicted to the smell and kept licking it. Ding Ningdi's skin had an elegant fragrance with a hint of sweetness. Bai Hanmo's skin felt as if he was touching the best silk. It was extremely smooth. It made one's heart ripple. The ambiguous atmosphere was very strong, wild, and romantic. Ding Ningdi was overjoyed. It seemed that Bai Hanmo liked this smell very much. Miss Lian's gift was indeed good stuff. Ding Ningdi hugged Bai Hanmo and went to bed with him. After they were done, Bai Hanmo hugged Ding Ningdi and buried his head in her neck, smelling her nice scent. It was a night of craving. After that, every time Ding Ningdi took a shower, she would apply the body ointment. She realized that this body ointment was really amazing. Not only did it smell good, sometimes she could smell a faint scent when she squatted down and stood up. It smelled indescribably good. Ding Ningdi smelled many perfumes in the mall, but she couldn't find this kind of perfume. It could also nourish her skin. After using it for a while, her skin was like silk. Her skin was delicate and her complexion was good. She looked much younger. Every time they made love, Bai Hanmo would hug her and nibble on her, tormenting her until she couldn't take it anymore. After that, he would hug her to sleep and treat her better and better. His gaze would become gentler and gentler. The amount of body ointment was small to begin with. Since she had to apply it to every corner of her body, it was used up very quickly. Ding Ningdi really liked this. She didn't like other facial creams. Ding Ningdi only liked this. Bai Hanmo also liked it. Ding Ningdi could only be thick-skinned and ask Lian Min where she bought this from. Lian Min was speechless. She didn't want her to give her a gift, did she? Lian Min found Ning Shu and asked Ning Shu to make some more body ointment. Ning Shu was speechless. She really used it? Ning Shu nodded to show that he knew how to make it. Did you tell your brothers about the land? Ning Shu asked. Speaking of this matter, Lian Min's expression did not look too good. My brother thinks this matter can be done, but he won't listen to me no matter what I say. He gave me a card and told me not to disturb them when I'm free. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Lian Min Ning Shu asked. It doesn't look like it. The dividends you've taken from me are enough for you to live a carefree life, Ning Shu said. I don't know if it's because you scared me on purpose, but when I looked at that piece of land, the more I looked at it, the worse it got. Lian Min said helplessly. Ning Shu asked, I didn't look for your father. The old man is currently traveling around the world, and we've lost contact with him. Lian Min was speechless as she continued, I'm a little worried. It's not like there's no way. Ning Shu said with a smile. You've tricked me so many times. I don't believe you, Lian Min said directly. This was a little awkward. In Lian Min's heart, her character was not good. What do you think there's a way? Lian Min asked. It was too expensive. If all the money was used to buy the land, what would happen if the company's capital chain was broken? Moreover, if they bought the land, it was uncertain when they would make a profit. Most importantly, Lian Min's heart was not very comfortable. Just secretly reveal your family's bidding price to Bai Hanmo. If Bai Hanmo really wants to buy this piece of land, his price will definitely be higher than your brother's bidding price. Ning Shu said with a black heart. And say that it's falsely high. At the bidding conference, each company would secretly give a price, and in the end, the highest bidder would win. Since they did not know the price of their competitors, all the companies participating in the auction would raise the price to avoid losing the bid. Lian Min glanced at Ning Shu. My brother will go crazy. How can that be? Although I don't deal with your brother, I think your brother must be a strong child who can withstand any blow. Ning Shu said very insincerely. Ning Shu mentioned this method, but she didn't know if Lian Min would use it. Moreover, it was the safest and most inconspicuous method. Make the food well. It seems that your sister likes the food you make. Lian Min waved Ning Shu's hand. Don't do anything fishy. Ning Shu spread his hands. I won't spoil my things. Ding Ningdi is not worth it. Lian Min nodded. I even invested in it. Don't do anything stupid. Lian Min left with a lot on her mind. Ning Shu made Ding Ningdi's body ointment according to the original formula. This time, he had to make more. It was enough for Ding Ningdi to rub on her body like she was wiping the wall. After the ointment was done, Lian Min delivered it to her. Ding Ningdi saw Miss Lian delivering the food to her like a delivery boy. She felt very strange. In the past, these arrogant rich ladies used to shine brightly at banquets. Now, they were actually delivering food to her. This was success. This was happiness. Ding Ningdi was overjoyed when she saw that there was so much body ointment this time. She quickly wanted to give Lian Min money. Did Lian Min look like someone who was short of money? At her level, it would be an insult to give her money. Lian Min politely refused Ding Ningdi's money. She told Ding Ningdi that if she could use it well, she could help promote it. Although Ding Ningdi did not know how much the ointment cost, it was definitely not cheap since it was so effective. Now, she was also someone who was being bribed with a lot of money. Everyone had vanity. Ding Ningdi felt very happy now, as if she was standing on top of a mountain and looking at everything. It was love that gave her this. After Lian Min left the villa, she ran to Ning Shu and complained that his illegitimate sister was so short-sighted. Ning Shu felt that Ding Ningdi was not bad. Although she was a little vain, she did not lose her composure. She probably wanted to pretend to be otherworldly in front of Bai Hanmo. Ning Shu listened to Lian Min's complaints as he busied himself with the work at hand. Bai Hanmo's company was really powerful. Until now, she had not bought many shares, probably not even 1%. But she had spent a lot of money. It was too easy. In fact, the existence of the Bai family hindered the market economy because the Bai family occupied a lot of resources. Many companies died before they could develop. Some died because they couldn't adapt to the market, and some new industries were plundered. Anyway, it was not a normal competitive economy. The economy would shake with a stomp of the foot. This was a very scary thing. The lives of the people were in the hands of these people. Even the capitalists controlled the country. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. Working together to get rid of the Bai family could solve these problems perfectly. Lian Min complained for a while, sighed and left. Ning Shu, why did she always complain to her? With the large amount of body ointment that Lian Min gave her, Ding Ningdi applied it almost every day after she took a shower. After applying it, Bai Hanmo always liked to hug and nibble on her. Anyway, it was very happy. Soon, the bidding and auction would begin. Ning Shu went to the site to take a look. Many people had come. Why was this piece of land so attractive? Anyway, Ning Shu could not understand. If they wanted to make a profit, they had to repair the house and sell it. Moreover, the house was not something that ordinary people could afford. Perhaps the main consumers were the rich. There was a saying that went, if you think that you will be as happy as you think you are when you have money, you are wrong. The happiness of the rich is beyond your imagination. How vicious. Buying land was a form of gambling. Bai Hanmo brought Ding Ningdi to the party. Ding Ningdi was wearing an exquisite handmade dress. Because it was custom-made, the dress was unique and attracted the attention of many women. Ning Shu looked at Ding Ningdi. Her skin was delicate and rosy, and her eyebrows were pure. Many men could not help but look at Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi was a very beautiful woman. Although she was not stunning, she made people feel comfortable. The more they looked at her, the more attractive she was. Sister. Ding Ningdi saw Ning Shu and let go of Bai Hanmo's arm. Ning Shu walked over. Sister, where have you been? I haven't seen you in a long time. Come home. Dad misses you. Ever since you left home, you haven't come back to see him, Ding Ningdi said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu stood up from his seat. He was speechless. She made it sound as if she was filial. She was still living with Bai Hanmo. Ning Shu smelled Ding Ningdi's scent. It seemed that Ding Ningdi really liked this body cream. What are you talking to her about? Come here. Bai Hanmo grabbed Ding Ningdi's arm and pulled her away. Ning Shu noticed that Bai Hanmo's eyes were a little bloodshot. He smiled silently. Ding Ningdi was pulled away by Bai Hanmo. Ning Shu also sat down. Because of Bai Hanmo's distinguished status, he sat at the front, while Ning Shu and Lian Min sat at the back. Lian Min said to Ning Shu, see, I told you that your sister is petty. She's obviously the winner, but she still has to act like she's the weak one. It's as if she's being bullied by others. She's hiding needles in her words. Ning Shu said indifferently, this is her way of doing things. She always put herself in the position of a victim, and she was the most innocent person in the world. Whatever she did was worthy of forgiveness. If others were to fuss about it, they would be heartless and unreasonable. You're so rich, you're so noble, and you're so powerful. Don't you feel embarrassed to be so calculative? If you want to be calculative, you are not noble and not benevolent. Ning Shu was very familiar with Ding Ningdi's tricks. He wanted to use the people around him to deal with her. She always looked like she was about to faint from fright. She was on the verge of collapsing, but she just wouldn't fall down. The auction began. Ning Shu straightened his back. Ning Shu was afraid that this piece of land would fall into the hands of the Lian family again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lian Min's calm expression. He then looked at the older brother of the Lian family, who was sitting at the front. It seemed that Lian Min had really done something to drag him down. You didn't leak the bidding price of your family's land, did you? Ning Shu elbowed Lian Min. Lian Min glanced at Ning Shu. No way. My brother will kill me. Then why are you so calm? Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't avoid it, Lian Min said like a hoodlum. Besides, it's not like we can't make money from this piece of land. Ning Shu felt a bit regretful. He clicked his tongue twice. The result of the auction was that Bai Hanmo won this piece of land. Moreover, the price was only slightly higher than the Lian family's. He won this piece of land for 12 billion. This piece of land was even more expensive than the Ding family's company. In less than half a year, Bai Hanmo had already spent more than 20 billion. Now, the Ding family's company was more like an empty shell. If Bai Hanmo won this piece of land, the 12 billion would have gone down the drain. Ning Shu couldn't help but curl his lips. However, the faces of the two older brothers of the Lian family darkened. Because their price was 11.5 billion. After the auction ended, Lian Min's second brother pointed at Lian Min and Ning Shu. Don't hang out with her. You've been King used as a tool. Second brother Lian said with a darkened face. Lian Min said innocently, Second brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. That's enough, second brother. If you didn't win, then so be it. Eldest brother Lian interrupted his brother and glanced at his sister and Ning Shu. When Grandpa comes back, you can explain to him yourself. Eldest brother Lian took the lead and left. Second brother Lian snorted at Lian Min and chased after his brother. Ning Shu, I'm the most innocent one. Did you really do it? Ning Shu asked Lian Min. No way. God knows what's going on. Lian Min insisted to the end. Ning Shu felt that there must be something fishy going on. Otherwise, the price wouldn't be so close. Ning Shu looked at the lovey-dovey couple as they walked past her. Especially when he saw Bai Hanmo's bloodshot eyes, Ning Shu felt very happy. Dealing with Ding Ningdi was no fun. Dealing with Ding Ningdi's backer was more interesting. Ning Shu and Lian Min walked out of the auction banquet while chatting and laughing. A bodyguard came over and said to Lian Min, Miss, young master invites you over. Miss Ding, come with us. Ning Shu, what does it have to do with me? There was a Lincoln limousine parked on the side of the road. The bodyguard opened the door. Lian Min hesitated for a moment and lifted her skirt to get in. Ning Shu followed. The interior of the limousine was very spacious. Lian Min's eldest brother and second brother were also in the car. Eldest brother Lian directly said to Ning Shu, My sister is a simple person. Please don't use her in the future. Don't involve the Lian family in your business with the Bai family. Oh, Ning Shu said, then asked, What did I do? You just want to please Bai Hanmo and compete with your sister for Bai Hanmo. That's why you urged my sister to leak the price to you, second brother Lian said quickly. Ning Shu and Lian Min's faces darkened at the same time. Miss Ding, please don't disturb my sister anymore. The Lian family isn't that easy to talk to, eldest brother Lian said coldly. He was, after all, the boss of them all. He had a strong aura. Second brother was a bit noisy. He didn't act like a man. Ning Shu was speechless for a moment. He asked Lian Min, What should I say to your brother? Nothing. You can go now. I'll play with you when I'm free, Lian Min said. Ning Shu said, then he opened the door and got out. Ning Shu wasn't angry at the Lian brothers' attitude. After all, they loved their sister very much. Plus, they weren't fools. They all had some guesses. Ning Shu wasn't trying to please Bai Hanmo. He was trying to crush Bai Hanmo. Compared to losing everything that you once had would make you fall from the clouds into hell. It was worse than dying. The Lincoln limousine drove past Ning Shu. Ning Shu drove home. He took his time making prescriptions and buying the Bai family's shares. Ding's mom felt that her life was very fulfilling. She went abroad to have fun. Not to have fun, but to watch Fashion Week. Without Ding's mom by his side, Ning Shu didn't feel so restrained. Bai Hanmo had already cut the ribbon on the land he bought. Bai Hanmo wanted to turn the land into a high-end villa area. However, not long after the construction started, they dug out a group of ancient tombs. At first, Bai Hanmo thought that there was a tomb. He planned to hide it from them. If people knew that there was a tomb under the house, who would live in the house? After spending so much money, how could they stop work because of a tomb? It was very likely that all the money would be wasted. Since the discovery of the tomb, Bai Hanmo had a shadow in his heart. Bai Hanmo rubbed his eyebrows. His eyes were more bloodshot than before. Bai Hanmo hugged Ding Ningdi and smelled Ding Ningdi's scent. Only then did he feel at ease. Bai Hanmo kissed Ding Ningdi's neck. After that, Bai Hanmo kept a close eye on the various newspapers and magazines. If anyone dared to expose the tomb, he would make them suffer. However, after they dug out more tombs, they could not keep it a secret anymore. It attracted many reporters and even the higher-ups were alarmed. They immediately sent archaeologists to carry out rescue excavations. Because many cultural relics were destroyed violently and not preserved properly, they oxidized when exposed to the air. As a result, many cultural relics were destroyed. Bai Hanmo was blamed by the higher-ups because of this. The newspapers were all reporting about it. The company's reputation was tainted and the share price fell. Ningxu took the opportunity to buy the shares and the price was getting lower and lower. As more and more people sold the shares, the price was even lower. Ningxu took advantage of the situation. Bai Hanmo was so angry that he flipped the table. He had bought that land with real money. Now, they did not give him a single cent and took back the land. They even blamed him for destroying the cultural relics. Since there was an ancient tomb, why did they still sell it? More than 10 billion was gone. The company's share price kept falling. A few million was lost in minutes. Bai Hanmo was so angry that his eyes were getting redder. He could not control his anger. There was a fire burning in Bai Hanmo's heart. His brain was burning. A series of investment failures made Bai Hanmo impatient. Bai Hanmo, who had always been successful, was cheated for the first time. Moreover, he did not dare to say anything. Otherwise, the army would be here. Bai Hanmo was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. Bai Hanmo suspected that the government was deliberately cheating them of their money. Once the money went into his wallet, he definitely wouldn't be able to get it back. However, it was too much if he didn't compensate him at all. Now, he even had to pay a fine for destroying the cultural relics and not reporting it. Bai Hanmo's heart was in a mess. It was too much of a bully. Bai Hanmo took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. Finally, he grabbed the computer on the table and smashed it on the ground. Sparks flew, and the computer was beyond recognition. Bai Hanmo was like an oil barrel that was about to explode, which made Ding Ningdi tremble with fear. She could only try her best to comfort Bai Hanmo with her tenderness. When they were intimate, Bai Hanmo liked to nibble on Ding Ningdi's jade-like skin. When he smelled the fragrance on her body, he felt his heart itch and numb. It was a very happy feeling. Although Ding Ningdi tried her best to comfort him, she was extremely gentle in bed and took care of his daily needs and clothes. She boiled soup and cooked dinner. However, Bai Hanmo still couldn't calm down. He was sullen and couldn't calm down. Bai Hanmo felt that his self-esteem had been trampled on. He was treated like this, but there was no explanation, no compensation, not even a good word. It was too much of a bully. Bai Hanmo's eyes were scarlet. He was so angry that he made a decision. That was, the price of all the products under the group had been raised by 20%. A bag of salt was 2 yuan. Now that the price had increased, it was 24 yuan. The small thing couldn't tell, but from the big products, it was obvious that the price increase was very scary. For example, a washing machine cost 6,000 yuan. If the price increased by 20%, it would cost 7,200 yuan. Bai Hanmo did this to deliberately disrupt the market and let the higher-ups see. Using capital to disrupt society was the same as the ancient merchants going on strike. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a very self-destructive decision, but Bai Hanmo did it. Bai Hanmo's price increase had indeed caused chaos in the market. And it was the kind of attitude that said, "I'm going to raise the price. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not." Because of this decision, the stock price of the Bai family's company fell like a jump off a cliff. Ning Shu's hands were sore from collecting shares. Although he didn't know if Bai Hanmo had been possessed, it was such a good opportunity for other companies, especially companies that made the same product. Taking advantage of Bai Hanmo's price increase, they lowered the price of their products. They didn't lower it by much, ensuring that there was a little profit and not a loss. But compared to the Bai family's company, it seemed so cheap. They didn't sell the cheap products of the same quality and insisted on buying the expensive ones. There was something wrong with their brains. They took advantage of this opportunity to let their products occupy the market. Ning Shu looked at the stock market curve and couldn't help but laugh. Nothing in the world was difficult, but one was afraid of courting death. Wasn't Bai Hanmo courting death? If one was used to being spoiled, one would eventually suffer. Lian Min came to see Ning Shu with gifts, and the second son of the Lian family came with her. The second brother was a little embarrassed when he saw Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't mention the previous incident and asked Lian Min, "In the past, you always came empty-handed and left with a big bag. It's rare to see you bring something." Lian Min often came to pick up the goods, either to give to the rich ladies or to give to others. Lian Min rolled her eyes at Ning Shu. "You're still being cocky." Ning Shu poured tea for Lian Min and the second brother. "I have to thank you this time. The feng shui of that place is really bad. I heard that more than 100 tombs have been dug out." "It's a group of tombs," Lian Min said. Ning Shu glanced at the second brother who was drinking tea and asked Lian Min in confusion, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Why are you pretending?" "I've already told you everything," Lian Min said. Ning Shu was speechless. The second brother put down his teacup and Ning Shu said, "Thank you this time, but how do you know that the feng shui there is bad?" "Because I know a little bit about feng shui. I can't tell you the specifics, but it doesn't feel good," Ning Shu said, avoiding the important point. The second brother said, "Oh, but didn't know whether to believe it or not." The second brother put down the gifts and left after a few words, leaving Lian Min and Ning Shu to talk. "You did this, right?" Ning Shu asked Lian Min. "I leaked the bidding price," Lian Min said, spreading her hands. "It was a lucky hit, but it's enough to make Bai Hanmo suffer," Ning Shu said with a smile. Lian Min's expression was incredulous. Was his brain kicked by the door? Why did he make such a decision instead of saving the situation? Probably because he was angry. "Bai Hanmo can't tolerate sand in his eyes," Ning Shu said casually. "That's too much. All under the sky is the king's land, all on the shores of the earth are the king's subjects." "Was Bai Hanmo bewitched?" Lian Min said in surprise. Ning Shu shrugged, speechless. The exposure of the ancient tombs put the Bai family's company in a crisis. The newspapers and media were criticizing the Bai family's company. They said that Bai Hanmo did not have the demeanor of an entrepreneur. He destroyed ancient relics and did not hesitate to destroy them for the sake of the project. Moreover, there were many people in the world who hated the rich. Bai Hanmo's matter this time was fermented on the internet and the company's image was not better. Many people even started boycotting the Bai family's products. The Bai family's products had already increased in price. With the boycott, the Bai family's products could not be sold at all. It was simply one disaster after another. It was extremely bleak. When he saw the results, Bai Hanmo felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. He shivered. He calmed down. Bai Hanmo was furious. He felt that the whole world was against him. These people were simply unforgivable. What Bai Hanmo did alarmed the company's board of directors. He could not court death again. Bai Hanmo had been high and mighty for a long time. His mentality was not quite the same. Even if the price was raised, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. That was because the other party was too much of a bully. He just wanted to seek justice. These shareholders pointed at Bai Hanmo and accused him of destroying the company and not caring about the company's interests. Bai Hanmo looked at these people's faces and the anger in his heart grew. In the past, these people were as obedient as dogs in front of him and tried to curry favor with him. Now, they actually dared to scold him. They dared to criticize him. Bai Hanmo's eyes were red and his face was trembling. "I have the final say in the company's matters. When did it become your turn to interfere? This concerns our interests." Can't we say a few words? You're too arbitrary, the board of directors said with ugly expressions. Bai Hanmo sneered. These people were too greedy. In the past, he could satisfy their appetites and did not say a word. Now that he had encountered such a situation, all of them came to criticize him. They were simply useless. Bai Hanmo's arrogance and the anger in his heart could not be appeased. The more the board of directors tried to persuade Bai Hanmo, the more stubborn he became. To put it bluntly, his noble pride was hurt. The thought of perishing together with the entire world arose in his heart. He resolutely continued to seek death by blowing up the fort. However, when he saw the sales report, Bai Hanmo could only suppress the anger in his heart and hold a press conference. He explained about the ancient tombs and the price increase of the products. When explaining the price increase, Bai Hanmo said that it was because the product had been upgraded. That was why it was more expensive. Now, in order to repay the consumers, the original price was restored. Xianxia looked at the TV and couldn't help but shake his head. Was Bai Hanmo treating everyone else as fools? If you say that the product can be upgraded, then it can be upgraded. An insincere and useless press conference would only let people see Bai Hanmo's arrogant look, which would make him even more annoying. After the press conference, some people quickly slapped their faces. It was exposed on the internet that the Bai family's products had not been upgraded at all. There were no changes, and some of the daily necessities were the same, but the price was much higher than before. It was the company that gave the order to increase the price, so the upgrade was just a lie. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Previously, the Bai family's attitude was very bad. Now, they were maliciously deceiving the consumers. This time, the company's reputation was even worse, and the share price fell. Xianxia spent a lot of money to buy these low-priced shares. With these shares in her hands, she could do whatever she wanted. The initiative was in her hands. Bai Hanmo held a press conference to explain that the matter was not resolved. On the contrary, it became more and more serious. Now, Bai Hanmo was crowned with the name of a profiteer. Bai Hanmo's image now was that of a rich and heartless profiteer. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. In addition, it can disrupt the market economy, making the ordinary people and the higher-ups unhappy. The development of the matter was beyond Bai Hanmo's expectations. When he looked back, the company's products were no longer selling. The products of other companies had occupied the market. Moreover, these people seemed to have agreed that if the Bai family's products were to be lowered a little, the products of other companies would also be lowered a little. It was only a few cents or cents cheaper. But it looked cheaper than his family's. Bai Hanmo realized that the matter was really serious, and the higher-ups were deliberately supporting other companies. Damn it. Moreover, he had spent too much money recently, including on the Ding family, including the land. Now, the products could not be sold, and the funds could not be recovered. The company did not even have working capital. The share price was evaporating by millions in minutes, and Bai Hanmo could only watch helplessly. He was angry and anxious. He wanted to bang his head against the wall. Those guys who used to be in fear and trepidation when they saw him had now turned into wolves and surrounded him. They wanted to tear off a piece of meat from his body. In the past, they had all fawned over him, but now they wanted to step on him. They spat in his face. The Bai family's company was in a very awkward situation because the products could not be sold and the funds could not be turned. They could only take a loan from the bank, but the bank politely refused. Bai Hanmo was so angry that his head was about to explode. He was a big customer of the bank. The bank did not have such an attitude in the past. But who could he borrow from? If the products could not be sold, the share price would fall to the 18th level of hell. He was losing money by the minute. With Bai Hanmo's character, if he wanted to borrow money from others, wouldn't that be asking for his life? However, Bai Hanmo mustered up the courage to ask, but the other party did not lend at all. He thought that this was something that hurt his pride, but there was something even more embarrassing. Bai Hanmo only wanted to say that the whole world was against him. Bai Hanmo's cool and arrogant attitude was actually quite easy to offend people. However, Bai Hanmo was born in the Bai family, and he had the capital to do so. However, he was in dire straits. Basically, no one was willing to help Bai Hanmo. Bai Hanmo had no choice but to use his own assets to fill the company's hole. However, no matter how much money he had, it could not stop the share price from falling. The company's situation made some shareholders start to sell their shares. Because the company was now besieged on all sides, if there was no capital injection, it would definitely be finished. Moreover, the company's reputation was not very good now, especially Bai Hanmo's reputation. These shareholders were all people who only took in and did not spend. It was too risky to ask them to use money to save the company with an uncertain future. Now, they simply sold all the shares in their hands at a low price. Xianxia was really tired of receiving shares. It was really too satisfying. However, the money was also spent quickly. Now, Xianxia really had a lot of shares in her hands. Now, she was also a major shareholder of the Bai family company. She did not know how ugly Bai Hanmo's expression would be when he saw her. Xianxia was quite looking forward to it. From Xianxia's point of view, the Bai family company was facing a lot of problems. First of all, many companies were working together to deal with it. If it was the Bai family of the past, there would definitely be no problem. In the past, the Bai family dominated the economy and controlled all kinds of industries. But now, it was difficult for the Bai family to make a comeback. They had too many shops and too many products. Now, they couldn't sell them. So, the other families tacitly joined in the encirclement of the Bai family. As long as the Bai family collapsed, there would be a lot of benefits. The Bai family had the best channels and resources. If the Bai family collapsed, these channels and resources would be given away. Bai Hanmo was furious. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. On the left, there were shareholders who kept talking, and on the right, there was pressure from the higher-ups. One moment, they said that there was a problem with the Bai family's products. The next moment, they wanted to inspect them. As long as they wanted to make things difficult for someone, they could think of any tricks. Bai Hanmo stood on a lonely peak. There were cliffs in all directions. He couldn't go anywhere. In the end, the company's share price fell. Bai Hanmo's body was like a tight string that broke. His body went soft. Bai Hanmo didn't know what was wrong with him. Back then, he had lost more than 10 billion yuan and the land. The company would have earned it back in at most 3 years. But he was too angry at that time and couldn't control his irritation. He was so angry that he wanted to trample on his dignity to have a taste of his power. But the series of events that followed caught him off guard. Maybe if he didn't buy the Ding family's company, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe if he didn't sell the land, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe if he bought the land, found the ancient tomb, and donated it generously. If he didn't hide it, the company wouldn't be tainted. Maybe, money couldn't buy it. Bai Hanmo looked tired. Blisters appeared on his lips. Plus, his eyes were scarlet. He was like a powder keg that was about to explode. No one dared to go near him. Ding Ningdi was more afraid when Bai Hanmo went back to the villa every day. Because of the setback in business, Bai Hanmo's temper was a little irritable. A little irritable was a more subtle way of saying it. She felt that Bai Hanmo was temperamental. Every time she saw Bai Hanmo's red eyes, Ding Ningdi asked Bai Hanmo to have a good rest. Ding Ningdi said that for Bai Hanmo's sake. But Bai Hanmo would smash the bowls and chopsticks on the spot. Bai Hanmo roared, "The company is like this, how can I sleep?" After losing his temper, Bai Hanmo hugged Ding Ningdi and apologized. He took a deep breath of Ding Ningdi's scent and felt a little more peaceful. "Don't leave me. I only have you." Bai Hanmo sniffed Ding Ningdi's scent deeply, his expression intoxicated. Ding Ningdi of God of Ding of God of God of God Ding of people of God of God God of Ding Ningdi. Bai Hanmo nibbled on Ding Ningdi's neck and breathed more and more heavily. Ding Ningdi said reluctantly, I'm sick." Since she was sick, she couldn't be affectionate. Bai Hanmo pushed Ding Ningdi away irritably and rubbed his eyebrows. Recently, he felt very irritable and couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Sometimes, the anger in his heart burned so much that his heart hurt. Bai Hanmo knew that he was irritable because of the failure of the business. Bai Hanmo didn't like anything now. Ding Ningdi's expression changed when she was pushed away by Bai Hanmo. Bai Hanmo had never treated her like this. He had always been considerate and gentle. But when she thought of Bai Hanmo's current situation, Ding Ningdi's uneasiness and dissatisfaction disappeared. Bai Hanmo was the man she liked. She believed that Bai Hanmo would be able to survive this period. As long as she accompanied him through life's difficult times, Bai Hanmo would never be able to leave her again. Ding Ningdi didn't think that Bai Hanmo would fail. This turn of events was a test of their feelings. As long as they held on for a while, their feelings would become deeper and deeper. After all, a friend in need was a friend indeed. However, she felt that Bai Hanmo's aura was unstable, as if it was going to explode at any time. It was still a little scary. Ding Ningdi could only make Bai Hanmo chrysanthemum tea or something to calm him down. His mouth was already bubbling. Bai Hanmo drank the tea made by Ding Ningdi and looked at Ding Ningdi. After thinking for a while, he said to Ding Ningdi, "I've been in a bad mood recently. Please bear with me." Ding Ningdi shook her head and said, "It's okay. I know you're suffering." Bai Hanmo held Ding Ningdi's hand and said disappointedly, "Now the company's cash flow is not good. We need cash flow." Ding Ningdi blinked and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Borrow some money from your father. It doesn't need much. Just let the company survive this difficult period." Bai Hanmo rubbed his eyebrows and said with a sigh, "And I'm afraid that my parents will ask me to marry another girl because of this." Ding Ningdi's heart skipped a beat. Was this a business marriage? No matter whether Bai Hanmo was telling the truth or not, he had indeed hit Ding Ningdi's soft spot. She was afraid that Bai Hanmo would marry another girl because her status was not high enough. Then what should she do? She had wanted to refuse Bai Hanmo's request to borrow money, but now she had to find a way to get money for Bai Hanmo. Only in this way could she hold on to her status. Ding Ningdi felt very anxious. Her father had asked her to borrow money from Bai Hanmo before. She was like a sandwiched biscuit, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Now Bai Hanmo asked her to borrow money from Ding Yan again, and she was still sandwiched. What was this called? Every dog has its day. But she was still in a dilemma. Before, when she had to choose between Ding Yan and Bai Hanmo, Ding Ningdi had chosen Bai Hanmo. But now Bai Hanmo was in trouble and needed to borrow money from Ding Yan. She didn't know if Ding Yan would be willing to lend it to her. In particular, Bai Hanmo had bought the Bai family's company. Ding Ningdi's heart was so complicated that she didn't even want to talk about it. She really felt like she had screwed up. Ding Ningdi discussed with Bai Hanmo. "Dad has always cared about the company. Why don't you let Dad manage it?" Although Ding Ningdi didn't know much about business, she knew how to communicate with people. If she went to borrow money empty-handed, she would definitely be kicked out of the door. Moreover, some of her previous actions were too ruthless. Now, there was no room for negotiation. She guessed that Ding Yan hated her as his daughter in his heart. If she brought the company to him, it could be considered an exchange. She could at least borrow money. When Bai Hanmo heard about the Ding family's company, he raised his eyebrows. This time, he had lost because of the Ding family's company. He had thought that the Ding family had asked for help and spent a lot of money to buy it. Now, he had to return the company to Ding Yan. Bai Hanmo was really unwilling to accept it. But now that the company couldn't hold on, he could only return the company to Ding Yan. But the company was already in a mess. When Bai Hanmo thought about it, he felt much better. "How much money are you going to borrow from Dad?" Ding Ningdi stared at Bai Hanmo. It couldn't be too much. If it was too much, Ding Yan would definitely not lend it to her. Having lived with Ding Yan for more than 20 years, Ding Ningdi knew very well what kind of person her father was. He was very selfish and domineering. She had to carefully please him so that she could live a better life in the Ding family. Ding Ningdi felt that it was very difficult to get money from him. 3 billion. Bai Hanmo said. 3 billion was not enough, but he was afraid that Ding Yan would not lend it to him if he said too much. When Ding Ningdi heard this price, she almost jumped up in fright. 3 billion was not 30 yuan. How could her father lend her so much money? Facing Bai Hanmo's expectant eyes, Ding Ningdi swallowed and said, "I'll try my best." Bai Hanmo laughed and hugged Ding Ningdi. "Thank you." Ding Ningdi, who was hugged by Bai Hanmo, looked embarrassed. What could she do with so much money? No matter what, she had to try. She was forced to borrow money from Bai Hanmo, and now she was forced to borrow money from Ding Yan. She could not please either of them. Ding Ningdi went back to the Ding family with a nervous heart. After hesitating for a while, she asked Ding Yan to borrow money. Ding Yan looked at his lovely daughter and sneered without saying a word. Ding Ningdi wanted to act like a spoiled child, but Ding Yan's cold and sarcastic face made Ding Ningdi unable to act like a spoiled child. After all, what happened in the company last time made Ding Yan see through his daughter. She was as rebellious as his eldest daughter. Now she was not affected by her weak appearance at all. Ding Ningdi was very embarrassed. She told Bai Hanmo's condition. If he was willing to lend her money, he would let Ding Yan manage the company of the Ding family. Hearing this condition, Ding Yan remained calm and said directly, "If Bai Hanmo is willing to return the company to me, I will lend him the money." Ding Yan was taking advantage of the situation. He wanted to take back the company without spending a single cent. Moreover, he wanted to lend the money to Bai Hanmo. Ding Ningdi's face darkened. Ding Yan's action was like going to buy something. The money he gave was borrowed. Not only did he take the item, but he also wanted to take the money back. What was this? If he told Bai Hanmo about this, he would definitely drive Bai Hanmo crazy. Ding Ningdi was disappointed and could only tell Bai Hanmo the truth. When Bai Hanmo heard Ding Yan's ridiculous request, he would rather destroy the company than return it to Ding Yan. It was too much of a bully. Naturally, Bai Hanmo was too ashamed to borrow money from Ding Yan. Bai Hanmo looked at Ding Ningdi, who was lovely and charming. "You have to believe me. What I do is for our future. No matter what I do, I only love you in my heart." Ding Ningdi looked at Bai Hanmo with her watery eyes in surprise. She felt very uneasy. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing." "If I have nothing, will you still love me?" Bai Hanmo asked Ding Ningdi with red eyes. Ding Ningdi nodded without hesitation. "I will always love you, no matter what your identity is. I love you, not your money or your identity." Bai Hanmo held Ding Ningdi in his arms. Bai Hanmo had asked his mother to find a marriage partner for him. Although he felt sorry for Ding Ningdi, he had to save the company. During this period of time, Bai Hanmo truly felt the warmth and coldness of the world. Bai Hanmo, who used to be able to do whatever he wanted, was now someone who everyone dared to talk about and despise behind his back. They called him a profiteer. Bai Hanmo's mother was looking everywhere for a suitable rich young lady. If it was the Bai Hanmo of the past, many people would jump into his arms and dream of marrying him. But now, Bai Hanmo was really unbearable. His reputation was bad and the company was going to collapse. It was obviously a fire pit. And it was a fire pit that could not be jumped out of. And now, no one wanted to have anything to do with the Bai family. Therefore, it was impossible to solve the capital chain problem through marriage. Bai Hanmo was speechless. In the past, during banquets, those women would try to get his attention. But now, each and every one of them was a vain woman. Bai Hanmo was really at his wit's end. He was really at his wit's end. But Ding Ningdi still found out about Bai Hanmo's marriage. She cried very pitifully and asked Bai Hanmo for an explanation. "You said that you would love me for the rest of your life, but now you want to marry another woman." Bai Hanmo listened to Ding Ningdi's sobs and felt extremely frustrated. It wasn't that he didn't love Ding Ningdi, but he was just so annoyed. He really wanted to destroy the world. Bai Hanmo felt like he was going to go crazy. Bai Hanmo could only be patient and say that the company was in big trouble and couldn't do without funds. A large sum of money had to be injected into the company, or the company would go bankrupt. When Ding Ningdi heard this, she was so scared that she couldn't cry anymore. "Then what should we do?" Ding Ningdi bit her lip and looked at Bai Hanmo's tired expression. She said with difficulty, "Why don't you marry my sister? Auntie and my sister should have a lot of money." Bai Hanmo's expression changed. That was right. He had spent 7 billion yuan to buy the Ding family company. If there was such a sum of money, the company should be able to survive. There's no need. I'll think of a way. Your sister is a vicious woman. Don't let a wolf into the house. Bai Hanmo had an idea, but he definitely wouldn't say it in front of Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi hugged Bai Hanmo's waist and buried her face in his chest. "I really, really love you. I'm willing to do anything for you, as long as it's good for you. Bai Hanmo patted Ding Ningdi's back. I know. If the company really goes bankrupt, we'll go abroad. Ningxu received a call. It was from Ding Ningdi, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. When Ningxu heard Ding Ningdi's soft voice, that made her heart itch. She couldn't help but want to grab Ding Ningdi's shoulders. Can you not speak so gently? Perhaps a man would enjoy hearing it, but Ningxu, a woman, felt quite disgusted when she heard it. Ding Ningdi wanted to meet Ningxu at a coffee shop. Ningxu thought for a moment and knew what Ding Ningdi wanted. Now that Bai Hanmo was surrounded by enemies, he wanted the money in her hands. Ningxu saw Ding Ningdi in a white dress sitting in the coffee shop, which complemented the quiet coffee shop. Ningxu walked over and sat opposite Ding Ningdi. He asked directly, "Why are you looking for me?" "I'm very busy." Ding Ningdi bit her lip. She looked hesitant, as if she was making a difficult decision. Ningxu stirred the coffee. Ding Ningdi didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. Ding Ningdi said, "You know about Bai Hanmo, right?" Ningxu nodded. "I know. Sister, please help Bai Hanmo. I'm willing to quit and let Bai Hanmo marry you." Ding Ningdi's face was full of forbearance for the sake of love. She tried hard to hold back her tears. "If you marry Bai Hanmo, I'll never appear in front of Bai Hanmo again." Ningxu took a sip of coffee and nodded. "Okay, as long as you don't appear in front of Bai Hanmo, I'll give him money to help him get through this difficult time." For mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. Ningxu straightforwardly agreed, causing Ding Ningdi to stifle all the words that she had prepared to say before. She had prepared a lot of things to say and was ready to be humiliated by Ningxu. However, he agreed without hesitation. Ding Ningdi's words were stuck in her throat. She couldn't spit them out or swallow them. It was a terrible feeling. "Is what you said true?" Ding Ningdi asked in disbelief. She might have seen a fake Ding Xueqing. Was her sister Ding Xueqing so easy to talk to? Ningxu nodded calmly. "I'm telling the truth. Get away from Bai Hanmo." Ding Ningdi was about to cry. "As long as you keep your promise, I will definitely leave." "Now Bai Hanmo and you need money." "I will leave after you give me the money." Ding Ningdi was afraid that Ningxu would not keep his promise. "Then let's go find Bai Hanmo now and give him the money in person." Ningxu stood up and looked at Ding Ningdi condescendingly. The two of them left the cafe and drove to Bai Hanmo's company. Ding Ningdi was in a dilemma along the way. She tilted her head and looked out of the window, wiping her tears from time to time. For Bai Hanmo, she was really enduring humiliation. For Bai Hanmo, she was willing to suffer any grievances. When they arrived at the company, Ding Ningdi was able to reach the CEO's office. Everyone in the company knew that Ding Ningdi was the future wife of the CEO. When Ningxu looked at Bai Hanmo again, Bai Hanmo looked irritable like a raging rhinoceros. He had lost his usual calmness. "What are you doing here?" Bai Hanmo saw that Ding Ningdi's eyes were red. He looked at Ningxu and asked, "Did you bully your sister again?" "She loves to cry." "What does that have to do with me?" Ningxu said directly. "Sister didn't bully me. She said she was willing to pay to help you." Ding Ningdi said quickly. Bai Hanmo looked at Ningxu. "What do you want?" "I don't have any requirements. Since you have received my money, you are mine. So, you have to marry into my family." Ningxu said. Bai Hanmo's face darkened. He stared sharply at Ningxu. "Do you know what you're talking about? Marrying into her family? Why don't you go to heaven?" Ding Ningdi saw that things were in a deadlock, so she hurriedly tried to mediate. "My sister's request is to marry you." "Impossible, I only want to marry you in this lifetime," Bai Hanmo said resolutely. Ningxu was speechless. Who was he kidding? Bai Hanmo's mother was looking for a wife everywhere, as if she wanted to use marriage to save the company. Even Bai Hanmo's mother had set her eyes on Lian Min, but the Lian family had rejected her. Lian Min even ran to Ningxu and complained that Bai Hanmo already had someone he liked. Now, he was looking for a wife who was of equal social status. Everyone knew about the passionate love affair that had happened a while ago. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he was just trying to take advantage of her. Maybe he would even take care of Ding Ningdi after marrying her. It was too *king disgusting. She didn't know what she wanted by marrying Bai Hanmo. Ningxu looked at the couple expressionlessly, as if they were parting forever. He couldn't empathize with them. Ding Ningdi cried and begged Bai Hanmo to accept Ningxu. He had to protect the company and not let the company collapse. He also had to protect the livelihood of so many employees. Even if it wasn't for himself, he had to think about the livelihood of tens of thousands of employees. From beginning to end, Ningxu was like a bystander watching their bitter drama. His heart didn't waver. In the end, Bai Hanmo said to Ningxu, "Give me the money first. After the company's problems are solved, I will marry you." Of course, Ningxu knew that Bai Hanmo was trying to get something for nothing. Ningxu nodded. "Okay, how much do you want?" 10 billion. Ningxu shook his head. "No, only 2 billion. Bai Hanmo said, 3 billion. Ningxu looked hesitant. Bai Hanmo suppressed his irritable emotions. "As long as the company survives this crisis, I will marry you." Ningxu's expression changed. Finally, she nodded. "Then 3 billion it is. You must marry me." Ningxu transferred the 3 billion to Bai Hanmo. After receiving the money, Bai Hanmo heaved a sigh of relief. Ningxu and Ding Ningdi walked out of the company. He said to Ding Ningdi with a smile, "You have to keep your promise and leave Bai Hanmo." Ding Ningdi nodded. "I will keep my promise. I hope you can treat Bai Hanmo well." Ningxu smiled the whole time. He watched Ding Ningdi, who looked sad, get into the car. After that, Ding Ningdi moved out of Bai Hanmo's villa. She didn't go back to the Ding family. Instead, she found a place to live. Ningxu knew that Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi had a private relationship. Ningxu pretended that he didn't know anything. With Ningxu's investment, the company's capital chain was not broken. After so many things had happened, there was finally one thing that made people feel better. Bai Hanmo didn't feel guilty about using Ningxu's money. He had always wanted to use Ningxu. Therefore, he still had a private relationship with Ding Ningdi. Although Ding Ningdi said that she would keep her promise with Ningxu, every time Bai Hanmo came to visit her, she would hesitate for a while and never drive Bai Hanmo away. Yes, these times together were stolen. When Bai Hanmo and her sister got married, it would be time for her to leave. Lian Min knew that Ningxu had given the money to Bai Hanmo. When she saw Ningxu, she said that Ningxu was a fool. The Bai family's company was about to collapse. Now that it was revived, there was no need to think about it. There was a new investment. Especially recently, Bai Hanmo had been very active. He even held a press conference. His attitude was very sincere. In order to make up for what had happened before, the Bai family's company reduced the price of their products by half. No matter what product it was, the price was reduced by half. For a while, it caused a rush. It was reduced by half. Things that cost 10,000 yuan only cost 5,000 yuan. Those who were slow would get nothing. Everyone liked to take advantage of others. When there was an advantage, who would care about what had happened before? Bai Hanmo's move stunned his peers. If they reduced the price by half, they would lose money. They didn't dare to play at all. Bai Hanmo only dared to offer 50% discount. Because he had gotten 3 billion yuan for free. The stocks that had fallen to the limit were slowly recovering. Lian Min was speechless at Ningxu. Ningxu was still calmly doing his own business. The final outcome was still unknown, the company slowly stabilized. The irritable Bai Hanmo was finally able to control his emotions. Although he still lost his temper over small matters, Bai Hanmo's mood improved a lot when he saw that the company was about to be revived. Bai Hanmo found that sometimes he couldn't control his emotions at all. When he got angry, his head would become muddled. It felt like his emotions were controlling him. When he got angry, his internal organs would hurt as if they were being burned by a raging fire. Bai Hanmo went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor prescribed him some calming drugs. He said that Bai Hanmo was under too much pressure. He usually didn't pay attention to releasing his negative emotions. He suppressed them in his heart, so he became like this. This was because his body couldn't bear it and he wanted to release his emotions. For the time being, Bai Hanmo believed the doctor's words. He took the calming drugs. When he was free, he liked to look for Ding Ningdi. This was because smelling Ding Ningdi's scent could calm his heart. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1455. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. A wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. Bai Hanmo felt very comfortable when he smelled Ding Ningdi's scent, and his anxious heart calmed down. He felt that the restlessness in his heart had calmed down, and some kind of desire in his heart had been satisfied. It was as if he was addicted. Bai Hanmo only felt that he loved Ding Ningdi to the bone. He felt very uncomfortable when he could not smell this scent for a while. It was a bit like taking drugs. At the thought of taking drugs, Bai Hanmo felt that something was not right. Recently, he seemed to have exploded. Any small matter would make him fly into a rage, and his anger had blinded his mind. Did he really come into contact with something bad? Bai Hanmo smelled Ding Ningdi's scent. That elegant scent floated into his nose, and his body felt very comfortable. Bai Hanmo did not believe that Ding Ningdi would do anything to hurt him. Bai Hanmo only thought that he was so irritable because he had lost. Moreover, Ding Ningdi was so kind. What did you apply? It smells so good. Bai Hanmo finally asked. Ding Ningdi said, it's a body cream that Lian Min gave me. This cream is actually very good. It's very good for the skin. Where did Lian Min get it? Bai Hanmo asked. Don't use any unbranded products. Many madams and young ladies use it. It's fine. Do you still have any more of that cream? Bai Hanmo asked. I'll help you run a test. Don't let me see if it has any toxic effects. Ding Ningdi nodded. There's still some left. I'll give it to you. Bai Hanmo nodded and began to smell Ding Ningdi's neck. Although he suspected that there was something wrong with this cream, the smell was really good. It made him want to swallow Ding Ningdi. The two of them made love. After that, Bai Hanmo took the cream to run a test. When he found out that the person who made the cream was Ning Shu, he felt uncomfortable at that time, especially when he heard that her things were selling very well recently. They were all natural things. Bai Hanmo had some thoughts in his mind. This was good stuff. Ning Shu was making the cream recipe when she received a call that she had never received since she came to this world. When the name popped up, Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. She did not know that Bai Hanmo's number was on her phone. On the phone, Bai Hanmo asked Ning Shu to meet and have a meal. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. This was the first time in her life. Ning Shu refused decisively. One wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. Bai Hanmo didn't like her at all and even asked her to meet. It was definitely not something. Ning Shu hung up the phone and didn't want to talk more with Bai Hanmo. She couldn't be bothered to deal with him. She must be asking for money again. Bai Hanmo stared at his phone in a daze. Was this the kind of person who wanted money and insisted on marrying him? Why did this feel wrong? Logically speaking, how could someone who could give him $3 billion to marry him be so cold? Was she playing hard to get? It was useless to play hard to get. Bai Hanmo knew that Ding Ningdi liked him. If she really did not like him, why would she go against Ding Ningdi? Wasn't it because she wanted to fight for him? Bai Hanmo called Ning Shu again. When Ning Shu saw that it was Bai Hanmo's number, she immediately hung up. Don't disturb me when I'm doing business. Bai Hanmo was speechless. Was she addicted to playing hard to get? Bai Hanmo put down his phone. Did she really think that he wanted to make a call? He just wanted to ask about the cream. It was okay to marry such a woman. After marrying her, he could worship her and earn money. However, the one he loved was Ding Ningdi, so he would never marry this woman. She would take the $3 billion as repayment for Ding Ningdi. In the past, she had always bullied Ding Ningdi. Now, she would take it as compensation. In the future, he would treat Ding Ningdi even better. Fortunately, the company was slowly getting on track. The products had also returned to their original price. They could not stay so cheap. They were already losing money. They could not go on like this. A price war was not a long-term solution. When the Bai family's products increased in price, the customers were already used to the cheap prices. Even if the prices were normal now, they were still unhappy. In the past, they could sell the products cheaply. Why did the prices increase now? They did not want to buy the products because they were cheap. Now that they were not cheap, who would still sell them? Then, the Bai family's products faced an awkward situation where no one cared about them. In the end, it was this series of events that made the Bai family lose people's support. Bai Hanmo was speechless. He had thought that the company was on track, but the situation was still not good. Bai Hanmo was so angry that his head was about to explode. Even his heart began to ache. His heart was spasming, making him feel very uncomfortable. Bai Hanmo suspected that he had a heart attack. If this continued, he might go crazy. Why were things still so ket up? Bai Hanmo did not feel very good, especially when he heard the secretary say that the company's stock price had begun to fall again. Bai Hanmo's head was dizzy. Moreover, at this time, someone was still selling the company's shares at a low price. Such a move was a disaster for the company. Bai Hanmo suppressed the anger in his heart. Go and find out who is selling the shares. It was obvious that they had a grudge. They wanted to trample on the company and harm others without benefiting themselves. Selling the shares at such a low price would lower the company's stock price. The people who owned the shares would also lose a lot of money. A conspiracy. This was a conspiracy. Bai Hanmo knew that someone was deliberately selling the shares, but there was nothing he could do. Because until now, he did not even know who was selling the shares. The other party was willing to lose money to sell the shares in their hands. Bai Hanmo flipped the table in anger. He looked a little crazy. The depression in his heart could not be dispelled. No matter what he did, it could not be dispelled. He really wanted to destroy the world. The company had clearly started to improve, but now it was facing the same situation as before. After failing once, he thought that he could get back up, but he failed again. Even a strong-willed person could not withstand such a blow again and again. Just as he saw a little hope, it was extinguished again. Bai Hanmo's frustration now was even stronger than the first failure. He was disheartened. He even felt that he was a failure and could not get back up. He fell into a pit and did not want to get back up. He was afraid of the blows again and again. There was even a voice in his heart telling him, "Stop. You are a failure. If it were not for the Bai family, you would have nothing." He could not get back up again. He could not borrow money. The company was going to go bankrupt. The previous 3 billion was almost coaxed and cheated. If it happened again, he would not be able to get it. He had nothing left. He had nothing left. Bai Hanmo was disheartened like never before. The last time the company was in such a situation, he did not feel so strongly. The failure this time strengthened the psychological impact that he was a failure and could never get back up. The blow this time was an unprecedented blow to Bai Hanmo's mind. Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. This chapter is 1456. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Bai Hanmo was a proud person. The continuous blows crushed Bai Hanmo's dignity into mud. He fell again, but he didn't know if he could stand up again. This time, it was even more difficult to stand up than the first time. If he couldn't stand up, he would never be able to stand up again. Bai Hanmo's heart was filled with irritation and despair. Bai Hanmo could only watch as the stock price, which had been rising at a snail's pace, finally fell like a rolling ball under the influence of gravity. It was just that the curve was falling, and a lot of money was gone and evaporated. Bai Hanmo had no choice but to take out all the 3 billion yuan that Xianxia gave him to run the company. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the company couldn't survive, but Bai Hanmo just held on. Bai Hanmo had no choice but to ask Xianxia for money again. Xianxia directly said that she didn't have money. The stocks she sold were all money, and she lost a lot of money. However, this money was originally from selling the Ding family's company. She didn't feel bad spending it. She was still not satisfied with 3 billion yuan. Did she have to give him another 3 billion yuan? Bai Hanmo was very angry at Ningshu's rejection. This was expected. However, if this continued, the company wouldn't be able to survive. The employees' wages, the workers' wages. There were many factories under the Bai family's company. Because they couldn't sell their products, they had stopped working. However, they still had to pay these people. Just the wages alone weren't a small amount. Bai Hanmo had no choice but to start buying and selling factories. Most of these factories were bought by his peers. Moreover, it was at a low price. These factories were the foundation. Without factories, there would be no products. Without products, how could they make a profit? Bai Hanmo knew that this was drinking poison to quench his thirst. However, there were still many big holes to fill. Moreover, it was better to get some money back now. Bai Hanmo became more and more irritable. He waited until almost all the factories under the company were sold. Bai Hanmo planned to use the money to start afresh. However, at the thought of starting over, Bai Hanmo's heart was filled with resistance and fear. He was afraid of experiencing failure again and again. There was already a shadow in his heart. Bai Hanmo even thought that since he had so much money on hand, it was enough for him to use for the rest of his life. Why should he go into business and bear so much pressure? Once this thought appeared, it was as if it had taken root in his heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. As long as he had money, he could live the life he wanted with Ding Ningdi. He was free and didn't need to run around for money. The more Bai Hanmo thought about it, the better he felt. He didn't know why he was earning so much money. After thinking it through, Bai Hanmo was no longer as anxious as before. He told Ding Ningdi his thoughts. Ding Ningdi felt that it was inappropriate, but she did as Bai Hanmo said. Anyway, Bai Hanmo was bankrupt, so she would no longer be threatened by her sister. She also didn't have to keep her promise to leave Bai Hanmo. No matter what Bai Hanmo was like, she would never leave him. After the Bai family went bankrupt, Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi disappeared in front of everyone and lived a low-key life. The bankruptcy of the Bai family's company made many companies breathe a sigh of relief. Ningshu was speechless. Where's my 3 billion yuan? Aren't you going to return it to me? Ningshu didn't expect Bai Hanmo to return the money. When he said that he wanted to marry her, he just wanted to cheat her of the money in her hands. She gave Bai Hanmo money, but she didn't want Bai Hanmo to marry her. She just wanted him to experience failure again. She wanted to destroy a person's fighting spirit. There were many reasons and results for Bai Hanmo to be where he was today. Ningshu wasn't dealing with him alone. Ningshu asked a private investigator to find out where Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi were now. Were the two of them going to live in seclusion? The private investigator found out that the two of them had gone abroad and were now living abroad. So they had gone abroad. No wonder there was no news at all in China. Ningshu asked the private investigator if Bai Hanmo had started a new business. The private investigator found out that Bai Hanmo didn't set up a company abroad. It seemed that Bai Hanmo was really scared. The higher the position, the harder it was to climb back up. He wanted Bai Hanmo to start from scratch. For a business deal, he had to smile and put in a good word for it. Bai Hanmo definitely couldn't let go of his pride. Moreover, he had money in his hands, so he could live any kind of life. Now that Bai Hanmo had gone abroad, Ningshu couldn't be bothered to care about it anymore. She was doing her own small business. Her products were becoming more and more famous, but Ningshu still made the same amount of products. She didn't think about increasing the production. It wasn't easy to make, so it wasn't valuable in large quantities. After Bai Hanmo and Ding Ningdi ran away, Lian Min would mock Ningshu every time she saw her. Are you stupid? A man coaxed your money with just a few words. He even said that he wanted to get married. What about now? Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu was busy with the work in her hands. She said speechlessly, "Can you not poke at my wound? You'll learn your lesson if you talk more. How much beauty cream do you have to make to earn back that much money?" Lian Min said with a cold and disdainful expression. Is Bai Hanmo made of gold and jade? That's why you sisters are so infatuated with him. Ningshu said nonchalantly, just treat it as a lesson. It won't happen again. Ningshu handed the burn ointment to Lian Min. Stop talking. I can recite what you said. Don't be so ungrateful. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Lian Min took the ointment and looked at Ning Shu. Are you going on a blind date? Ning Shu didn't say anything. Lian Min said again, are you still waiting for Bai Hanmo? Why would I wait for him? We'll talk about the blind date later. I don't want to get married now. Ning Shu rejected her directly. Why don't you marry into my family? I have 2 older brothers. Lian Min said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu clicked her tongue. Your older brother is going to inherit the company. His future wife will definitely be a business partner. As for your second brother, he doesn't have a good impression of me. It's better to keep him. The 2 older brothers of the Lian family had always felt that Ning Shu was using Lian Min. They didn't have a good impression of Ning Shu. Besides, Ning Shu didn't want to marry into the Lian family. Who Ding Xueqing wanted to marry in the future was her own business. It had nothing to do with Ning Shu. Last time, my big brother asked me to thank you for the land. Your brother will definitely think that it was a blind cat that bumped into a dead mouse, Ning Shu said casually. Luck is also a kind of strength, Lian Min said. Ning Shu changed the topic. What kind of person do you want to marry? With the scars on my body, I think all men will dislike me. Let's talk about it later, Lian Min said. Although it's not as scary as before, it's still quite scary. Ning Shu said, oh. You'll meet a man who doesn't care about your scars and will see your shining soul. Men and women were visual creatures. Being good-looking meant having good genes. Being good-looking and being good-looking meant having good genes. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1457. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. Wonderful novel to read at any time, mobile users please visit. Lian Min was just scalded. She was not really ugly. She had the temperament and the money. Even if no man liked her, it did not matter. Is Auntie not back yet? Lian Min asked. Ning Shu shrugged. She is probably at a fashion show. Ding's mom seemed to have found her life goal. She pursued all kinds of trends and was having a lot of fun. Occasionally, she would call Ning Shu and tell Ning Shu not to worry. Every day, she would take all kinds of photos and post them on the internet. Mrs. Ding had become an internet trendsetter as she took photos while walking. Ning Shu felt that with Ding's mom's current state, he would probably have to find her a stepfather. It was good to be away from the bad things. It was good to start a new life. Lian Min patted Ning Shu on the shoulder. I am leaving now. Let me tell you, stop thinking about Bai Hanmo. He is probably living a very comfortable life. You don't know yet, right? Ding Mingdi's celebrity mother is divorced from your father, Lian Min said. Ning Shu nodded and put a flower in the vase. I know. Ning Shu had expected that Ji Lu and Ding Yan would divorce. Ding Yan had married Ji Lu for Bai Hanmo and to get into the Bai family. Now that the Bai family had fallen and his daughter had run away with someone else, Ding Yan would not keep Ji Lu, who only knew how to spend money. Ji Lu had wanted to live a comfortable life. Ding Yan was not a rich man now. His company was gone and he did not even want to spend money on her. They had been together because of benefits, but now they had broken up. After the divorce, Ji Lu could still find someone else. Are you unhappy? Lian Min asked. Ning Shu asked, why should I be happy? What does it have to do with me? When she caused your mother to get a divorce, I thought you hated her, Lian Min said. There's nothing to hate. After getting rid of Ding Yan, Ding's mom wasn't living a comfortable life. She didn't have to swallow her anger, she didn't have to watch her illegitimate daughter, and she didn't have to tolerate her husband messing around outside. Lian Min nodded. Auntie is doing well now. You should go out more. You smell like medicine. Let's go abroad together someday. Okay, when are you free? Ning Shu said with a smile. Are you really not planning to marry my second brother? If you marry my second brother, you will be my sister-in-law. We will be family. Lian Min tilted her head and asked Ning Shu. Of my 2 elder brothers, I think my second elder brother sounds quite cute. My eldest brother is too stuffy and has a heavy burden on his shoulders. He acts like an old man and isn't very cute. Lianmin Ningshu recommended her two brothers. Ningshu clicked his tongue. You used the word cute to describe your second brother. If your second brother heard it, his dignity would be trampled by you. The two Lian brothers weren't interested in her. Lianmin was jumping up and down. Besides, she was going to leave this world soon. Everyone in this world was just a passerby. Lianmin saw that Ningshu really didn't have any intentions in this regard, so she didn't say anything. She took the burn medicine and Mrs. Lian's nourishing medicine and left. It was so interesting to earn money every day. It felt so good to see the money coming in one after another. After that, Ningshu received a call from Ding Yan asking her to go back for dinner. Ningshu directly refused. Ding Yan was instantly unhappy. Although I divorced your mother, I am still your father. What? Do you want to cut off all ties with me? He had never contacted her in the past. Why was she suddenly contacting him now? But he had divorced Ji Lu. Now he wanted to remarry Ding's mom. Ningshu took some time to go back to the Ding family home. When she saw Ding Ningdi sitting on the sofa in the living room, she was stunned. Shouldn't Ding Ningdi be abroad with Bai Hanmo at this time? Why was she back? Could it be that Bai Hanmo was back too? It had only been a few months. Why was he back so soon? Ningshu walked over and sat opposite Ding Ningdi. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Ding Ningdi looked a little haggard. Her face had become smaller and she looked even more lovely. Sister, Ding Ningdi called Ningshu carefully. Why are you back? Ningshu asked. Where is Bai Hanmo? Ding Ningdi said softly, Bai Hanmo is still abroad. Ningshu raised his eyebrows in surprise. You came back alone? Ding Ningdi had left Bai Hanmo alone abroad. Could it be that something had happened between her and Bai Hanmo? Ding Ningdi had come back alone after throwing a tantrum. Ding Ningdi pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Ningshu couldn't be bothered to ask either. He just had to check with the detective agency to find out. Ding Yan came downstairs. When he saw Ningshu, he asked Ningshu gently and lovingly, Where's your mother? Ningshu, she's still abroad, Ningshu said. Ding Yan sighed. Ever since you divorced your mother, the house has become much quieter. Ningshu was expressionless. Ding Ningdi felt a little embarrassed. What was her mother? You should move back too, Ding Yan said to Ningshu. Ningshu just said, I'm living a good life outside. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. He was not free at all. Ding Yan didn't look happy. In the end, he suppressed his anger and asked Ningshu to eat. He didn't give Ding Ningdi a good look the whole time. Ding Yan used to feel sorry for Ding Ningdi. Why didn't he feel sorry for her now? Looking at Ding Ningdi sitting at the dining table, her face was filled with embarrassment. After dinner, Ningshu chatted with Ding Yan for a while and then left. Only Ding Yan and Ding Ningdi were left in the villa. It was quite empty. Ding Yan really wanted to get married again. After going through so much, he realized that the previous person was good. But he didn't know if the previous person was still waiting for him. Don't think too highly of yourself. After leaving the Ding family, Ningshu found a private investigation agency and asked them to investigate Bai Hanmo who was abroad. Ding Ningdi loved Bai Hanmo so much. How could she leave Bai Hanmo and go back to China alone? After that, Ningshu video chatted with Ding's mom and told her about Ding Yan's intention. In the video, Ding's mom looked disgusted. Next time if he says that again, just tell him that I will never enter the Ding family's coffin. Also, Ding's mom had some money. Ding Yan might be thinking about that. Although Ding Yan bought back the company from Bai Hanmo, the company was in a mess. It was not easy to get it back. Soon, the private investigation agency got some news. He gave Ningshu some photos. In the photos, there was an unkempt man. If the private investigator hadn't told Ningshu that this was Bai Hanmo, Ningshu wouldn't have recognized him. What had Bai Hanmo gone through to become like this? If he looked like this, it was no wonder that Ding Ningdi left Bai Hanmo. Bai Hanmo looked too decadent. He didn't have the domineering aura he used to have when he wore a custom-made suit. Wasn't he rich? Ningshu had some guesses about why he had become like this. Ningshu flipped through the photos. In the photos, Bai Hanmo was either in a bar or a casino. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1458. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. Wonderful novel to read at any time, mobile users please visit. In the photo, there was a picture of Baihanmo poking himself with a needle. Baihanmo was tainted with something bad. Ningxu had more or less guessed that she had put some ingredients in the perfume. This stuff would make people irritable and unable to control their emotions. It had a little hallucinogenic effect, but it was not harmful to apply it on the body. At that time, Baihanmo was holding Ding Ningdi and nibbling on it. These things accumulated over time, and the symptoms became more obvious. Baihanmo was obviously looking for excitement when he got involved with these things. Prostitution, gambling, and drugs were all things that burned money. Could it be that he was too bored because he had no job and his family had a lot of money, so he wanted to have some fun? The private investigator said, "It's a bit chaotic abroad." Baihanmo was tainted with these things because he was dragged into it by someone. Once addicted, it was impossible to get rid of it. What about Ding Ningdi? Ningxu asked. Because Baihanmo was tainted with these things, Ding Ningdi kept persuading him, but Baihanmo did not listen. The two of them were not on good terms. Ningxu sighed. He thought that Baihanmo would take the money to develop his business abroad and open a company there. He did not expect that he would really go and live a carefree life. Obviously, the last two failures made Baihanmo deny his own ability. He was sure that he could not do it and did not want to suffer the pain of failure again. Baihanmo's fighting spirit was crushed. It was like he had just escaped and found that he was still in a dangerous place. It was enough to break him down. For someone like Baihanmo, no amount of money was enough. It was not enough even if he had a mountain of gold and silver. He did not know if Baihanmo would come back to Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi was in a dilemma now. Now, Ding Yan did not like her. But other than Ding Yan, she had no one to rely on. Even if they broke up, Ding Ningdi had a bad reputation. After all, they had been in a high-profile relationship before. Everyone knew that Ding Ningdi was Baihanmo's wife. Ding Ningdi was probably not a member of a prestigious family. Moreover, the Ding family was in decline now, and the company could not be compared to before. Therefore, in the end, Ding Ningdi could only rely on Ding Yan. Unfortunately, she used to side with outsiders. Ding Yan had a knot in his heart because of the things he did. Ningxu put away the photos and gave the private investigator a sum of money to keep an eye on Baihanmo. If Baihanmo returned to the country, he would inform her immediately. This mission was more or less completed. If Ding Xueqing insisted that Baihanmo be her man in life and her ghost in death, then Baihanmo would be her ghost. After all, Baihanmo and Ding Ningdi had not registered their marriage. Ningxu suddenly thought of a way to win over a scumbag. That was to turn him into something that was neither human nor ghost. There was nothing left of him. Then, appear in front of him and save him or *ck him so that he could not leave you. That was how trembling was cultivated. This was the way some men treated women. They would make her have no one to rely on but him. It was the same the other way around. Ningxu was too lazy to look for Baihanmo. If he had the energy, he might as well write down the recipe for the ointment. He wrote down the amount of herbs and the choice of herbs in detail. When the client came back, he could continue this business. The mission was more or less completed. Ningxu was a little lazy. He kept thinking about the laws. How could he master the laws? Did he have to go to the Sea of Laws where the plane was born to meditate? Or go for a swim? Ningxu did not know the concept of the laws at all. He did not know how to master the laws. He also did not know how to start or where to start. He was happy. Ding Yan called Ningxu every 2 to 3 days. He asked, "Where's your mother? Why isn't she back yet? Where did she go? Call me when she's back. Did she change her number? Why can't I get through? Give me your mother's number." Ningxu's mind was filled with your mother. Looking at Ding Yan's eagerness, he really wanted to remarry Ding's mom. Ningxu said that he did not know. He said that Ding's mom changed her number every time she went to a place. He did not know her number at all. Actually, Ningxu did not approve of Ding's mom and Ding Yan getting back together. He did not know if he would abandon her for some reason next time. Especially when he had hit Ding's mom. Now that he was down and out, he was thinking about his ex-wife. Every time Ding Yan called, Ningxu would give him a half-hearted answer. It was not like he lacked love. He wanted a little fatherly love. He had ulterior motives. He lacked love. Ningxu made a heart sign to himself. Mission complete. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded in his mind. Leave. Ningxu felt dizzy and returned to the system space in a flash. Ningxu sat on the sofa and clicked on the panel to look at her harvest. Name, Ningxu Advanced Mission Taker Age, 27 Contribution Points, 93 million Soul Points, 350 Health Points, 350 Wisdom, 424 Charm, 70 Spirit, 320 Faith, 3115 Combat Points, 452 Aptitude, 199 Merit, 1520 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Advanced Martial Arts, Advanced Poison Technique, Elementary Business Management Knowledge, Elementary Code Programming, Elementary Lawyer Skills, Elementary Ghost Catching Skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calming Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Auras, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend of a Lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Life-Saving Hand, Zhusu Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Judiciary, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Cross-Species Communication, by Sanyang's Blessing. Note, communication can only be achieved within a certain range of wisdom. Complete Ding Ning Dai's wish. You will not let Ding Ning Dai, that little white flower, have it easy. Mission completion rate, 100%. Reward, 8 million points, 0 attribute points, 4,000 faith. Congratulations, mission taker. You have reached 100 million points and 40,000 faith. You have reached the standard of a super mission taker. A faint voice sounded in the system space. This voice was not 2333's at all. Ningxu froze for a moment. He was happy that he had become a super mission taker. Ningxu asked 2333, who spoke just now? It's the main system. 2333 said, congratulations. You are now a super mission taker. Ha ha ha, same to you. Ningxu laughed so hard that his mouth cracked. Now, he was at least a decent mission enforcer. He had taken another step forward and was getting closer and closer to the top. One day, he would understand the organization and come into contact with the people above. He would not be like a frog at the bottom of a well like he was now. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1459. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. The first thing that came to Ningxu's mind was the benefits of becoming a super mission enforcer. What about the benefits? Ningxu asked 2333. She was looking forward to the benefits of becoming a super mission enforcer. 2333 replied, once you complete the trial mission, you can enter the space that only super mission enforcers can enter. That space is the same as the virtual space, but only super mission enforcers can enter. You can cultivate your soul there, and it is said that there is a certain chance of understanding the laws. 2333 explained. When Ningxu heard that she could understand the laws in that space, she became very happy. She was just thinking about how to understand the laws. 2333 poured cold water on her. Only after completing the trial mission can you become an official super mission enforcer. Only then can you enter that space and get a place. Even if you enter the space, there are many super mission enforcers there. You may not be able to get a place. Also, there is a violent and uncontrollable law inside. Your soul may be torn to pieces if you enter. Ningxu, take it slow. I have already come this far. Ningxu felt that she could endure it. And 2333 spoke again. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. She really didn't like chatting with 2333. Also, you have to complete 3 chain quests, 2333 said. 3 trial missions? Ningxu asked, how many others? 1. Ningxu almost jumped up. Then why was there only 3 of them? The main system is targeting me, Meng Meng. Ningxu hugged herself, her heart aching. You failed the trial mission, so it accumulated. Ningxu, whether you want to see it or not, the failure will always be there. Ningxu, whining for no reason, if you fail one of the 3 trial missions, then you will have 6 trial missions next time. If you fail one of the 6 trial missions, then you will have 9 trial missions next time. 3 trial missions, 3 trial missions. Ningxu, what can I say? I am so desperate, what if I want to stop the trial mission midway? Ningxu asked tentatively. Then you won't be able to enter a space where you can cultivate your soul and comprehend the laws. This is the benefit of a super mission taker. If you can't get it, then there's nothing I can do. You are just an ordinary super quest taker, 2333 said. Ningxu let out a long sigh. He felt that it was really cruel. Even if he became a super task taker, he might not be able to enjoy it. Do we really have to do so many quests? Ningxu asked. There was an endless chain of quests in between. 2333 said, it's your fault for failing the advanced quest. You didn't start over, but your failure was already recorded. Do you understand? Ningxu, I need some peace and quiet, it's just like playing Tetris. Mistakes and misunderstandings accumulate and success will disappear. 2333 explained to Ningxu. Failure was always there and would only accumulate. Once these failures accumulated enough, they would face elimination. Just as he was happy for a while, he was struck by lightning. Every day was spent in shock. Ningxu felt that he was still strong and did not cry. Ningxu took a deep breath. There was no use regretting it. At that time, he did give up on the mission. Ningxu sat on the sofa and saw that his status panel had been cleared. Name, Ningxu age, 27 level, super mission taker points card, 100, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 0 health value, 0 wisdom, 0 charm, 0 spirit, 0 martial strength, 0 aptitude, 0 faith, 36115 merit, 15260 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate combat technique, exceptional martial arts proficiency, intermediate poison technique, elementary business management knowledge, elementary code programming, elementary lawyer skills, elementary ghost catching skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor items, Calming Halo, Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass's Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Blood Clan's Bane, Jasmine's Blessing, Cross-Race Communication, by San Yang's Blessing. Note, communication can only be achieved within a certain range of intelligence, other than age, points card, faith and merit, all the other attributes became 0. There was a recalculation method. Looking at the series of zeros, he felt like he was back to square one. He hugged himself in pain. Live well. Every day was a blow. Ningxu closed the status panel. Looking at it made his eyes hurt. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate. When she was done, she opened the chat system and sent a message to Mei Ziqing, asking him about the trial mission of the Super Mission Enforcer. Ningxu sent the message, but there was no reply. She probably went to do the mission and couldn't see the message. Ningxu was afraid that she would pick a mission that was too difficult. During the high-level mission trial, she picked a mission that was too difficult, so she didn't continue the mission. At that time, she spent 5,000 faith points. In the end, she failed until now. That 5,000 faith points were wasted. There were traps everywhere. If she knew this would happen, Ningxu would have definitely completed the mission. Things couldn't be avoided. At that time, she was afraid. Now, it was much more difficult for her to enter the law space. 3 missions in a row. If she failed one, it would be 6. If she failed one more, it would be 9. If she failed one more, it would be 12. It felt so good. If he failed, this trial mission could be repeated endlessly. Thinking about it gave her a headache. But if she gave up, she wouldn't be able to enter the law space to understand the laws. Physical strength wasn't strong. Only the power of the laws was strong. He had to get this benefit no matter what. He could also get in touch with other super mission takers. Up until now, Ningxu still didn't know much about this organization. There were many things that he didn't understand. They only knew how to fulfill the wishes of others, and the mission taker would be rewarded with eternal life and power. Then who organized such an organization? Ningxu stood up and felt that he needed to eat something to calm himself down. Ningxu stood at the entrance to the virtual space and appeared on the quaint bluestone street in a flash. Ningxu went to the restaurant and ordered something to eat. While eating, he listened to the gossip. The people in this restaurant were all mission enforcers. There were men and women, old and young. Ningxu even saw a 7- or 8-year-old child. Such a young child was also a mission enforcer. This child looked old and was wearing an ancient scholar's robe. His wide robe with long sleeves made him look cute. The child noticed that Ningxu was looking at him and put down his chopsticks. Ningxu walked over. Ningxu gave an ancient greeting and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Ningxu saw that this child was from ancient times and stood up to return the greeting. "I saw you at first glance, so I took a second look." The child was very polite. "Is it because I'm young?" "Yes." Ningxu nodded. "How old are you? How long have you been a mission enforcer?" Ningxu asked the child to sit down and ordered a plate of pastries for him. Ningxu cupped his hands and took a piece of pastry. "I became a mission enforcer when I was 9. I don't know how long I've lived, but it should be quite long." Ningxu was speechless. It seemed that he had been a mission enforcer for a long time. Just like Ningxu, he stayed in each world for a period of time. He didn't know how long he had lived either. Although his status panel said that he was 27 years old, Ningxu felt that he was at least 100 years old. He spent 2 to 3 years in each world. After experiencing so many worlds, even if he wasn't 100 years old, he was at least 200 years old. Ancient people were precocious. 9 years old was nothing strange. However, he died when he was 9 years old. He died very early, a premature death. "Thank you for the pastries." Ningxu cupped his hands. He was already a mission enforcer, but he still acted like an ancient person. Etiquette and rules were deeply ingrained in his bones. The child didn't tell Ningxu his name and left after exchanging some pleasantries. Once the child left, Ningxu bought some pastries and ate them while shopping. After a while, he slowly returned to the system space. The chat system dinged. Someone had sent him a message. It was Mei Ziqing. Ningxu ate the snacks and opened the chat system. "Mei Ziqing, congratulations on becoming a super mission taker. Ningxu, I would like to ask about the precept space." Mei Ziqing, the precept space. The precept space was created by the higher-ups for mission enforcers to comprehend the precepts. Only super mission enforcers can enter. Mei Ziqing, that's why you have to pass the trial mission. Even if you have to grit your teeth, you have to pass it. If you can't enter the precept space, the gap between the super mission takers will only widen. Ningxu let out a long sigh. It seemed like this trial mission was a matter of life and death. Ningxu told Mei Ziqing in a desperate tone, "I have 3 chain missions, Mei Ziqing, don't be afraid. Many super mission takers are like you, doing chain missions. I've seen one who accumulated 90 missions." Ningxu, 90 chain missions, Ningxu, is it very difficult to enter this law space? Mei Ziqing, it's very difficult. It's not easy to comprehend precepts. I've been in the precept space for so long, but I haven't comprehended any precepts. Mei Ziqing, and I've added all my attributes to wisdom, but I haven't comprehended any precepts. What the F***? Ningxu couldn't help but laugh. It was true that power couldn't be achieved overnight. Ningxu, is it very difficult to comprehend? Mei Ziqing. It's not very difficult, it's extremely difficult. Powerful precepts like time and space are hard to comprehend. But the simpler precepts, simple precepts like wind and water, I can't comprehend them. Ningxu let out a sigh. If she couldn't comprehend precepts in the precept space, she wouldn't be able to comprehend precepts if she couldn't enter the precept space. Therefore, no matter if it was 3, 6, or 9 chain missions, she had to complete them. After discussing some matters with Mei Ziqing, Ningxu closed the chat system. Mei Ziqing sent Ningxu a gift to congratulate Ningxu on becoming a super mission taker. It was a bracelet that looked like a crystal. It was quite pretty. He liked it. In order to prepare for the 3 chain missions, Ningxu wanted to relax and replenish his energy. He clicked on the screen to see how Ding Xiuqing was doing. He also saw how Ding Ningdi was doing. Ningxu didn't do anything to Ding Ningdi, but Ding Ningdi didn't have a backer. Ningxu lay on the sofa and stared at the screen. Bai Hanmo was very rich, but no matter how much money he had, he couldn't bear to spend it on eating, drinking, and gambling. Also, it was poisonous. It burned money. Also, these things destroyed a person's mind, body, and even dignity. In order to have such things, one would do anything. Commit crimes. And Bai Hanmo was addicted to this kind of life. But one day, he would run out of money. The onset of a drug addiction was very painful. Pain required drugs to relieve the pain, but drugs required money. Bai Hanmo had used up all his money, so he could only go back to China to look for Ding Ningdi. Ding Ningdi still had feelings for Bai Hanmo. Seeing Bai Hanmo in so much pain, she could only take out her own money to buy drugs for Bai Hanmo. Ding Ningdi cried and begged Bai Hanmo to quit. Bai Hanmo saw how pitiful Ding Ningdi was and knew that he couldn't go on like this. But how could he quit so easily? Bai Hanmo didn't persist for long. In less than a week, he couldn't take it anymore. He was in so much pain that he begged Ding Ningdi to give it to him. Ding Ningdi was soft-hearted and could only give it to him. Relapse after quitting was an absolute blow to one's willpower. After relapse, it was very difficult to quit. Bai Hanmo gave up on quitting. This kind of drug was the devil. For the sake of seeking excitement or curiosity, one would really be haunted by it like a demon. After Ding Ningdi returned to China, she had been very cautious in the Ding family. Ding Yan also didn't like Ding Ningdi. Soon, all of Ding Ningdi's money was spent. Ding Ningdi could only get money for Bai Hanmo because he was suffering. She stole money from the family or some expensive jewelry. All for Bai Hanmo, she threw money into a bottomless pit. Ding Yan found out that something was missing in the house. He accidentally found out that Ding Ningdi had taken something from the house, so he immediately flew into a rage. He directly drove Ding Ningdi out. No matter how Ding Ningdi begged, Ding Yan firmly refused. Ding Ningdi could only live with Bai Hanmo in a cramped house. Bai Hanmo spent a lot of money every day. If it was the Bai Hanmo of the past, this amount of money was not even worth mentioning. But for the two of them who were unemployed now, this amount of money was unbearable. After Ding Xiuqing went back, she continued to do the perfume business. Ding Ningdi often looked for her to borrow money from Ding Xiuqing just so that Bai Hanmo could have food. She didn't want Bai Hanmo's drug addiction to suffer. Ding Xiuqing was speechless. Ding Xiuqing had seen Bai Hanmo when his drug addiction acted up. He was so embarrassed and miserable. Bai Hanmo was so skinny that he looked like a panda. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his face was sallow and emaciated. That was simply shocking. Ding Xiuqing definitely wouldn't lend money to Ding Ningdi. After the first time, there would be a second time, and then a third time, and then they would stick to her like leeches. Ding Ningdi found her celebrity mother, and Ji Lu found a new sugar daddy, but life wasn't good. Ji Lu saw that Ding Ningdi was her daughter, so she would give her a little each time she came, but Ding Ningdi asked more and more frequently. Ji Lu couldn't bear it anymore, so she had no choice but to refuse. Ding Ningdi cried pitifully, but Ji Lu wasn't moved. She told her to leave Bai Hanmo and find someone else. Staying with Bai Hanmo was a waste of her youth. Ding Ningdi was also very tired, but she loved Ding Ningdi. She couldn't bear to leave Bai Hanmo. Ji Lu just let Ding Ningdi be. After all, she needed to make some money to retire. Ding Ningdi could only find a job by herself, but Ding Ningdi didn't have any means to make a living. She could mess up everything she did. Renting a house required money, and eating also required money. Bai Hanmo's expenses were even higher. Ding Ningdi couldn't bear this kind of life. But she could only endure it like this. Moreover, her leg had been aching ever since she fell from upstairs. Especially on rainy days, it was even more uncomfortable. Ningxu turned off the screen and lay on the sofa, planning to sleep. 3 chain missions. After the first mission, he immediately started the second one, without any time to rest. Ningxu felt F***ked. When he woke up, Ningxu exchanged for fasting pills and water. He asked 2333, "Can the things I exchanged be used in all 3 worlds? How is that possible? Only one world." 2333 mercilessly shattered Ningxu's fantasy. Ningxu was speechless. He thought that since it was a chain mission, these things could be used. His heart was so tired. Ningxu touched his chest and felt that his heart was beating very fast. His heart wasn't beating, so why was he so nervous? Ningxu let out a long breath, hammered his heart, and said with a smile, "Let's go do the mission. Let's try to only do 3 missions to succeed. Then I wish you," 2333 said. "Let's start." Ningxu closed his eyes, and his head was dizzy. Before she could open her eyes, Ningxu heard playful voices in her ears. "Lick your shoes, lick your shoes. It's still better to eat sh***. It's more fun." Ningxu opened her eyes and saw a very familiar scene. It was a scene that Ningxu didn't want to recall. That failed high-level mission, the difficulty of the trial mission was SSS level. It's Hanmo. The 3 princes Quan Haoshuan, Mu Yayao, and Min Haochu were the bullies, and Yi Xiaotong was the victim of school violence. The client, Yi Xiaotong, wanted to live with dignity and hold an art exhibition for her brother. What a familiar scene. Ningxu touched the branch in his pocket. At that time, she used the branch to perish together with Quan Haoshuan. Naturally, the mission failed. Many people gathered on the field. Quan Haoshuan, Mu Yayao, and Min Haochu looked at Ningxu with playful expressions. Quan Haoshuan was domineering and cold, Mu Yayao was violent and cruel, and Min Haochu was charming and flirtatious. Yi Xiaodong was supported by people. His face was full of wounds, and the corner of his mouth was broken. When he saw Ningxu, he helplessly called out for his sister. Yi Xiaodong's face was delicate, but there was a sense of confusion and cowardice between his eyebrows. When he didn't speak, he looked like a normal person, but when he opened his mouth, the shortcomings of his low IQ were exposed. He was wearing very old clothes with footprints all over them. It was obvious that he had been kicked. "You're late." Mu Yayao moved his neck and raised his wrist to look at his watch. "You're almost a minute late." Mu Yayao had a murderous aura all over his body. When he moved his neck, it made cracking sounds. Mu Yayao's father was the general, the person who shot her to death. "As your punishment for being late." Mu Yayao raised his foot and kicked Yi Xiaodong in the stomach. Yi Xiaodong immediately cried out in pain. His body curled up and he vomited everything in his stomach. The smell of Yi Xiaodong's vomit was very unpleasant. The people around covered their noses and retreated. The student who was holding Yi Xiaodong directly threw him to the ground. Yi Xiaodong fell to the ground and wailed in pain. He stared at Ningxu pitifully and whimpered for his sister. Ningxu took a deep breath. Why was this world still counterattacking? Was it virtual or real? Yi Xiaodong once again suffered such humiliation and pain. "Mu Yayao, are you deliberately disgusting people?" Fu Haoshuan pinched his nose and said in dissatisfaction. He had an extremely disgusted expression on his face. Mu Yayao shrugged his shoulders and said without sincerity, "Sorry, I'll be careful next time." Fu Haoshuan turned his head and moved his feet. "Come here and wipe my shoes clean. Otherwise, your brother will be the unlucky one." "You don't want to?" Fu Haoshuan looked at Ningxu indifferently. "Beat this fool to death and then feed him a bucket of shit." After Fu Haoshuan finished speaking, a school staff member came over with a bucket of feces. The people around immediately hid far away. The smell of feces could be smelled from 10 miles away. "Feed him." Fu Haoshuan waved his hand. "As your punishment for hesitating, after your brother finishes eating, you can continue to eat. Since we're siblings, we should share weal and woe. I won't favor one and discriminate against the other." So disgusting, the people around made strange sounds. Their faces were filled with disgust and anticipation. Most of them kept their mouths shut to avoid getting into trouble. The staff member brought the feces bucket in front of Xiaodong. The plot developed exactly the same. Now, she was asked to lick her shoes and eat feces. The feces bucket was placed in front of Xiaodong. Although Xiaodong was stupid, she knew that it was dirty. She cried until tears and snot were all over her face. Fu Haoshuan put his hands in his pockets and looked at Ningxu with a devilish expression. Seeing your brother being fed feces, as his sister, you actually watched so indifferently. Since we're siblings, we should share weal and woe together. Bring another bucket, Fu Haoshuan said while covering his nose. Pour it down, Fu Haoshuan said coldly. Ningxu immediately said, wait a minute. Not to mention that the feces was filled with bacteria, this insult was unbearable. Xiaodong's brain wasn't very good. It was natural, but it didn't mean that she should endure such an insult. That was why Ningxu had chosen to perish together. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Fu Haoshuan sneered and raised his foot. Have you thought it through? Lick my shoes. Then lick it. Ningxu thought, how dare you? Ningxu clenched her fists. Naturally, she couldn't be as impulsive as before. Fei Haoshuan, Mu Yao, and Min Haochu all had powerful backgrounds. If they perished together like before, the mission would still be considered a failure. This was related to whether she could enter the space of laws. Why was it still this mission? A girl with no power, no parents, and a stupid brother wanted to win the crown prince of the corporation, Fei Haoshuan, Mu Yao, who came from a military and political family, and Min Haochu, who came from a family of food tycoons. They could pinch her to death with a finger. No, they could kill her with a word. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and lick my shoes. Otherwise, you want a bucket of feces. Fei Haoshuan raised his chin and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu walked over to Fei Haoshuan with a mocking smile on his face. This was an era without mercy. Xiaodong sniffled. His hair was grabbed and his head was forced back. He called his sister childishly. Seeing Xiaodong again, Ningxu's heart was complicated. She was so sad that she wanted to cry. Ningxu looked at Fei Haoshuan and quickly reached out to grab his collar. F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. Fei Haoshuan was stunned. The people around him were stunned. You. Fei Haoshuan was furious. But before he could finish, he was thrown out by Ningxu. Ningxu used too much strength and his muscles were in pain. Fei Haoshuan's body crashed into Min Haochu and Mu Yao. Mu Yao was born in a military family. His martial arts weren't weak. He caught Fei Haoshuan and didn't let Fei Haoshuan lose face in front of everyone. Ningxu pulled Xiaodong and ran. Stop her for me. Ouyang Haoshuan gritted his teeth and shouted. The onlookers all tried to stop Ningxu. Ningxu clenched her fists. Whoever dared to block her would get a punch. After experiencing so many worlds, she still had the strength to deal with these young masters and young ladies. Ningxu grabbed Xiaodong's hand and broke out of the students' encirclement. In the end, they were stopped by Mu Yao. Ningxu shielded Xiaodong, who was a head taller than him, behind him and looked at Mu Yao warily. Mu Yao moved his neck, making cracking sounds. He stared straight at Ningxu. I didn't expect you to have such skills. What, you dare to resist now? Beat him to death. De Haoshuan gritted his teeth. He was thrown out by a woman who looked like trash. How was he going to survive in this school? Interesting, interesting. Min Haochu clapped his hands. His action of clapping was very flirtatious. Min Haochu, you still dare to gloat? Fan Haoshuan said with an ashen face. Min Haochu said with a smile, don't be angry. If the pet is disobedient, you can just train it again. Don't you think it's more interesting now? It even dares to resist. What's the point of having a submissive pet? Min Haochu narrowed his peach blossom eyes, his gaze scraping across Ningxu's face inch by inch. Mu Yao Ningxu smiled, you have some skills. Come and spar with me. Mu Yao's martial arts were grappling hands. He aimed at a person's vital points, head, neck, and stomach. He would either break the person's arms and legs or something. Mu Yao's level of brutality was even more than the other two. Mu Yao had killed someone. Ningxu and Mu Yao confronted each other. There was little spiritual energy in this world, so Ningxu could only absorb the power of the fire sun. In public, Ningxu didn't dare to cultivate wantonly. Sister. Yi Xiaodong tugged at Ningxu's clothes, looking terrified and confused. He clearly didn't know why these people were treating him like this. Ningxu turned back and comforted him, "Brother, don't be afraid." Ningxu moved his wrist, "Okay, don't blame me if you cry." Ningxu pulled Yi Xiaodong's hand and rushed towards Mu Yao. Mu Yao sneered, his eyes filled with cruelty. He clenched his fists and was ready to attack. Ningxu let go of Yi Xiaodong's hand and put his hand on Yi Xiaodong's arm. He jumped into the air and kicked Mu Yao. Mu Yao blocked Ningxu's leg with his arm, but he was still kicked to the ground. His arm was numb from the shock. Mu Yao's face was ugly. He was very confident in his skills. But he didn't expect to be broken by a trash girl. Ningxu didn't bother and ran away with Yi Xiaodong. Running out of the school, Ningxu went straight home. The client, Yi Xiaodong, and her brother lived in the slums, and it was the slum next to the garbage dump. The house was shabby and the roof was missing tiles. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in this rich city. There were rich and poor. Ningxu pulled Yi Xiaodong into the house. The house was a bit messy and there was a lot of trash. These were all trash that could be sold for money. Both Yi Xiaodong and Yi Xiaodong slept on the same bed. The brother and sister's situation was worse than Ningxu thought. "Wah, sister." Yi Xiaodong sat on the ground and cried, tears and snot flowing. Ningxu squatted down and patted Yi Xiaodong's back, "Don't be afraid, sister will protect Xiaodong. Sister also wants to hold a big art exhibition for Xiaodong." Ningxu found a waste paper and wiped the tears and snot on Yi Xiaodong's face. "Really?" Yi Xiaodong looked at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded, "It's true. So, with sister by your side, there's no need to be afraid." Ningxu prepared to make some food. There was an open-air kitchen outside the house. It was a stove made of bricks with a pot on top. Ningxu found some rice and some vegetable leaves that were about to rot in the house. She cooked the vegetable leaves with the rice and added some sesame oil and salt. The taste was not bad. Ningxu cooked some for Yi Xiaodong and ate some for herself. Yi Xiaodong's intelligence was only 5 or 6 years old, and his way of thinking was also like that of a child. He had no outlook on life or worldview. But was school violence enough to leave a shadow in Yi Xiaodong's heart? It would affect and hurt his psyche. It was good to leave that aristocratic academy. That was not a place where Yi Xiaodong and Yi Xiaodong should stay. They were on different levels. Besides, with her previous actions of beating up Haoxuan, it would be strange if Min Haochu and Mu Yao let her go. Yi Xiaodong was frightened and had a high fever at night. Ningxu sat by the side and cultivated. When she heard Yi Xiaodong groaning in pain, she touched Yi Xiaodong's face. It was boiling hot. After that, he was so hot that he was talking nonsense. He kept calling sister, sister. Ningxu quickly took out the medicine she had exchanged earlier. Fortunately, she had prepared the medicine in advance. She crushed the medicine and mixed it with water for Yi Xiaodong to drink. After that, Ningxu found a piece of ginger and rubbed it on Yi Xiaodong's acupoints. Yi Xiaodong was scared out of his wits. Ningxu coaxed him. Although Yi Xiaodong was taller than her, he was still a child. Ningxu channeled a small amount of aura into Yi Xiaodong. It was a gentle aura, not the violent aura of yang fire. Aura could nourish the body. This was the aura she had obtained after cultivating for most of the night. It was almost dawn when Yi Xiaodong's fever finally subsided. Ningxu moved his stiff neck. Seeing that Yi Xiaodong was sleeping soundly, he asked 2333 in his mind, "Why is the world still attacking?" "It's just like what you see. You failed before, so you have to do it again." 2333 said. "Is this real or virtual?" Ningxu asked. "Why was the world still attacking after so long? Was there no one who succeeded?" "Maybe it's a long time for you, but it's not long for this plane. No one has received this mission yet, so you have to do it yourself." 2333 explained. Ningxu heaved a long sigh of relief. So it was real. With the doubts in his mind solved, Ningxu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The surrounding smells were easy to ask about. The room was full of cans, mineral water bottles, and some iron and copper metals. They were all collected by the people who entrusted him to sell them for money. Ningxu planned to take these out and sell them tomorrow. They took up space in the house and made the house a mess. The room was not big to begin with, and now there were these things in the house. It made people uncomfortable just looking at them. It was important to live in a clean room. It was not very big or luxurious, but there was not even a place to walk. It was too depressing. At dawn, Ningxu cooked porridge for Xiaodong. Xiaodong had a fever all night and was sweating a lot. There was a smell of sweat on his body. Xiaodong held the bowl and ate by himself. Ningxu used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his body. What a child. He would do these things by himself in the future. Although he was young, he could be taught slowly. They were twins. The younger brother was born retarded. The father was a driver for the principal of a noble school. In the end, he died in a car accident. The mother could not bear the burden of 2 children, and there was also a fool. The burden was too heavy, so she left. There had been no news from him for a long time, so he entrusted Xiaotong to pick up garbage to support himself and his younger brother. You stay at home. Sister will sell these things, Ningxu said to Xiaodong. Xiaodong nodded obediently and lay down after eating. Ningxu stuffed all the bottles and cans in the house into the snakeskin bag and carried them to the recycling station to sell them. It didn't sell for much, but it could support her and Xiaodong for a while. Ningxu went to the supermarket to buy some discounted meat and vegetables. After buying more rice, half of his money was gone. Even her life was so tight, yet she still wanted to hold an art exhibition for Xiaodong. This was a rather difficult task. Ningxu carried some daily necessities home and saw 2 men in suits standing in front of the small house. Xiaodong came out wearing very thin clothes and listened to the 2 with a blank face. Ningxu hurried over, put down the things and shouted to the leading man, "Principal, why are you here?" Principal Li was a man in his 60s. Xiaotong and her younger brother were able to study in an aristocratic school because of him. Her father had saved Principal Li, so he didn't die in the car accident. That was why Principal Li allowed the siblings to study in an aristocratic school. Perhaps Principal Li wanted to repay them, but entering an aristocratic school made life harder for the siblings. They were not on the same level. Why didn't you go to school? Principal Li asked Ningxu. Ningxu asked Xiaodong to go back to the house. Xiaodong carried all the things at Ningxu's feet into the house. Why didn't you go to school? Principal Li asked Ningxu helplessly. Ningxu did not believe that a principal of an aristocratic school would come to a dirty place just to ask her if she wanted to go to school. Ningxu did not want to go to school anyway. Even if she went, she would be played by those 3 people. Ningxu said, "I don't want to go to school. It's not suitable for me." "No, you have to go to school," Principal Li said agitatedly. Ningxu was speechless. He even had such a tone. "I don't want to go to school." Ningxu shook her head. She was tortured by those 3 crazy people every day. Their methods were cruel and shocking. They did not play you to death, but like a cat playing with a mouse, they played with you wantonly. They destroyed your dignity and attacked your will. And that was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Xiaotong and her younger brother were like powerless snails that entered a dinosaur world. "Why do I have to go to school?" Ningxu asked. "Forcing people to go to school, interesting." Principal Li said, "It's not easy to enter an aristocratic school. You should seize this opportunity to build your own network in this school. You don't want to pick up trash for the rest of your life, right?" "I can't build my network. They don't even care about me." Ningxu spread her hands and said straightforwardly. Networking was the intersection of people of the same status. It was good enough that she was not bullied, but she still wanted to build a Liren network. It was also very, very funny. To exaggerate a little, in the hearts of those young masters and young ladies, she was probably stinky dog shit. She would not have a good ending if she went to them. Ningxu was a little suspicious. Why did Principal Li insist on her going to school? You have to go. Principal Li said firmly. Facing Ningxu's doubtful gaze, he said, you fought with those three last time. They said that you have to go back. Ningxu was speechless. They just had to force her to be bullied by them. You can't win against them. You have to endure everything. Even if they bully you, you have to endure it. When they feel bored, they won't find trouble with you, Principal Li said rather helplessly. Although she was the principal, her position was very awkward. Many students did not take her seriously. The aristocratic school was a joint venture school. Although she was the principal, she was really just a principal. She did not have much decision-making power. Ningxu thought, damn, it turned out that those three people were unwilling to let it go. They made them lose face yesterday, so they wanted to get back at them. They would not lower themselves to come to such a place, so they could only pressure the principal to let her go to school and bully her openly. I'm not going. Ningxu refused. How despicable would it be to send herself to be bullied? If you don't go, I can't be the principal anymore. Also, do you really think that you'll be fine if you don't go to school? Principal Li said somewhat anxiously. Fang Haoxuan had given him a death order. He had to let Ningxu go back, or else he could not be the principal anymore. That was why Principal Li had personally come to such a place to invite Ningxu back to class. Mu Yao has an army at home. Min Haochu and Fang Haoxuan also have many bodyguards at home. Do you think you can hide here? If the rich want to torture you, they will make you desperate. You won't go wrong if you listen to me, Principal Li said. Besides, your brother's painting talent cannot be delayed. As long as he goes to school, I will pay for all his painting expenses, Headmaster Li promised. Ningxu was speechless. The more Headmaster Li was like this, the more Ningxu did not want to go back to school. She could not learn anything there. These young masters and young mistresses learned etiquette, interpersonal relationships, horsemanship, tea ceremony, and other elegant things. She could not even survive now. She did not have enough to eat or warm clothes. It was raining outside and drizzling inside. These things were of no use to her. Headmaster Li's intention was to push her in front of these three people to protect his position. This was a very normal thing. Ningxu rejected again. I'm not going. You have to think carefully. It is difficult for a poor family to produce a good son. Now that there is such a good opportunity, you don't want to study? Headmaster Li said with some disappointment. Sister. Yi Xiaodong stood by the door with a timid expression. Ningxu said, Sister, I want to learn to paint. I want to paint. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your brother. I hope I can see you go to school tomorrow. Headmaster Li could not stay here any longer and urged Ningxu to go to school. After Headmaster Li left, Ningxu began to cook. She cooked the meat and vegetables she bought, and then she and Yi Xiaodong sat on the low stool, bending over to eat. Ningxu ate less because she ate a fasting pill. She also put one in Yi Xiaodong's bowl. You want to go to school to learn to paint? Ningxu asked Yi Xiaodong. Yi Xiaodong nodded. His actions were childish. He was already 16 or 17 years old, but he was too childish. I want to go. Yi Xiaodong said. Ningxu put down the bowl and took out a brush and paper from the bag. This is for you. You have talent. You can paint whatever you want. Sister will give you the paper. Ningxu said. We don't have to go to school. Ningxu said to Yi Xiaodong. Yi Xiaodong nodded. Okay, I will listen to you. Yi Xiaodong hugged the drawing paper and brush tightly. Yi Xiaodong wanted to go to school to draw because the school had a lot of drawing paper and brushes. These things were nothing in the eyes of others, but to Yi Xiaodong, who couldn't afford them, they were very precious. Ningxu was determined not to go to school, and he would not let Yi Xiaodong face the strange gazes of the people in the school. Yi Xiaodong was a fool, but that didn't mean he didn't have feelings. Furthermore, he would definitely be bullied if he went back. What was the point of going back? After eating, Yi Xiaodong began to draw with a pen and paper, focusing on his drawing. Ningxu leaned over to take a look. Yi Xiaodong's drawing was a little abstract. At first glance, Ningxu had no idea what he was drawing. It seemed that art was just like that. Ordinary people couldn't understand it at all. Ning Shui Xiaodong said, "You stay at home. I'm going out." Forcing her to go back to school, there might be some perverted tricks waiting for her. She might as well let them get into a mess first so that the three of them wouldn't have the time to care about her. When he made his move, he thought of what would happen next. They would definitely take revenge on him. He had to train this disobedient pet. No, she couldn't even be considered a pet. Ningxu locked the door, afraid that Yi Xiaodong would run around and get lost. Ningxu found an illegal internet cafe, which was filled with smoke. Ningxu found a corner and began to post on the internet. The title was "Min Group's food and cooking oil are all corpse oil." It was much cheaper than vegetable oil and lard when frying the meat from the corpses of the funeral parlors. Let Min Haochu's family clarify this kind of groundless thing. Ningxu registered an account and posted the post, but the IP address was fake. After that, Ningxu hacked into the official website of the group, hacked the website, and wrote a few words: "Shameless profiteers, heartless. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" After that, Ningxu found that his post had been deleted, but Ningxu didn't care. He posted it on the large communication forum. He used a virtual IP address and wiped his tail clean, in case the other party found out. It was very likely that he would be discovered. A rumor like corpse oil was enough to give Min Haochu a headache. He didn't have time to find trouble with her. After finishing these things, Ningxu paid a few yuan for the internet fee and left the internet cafe. The client didn't have a cell phone or a computer at home. It was too slow to receive information. He couldn't go to the internet cafe every day to read the news. Ningxu walked on the street and saw a plastic bottle on the ground. Without thinking, he squatted down and picked it up. This bottle could be sold for a few cents. Ningxu wanted to move, but the conditions didn't allow it. Where would they live if they moved? Ningxu thought about his livelihood. Be a doctor, he was too young and had no credentials. Make ointment illegally, who would buy her ointment? Be a lawyer and had no credentials. Be a feng shui master. Feng shui masters nowadays were liars, especially with her yellow face and muscles. She didn't look like a feng shui master at all. After thinking about it, Ningxu realized that he could only F*king pick up trash. Ningxu walked on the road and looked around. When he saw trash that could be sold for money, he would pick it up immediately. Also, Ningxu wanted to find a place to live. It wasn't safe to live there. There was definitely no need for him to go to an elite school. Even if he wanted to go to school, he would go to another school. Ningxu returned home and said to Yi Xiaodong, "Xiaodong, let's move. We won't live here anymore." Yi Xiaodong's expression was blank with a hint of fear as she asked, "Where are we moving to then?" Clearly, Yi Xiaodong was afraid of changes and felt insecure. "I found a new place," Ningxu said with a smile. "There's a river in front of our house. You can draw a lot of pictures there." Yi Xiaodong didn't have her own opinions. Naturally, she would listen to whatever Ningxu said. Ningxu started to prepare for moving. She had found a good bridge. It wasn't bad to live under the bridge. Furthermore, there was a broken car under the bridge. It was the kind that was very, very broken. The tires had burst and the body was covered in rust and mud. Originally, under the highway bridge, this car could be sheltered from the rain and could be used to live in. Ningxu decided that in the future, if he wanted to exchange the world's money, it would be difficult to do so without money. There was nothing to take from this house. Ningxu stuffed the 2 blankets into his pocket. Yi Xiaodong hugged the drawing paper and walked towards the bridge. Ningxu tidied up the broken car. It could also sleep. As for the kitchen, it was open air. In any case, she wouldn't go back to that school even if she was beaten to death. As for the principal, she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone help the principal consolidate his position. It was fine if she was alone, but with Yi Xiaodong around, she had to ensure Yi Xiaodong's safety. Wonderful novel to read at any time, mobile users please visit. She also had to organize an art exhibition for Yi Xiaodong in the future. Oh, just thinking about it made her feel like burning money. And Yi Xiaodong's drawing paper and brushes. She had to find a job that could support herself and Yi Xiaodong. At night, Ningxu and Yi Xiaodong slept in the car. Ningxu cultivated while Yi Xiaodong slept. The next day, Ningxu went out to pick up trash. No, she went to the internet cafe to see how things were going. Ningxu gave a few yuan, turned on her computer, and searched for news about the Min Corporation and corpse oil. Ningxu's post was deleted. The official website that Ningxu had hacked also returned to normal. The company's official website released a statement saying that someone had deliberately spread rumors to discredit the company. They would pursue the legal responsibility of the person who spread the rumors. They released a statement on the most popular Weibo platform. Ningxu wasn't angry that the post was deleted. She forced the company to release a statement and even did a food inspection. It was already a great success. Ningxu glanced at the stock market. The Min Corporation's stock price fell again and again. Food safety was a matter of the people's livelihood. They actually used corpse oil. Even if the Min family went to an authoritative agency to inspect their food, even if the food was qualified and the certificate was placed in front of the public wouldn't believe it. Sometimes, people believed in what they thought, and 3 people would make a tiger out of it. Now, Min Haochu couldn't find trouble with her. With such a big thing happening in her family, Min Haochu probably wouldn't have the time to train his pet. At least for now, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Ningxu's goal now was to earn money. She could only organize an art exhibition for Yi Xiaodong if she had money. Ningxu thought about it and decided to forget about embroidery. Nowadays, all jobs required a certificate. The client wasn't even 18 years old. They weren't even adults. Then she would do embroidery. But who would she sell embroidery to? The client had no resources in her hands. She would have nothing except her life. She had no money, no house, no parents, no family, no friends. Her muddle-headed younger brother was the only one she depended on. After cultivating for a whole night, Ningxu transferred the spirit qi in his body to Yi Xiaodong. Her body was filled with the power of the blazing sun, and the power of the blazing sun would only damage her body. Just like when she injected the fiery sun energy into Ding Ningdi's body, the fiery sun energy would destroy the body. She had to endure the pain. Although it wasn't very painful, it was still bearable, but day after day, year after year. The spiritual energy was gentle and could nourish the body. Yi Xiaodong was born with retarded mental development, and there was no medicine that could treat this illness. Ningxu prepared breakfast for Yi Xiaodong and then went out. As long as Yi Xiaodong could draw, he wouldn't make any noise. Ningxu opened the car door and instructed Yi Xiaodong through the window, "Xiaodong, don't run around. Be good and wait for your sister to come back. Don't open the door for anyone. Sister will be back soon," Ningxu said. Ningxu sold the trash he picked up and went to the internet cafe. It was so hard to be poor. He had to go to the internet cafe to find out all the news. Ningxu was concerned about the Min family's matter and how Min Hao's company dealt with it. Min Haochu was the kind of person who was evil. He was the think tank among the 3 of them. Oh Haoshuan was the executor, and Mu Yayao was helping behind the scenes. They thought of all kinds of ways to torture people. He didn't believe that Min Haochu would still think of ways to torture people after such a thing happened to his family. Ningxu clicked on the mouse and browsed the news about the Min Family Corporation. There was also a press conference held by the Min Family Corporation. They even said that it was because of malicious competition in the same industry that they came up with such a despicable trick. They said that the Min family's food had been strictly tested and that corpse oil was nonsense. Although the Min Family Corporation tried their best to clarify, held a press conference, and went to the country's proper institutions to test, the scandal was still fermenting on the internet. Many VIPs and hipsters actually bought the Min family's instant noodles and said that they wanted to taste the corpse oil. They even live-streamed eating instant noodles. It deepened the impression that the Min family's food had corpse oil. The stock price fell again and again, making Min Haochu's father's hair turn white from worry. Did you offend someone? It's obvious that someone is messing with our family. Min Haochu's father thought about it and felt that Min Haochu had offended someone in school. The people who studied in aristocratic schools gathered almost all the resources of the entire country and society. If Min Haochu had offended someone in school, it was possible that someone was messing with the Min family. Min Haochu was at a loss. He hadn't done anything. Everyone in school was polite and courteous. Min Haochu knew very well that there was always someone better than him. If he wanted to bully someone, he would bully someone without a background. Min Haochu suddenly thought of a pair of siblings and then shook his head. Such a rat-like person was only worthy of being fooled. When he saw them, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. He trembled. How could he do such a daring thing? What's wrong? Did you think of something? Min Haochu's father saw his son's expression. Did you offend someone? No, I didn't offend anyone, Min Haochu shook his head and said. We have to find this person who is playing tricks behind the scenes. Min Haochu thought for a while and suddenly thought of someone. Dad, I thought of someone. Who? Min Haochu's father asked. Min Haochu said indifferently, just an insignificant person. Min Haochu told his father about Ningxu's situation. Of course, he also told him about how the three of them bullied Ningxu. So, I suspect that this girl wants to take revenge on us. We can catch this girl and let her tell the truth at the press conference. I have said before. No matter how small the nail is, it will still hurt when it pierces your foot. We are not afraid of it. But if there is a villain playing tricks behind the scenes, it is obvious that there is a villain playing tricks behind the scenes, Min Haochu's father said and rubbed his eyebrows. Even if this girl didn't do it, the best way to solve it is in front of us, Min Haochu's father said. But to be honest, if the matter of you bullying the weak in school is exposed, it will also have a bad influence and implicate the O family and the Mu family. Especially the Mu family, they are involved in politics. If there is a problem, it is very likely that it will be a political stain. So, we have to change the way we speak. Min Haochu's father said. Yi Xiaodong has a silly younger brother. She cares about this younger brother a lot, Min Haochu said. This matter can't be wrong again. This is a risky move. Min Haochu's father thought for a while and felt that it was inappropriate, forget it. This matter will implicate the O family and the Mu family. But what about our family? Min Haochu said anxiously, our family can't collapse because of this matter. I heard from the company's director that the distributors no longer come to the company to get the goods. The stock price has also fallen. Min Haochu was very anxious. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1466, and the address is. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your QQ group and Weibo friends. Wonderful novel to read at any time, mobile users please visit. This was an extremely realistic world. If anything happened to a famous author, he would fall from heaven to hell. He was so popular in school. So many girls surrounded him, yearning for his pity. He was called Prince by the girls because of his family. Without these things, he was just a penniless boy. Other people's attitude towards him was different. Min Haochu didn't know if others would lend a helping hand. To be fair, he wouldn't waste his effort on worthless things. It was hard to say if they would lend a helping hand. No matter what, he had to protect the company first. He couldn't let the stock price keep falling. Ningxu left the internet cafe and looked for embroidery on the internet. There were people who specialized in embroidery. She would embroider a finished product first and show it to others. Ningxu used her lifetime's embroidery skills and planned to embroider 2 sides of embroidery. It was indeed better to learn something. Ningxu bought a piece of satin and thread. She bought thread that was slightly better and wouldn't fade. There were all kinds of colors. Ningxu carried the things back to the bridge and found a few men in suits surrounding the RV Ningxu hurriedly ran over. Min Haochu turned around and said, "We meet again." Ningxu's eyebrows twitched. How did Min Haochu find this place? After such a thing happened at home, he still had the time to care about her pet. Surprised to see me? Min Haochu looked at Ningxu with his amorous eyes. What did you do to my brother? Ningxu asked with a trembling voice. When Min Haochu saw Ningxu shivering like a mouse in front of a cat, his frown eased. I want you to do something. If you do it well, I will let you and your brother go, Min Haochu said condescendingly. Where's my brother? Ningxu asked. Sister, I'm in the car. There's a lot of food inside. Yi Xiaodong stuck his head out of the car window. He had a bag of snacks in his hand. Ningxu, he was really a child. He didn't learn from his mistakes. But seeing that Yi Xiaodong was safe, Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. Min Haochu walked over to Ningxu and said, "Do you think I won't be able to see you again after you move?" Ningxu didn't think that he could escape, provided that these people let him go. If these people didn't let him go, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Ningxu looked down at his shoes and whispered, "What can I do to help? It must be a good thing. After this matter is successful, you will have a lot of money. You and your brother will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life," Min Haochu said. Ningxu raised her head in surprise, but she still had a cowardly look on her face. "What is it?" Ningxu asked carefully. "In front of the press conference, just say that the rumors on the internet were spread by you." Ningxu's expression became even more confused. He asked with a confused look, "What rumor?" "I don't know." Min Haochu wasn't surprised by Ningxu's reaction. After all, he didn't have a cell phone or the internet. How could he know these things? Min Haochu took out his cell phone and handed it to Ningxu. "See for yourself." Ningxu waved his hand. "I don't know how to use it." Min Haochu was a little impatient. He had to talk nonsense with such a woman who was like a trash picker. But when he thought that his family needed such a person to protect them from disaster, he couldn't help but think about it. Min Haochu could only be patient and tell Ningxu what had happened. Ningxu stared at Min Haochu with wide eyes. This is a crime. If I admit it, I will go to jail." Min Haochu was a little surprised. He didn't expect this woman to know that it was a crime. Ningxu shook his head. "I can't do it. If something happens to me, what will happen to my brother?" Ningxu felt like a dog. If she admitted to spreading rumors, she wouldn't have a good ending after the press conference. She would still get money. Go lie to others. She would just say that school violence was a joke. Then, she would hold a grudge and do such a thing. This was a notorious thing. She would be scolded by others. If she really did such a thing, Yi Xiaodong would have to bear such a stigma because of his weak position. Min Haochu only cared about her family. He wouldn't care about her life or death. After the press conference, she might go to jail. What would happen to Yi Xiaodong? Yi Xiaodong would come back and find herself in jail. Her life would be ruined. Her counterattack mission had also failed. She would have to do missions continuously. It's not up to you to agree to this. If you do it, it will be good for you. If you don't do it, you have to think about the consequences for you and your brother, Min Haochu said threateningly. Ningxu, so scared, don't hurt my brother. Let me think about it, Ningxu lowered his head and said softly. Think about it carefully. Don't think about running away. You won't be able to. I'll give you a day to think about it. Don't think about running away, sweetheart. Min Haochu looked at Ningxu with a smile. If you run away, you won't have a good ending. If I find out that you run away, your brother won't have a good ending. Min Haochu asked the bodyguards to pull Yi Xiaodong away. Ningxu said hurriedly, I won't run. Don't catch my brother. Really? Min Haochu pointed at Ningxu. You better think about it carefully. Ningxu waved his hands and looked weak. I won't run. I definitely won't run. You don't have to worry. Min Haochu sent someone to guard this place before he slowly walked away. Ningxu hurriedly entered the car and saw Yi Xiaodong eating happily. When he saw Ningxu, he quickly stuffed the food into Ningxu's hands. Sister, eat quickly. That person isn't a good person. He bullied you in the past, but you still eat his food. Ningxu said angrily. These things are delicious. It's because they bullied us that we have to eat all his food. Yi Xiaodong said straightforwardly. Ningxu was speechless. This logic didn't seem to be wrong. Ningxu took a bag of bread and ate it while looking at the person guarding outside. Looking at the innocent and naive Yi Xiaodong, Ningxu's heart was filled with worry. Ningxu took out all his savings and pulled Yi Xiaodong out of the car. Where are you going? The bodyguard in black stopped Ningxu. My brother wants to poop. Ningxu said. Yi Xiaodong's mouth was stuffed with food. He would do whatever his sister said. The bodyguard looked at the childish Xiaodong with disdain. He was eating and pooping at the same time. Ningxu pulled Xiaodong to a remote place to poop. The two bodyguards followed Ningxu. You can poop here. Sister has something to do. Take a longer time. Ningxu said while bending over. Xiaodong swallowed the food in his mouth. But I don't want to poop. Then just squat here. If they find you, just tell them that I went to the ladies' room nearby. The ladies' room. Ningxu patted Xiaodong's shoulder. Sister will be back soon. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1467, and the address is. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. Wonderful novel to read at any time. Mobile users, please visit. Ningxu slipped away, out of the bodyguard's sight, and went to the mobile phone store to buy a mobile phone. Then she rushed back as fast as she could. The two bodyguards were holding Xiaodong, who was so scared that he started crying. What are you doing? Let go of my brother. Ningxu's two bodyguards rushed over and grabbed his brother. The two bodyguards looked at Ningxu. Where did you go? Why didn't you come back for so long? I went to the ladies' room. My ladies' room is a bit far from here. Ningxu protected Xiaodong behind her. Don't play any tricks, or my young master won't let you go. The bodyguard threatened Ningxu. Ningxu agreed and went back to the car. Ningxu took out her mobile phone and downloaded a live streaming app. Since Menhaochu wanted her to help, she would do it. After registering the live streaming app, Ningxu uploaded her profile picture, ready to start her live streaming career. As a person who ate all kinds of food, Ningxu didn't forget to remind the audience to send her gifts. Ha ha ha, of course, Ningxu didn't have an audience. In the evening, Ningxu was ready to run away with Xiaodong. Ningxu didn't want Xiaodong to get involved, and she didn't want him to show his face in public. Ningxu packed up Xiaodong's things, drawing paper, snacks, and so on. Then she woke up the sleepy Xiaodong. Don't talk, follow me. Ningxu carried the things with one hand and held Xiaodong's hand with the other. The two bodyguards fell asleep in the black luxury car, but Ningxu and Xiaodong were called as soon as they got out of the car. What are you doing? Ningxu pulled Xiaodong and ran. One of the bodyguards, Ningxu and his sister, chased after them, and the other bodyguard drove. Ningxu ran towards a secluded path with stairs, making it impossible for the bodyguard to drive. Xiaodong ran out of breath. Ningxu used his qi to carry Xiaodong and ran quickly. Soon, they got rid of the bodyguards. Ningxu arrived at the nursery. It was already late at night, and the nursery was already closed. Ningxu knocked on the door. Someone opened the door for Ningxu. I called you during the day. This is my brother. I'm going to leave him here for a while. All right. A middle-aged woman said kindly. Ningxu gave the last of his savings to the middle-aged woman. Ningxu held on to the money and refused to let go. The middle-aged woman tried several times but failed to get the money out of Ningxu's hand. She stared at Ningxu in surprise. Ningxu's heart ached. In the end, he let go and watched as the middle-aged woman put the money away. Remember to buy him drawing paper. As long as you give him drawing paper, he'll be very quiet. Ningxu gave the package to the middle-aged woman. There's drawing paper inside. If you use it up, buy him more. Sister. Xiaodong looked at Ningxu with tears in his eyes. Sister, are you going to be like mom? Ningxu immediately understood Xiaodong's words and comforted him. Sister won't. Don't worry. Sister still has to organize an art exhibition for you. Now that I have something to do, it's not convenient for me to take you with me. Ningxu hugged Xiaodong. Ningxu stayed with Xiaodong until dawn. He took the receipt from the nursery and left. Xiaodong looked at Ningxu with misty eyes. He looked so pitiful. Ningxu hardened his heart and left. Ningxu returned to the RV and saw Menhaochu throwing a tantrum at the bodyguard. He turned around and saw Ningxu. Menhaochu's face was ferocious. When he saw Ningxu, he said, "Where did you go?" I said that if you dare to escape, you. Menhaochu looked left and right. Where's your brother? Ningxu reached into his pocket and took out his phone's camera. Min Haochu, I don't agree with what you said. I won't do it. This is a crime. I didn't do it. I won't admit to it, Ningxu said. Min Haochu took a deep breath. Do you think that if you take your brother away, we won't be able to find him? Looks like you've forgotten all the tricks in school, Min Haochu said calmly. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm ordering you. No matter where you hide your brother, we'll be able to find him, Min Haochu said. Ningxu looked very aggrieved. Why do you have to ask me? Do whatever I tell you to do, Min Haochu said coldly. That was because Ningxu had the motive to commit the crime. It was because he was holding a grudge and prank that he did such a thing. There's no need to look for my brother. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Can you really guarantee my safety after this? Ningxu asked carefully. You really won't send me to prison, right? Also, I didn't start any rumors at all. I didn't post those posts on the internet, Ningxu said in a panic. Min Haochu was very impatient when he saw Ningxu's timid and weak appearance. If it wasn't for the company, Min Haochu really couldn't be bothered to say a word to her. After this, I'll give you a large sum of money. You can take your brother and go far away. After you solve the problem for my family, I'll definitely guarantee that you'll be fine, Min Haochu said patiently. Ningxu, if Ningxu believed Min Haochu's words, then she was a pig. Then tell me, what should I do? Ningxu asked timidly. What you need to do is to admit that you're the one who spread the rumors at the press conference, Min Haochu said. You just need to read according to the script we gave you. Ningxu shook her head and said, I won't do it. You bullied me at school, pressed me into the water and watched me struggle. You even locked me up with the Tibetan Mastiff and fed me feces. Now you want me to do this. I don't want to do it. Ningxu stepped back. I don't believe you. You're all demons. Min Haochu was very impatient. He waved at the bodyguards and said, catch her and then go find her brother. Wait a minute. Ningxu reached out her hand. Min Haochu was even more impatient. Yi Xiaotong, I'm giving you a lesson. Do you really think that you're the only one who can do this? This matter only needed some money to find a scapegoat, but this woman's words were more persuasive. After all, she had always been bullied and studied in an elite school. Under the stimulation of the gap between the rich and the poor, her heart was twisted. That was why she did such a thing. It was reasonable. As for the money, of course, it had to be investigated according to the law. She caused losses to the Min family and the stock price kept falling. This was all money. She even wanted to run away with the Min family's money. Ningxu touched the phone in her pocket and smiled in her heart. Her face was even more timid. I won't do it. Let me go. Min Haochu was very annoyed, very annoyed. It was really annoying to see such a disobedient piece of trash. No matter how much he said, she would still be so stupid. She was as retarded as her brother. I'm giving you a chance to change your fate, but you're still refusing. Ningxu was very hesitant. Let me think about it. I'm afraid that you'll go back on your word. You, Oh Haoshuan, and Mu Yao bully me every day. Ningxu was still hesitating, but Ningxu's livestream was going crazy. Everyone was shouting for Ningxu not to agree. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1468. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group and Weibo. Wonderful novel to read at any time, mobile users please visit. However, Ningxu's phone was on silent mode and he couldn't hear the call in the live stream. I won't do this. I won't do it. I didn't post anything online. You just want to find a scapegoat. It's not enough for you to bully me. You want to make me the scapegoat? Ningxu turned and ran. His phone kept shaking in his pocket. Min Haochu rubbed his eyebrows speechlessly. I caught him. How annoying. Ningxu ran in front. He ran so fast that his phone fell to the ground. The screen turned black and the corner of the phone was deflated. Ningxu turned around and picked up the phone. TSK, TSK, TSK. He lost a phone in order to make this live stream look more natural. Damn it. His heart hurt. He didn't know what would happen to the Min family after this livestream. Ningxu arrived at the nursery. Yi Xiaodong was drawing in the yard. Ningxu walked over and stood behind him. Yi Xiaodong didn't notice until he finished drawing and stretched. He turned around and saw Ningxu. He shouted happily, "Sister! Sister, are you done with your work?" Yi Xiaodong stood up and asked childishly. Even if they were fraternal twins, boys were always fast. Yi Xiaodong was a head taller than Ningxu. "Sister's work is done. Let's go," Ningxu said with a smile. He held Yi Xiaodong's hand and walked out of the nursery. It seemed like they couldn't go back to their original place. They had to find a new place to live. What could they do to earn money? Embroidery was too slow. An exquisite embroidery was very tiring. However, they had no money to live now. Their phone and childcare fees had used up all their savings. Ningxu scratched his head. Oh right. When they were in the galaxy and had no livelihood on planet Mega, they earned money by playing games. There were games in this world too. The few times they went to internet cafes, they saw many people smashing their keyboards. Ningxu pulled Yi Xiaodong to the internet cafe that was surrounded by smoke. They walked around to see what people were playing recently. Only when there were a lot of people playing the game would people buy the equipment that was dropped at a high price. Ningxu clicked on the game that everyone was playing and pulled Yi Xiaodong to sit beside him. Yi Xiaodong was not used to such a place. The people around him had cigarettes in their mouths, making the room feel stuffy. Yi Xiaodong tugged at the corner of Ningxu's shirt uneasily. Ningxu comforted her, "It's okay. Hold on to your sister." After familiarizing himself with the game, Ningxu began to clear the levels one by one. Then, he sold all the equipment that dropped. Ningxu's words were like sparks and lightning. Yi Xiaodong held her chin and watched Ningxu's fingers dance on the keyboard. In the end, the more she looked, the more tired she became. She fell asleep on Ningxu's body. Yi Xiaodong was already tired from running in the middle of the night last night. Ningxu adjusted her position and let Yi Xiaodong sleep on her lap so that it wouldn't affect her gaming. Ningxu teamed up with a team and dropped a BSS. It dropped a rare piece of equipment. Ningxu said "Ba" in her heart. For the first time, she felt that the attribute points that she had added to her luck had paid off. For the first time, she didn't feel so miserable. Ningxu dropped the equipment and announced in the world that she was going to sell it. Ningxu sold the equipment for a lot of money, but in the end, she realized that she didn't have a bank card. She didn't have an ID card, only a household register. Ningxu took the household register to the bank to get a bank card. There was a sum of money on the card, enough for her and Yi Xiaodong to live for a while. With money to live on, Ningxu felt more confident. At the same time, she checked the fruits of her labor. In a situation where he didn't have anything to eat or drink, he bought a set just for this scene. Ningxu was a streamer who didn't have many fans, but after this incident, she attracted a lot of attention. Everything that she said to Minhaochu was broadcasted live. Someone must have taken a screenshot and recorded it. Ningxu saw that it had become a hot topic on Weibo. The Min family started emergency public relations. This time, she mentioned Wang Haoshuan and Mu Yao's names, so they must have noticed. It was true that she was bullied at school. Yi Xiaodong and Yi Xiaodong were very famous in the elite school. Because of her identity, a girl who picked up trash, she didn't have a prominent family. People were divided by money and social status. Yi Xiaodong's level was obviously not high enough. She was also the target of Wang Haoshuan, Minhaochu, and Mu Yao's teasing. As for the prince falling in love with Cinderella, that was only in fairy tales. In reality, such things rarely happened, and it wouldn't happen to Yi Xiaodong. A girl who picked up trash. If someone at Minhaochu's level discovered the shining soul of a girl who picked up trash, they would be together. Who knew how much gossip there would be? Therefore, there were no beautiful love stories, only bone-chilling reality. Ningxu saw that some people were still concerned about Ningxu's whereabouts. Whether he was caught or not, some people even guessed that Ningxu had met with a mishap. Then, Minhaochu became popular again, and the Min family's company became a trending topic again. Minhaochu's overbearing manner was vividly displayed through the livestream. They said that the Min family didn't care about the law at all. If something happened, they would find such a girl to take the blame. They wanted to save the company, but they didn't have to do this. This was completely forcing him to do something he couldn't do. Ningxu looked at these comments and shrugged. He brought Xiaodong to the small noodle shop and ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles. He also added a fried egg for Xiaodong. The TV in the small noodle shop was broadcasting the news. There's a livestream video circulating on the internet today. There's no specific content in the video, only the voices of a girl and the son of Min Anqing, Min Haochu. In the livestream, Min Haochu kept forcing the girl to clarify about corpse oil food on the internet. In the end, the girl dropped her phone while escaping. The girl's whereabouts are unknown. Ningxu ate the shredded pork noodles and felt that the meat was really delicious. It must be because there was little oil in his stomach that he felt that everything was delicious. Xiaodong also ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. She didn't pay attention to the content on TV at all. She probably wouldn't understand even if she saw it. She was going to blow this matter up. Anyway, she was barefooted and wasn't afraid of wearing shoes. She was going to use this gravel tile to collide with exquisite porcelain. Of course, the other party was too strong. Even if she wanted to collide, she had to choose a method. Even Min Haochu didn't expect her, who was usually as obedient as a mouse, to be so scheming. Ningxu felt that she couldn't stay here any longer. The longer she disappeared, the better. As long as she didn't appear, she would put Min Haochu and Mu Yeyao in the public's eye. Then, she would appear at the right time. Most importantly, Ningxu wanted to settle Xiaodong down. Xiaodong's situation wasn't suitable for others to talk about. Xiaodong could only draw beautiful paintings with a pure heart. Although she was unfortunate, she had an unparalleled talent for painting. Mobile users, please visit this wonderful novel at any time. This chapter is 1469, and the address is. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your QQ group and Weibo friends. Ningxu felt that with Xiaodong by her side, she had to consider Xiaodong when she did things. She was afraid that someone would capture Xiaodong and threaten her. She wanted Xiaodong to suffer. He had followed her everywhere. As long as things were settled, he could live in peace. She had to live a peaceful life, study, earn money, and organize an art exhibition for Xiaodong. But now, she couldn't. She was caught in public opinion and dragged Shan Haoshuan, Mu Yeyao, and Min Haochu into the trap. Ningxu glanced at the television. There was still news about the Min Family Corporation on the television. There was also the emergency press conference held by the Min family, explaining that the voice in the livestream wasn't Min Haochu's voice. Someone had deliberately done such a thing. They had deliberately used the livestream platform to frame Min Haochu and damage the reputation of the Min Family Corporation. Ningxu's expression was calm. Anyway, this kind of thing would only make things worse. Ningxu looked at Xiaodong, who was eating noodles, and asked, "Are you full?" Xiaodong touched his stomach. "I'm full, sister." Ningxu paid the bill. She carried her bag with one hand and held Xiaodong's hand with the other and left the noodle shop. Now, who was she going to entrust Xiaodong to? She basically had no contact with her relatives. She could only watch the two children live alone. She didn't care about these relatives. It was fine if she didn't look for them. Ningxu brought Xiaodong to buy some new clothes, a change of underwear, new shoes, drawing paper, and drawing board. Xiaodong was very happy. Ningxu carried a big bag to the bus station. Where were they going at the bus station? Ningxu thought about it and decided to find a place with beautiful scenery. Ningxu chose a small town far away from the city. There was a small Taoist temple in the small town. Ningxu wanted to leave Xiaodong in the Taoist temple. Ningxu had thought of leaving Xiaodong in a farmer's house, but farmers were talkative. It was better to leave Xiaodong in a quiet Taoist temple. After sitting on a bus for a few days and taking a tricycle, they finally arrived at the small town and the Taoist temple. This Taoist temple looked small and was very old. Ningxu brought Xiaodong to the Taoist priest and explained his intentions. Ningxu Xiaodong asked, "Are you willing to stay here?" Although Xiaodong was simple, he was still very clear about the difference between kindness and malice. The environment of this Taoist temple was quiet and secluded. It felt pretty good. "Sister, are you leaving again?" Yi Xiaodong tugged at the corner of Ningshu's clothes, looking strangely aggrieved like an abandoned golden retriever. He was obviously bigger than Ningshu, but he bent his body like he had been wronged. Ningshu patted his arm and said, "I have something important to do. When I'm done, I'll come and pick you up. Big sister won't lie to you." Ningshu said sincerely. Yi Xiaodong nodded, feeling wronged. "Hurry up. Taoist priest, please take care of my brother." Taoist priest Ningshu said as he donated some incense money. Ningshu took a deep breath. When it was time to leave, Yi Xiaodong and the Taoist priest sent him to the foot of the mountain. Ningshu Yi Xiaodong smiled. "Wait for big sister. Be good and listen to the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, you're a cultivator. If you treat my brother well, I'll definitely repay you in the future." Ningshu cupped his hands and said, "Immeasurable deity, I can't guarantee that I'll treat your brother well, but I won't bully a child." The old Taoist priest bowed and said. Ningshu was very satisfied. He said happily, "Thank you, Taoist priest." "Thank you." Ningshu didn't want the Taoist priest to treat Yi Xiaodong well. It was fine as long as he didn't bully Yi Xiaodong and gave him food. Ningshu put a lot of food in the box for Yi Xiaodong. Yi Xiaodong could eat it when he was hungry. Because of Yi Xiaodong's intelligence problem, he wouldn't be pitted. Instead, he would be bullied and called a fool. Ningshu turned and left. When he turned back, he saw Yi Xiaodong waving at him. Ningshu also jumped up and waved. He was full of smiles. Ningshu sat on the bumpy bus for a few days. He was dizzy from the bumpy bus ride. Finally, he returned to the city. Back in the city, Ningshu found a small hotel to stay in. Then, he went straight to the internet cafe. After a few trips, she had almost used up all the money she had. Without money, it was hard to move an inch. Ningshu's fingers flew, and he quickly killed the boss. He also got to know a few familiar IDs in the game. Ningshu stayed up all night and got a few pieces of equipment. Although they weren't the best, they could be sold for a lot of money. Money, come quick. Lots of money. After selling the equipment, Ningshu returned to the small hotel to cultivate. When he was free, he would pay attention to the Min family group. It was very messy anyway. Ningshu's identity had been dug out on the internet. There were even photos of him. However, Ningshu hadn't appeared. Many people thought that Ningshu had been killed. There were also photos of Ningshu on the internet. He was even famous. Ningshu had no choice but to buy some cosmetics from the cosmetics counter. He would change his appearance every day before he could go out. It was probably because of the Mu family's pressure. Minhaochu was the center of public opinion. Even Wang Haoshuan was involved. However, Mu Yayao wasn't mentioned. The media seemed to be avoiding him. Mu Yayao was born in the military. In terms of social status, he was the highest among the three princes. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't compare to those with high authority. Ningshu went to buy a phone and logged into his live broadcast room. She suddenly had so many fans. Ningshu turned off the app. He didn't plan to broadcast. Once he broadcast, his advantage would be gone. As long as he didn't appear, he could always arouse people's curiosity. Sometimes, Ningshu would swagger to the entrance of the aristocratic school and ask about Wang Haoshuan, Minhaochu, and the third prince Mu Yayao. Because of this, Mu Yayao's father drove Mu Yayao back in a military car. It was said that Mu Yayao was kicked out of the school gate by his father. Moreover, his father was wearing military boots. Kicking a person's body, that feeling was quite disgusting. Mu Yayao was grabbed by the collar by his father and thrown into the car. Many people were watching at that time. Wang Haoshuan didn't come to school for the time being. He was obviously avoiding suspicion and waiting for this matter to fade away. The O family had been keeping a low profile during this period of time. They didn't hold any press conferences, but the Min family was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They didn't clarify anything. The bigger the commotion, the greater the impact. More people would know that there was a problem with the Min family's food. Therefore, they kept a low profile and waited for the matter to fade away. If it really couldn't fade away, they could repackage a company and change the name of the company group. They could always start over. Change the company's shell. The Min family had a big business. If they lost their arm, it would damage the brand that they had painstakingly built up. It was another high-end brand that represented the guarantee of quality. However, the consumers no longer trusted this brand, so there was no need to continue operating it. They could start a brand again. It was just a pity that the Min family corporation, which occupied half of the food industry, was gone. Ningshu wasn't disappointed. It would be abnormal if they were defeated so easily. Rich people wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. The three of them did not appear in public anymore. They basically did not appear in front of the media. However, Ningshu didn't dare relax. They were so scared now because the matter had blown up. She couldn't do anything inappropriate to add fuel to the fire and wait until the matter was forgotten by the public. That would be a disaster for her. Anyone who had been tricked would definitely seek revenge. Even Ningshu, who had been tricked, would bear a grudge in her heart and secretly find an opportunity to take revenge. Ningshu felt that her life wouldn't be easy in the future. Ningshu wanted to take advantage of this time to earn more money. She needed money to eat, drink, and sleep so that she wouldn't work hard and end up not being able to fill her stomach. Ningshu still earned money by playing games and dropping equipment. During this time, Ningshu had become familiar with the game. Many people who needed equipment would first ask Ningshu if she had any. Ningshu relied on this to have a stable source of income. Ningshu felt that she was quite lucky. Her chances of dropping good equipment were higher than others, so she didn't have to worry about her livelihood. After dealing with the three princes and being able to live a peaceful life, she slowly started to embroider, leaving Xiaotong a skill that could support her. With embroidery, she believed that Xiaotong and Xiaodong could live well. Generally speaking, if high-end items were handmade, their value would increase several times. In the game, Ningshu didn't reveal any information about herself. She didn't say whether she was a man or a woman, age, or what she did. When she was tired from playing games, Ningshu thought about how to deal with the three of them. The places where the three of them lived were either rich or expensive. There were security guards and cameras everywhere. It would be easy to be caught loitering at their door. Especially Mu Yao, who lived in a big courtyard. The door was guarded with guns. It was 2F** King dangerous. Cowards, come out if you dare. See if I don't splash feces all over you. He didn't believe that these people would continue to hide. Ningshu looked into his dantian and saw that there was enough fire yang energy in his dantian. He could crush a brick in his hand. He already had the ability to protect himself. Ningshu went to a remote place where there was an abandoned house. Ningshu covered the house with rotten cotton wool. There were plastic bottles, food bags, and torn newspapers around the house. Ningshu lived in this shabby house for 2 or 3 days. He ate, drank, and defecated in this house. The smell in this house was really disgusting. Ningshu then went to the public phone to make a call. Ningshu didn't call the police, but called a radio station. The radio station picked up the call. The radio host, Ningshu, asked, "Dear listener, do you have any questions?" Ningshu's voice was very soft and trembling. "I'm scared, very scared. Please speak louder." The radio host could only be patient and said. Ningshu's voice trembled and sounded like he was about to cry. "I'm very scared. I offended someone I can't afford to offend. I even lost my brother. What should I do now? I'm so scared, so scared." Ningshu kept repeating the word scared. His resentful and fearful voice made the host's face turn ugly. This was an emotional counseling radio station, not a late-night horror radio station. The host wanted to say that if you're sick, go see a doctor. Your brother will definitely be found. No. Ningshu's voice suddenly rose. "I suspect that they have already killed my brother. They are devils. They won't let me go. My brother must be dead. He was killed by them." Ningshu's voice was very neurotic. "Dear listener, please calm down your emotions. Did you just come out of a mental hospital? It was simply a case of persecutory delusion." Ningshu chattered endlessly. "What should my brother do? What should I do? Should I save my brother? Also, I'm very scared now. Tell me, what should I do? I'm listening to the security guard next to me on the radio. I keep hearing that you can give people ideas. Can you tell me what I should do now? Can you give me ideas? I'm really about to break down. Tell me what I should do, what I should do, what I should do, the radio host. You should take your medicine now. From beginning to end, she didn't say anything. She was definitely crazy. Ningshu looked at the phone and didn't have much time left. He drank a mouthful of water to moisten his throat and then shouted sharply, "Can't you tell me what to do? Do you want to force me to death before you're satisfied? You're always bullying me because I'm a garbage collector." Ningshu wailed. "Are you going to smile at my corpse after I'm dead? Please calm down. You." Before the radio host could finish, the phone hung up. Crazy. Ningshu slowly hung up the phone and stayed in the phone booth for a while. She felt that the whole phone booth was filled with the smell of the 5 grains reincarnated. Ningshu carried the bag to the bathhouse to take a shower and put on makeup. When he came out, he looked completely different. Then, Ningshu went to the internet cafe to earn money. Ningshu found the kind of illegal internet cafe that didn't require an ID and could be used for money. When Ningshu logged into the game, someone asked her to farm monsters together and asked if she had been online for the past few days. Ningshu just said that she was too busy to go online and then followed the team to farm monsters. Sometimes, she gained a lot, but sometimes, she didn't gain much. As Ningshu's level increased, many people were curious about what Ningshu did in real life. Whenever someone asked such a question, Ningshu would give a vague answer and fool them. Sometimes, when pressed, he would say that he was a girl and chose a male character. When others heard this, they would immediately think that he was a wretched man pretending to be a cute girl to cheat people. They all said that it was disgusting. Ningshu was speechless. Am I not a cute girl? Ningshu didn't care. Anyway, who knew if it was true or not through the internet? After the game, Ningshu checked the news on the internet to see if anyone had found the radio station's hotline. If no one found it, she would kindly mention it. However, Ningshu didn't have to worry about her. Ningshu wailed and held on the phone for a while like a severely ill lunatic. The content of his words was easy to make people think. Minhaochu was copying books. There were books after books in the study. There was a bookcase full of books, and they were all very thick. He had to copy all the books in the study one by one. They were all handwritten, word by word, page by page. It was really a hopeless thing. Minhaochu's father wouldn't beat him. He would only make Minhaochu copy books continuously. End of chapter 1471. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.